Madman of the Sword Chapter 5283 to Chapter 5364. The four divine ancestors exclaimed. How dare you? Even Huaqilan's pupils constricted. This guy is too bold. Isn't he afraid of destroying the immortal forest incense? Lin Xian's sword technique was extremely accurate. He cut down one immortal spirit incense and took it away. Huaqilan followed closely behind and snatched the other one. Then, the two of them left. Damn it. The four divine ancestors roared crazily. However, they didn't chase after them. Instead, they started fighting. There was only one group left, and there was no danger. Naturally, they didn't need to work together. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian scoffed coldly. Let these old fogies fight it out then. He didn't care anymore. After putting away the immortal spirit incense, Lin Xian looked around again. He saw Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others fighting. Some were fighting for spiritual herbs. Some were fighting for weapons, and some were even more mysterious than divine crystals. Boom! At this moment, a crazy roar came from afar. Damn it, how dare you! In the next moment, everyone realized that a terrifying aura was surging towards them. Everyone looked over. Lin Xian also activated his Rinnegan to look. Under his Rinnegan, everything became clear. He could see that someone was coming. There were three people. The ones chasing behind were two divine ancestors. They were the nine-headed divine ancestor and the white cloud divine ancestor. The one running at the front was surrounded by an extremely terrifying yin and yang aura. It was actually Kuan Pengzi. At this moment, Kuan Pengzi was holding a bronze lamp in his hand. The Kuan Peng wings on his back swayed as he used his maximum speed to escape. Lin Xian was surprised. Isn't that the longevity lamp? Kuan Pengzi actually got it. Leave it for me? The white cloud sacred ancestor roared furiously and shot out an auspicious cloud, charging forward quickly. It blocked the path. Kuan Pengzi roared angrily and turned into a Kuan Peng. His body shook and shattered the void. Lin Xian was surprised. Kuan Pengzi's strength had increased a lot. Although he hadn't become the double champion, he was not far away. It seemed that these people had really had fortuitous encounters. Being enveloped by this power, Kuan Pengzi roared angrily. Endless illusions of seawater appeared on his body. Heaven and earth were frozen. Everyone felt their bodies turn cold. The two great sage lords behind also felt this power. He immediately snorted coldly. The nine heads of the nine-headed divine ancestor roared into the sky, shattering the ice. He strode over. Sacred ancestor Bai Yun's figure was even more ethereal. Although his speed had decreased a little, he was still extremely terrifying. As a young giant, the emperor's son was extremely terrifying. His strength had already surpassed a saint. However, compared to the great sage at his peak, he was still a little lacking. Even though the Kuan Peng was much stronger than before, it could barely contend with the sacred ancestor. However, in the face of two sacred ancestors, he wasn't weak at all. However, he was an imperial prince after all, and he had trump cards. With an angry roar, the yin-yang aura on his body became even more terrifying. Everyone's expression changed. This guy couldn't be thinking of using an imperial weapon, right? Even Lin Xian was shocked. What was the Kuan Peng's monarch weapon? However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. That was because the extreme aura instantly disappeared. Lin Xian was stunned. Kuan Pengzi was even more stunned. What's going on? He couldn't use an extreme weapon. The nine-headed divine ancestor and sacred ancestor Bai Yun were also shocked. They didn't expect the other party to be an imperial prince who could use an extreme weapon. However, when the extreme Dao weapon disappeared, they laughed. Humph, this is the deity ground, the place of the Yuhua celestial dynasty. It's extremely mysterious. The power of extreme weapons is not allowed to appear. So, don't even think about using this power again. Hearing this, Kuan Pengzi's expression became extremely ugly. The surrounding people were in an uproar, and Lin Xian's expression changed. The power of extreme weapons is not allowed to be used? How is that possible? He was about to use the heaven-devouring jar, but he discovered that the seal was sealed. Indeed, the heaven-devouring jar felt a sealing power that seemed to be unable to appear here. How strange. It shouldn't be, there was something wrong with this cave abode. Previously, Su Chen could still use the power of the heaven-devouring jar outside, but after entering, he realized that he couldn't use it anymore. What was in the cave abode? In this case, the situation was not good. The heaven-devouring jar was one of his most powerful trump cards. However, he wasn't too worried because he still had the sword world. If this cave couldn't do it, he could bring the enemy into the sword world to fight. Over there, he would still be able to use extreme weapons. Thinking of this, he calmed down. After confirming that he couldn't use extreme weapons, Kuan Pengzi threw out the longevity lamp. "Kid, you know what's good for you," the nine-headed divine ancestor sneered. Sacred ancestor Bai Yun also soared into the sky, and the two of them fought again. They snatched the longevity lamp. Kuan Pengzi retreated to the side with an ugly expression. He saw Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others. He nodded slightly and greeted them. Lin Xian also smiled. "I didn't expect you to be here too. This is the second imperial prince." "Another imperial prince is here?" Kuan Pengzi also frowned. Hu Qilanzi had just fought with the other party, and then that guy left. Hearing this name, Kuan Pengzi's face turned cold. He said, "This guy is very sinister. You have to be careful in the future." Previously, the Dragon Prince's Dao injury was caused by him. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't know about this. He had to be careful in the future. The two sacred masters in front of him attacked. The scene was terrifying. Next, the four sacred masters who snatched the immortal Ling Xiang also arrived. When they saw that it was the longevity lamp, they also attacked. The six sacred masters fought, and the others all retreated. No one dared to get close. Kuan Pengzi gritted his teeth. "Damn it, if only I could use extreme weapons. If that's the case, I can get it." However, at this moment, something strange happened. A blurry figure appeared out of thin air, and he instantly grabbed the longevity lamp. "Who's that?" Sacred Master Six Great Sage roared. The others were also shocked. They all looked up at the sky. However, they realized that the figure was very blurry, as if it was just an illusion. "Damn it, a mere projection wants to snatch the treasure from our hands, too naive." The nine-headed divine ancestor roared, and a terrifying power swept out. The other sacred masters also attacked. However, the figure was too fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The longevity lamp was taken away by him. "Damn it, where do you think you're going?" The sacred masters chased after him. "Let's go as well. Lin Xian will bring some people along." Kuan Pengzi and the other experts followed. They also wanted to see who could take away the longevity lamp. The group passed through countless corridors and halls and finally arrived in front of him. They realized that the blurry figure had stopped. He stood there holding the longevity lamp. Everyone around him felt their hair stand on end. Even Lin Xian, Kuan Pengzi, and the others felt their hearts beat wildly. Why is this aura so terrifying? Even the six great sage lords stopped. They did not dare to act rashly. The people around them felt their hair stand on end. The hazy figure in front of them continued to walk forward. His footsteps were very slow. Everyone noticed that he had entered a stone door in front of him. The stone door was half open. That guy had placed the longevity lamp inside the stone door. Everyone could only see a ball of flame that kept jumping. What was inside the stone door? Everyone was shocked. Everyone seemed to have seen a black shadow. It seemed that there was someone inside the stone door. Was it that guy from before? No matter who it is, I want to see. A divine ancestor's eyes burst out with a light that pierced through the world. Even Lin Xian opened his Rinnegan and looked forward. In the next moment, Lin Xian's Rinnegan pupils constricted. His right eye was tightly shut. He felt a sharp pain. Lin Xian was shocked. He could not even look directly at the Rinnegan. The sacred lord in front of them screamed. Blood flowed out of his eyes as he screamed crazily. The people around them went crazy. They could cause such a change with just one look. That was a sacred lord. What was in front of them? The nine-headed sacred lord and the others were also terrified. They waited for a long time, but the person inside did not come out. In the next moment, they finally gathered their courage and walked forward together. That was because the injured Sacred Lord had not recovered yet. Boom, boom. They slowly opened the stone door. Finally, everyone could see the scene inside clearly. However, before they could see clearly, the 5 Sacred Lords were sent flying back while vomiting blood. Their bodies were full of cracks. The 5 great sage lords were terrified. Retreat! Retreat quickly, they retreated frantically. The people behind them were also shocked. Morong Qingqing and the others also gasped. Even a sacred lord could not resist it. Could it be an existence that had surpassed the sacred realm? Everyone raised their heads and looked in front of them in horror. At this moment, they finally saw it clearly. In the stone house in front of them, there was a man in an ancient robe sitting there. His head was slightly lowered, and he held an ancient scroll in his hand. It was intact. He seemed to be sleeping. The longevity lamp in front of them kept flickering. Who was this person? Could it be an expert left behind by the Yuhua immortal dynasty? Could it be that he was the master of the elemental magnetic cavern, an ancient superpower? Thinking of this, they were extremely shocked. That was impossible. How many tens of thousands of years ago was that? He was definitely dead. However, his body was actually preserved in such a complete state after his death. It was truly inconceivable. Quasi-Emperor, this was a quasi-emperor, 9-headed Saint Master roared crazily. The others were also stunned after hearing this. What? He's a quasi-emperor. That was an existence that surpassed the great sage. They were people who were unimaginably terrifying. It was no wonder that the ancestor of the 5 great sage was sent flying as soon as he approached. No matter how he thought about it, only a quasi-emperor would have such power. The corpse of a quasi-emperor? Lin Xian was equally shocked. This was an existence on the level of Wine Lord. He was definitely an expert who could sweep across the world. He was only one step away from becoming a true great emperor. The others, on the other hand, felt that it was a pity. The longevity lamp was beside him, so who would dare to go over? I'm afraid there's no hope. Just as everyone was sighing in despair and wanting to leave, that figure appeared again. That hazy figure from before had actually come again. He was standing near the stone door. A deep voice could be heard. Who wants the longevity lamp? As soon as this voice was heard, everyone stopped and turned around. 9-headed Saint Master and the others immediately bowed. Greetings, Senior. We're all descendants of the Yuhua immortal head. Perhaps, the other party would reward us with the longevity lamp on account of our kindness. Thinking of this, they became excited. Descendants of the Yuhua immortal dynasty? Yes, that's right. The figure nodded slightly and said. You have a high chance of obtaining the longevity lamp. As long as you can help me with something. What is it? The ancestor of the 6 great sage was extremely excited. Senior, please tell me. I'll do anything to help you. Not just the 6 of you, but anyone can do it, as long as you can fulfill my requirements. I'll give you the longevity lamp. The longevity lamp has an extraordinary origin and is extremely mysterious. It's also a precious treasure in the Yuhua immortal dynasty. You must grasp this opportunity. Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned red. Senior, please give us your orders. Follow me. The hazy silhouette floated forward, and everyone followed. Kuan-Pengzi also followed because he felt that this might be a hope. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked forward again. Because he was very curious. How did this quasi-emperor die? Did he die of old age? After all, he wasn't injured. Moreover, he was holding a scroll in his hand when he died. It was too unbelievable. What was it that made him want to look at it before he died? He was very curious and carefully used his rinnegan to look. Left eye, closed. Right eye, opened. He used his rinnegan with all his might. At this moment, his right eye was extremely mysterious. It was as if it was the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Xian felt a huge suppression. However, the rinnegan was mysterious and was the legendary eye. Lin Xian could still see some of it. That scroll was very mysterious. It had been through countless years and was not damaged at all. The metal that made it must be extremely powerful. Lin Xian even guessed that this might be the metal used to make extreme weapons. On the scroll, Lin Xian saw a line of words, a line of blood-red words. He didn't know how it was carved. Those words were so sharp that Lin Xian's eyes couldn't stop shaking. That pressure was simply too terrifying. When he saw the line of words clearly, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. The road to immortality was broken, no fate with the emperor, longevity, difficult. Difficult. Difficult, her words were filled with sorrow and sadness. Lin Xian closed his eyes. His face turned pale. Morong Qingqing supported him and asked, "How is brother Xian?" Yan Ryu also said, "Don't use the Rinnegan anymore." After a while, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He bowed respectfully to the quasi-emperor's corpse in front of him and then turned to leave. The people around were also surprised. Morong Qingqing asked, "Brother Xian, what did you find?" Yan Ryu and the others were also curious. Lin Xian shook his head and didn't say anything. Instead, he said, "Let's follow him and take a look." That line of words was too shocking. Lin Xian could only feel a sense of sadness. He didn't completely understand the specific meaning. Were there immortals in the world? In the past? But now it's gone, no fate with the emperor. Did every great emperor not have an opportunity, or was it that when one reached the Yuhua immortal dynasty, the opportunity was gone? As for longevity, it was easy to understand. Everyone was pursuing immortality. But who could do it? The longevity lamp seemed to be just a beautiful wish. Lin Xian didn't know. But no matter what, he would definitely continue to walk down this path. He wanted to become a great emperor. Thinking of this, he led everyone to speed up their pace and walked forward. Ahead. The hazy figure led the way and arrived at a hall. The scene in front of them was too strange. There were tens of thousands of dragons circling around, forming a mysterious jade platform. Light surrounded it and celestial energy filled the air. It was as if they were about to ascend. Those who didn't know would think that they were in the celestial world. Even the Saint Lords and Saint Lords were dumbfounded. When Lin Xian and the others arrived, they were equally astonished when they saw the scene before them. What a terrifying place. At the same time, they saw that there was a coffin on the jade platform formed by the tens of thousands of dragons. That ancient coffin was too extraordinary. It was as if it was going to crush the world. Everyone felt a huge pressure on their souls. A few saint sovereigns cried out in alarm. Heavens, who was buried here? Could it be the Arch? They knew that the Yuhua celestial dynasty had produced more than one the Arch. Back then, the entire Yuhua celestial dynasty wanted to ascend. One could imagine how powerful they were back then. Everyone's eyes were red as they walked forward. But soon, they retreated because the aura of the coffin was too terrifying. It made them vomit blood. They could only kneel below the jade platform. Kuan-Pengzi was also shocked. He took a deep breath and asked, "Senior, why did you bring us here?" The others also came back to their senses and looked at the blurry figure. The hazy figure spoke. It was very simple. Open the ancient coffin. Whoever can open it will have the longevity lamp. No way. Everyone was shocked. It was very likely that he was buying at Arch. Even if he wasn't, he was still an incredible figure. Who would dare to act rashly with such an ancient coffin? At the same time, they were also curious about what was in the ancient coffin. Even someone like the mysterious figure was tempted. The mysterious figure said with his hands behind his back, "There is something inside that I need. Because of my identity, I can't ascend the jade platform and can't get close to the ancient coffin. So, I can only ask others for help." Lin Xian and the others frowned. Identity? What was the reason? One had to know that ordinary people couldn't get close to the jade platform because they couldn't withstand the pressure. But this mysterious figure obviously wasn't the reason. In front, a few Saint Lords tried, but they couldn't ascend. Kuan-Pengzi also returned without success. He said that if they could use extreme weapons, they wouldn't be able to get close. The others also shook their heads and sighed. The mysterious figure said, "There's no hurry. When the full moon is tonight, the pressure will be at its lowest. At that time, it will be an opportunity. You have to seize it." Tonight? They all took a deep breath and began to wait. Night fell, and the bright moonlight in the sky was like a disk, sprinkling its radiance. On a full moon night, the pressure on the jade platform, it was reduced to half. Everyone's eyes lit up. If that was the case, they might still have a chance. Therefore, the Saint Lords began to try. The starry sea sacred ancestor roared. Like a god of the starry sky, he charged straight for the jade platform. With a furious roar, the stars on his body activated, turning into a star chart to block the attack. He walked very slowly. The other sacred ancestors, such as Sacred Master Xianxia and the others, also tried. Kuan-Pengzi roared. Black and white auras surrounded his body, making him look like a yin-yang god. When they stepped onto the jade platform, they felt boundless pressure. Lin Xian looked at this scene and narrowed his eyes. He said to Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others beside him, you can try too. Everyone nodded and walked up. Zixing and Yunyu also came. They also walked forward. After reaching the cloud platform, they felt their souls shake. They climbed about 5 steps. Yunyu, Zixing, and the others retreated. At the same time, more people also retreated. Those who could reach the front were definitely the most powerful people. But after climbing 10 steps, he stopped. Yan Ruyu, Morong Qingqing, and the others couldn't go any further. Even Kuan-Pengzi and the Saint Lords stopped. They couldn't go any further. Morong Qingqing and Yan Ruyu walked down together. They were like the goddess of the 9 heavens. The two of them didn't intend to open the coffin. They came here to test the pressure. It was just a challenge. They wanted to strengthen their vitality and physique. Gradually, the Saint Lords couldn't hold on anymore. At this moment, Kuan-Pengzi roared angrily and slapped out. He turned into a Kuan-Peng and soared into the sky. He charged forward. Everyone exclaimed. What was this guy trying to do? The Kuan-Peng flew between heaven and earth, but it was quickly suppressed. Then, it dimmed and disappeared. The other Saint Lords also used their saint artifacts and ultimate techniques to open a path. They continued to move forward, but after another 5 steps, they came to a complete stop. Lin Xian also followed closely. The 9-yang divine body emitted a terrifying light, and the pressure on his body was like a mountain. There were even cracks in some places. However, he cultivated a powerful cultivation technique and had immortality, so he could recover quickly. But if he went any further, he would have to use other ultimate techniques. The 9-yang divine body's power was probably not enough. Lin Xian took out the Hellfire Dragon sword and slashed down. It was as if he could split heaven and earth. Just like that, he walked forward with his sword and 1 step at a time. Gradually, he surpassed Kuan-Pengzi and the other Saint Lords and came to the front. Damn it, it's this kid again. When Saint Lord Xiantian and the others saw this, they gritted their teeth in anger. Last time, they were suppressed by the other party, and it made them lose face. They didn't expect it to be the same situation this time. They definitely couldn't let this kid go. Boom boom, at this moment, a rumbling sound came from afar. The fire Qilin came with thousands of flames. He stepped across heaven and earth. Everyone was terrified. Yan Ruyu, Morong Qingqing, and the others also looked up. Kuan-Pengzi turned his head, and his pupils shrank. The fire Qilin was here. The fire Qilin came again. When he arrived, he looked at the jade platform and the ancient coffin and exclaimed. What a mysterious place. He also flew forward. However, when he was halfway there, Lin Xian had already reached the top of the jade platform. He arrived in front of the ancient coffin. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Even the entire jade platform was shaking non-stop. Everyone was shocked, and their blood boiled. They all retreated. Only Lin Xian was left on the jade platform. The hazy figure's body shook. Obviously, he was extremely excited. Did someone really succeed? She felt that it was too unbelievable. One had to know. The night of the full moon suppressed half of the pressure, but not everyone could reach it. At least those Saint Lords had no hope. She didn't expect someone to succeed this time. That's great, his eyes flashed. Everyone looked ahead. It was Lin Wudy. Heavens, he actually succeeded. Could it be that he was going to get the longevity lamp? Those people were extremely envious. Some sacred ancestors gritted their teeth. Damn it, it's that kid again. Don't worry, he might not succeed. He might be seriously injured by the ancient coffin. Even the fire Qilan's eyes lit up. The hazy figure said, "Young man, open the ancient coffin, and the longevity lamp will be yours." Lin Xian lowered his head and looked at the ancient coffin below. The ancient coffin was made of jade. It was abnormally simple and unadorned. There were mysterious patterns engraved on it, and there were 4 divine beasts. The person buried here was definitely extraordinary. However, for some reason, when he wanted to open the ancient coffin, his heart beat wildly. Especially his right eye, the Rinnegan, seemed to be warning him. Lin Xian saw a blurry image through the Rinnegan. It was only for an instant, not even a second, but Lin Xian still saw it. He gasped, and his expression became incomparably shocked. That was because he saw a figure lying in the ancient coffin. Similarly, the figure's body was intact. This silhouette was 90% similar to the hazy silhouette. That shocked Lin Xian. Could it be that the hazy figure didn't want to take anything at all, but wanted to open the ancient coffin and merge with the body? What was that hazy figure? The soul of that powerhouse? Thinking of that, Lin Xian's hair stood on end. This ancient coffin must not be opened. Lin Xian's hand stopped in midair. The hazy figure said, "Young man, what are you waiting for? Continue." Lin Xian asked, "Senior, what exactly is in the ancient coffin? Can you tell me, also, who is buried here?" Hearing that, the hazy figure's face darkened. "What do you mean? Are you doubting me?" Lin Xian also smiled. "I don't dare to doubt you, but I'm not very interested in the ancient coffin. I don't want to open it either." As he said that, he turned around and walked down. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were stunned. What was this Lin Wudy doing? The mysterious figure was also stunned. The next moment, he asked in a low voice, "Don't you want the longevity lamp?" "It doesn't matter. Treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. If I can't obtain them, it means that I'm not fated." Lin Xian waved his hand and walked down the jade platform without hesitation. Everyone was shocked. This guy really came down. What was going on? The sacred sovereigns were also bewildered. Kuanping Zi, Huaqilan Zi, and the others were also stunned. Morong Qingqing frowned. From the looks of it, Brother Xian should have discovered something. "Are you really going to give up?" Fire Qilan looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged. "I'll leave the opportunity to you. With your double crown monarch bloodline and your imperial bloodline, it should not be a problem for you to reach the jade platform." After that, Lin Xian went to Morong Qingqing and the others and whispered, "Go quickly." He had an anxious look on his face. Morong Qingqing and the others froze for a moment, but they quickly reacted and turned around to leave. What's going on? Why do I feel that Lin Wudy is running away? Some sacred ancestors were puzzled. It can't be? How could there be something that could scare him? How terrifying would that be? Damn it, Lin Wudy must have discovered something on the jade platform. Huaqilan Zi was also stunned. He was also wondering what Lin Wudy had discovered. He was a cautious person. He had a certain understanding of Lin Wudy. He knew that Lin Wudy was reckless and daring. He was definitely not a coward. The other party should have his reasons for not opening it. Thinking of this, Qilan Zi also shook his head and turned to leave. No way, even Qilan Zi left. Could it be that there was really a problem with the ancient coffin? The others were even more panicked. Why don't we leave too? There were also some who wanted to leave. At this moment, the blurry figure finally became anxious. Stop, who dares to leave? I want him dead. As he said that, he waved his hand, and immediately, 3 great lords turned into blood mist. Some sacred ancestors also vomited blood and were sent flying. Oh no, run! When the others saw this scene, they fled even more frantically. Damn it! The blurry figure roared into the sky, and a terrifying power swept out. In an instant, screams rang out. He stared at Lin Wudy. Damn you, brat, how dare you ruin my plans? He turned into a stream of light and rushed out. In front, Huiqilin, who had already retreated, also sped up and fled in another direction. The pupils of Lin Xian and the others constricted. Oh no, that person has come out. Run. They sped up, but they realized that the figure had locked onto them. Damn it, he's coming for me. Lin Xian's expression changed. What should we do? Fight him? Yan Ryu said. Lin Xian shook his head. No, this person is very scary. Let's go to the stone door first. He guessed that this person had an extraordinary background. If the ancient coffin really contained his body, then he was definitely a quasi-emperor. He couldn't fight against the remnant soul of a quasi-emperor. Therefore, they sped up. They directly rushed towards the stone door in front of them. At this moment, the stone door was still extremely terrified because there was also a quasi-emperor corpse inside the stone door. However, Lin Xian couldn't care less. Sword chi surrounded his body, forming a sword domain that enveloped everyone with an indestructible power. Then, he rushed into the stone door. After entering, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Although it was just a corpse, it made their blood boil. Lin Xian and the others bowed respectfully to the corpse. Senior, please forgive us. We didn't want to disturb you, but we really have no choice now. Senior, please forgive us. Yunyu, Zixing, and the others also kept bowing. At this moment, a storm appeared outside, and then the blurry figure came again. He stood not far in front of them, only a few meters away. He's here. Zixing and the others were nervous, and Morong Qingqing and the others also looked like they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian's face was cold. Senior, why are you chasing me? Are you going to treat me to a drink? Kid, how dare you ruin my plan? How do you want to die? I'll give you a chance to change. Come back with me obediently, go up the jade platform, and open the ancient coffin. Then, I can spare you this time. The blurry figure's voice was incomparably cold. Lin Xian shook his head. I've said it before. I'm not interested in that thing. You'd better find someone else. It's all because of you. The others have already run away. You ruined my plan. I'm going to tear you into pieces. It roared, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. At this moment, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. That figure went to chase after Lin Wudi. It's over. Lin Xian is dead meat. They knew that the voice was extremely terrifying. Would Lin Xian be able to withstand it? Lin Xian's face also darkened after hearing that. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Hearing this, the mysterious figure's expression changed and killing intent surged out of him. Kid, what did you say? Could it be that his secret had already been discovered by the other party? But how could that be? He definitely did not believe it. You're just a young ant. What do you know? What do I know? Lin Xian sneered. You'll be scared to death if I tell you. Scram now. Otherwise, if you anger me, you won't have a good time. Lin Xian's shout made the mysterious figure so angry that he almost vomited blood. Lin Xian actually dared to ask him to scram? Yan Ryu also laughed. She looked forward and said, do you think that you're high and mighty and control everything? Everyone is afraid of you. But what a pity. You've really found the wrong person today. Kid, do you believe that I can kill you and your companions with one slap? The mysterious figure's killing intent became even more terrifying. Lin Xian sneered. Stop pretending. If you could attack, you would have done it long ago. If you're so capable, come in and stand in front of me. I'll kill you with one slap. The mysterious figure outside was so angry that he was trembling. For tens of thousands of years, no one had dared to be arrogant in front of him. In the next moment, he really walked forward. Yunyu, Zixing, and the others were laughing at first. But when they saw this scene, they almost cried again. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Could it be that this guy could really enter? But soon, he was relieved. Because although the other party was walking forward, he did not enter the stone door. He knew that he had guessed correctly. No matter how strong the other party was, he was just a boundary emperor. There was a boundary emperor's corpse behind the stone door. It was impossible for the other party to enter. Why? You still don't dare to enter? Lin Xian sneered. You're just a boundary emperor's remnant soul at most. You don't have much strength left. Don't try to act mysterious in front of me. Swear on your remnant soul that you won't attack us again. Then, I'll keep your secret. Otherwise, I'll let everyone know your secret and you won't be able to complete your plan. What? He's a boundary emperor's remnant soul? This time, Morong Qingqing and the others were shocked. They were guessing the origin of this mysterious figure, but they didn't expect it to be so terrifying. They subconsciously looked at the quasi-emperor corpse next to them. Could it be the remnant soul of this senior? No, if it was the remnant soul of that senior, how could it not dare to enter? He was another quasi-emperor. You actually know, the mysterious figure in front of him was truly too shocking. Could it be that the other party had discovered his greatest secret? But that shouldn't be the case. How did he know? I'll count to 3. If you don't swear and scram, I'll tell the world. Lin Xian shouted coldly. He began to count down. The hazy figure gritted his teeth. Although Lin Xian had ruined his plan this time, he could still wait in the future. If others knew about this, then he might not be able to carry out his plan. Then he would never see the light of day again. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, you win. Just you wait." As he spoke, his figure flashed and disappeared. Did he leave? Purple Star, Yun Yu, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He opened his right eye, the Rinnegan, and looked around. He shook his head and said, he didn't leave. He hid not far away. What should I do? Lin Xian also frowned. Let's stay here and cultivate first. He didn't have any good methods to deal with the remnant soul of a quasi-emperor. That was a quasi-emperor, an existence on par with the Wine Lord. Although it was only a remnant soul, its power was definitely not something that a saint could understand. Although Lin Xian had many trump cards in his hands, how many of them could he unleash in this mysterious cave, he wasn't sure. After waiting for 3 days, Lin Xian also frowned. He stood up. Still not scramming? With an angry shout, a ray of reincarnation light appeared in his eyes and shot toward the void in the distance. The void there shattered, and a hazy figure emerged. The figure was also surprised that he had been discovered. He stared at the other party's right eye. He felt a mysterious power in the other party's eye. I didn't expect you to have such a magical eye. No wonder you could discover my existence. You must have relied on this eye to discover my secret. The mysterious figure finally knew the reason. Lin Xian snorted coldly and didn't hide it. Yes, what else do you want? Boy, do you think I can't hurt you just because you're inside the stone door? In my eyes, you're just a little ant. As long as you leave the stone door, I can crush you with one finger. And I have plenty of time. I've waited for tens of thousands of years. I don't care about waiting another tens of thousands of years. Can you afford to wait? Unless you stay inside and don't come out. Hearing this, the face of the person inside the stone door became ugly. Lin Xian also gritted his teeth. This old thing is really difficult to deal with. How many tens of thousands of years can you wait? You're just a quasi-emperor. I don't believe you're immortal. The mysterious figure also snorted coldly. Young man, you're too young. You don't know how to enter the emperor realm. What kind of power is this? It's far beyond any of your records. Moreover, I'm not an ordinary quasi-emperor. My origin is also not something you can imagine. The power of this cave is enough to let me live for tens of thousands of years, so I can afford to wait. Yan Ruyu, Morong Qingqing, and the others were shocked. That's not right. A living emperor can only live for tens of thousands of years. A remnant soul can live for tens of thousands of years? Isn't that too unbelievable? Lin Xian also frowned. Who knows? It might be different when you're alive and when you're dead. Moreover, do emperors really only live for tens of thousands of years? No one knows. No one has seen the corpse of an emperor before. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What's going on? Could it be that the information they received earlier was fake? There's an even more mysterious existence among emperors? Lin Xian shook his head. It's all just a guess. He's right. Even a quasi-emperor has surpassed the sage realm and entered the emperor realm. It's not something we can understand. Now, we should think of a way to leave this place. He wouldn't wait here with the other party for tens of thousands of years. What should I do? Revive the heaven-devouring jar? There should be some kind of suppression here. Morong Qingqing and the others also frowned, while Lin Xian looked around. He looked at the corpse of the quasi-emperor. Yan Ryu said, "You don't want to use his power, do you? With your soul force, you can't support it." Lin Xian also sighed. He said, "Use the heaven-swallowing jar." Lin Xian decided to bring the other party into the sword world, and then use the heaven-swallowing jar and the great dragon sword spirit to take care of the other party. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and walked forward. "Brother Xian, you have to be careful." Morong Qingqing and the others were nervous. After all, the other party was the remnant soul of a quasi-emperor. Seeing Lin Xian walk out, the quasi-emperor's soul was also stunned. In the next moment, he laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, stupid thing, watch how I kill you." He rushed over and arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Then, he flicked a finger. He pointed a finger at Lin Xian's forehead. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he felt a fatal crisis. He had to admit that the other party was too strong. However, he decisively activated the sword world. The sky and earth spun as the mysterious figure was wrapped up. The next moment, it disappeared. Where was this? The mysterious figure was also stunned. Had he been teleported? He looked around, but before he could see what was going on, he saw a black jar smashing towards his face. In the next moment, a vortex appeared, and he found that his surroundings were pitch black. He was enveloped. Damn it, what was this? Get lost, the mysterious person roared again. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The black vortex also shook violently. However, it did not completely disappear. This shocked him. Extreme Dao Aura, you actually have an Extreme Dao weapon, and you can even use it. This was impossible. He was really too shocked. If it was outside, it would be possible, but in this cave, it was absolutely impossible to use an Extreme Dao weapon. How did the other party do it? Was it very unexpected? Very shocked? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Haven't you always been high and mighty and controlling everything? Didn't you not put others in your eyes? Didn't you say that I was a little ant that you could destroy with a wave of your hand? I'm standing right here, you can destroy me. Lin Xian said as he activated the swallowing heaven jar with all his might. The black vortex was like a millstone of death, constantly crushing. He wanted to shatter the other party's soul. Stupid ant, you've completely infuriated me. The mysterious figure roared angrily as a terrifying light emitted from his eyes. It was like a divine light piercing through heaven and earth. It actually passed through the black vortex and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he continuously used the swallowing heaven jar. Countless vortexes were created to defend his body. To be honest, he was also shocked. The swallowing heaven jar almost couldn't suppress the other party. As expected of a quasi-emperor, this was only a remnant soul. If it was the soul of a quasi-emperor, he probably wouldn't be a match at all. Even with an extreme Dao weapon, he wouldn't be able to defeat the other party. But now, that might not be the case. He was still able to contend against a remnant soul. Seeing that the heaven-devouring jar had blocked the other party's attack, Lin Xian took out the great dragon sword soul and walked forward. He laughed coldly. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. As he spoke, he slashed out with his sword. He swung his sword 9 times in a row, and all of them landed on the mysterious figure. He wanted to smash it into pieces. The mysterious figure's body swayed as he was struck by the sword chi. He let out a crazy roar. This scene shocked even Lin Xian. It didn't split? He was too shocked. This mysterious figure was like water, slashing into the water with his saber. The water would never stop flowing. But that shouldn't be the case. The great dragon sword soul was indestructible. After being split open, it would be very difficult for it to recover. It had to be said that the soul of a quasi-emperor was indeed superior to everything. While Lin Xian was shocked, the mysterious figure was even more shocked. Damn it, how dare you make me feel pain? I will definitely tear you to shreds. He was really crazy. Although his remnant soul didn't shatter, he still felt the pain. What was that? He looked into the distance. The great dragon sword soul. You even have this thing? Damn it, he roared again. How dare you threaten me? Lin Xian was also angry. So what if I can't split you? It hurts. He continued to swing his sword, slashing out 3,000 sword lights, all of which pierced through the other party's body. These dragon-shaped sword lights passed through the other party's body. The mysterious figure let out a miserable cry. Useless kid, I've said it before. You don't understand the Emperor realm. He is completely different from you saints. Even if you have an extreme weapon and the great dragon sword soul, you can't kill me. You can't even hurt me. This is the difference between us. And, you should face reality. As long as you give me a chance, I won't let you off, including your friends and everyone you know. I will send them to the 18 levels of hell. Lin Xian was also angry after hearing this. The great dragon sword soul transformed into a dragon-shaped hand and slapped out. The great dragon sword soul was invincible. It was an offensive saint technique. This kind of transformation was not a problem. He swung his dragon claw and slapped the other party's face, slapping the other party's face. Bang, a deep, thunderous voice rang out. The mysterious figure's face kept shaking. Like a lake, it quickly calmed down. However, his eyes were burning and his body was trembling. Damn it, the other party dared to slap his face. What kind of existence was he? He was a quasi-emperor. He was high and mighty, incomparable. He didn't put anything in his eyes. Now, someone dared to slap his face? He couldn't stand death. I want you to die, he roared crazily and began to attack the heaven-swallowing jar. As long as this extreme weapon was sent flying, that kid would definitely die. Lin Xian felt a huge pressure. His face was pale. At the same time, he roared, "Give me power." Outside. When the Hellfire Dragon heard this, he quickly mobilized the power of the Sword World and poured it into the heaven-swallowing jar. At the same time, he was shocked. This time, I feel an extremely terrifying aura. It's not weaker than that old guy. What kind of terrifying existence did this kid provoke again? After the heaven-swallowing jar obtained new power, it once again erupted with power and suppressed the mysterious figure. Lin Xian laughed. What, you want to escape? The dragon claw slapped the other party's face again. Ha 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 ha. The dragon sword spirit changed form. Lin Xian slapped the other party's face while using the dragon-shaped sword chi to pierce through the other party. Although the other party's body was like a lake, it could recover at any time. But Lin Xian was still very happy. This was a quasi-emperor. He was beating up a quasi-emperor. Come, bark 3 times like a dog and I'll let you go. Lin Xian slapped the other party and laughed coldly. The mysterious silhouette was truly enraged. Young man, you're playing with fire, you can't keep suppressing me. When you don't have the strength to control these 2 weapons, it will be your time of death. I don't have the strength? Humph, my strength is not something you can imagine. Today, I'll beat you to death. I'll let you know what arrogance is. With that, Lin Xian slapped the other party's face with both hands. Satisfying, it was really satisfying. In the end, he used the dragon sword spirit to transform into a dragon foot. With a kick, the other party's face was deformed. At the same time, his left hand formed a formation and laughed coldly. Do you think I should use a formation to record this? You're probably the first quasi-emperor in history to be beaten up by a saint. I think, if this spread out, it would be very interesting. Pfft, the mysterious figure almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Endless white smoke rose from his head. He was so angry that he was fuming. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian laughed. He really used a formation to record everything. Come, look here. Lin Xian grabbed the other party's face and gave him a tight slap as he lectured. But at the same time, his heart was heavy. Lin Xian was beating up the quasi-emperor. Outside, Yan Ruyu and the others were extremely nervous. The others were even more bewildered. Was Lin Wuti dead? In their opinion, it was very likely. At the same time, a figure appeared in another place, where the jade platform was located. That figure was dressed in cloth clothes. His face was calm, but his eyes were deep. It was Yao Guang. He looked at the ancient coffin in front of him and laughed excitedly. That's great, I've really found it. The corpse buried here must be extraordinary. It is very likely to be an ancient super mighty. If I devour it, my strength will increase exponentially. At that time, Hun Tian, Lin Wudi, none of you will be my match. I am the strongest young supreme being. Yao Guang was overjoyed and walked towards the jade platform. During this time, he felt a huge pressure. The immortal king's phantom. He used the Yi family's and Gu family's secret techniques. His spatial divine ability was constantly changing. Sometimes, he would turn into a heavenly rock, and sometimes the power of the 5 elements would condense around him. These were all powerhouses that he had devoured. He could use the power of these people. Finally, he reached the top of the jade platform. Looking at the ancient coffin, he stretched out his hands. Open, with an angry roar, he pushed its power with all his might. The immortal king's phantom seemed to have fused with him, but the ancient coffin did not move at all. Damn it. Yao Guang's expression was ugly. How could he give up at this point? He took out a few weapons and placed them in different places of the ancient coffin. These were all sacred artifacts. Break! Yao Guang roared angrily and used his void divine ability to escape. However, the sacred artifacts cracked, and a destructive power swept through the entire cave abode. The sky shook and the earth shook. Yao Guang tore open the void and returned. His face was a little dark. Because he found that the ancient coffin below still did not move at all. Could it not be broken? He gritted his teeth and could only use other powers. He bit his finger and drew a few blood-colored runes and imprinted them on the ancient coffin. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palm and used an ancient divine ability. It was a purple mansion's secret technique. A blood-colored vortex formed above, and then a white bone hand stretched out from it. Holding a divine hammer in his hand, he smashed it down fiercely. Sky-breaking hammer. Yao Guang's blood mysteriously disappeared. The ancient coffin shook gently and opened with a crack. A trace of aura emerged from inside. With a boom, the heaven-breaking hammer shattered into pieces and disappeared. Yao Guang was also sent flying by this force and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Cracks appeared on his body. This was great, it was not the corpse of a saint's body. This was definitely the corpse of a quasi-emperor. If he had swallowed a quasi-emperor. From now on, who in the world would be his opponent? He was so excited that he was. At the same time, the aura swept out in all directions. The others all sensed it. Heavens, what aura was this aura? They were so scared that they crawled on the ground. Emperor. It's Guang. Was. They all prepared to leave. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others' expressions changed as well. What was happening now? Sword World. Inside the sky-swallowing jar. Lin Xian was beating up the emperor. At the same time, he was using a formation to record the situation here. The quasi-emperor flew into a rage, hovering between life and death. He had never been so aggrieved as he was today. But suddenly, he was stunned. He roared at the sky. Who opened the ancient coffin? Heaven is helping me, brat, just you wait. He laughed as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw in the sea of death. He thought that the one who had the most hope of opening the ancient coffin was Lin Xian, but it was this brat in front of him. Where did he think of it? Not. When he left, someone opened the ancient coffin. No matter who it was, they had helped him fulfill his greatest wish. What? Lin Xian's pupils constricted. The ancient coffin was opened? Impossible, don't try to lie to me. However, the mysterious person did not care at all. He roared angrily, and his body pushed back the dragon sword spirit. With a full force attack, he sent the sky-swallowing jar flying. He rushed out. Lin Xian was pushed back by him, and the sword world opened once again. A figure flew out, and then flew into the distance. He disappeared. Lin Xian's blood boiled, and when he felt that power, his face became extremely ugly. Brother Xian, how is it? Morong Qingqing and the others were nervous. Lin Xian said, I am fine, but something bad happened. Someone opened the ancient coffin. Young Master Lin, what is inside the ancient coffin? Purple Star was also surprised. Was it very powerful? Was it an important magic treasure? Lin Xian shook his head. It was a corpse, the corpse of a quasi-emperor. It was the figure from before. What? They were all shocked when they heard this. To be honest, they did not know about this before. It was just a guess. Who would have thought that it would be the corpse of a quasi-emperor, as well as the remnant soul of a quasi-emperor? With the fusion of the two, would the quasi-emperor revive? That guy was obviously an enemy. Once he revived, he would target them. They were in danger. Let's go. Morong Qingqing and the others were nervous. Lin Xian also nodded. It seemed that this was the only way. They had to end their trip to the celestial land early. They soared into the air and flew outside. On the jade platform, Yao Guang walked forward again. He used the heaven-devouring demonic technique, wanting to devour the quasi-emperor's corpse. However, in the next moment, he was sent flying again because a mysterious figure had arrived in front of him. Looking at the ancient coffin, he laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, the heavens are helping me. In the next moment, the mysterious figure flew directly into the ancient coffin. Then, an earth-shattering power erupted. Yao Guang's face became ugly. He tore open the void and escaped. However, half of his body still turned into a bloody mist. The others were the same. They were all vomiting blood from this power. At this moment, even the sacred master knelt down. There was nothing they could do. This power was too strong, so strong that it was difficult for them to resist. Kuan Pengzi was shocked, and the fire Qilin's pupils shrank. Not good, this is a power that surpasses a saint, an emperor-level power has appeared, it's too unbelievable. Initially, Lin Xian and the others had wanted to run away. However, when they felt this surge of power, they were sent stumbling backward as their blood boiled. No, it's fused. Quickly return to the stone gate. They instantly turned back. There was no choice. If the quasi-emperor really revived, they wouldn't be able to escape at all. Now, only the other type of quasi-emperor's corpse could protect them. This power was still rising. It was obvious that the fusion of the two was becoming more and more perfect. At this moment, not only the entire Origin Magnet Cave Mansion, but also the entire deity land was alarmed. One figure after another looked up at the sky and prostrated on the ground. Oh heavens, what kind of power is this? A peerless expert was about to appear. Not only was it the power of the deity land, but it also rushed out. It flew towards the Yuhua immortal dynasty. In the Yuhua ancient city, the experts were still waiting. They were discussing. They wondered how many people would have their own opportunities in this trip to the deity land. However, at this moment, a shocking power flew out from inside. It sent them flying. These elders also spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Some of them cried out in alarm. Who was attacking them? No, it came from the deity land. This was the power of a quasi-emperor. They were really too shocked. What did the appearance of a quasi-emperor mean? Did someone become a quasi-emperor, or did some dead quasi-emperors in the Yuhua immortal land revive? No matter which one it was an earth-shattering matter. They couldn't imagine what exactly happened in the immortal ground. Quickly inform our hall masters. These elders quickly reported. The hall masters of the various immortal platforms were also shocked when they heard about it. Damn it, quickly think of a way to open the Yuhua gate. They must go in and figure out the situation. If the dead quasi-emperors in the ancestral land were revived, then they were from the Yuhua immortal dynasty. If the Yuhua immortal dynasty had a quasi-emperor, they would definitely be able to create glory again. In the immortal ground, countless people were shocked and terrified. On the jade platform, in the ancient coffin, a figure stood up. This was a man. He was mighty and extraordinary, and his body was surrounded by powerful laws and power. A single look from him could destroy the world. With a gentle wave of his palm, countless worlds would be reduced to ashes. He was a quasi-emperor. I'm out, ha 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 ha, this quasi-emperor laughed loudly. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes. Little thing, you actually dared to torture me before. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. At the thought of Lin Xian, he gritted his teeth. This time, let's see how the other party will die. Taking a step forward, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the stone door. Kid, have you already thought about how you want to die? Seeing Lin Xian and the others inside the stone door, the quasi-emperor's lips curled up into a smile. The other powerhouses in the distance originally wanted to come to the stone door to see if it was the kind of corpse that could be revived. However, before they could reach it, they saw a figure descend from the sky. Heavens, who is this person? It's not the quasi-emperor in the stone door, but another kind of quasi-emperor. Heavens, this is too unbelievable. They were terrified and didn't dare to approach at all. They could only watch from afar. Inside the stone door, Xianxia and the others' expressions became incomparably desperate. Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu also had solemn expressions. This was a peerless enemy. A quasi-emperor was unimaginably terrifying. Back then, when Wine Lord came out, he scared away the Thousand Dragons dynasty with just a few words. Now, they were standing in front of a quasi-emperor. Would they be able to withstand it? Lin Xian's expression also became abnormally ugly. He had really been revived by the other party. Damn it, who is it? Who opened the coffin? The quasi-emperor in front laughed coldly. Why? Do you think you can avoid danger by hiding behind the stone door? What a joke. A mere magnetism quasi-emperor's corpse can't do anything to me. Today, I will let you know the consequences of offending me. As he said that, he extended his hand and grabbed forward. As the sky fell and the earth cracked, the stone door also shook unceasingly. From the looks of it, the other party was no longer afraid of the corpse behind the stone door. Lin Xian also roared. He instantly took out the great dragon sword spirit and exerted all of his strength. He killed his way out. The sword shook the heavens like a dancing dragon. The two collided, and Lin Xian was sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on his body as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He was severely injured. Older brother Xian, Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu's expressions also changed. Was the gap that big? Was this the power of a quasi-emperor? It was too shocking. One had to know that Lin Xian was using the great dragon sword spirit, an invincible power. It's useless, kid. So what if you have the great dragon sword spirit? The gap between our cultivation is too big, so big that you can't make up for it. An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes, and then he pointed out with a finger. Lin Xian's body shattered into pieces, and then his eyes were covered with an extremely terrifying light. It enveloped Lin Xian's body. Damn it! Block it for me, Lin Xian roared and used the Rinnegan with all his strength. Immediately, the power of reincarnation flew out, forming 6 worlds that kept spinning to resist. With a boom, Lin Xian spat out blood again and was sent flying. The quasi-emperor was also surprised. You have the Rinnegan too. It seems that I really can't bear to kill you. The 9-yang constitution, the Rinnegan, the great dragon sword, and the heaven-devouring jar are all treasures. I will take your Rinnegan first, then take the great dragon sword and the heaven-devouring jar. In this world, who can contend against me? The quasi-emperor laughed out loud. He was very happy that he could obtain so many treasures as soon as he was resurrected. How could he not be happy? Lin Xian's face was cold. He was in great danger. The strength of a quasi-emperor was too terrifying, and it was difficult for him to resist. Even if he took out the heaven-devouring jar again, he would not be a match for the quasi-emperor. If he brought the quasi-emperor into the sword world, he felt that the sword world might not be able to suppress the quasi-emperor. Then, only the corpse of this quasi-emperor could be used by Lin Xian. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth. In the distance, the people watching the battle were also shocked when they saw this scene. Heavens, is that Lin Wudi? He was actually unable to fight back against a quasi-emperor. He was dead for sure. That's for sure. Unfortunately, he has so many treasures on him that we can't get them. You still want to snatch treasures from a quasi-emperor? Do you want to die? He can kill all of us with just one look. Countless people were terrified. In the crowd, Kuan Pingzi looked at this scene and sighed. The Fire Qilin sneered. Is he dead? That's good, I don't have to do it myself. Brat, leave behind your last words. The quasi-emperor in front said coldly. The light of reincarnation in Lin Xian's eyes suddenly erupted. He shouted angrily, "Senior has offended him." His soul suddenly rushed towards the quasi-emperor's corpse. At the same time, he waved his hand and brought Murong Qingqing and the others into the sword world, including his main body. In the next moment, everyone noticed a shocking flash of light. Then, Lin Xian and the others disappeared. What was going on? Did that brat use his spatial ability to escape? Some people were surprised. However, there were also people who shook their heads. No matter what kind of spatial ability he had, even if it was the top genius of the Gu family, Gu Feng, he still couldn't escape. There was no escape here either. The power of a quasi-emperor was above everything else. Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor's face turned cold. He naturally knew that the other party was not escaping through the void. It was just that the auras of these people suddenly disappeared, which really surprised him. It seemed that this brat still had treasures that he did not know about. In the next moment, he frowned. He could feel that Lin Xian's soul had entered the body of the quasi-emperor magnetism in front of him. You want to use this quasi-emperor's corpse? Humph, you can't do it. He sneered and attacked the corpse of the quasi-emperor magnetism with his palm. Get out here. Lin Xian's soul entered the body of the quasi-emperor. He felt a wave of fear. The quasi-emperor's body contained too much power. It made his scalp tingle. He roared angrily and opened his Rinnegan. In the sky of the sword world, a Rinnegan eye appeared. Give me strength. With a roar, the Rinnegan formed a world and absorbed the power of the sword world. Then, it merged into Lin Xian's soul. Lin Xian's soul received the support of power, and his eyes shone brightly. The corpse of the magnetite quasi-emperor stood up. Heaven and earth shook, and cracks appeared in the stone house. Nine Firmament's quasi-emperor was stunned. His palm stopped in midair. Her eyes widened in disbelief. You can actually control the corpse of the quasi-emperor. She was really shocked. But soon, she snorted coldly. With your soul power, you can only make this corpse stand up. Watch me drag your soul out of you, he snorted coldly, and his palm rushed forward again. Everywhere it passed, heaven and earth collapsed. The sacred lords in the distance all retreated frantically. Oh no, what did they see? Lin Wudi and the others disappeared. Then, the corpse of the other quasi-emperor stood up. These two quasi-emperors were going to fight, right? Then they couldn't resist at all and fled. After Lin Xian's soul obtained power, he controlled this corpse through the Rinnegan. He didn't dare to be careless. Facing the other party's attack, Lin Xian also punched out. Boom, this punch was extremely terrifying, and it instantly pierced through heaven and earth. Lin Xian jumped in fright. Even his soul was shaken. He couldn't help it. He didn't understand the power of a quasi-emperor at all, so this punch was beyond his expectations. The power he used was too great. Heaven and earth were shattered. Everyone was shocked. Even Nine Firmament's quasi-emperor was forced back. He roared, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths were shattered. Kid, go to hell. He rushed over crazily. Lin Xian was also shocked. He stomped his foot and dodged to the side. However, in the next moment, he crashed into the void. He couldn't help it. He still couldn't perfectly control this corpse. So he was too fast. However, his body was like the strongest treasure body. There was no damage at all. And the entire cave was torn apart by him. He came outside. Want to escape? You can't escape. How long can your soul last? And I'm the real resurrection. I'm the strongest. I want you to die, 9 Firmament's quasi-emperor roared, and then she also rushed over. 9 Firmament's palm, with one palm, it was as if the 9 heavens had fallen. This power was really terrifying. The celestial land was about to be pierced through. Lin Xian did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Moreover, he could not display any boundary emperor magical ability. He could only rely on the physique of this body to fight against it. Therefore, in an instant, he was suppressed and was at a disadvantage. However, he had the physique of a quasi-emperor after all, so it was impossible for the other party to suppress him. Damn it! 9 Firmaments gnashed his teeth in anger. Once again, he condensed the 9 heavens and charged over. Lin Xian was also furious. He used the devil god's seal and formed a seal with his palms. It was as if there was a mysterious power within the palm strike. In an instant, it pierced through the 9 heavens. Quasi-Emperor Jiao was also sent flying, his body swaying. He was infuriated. This was a great emperor's divine ability. It seemed like this brat cultivated the great emperor's ancient scriptures. He wanted the other party to cooperate with Quasi-Emperor Jiu's corpse. That power was probably extremely strong. Damn it, impossible, how could his soul force be so powerful? Even if the other party had the Rinnegan and could control the corpse of a quasi-emperor, he could only use 3 moves at most. After all, the energy consumed by the corpse of a quasi-emperor was shocking. How could a small saint control it for so long? He did not know that Lin Xian was not only a small saint, but also had the sword world. And all these years, he had collected a vast amount of power in the sword world. That was the power of dozens of worlds. How terrifying. Of course, this power was not infinite. Lin Xian knew that he could not use it for too long. If this continued, defeat was only a matter of time. He might not even be able to control the corpse of this quasi-emperor. What should he do? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The Rinnegan began to spin non-stop. Escape? This quasi-emperor could indeed escape from the immortal land. But so what if he escaped? He still had no way to suppress the other party. In that case, he could only return to this cave. Since the ancient coffin was separated from the remnant soul from before, it meant that this person had been suppressed before. As for why he was suppressed, Lin Xian did not know. There should be a formation mechanism. Maybe he could activate the formation mechanism again and suppress the other party. Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt that it was an opportunity. Suddenly at this time, he was stunned. He saw that the longevity lamp inside the stone door flew up. Lin Xian's heart stirred, and he grabbed the longevity lamp in his hand. The divine fire on it pulsed, pointing in a direction. Lin Xian rushed out in that direction. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he returned to the Origin Magnetic Cave Mansion. No matter where you run to, even to the ends of the earth or the universe, I will be able to find you. Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor sneered, his figure flashed, and he also rushed back. Inside the Origin Magnetic Cave Mansion, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Because they felt that the power of the 2 quasi-emperors had disappeared. However, the next moment, they knelt on the ground again in fear. The power of the 2 quasi-emperors appeared again, and it was getting closer and closer to them. They crawled on the ground, not daring to resist. Lin Xian controlled his speed very quickly, and it did not take long for him to arrive near the jade platform. Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor also came. He looked at this scene and sneered. What? Could it be that you're thinking of sealing me again? You think you can? Haha, you don't have that ability. Well, let's end it here today. Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor's face became extremely cold. The illusion of the 9 heavens appeared on his body. Obviously, he did not intend to hold back again. Go to hell. Ninth Firmament shook the sky. A terrifying power was about to erupt. Lin Xian's face was cold. Suddenly, the divine fire on the longevity lamp in his hand pulsed, and it scattered in all directions. It pierced through the void. At the same time, 8 vortexes appeared. The next moment, a hazy figure appeared on the jade platform. This figure was even more terrifying. The moment it appeared, the 9 heavens and 10 lands bowed down. The sacred lords and princes were all terrified. The corpse that Lin Xian was controlling also could not help but shake. No way? What is this? Could it be? He thought of a possibility. Ninth Firmament. Quasi-Emperor originally wanted to use a peerless great ability. However, when he saw the figure, he screamed in fright. Sakura, impossible, how could you still appear? He was crazy, really crazy. Martial Emperor Yuanxi's corpse knelt on the ground with one knee. At the same time, a voice sounded between heaven and earth. Martial Emperor Yuanxi greets the Celestial Emperor. Celestial Emperor, the sacred lords in the distance were also shocked. Some people's pupils shrank, and they exclaimed. Could it be that this was the celestial emperor of the Yuhua immortal dynasty? Sakura, heavens, this was a great emperor. Moreover, he was an extremely terrifying great emperor. Back then, it was he who wanted to make the entire Yuhua immortal dynasty ascend to immortality. It was easy to imagine what kind of boldness and methods this person possessed. The ninth firmament quasi-emperor turned around and fled. It was as if a mouse had met a cat. He was so powerful and arrogant before, but now, he did not even have the courage to fight back. Lin Xian was stunned when he saw this scene. The next moment, he became excited. There seemed to be hope. Standing on the jade platform, the phantom of the Sakura waved his hand. Suddenly, a scroll fell from the sky and swept in all directions. He stared at the ninth firmament quasi-emperor and sneered. Permitha, with just you? How dare you behave so atrociously? Immortal bestowment platform, seal. The scroll shone brightly and the entire jade platform kept shaking as it swept out. The ninth firmament quasi-emperor was instantly enveloped. No. His expression was ferocious and his eyes were red as he let out a miserable roar. I don't want to. He was really crazy. He had just broken the seal and regained his freedom. It had not even been a day and he was going to be sealed again. He did not want to live in such darkness, he wanted to escape. An extremely terrifying light burst out from his body as he attacked with all his might, however, it was useless. The power of the immortal bestowment platform was really too terrifying. The ninth firmament quasi-emperor was instantly sealed. His body landed on the ancient coffin above. With a boom, he entered the ancient coffin. However, during this process, a small ray of light flew out from the ancient coffin and disappeared. This process was very short and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the ancient coffin closed and was sealed again. Buzz, the mysterious scroll disappeared and the phantom of the Sakura also slowly disappeared. The immortal bestowment platform returned to normal. Everything that happened before was like a dream. However, everyone realized that the ninth firmament quasi-emperor had disappeared again. He had been sealed. In all directions, the divine fire returned to the longevity lamp and kept jumping. Lin Xian looked at this scene and was also shocked. Was this the power of a great emperor? His methods were too terrifying. Although it was just a phantom, he could easily seal a quasi-emperor. Had such a terrifying expert really fallen? Lin Xian did not know. He felt that everything was a mystery. Perhaps only when he entered the Emperor realm could he find out these secrets. Lin Xian controlled the corpse of the magnetism quasi-emperor to stand up. He was also surprised to hear a voice coming from the quasi-emperor's corpse. Could it be that this quasi-emperor was not completely dead? He carefully probed, but he couldn't sense any soul aura at all. No matter how he thought about it, the only explanation he could think of was instinct. In other words, the Sakura who appeared earlier was too terrifying, suppressing the myriad worlds by himself. This magnetism quasi-emperor was a subordinate of the other party and had fought alongside the other party for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, even though he was dead, his corpse still had to be saluted upon seeing him. Thinking of this, Lin Xian also sighed with emotion. The people in the distance were shocked. A quasi-emperor had been sealed. However, there was still another quasi-emperor around. They still didn't dare to be impudent. Lin Xian controlled the boundary emperor's corpse and turned around to walk over. Those people looked as if they were facing a great enemy. After seeing their senior, they kowtowed non-stop. Lin Xian nodded and said, I'm going to give the longevity lamp to Lin Wudi. Do you have any objections? What? Hearing this, the faces of the people in front changed, and the eyes of the sacred masters instantly turned red. The longevity lamp possessed endless secrets. Previously, it was this lamp that summoned Sakura's phantom. How magical. Now, he actually wanted to give it to Lin Wudi. For a moment, they couldn't believe it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The quasi-emperor's corpse emitted an extremely terrifying power. What? Someone wants to resist? Those people were so scared that their scalps went numb. If a quasi-emperor wanted to make a move, he could instantly kill all of them. They hurriedly shook their heads, not daring to. Humph, it's good that you know. If anyone dares to have any ideas about the longevity lamp, don't blame me for not letting him off. With that, the magnetism quasi-emperor's corpse flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, he returned to the stone door. Following that, Lin Xian opened the sword world and released Murong Qingqing and the others. Then, he kept the quasi-emperor's corpse. His soul fused with his body and he walked out. How is Brother Xian? Was the quasi-emperor chased away? They could no longer sense the other party's aura, so they were very puzzled. Lin Xian said. That guy was unlucky and was sealed again. Thus, he briefly recounted the events that had transpired earlier. The few of them were shocked when they heard that, especially when they heard that even the phantom of a great emperor had appeared. They were even more shocked. Sakura, Yan Ryu also exclaimed. I've heard that Sakura is the heavenly emperor of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Even such a person had appeared. That guy deserved to be sealed. At this time, countless people rushed over from afar. Lin Wudi appeared again. They were surprised. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked over. Murong Qingqing and the others looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian said, it's fine, they don't dare to make a move. Sure enough, Lin Xian waved his hand and held the longevity lamp in his hand. Why, do you all want to make a move? Aren't you afraid of a quasi-emperor senior making a move? Damn it, these people gritted their teeth. This brat was too despicable, he was obviously angering them. However, they really didn't dare to make a move. Although they couldn't find that quasi-emperor senior now, everyone knew that he definitely existed. Because he was the mansion master of this cave abode and also the subordinate of Sakura, it was impossible for him to be sealed. If he appeared again, it would be a disaster for them. Therefore, they could only shake their heads, grit their teeth, and smile. How would we dare to snatch this longevity lamp? Young Master Lin misunderstood. He was actually still alive and even obtained the longevity lamp. Kuan Pengzi was shocked and at the same time envious. The other party's opportunity was too good. On the other side, Qilinzi gritted her teeth. Damn it, he actually didn't die and even obtained a great opportunity. Damn it. Her expression became colder and colder. Actually, they didn't know that apart from obtaining the longevity lamp, Lin Xian also obtained a corpse. In fact, Lin Xian could even control the corpse. If they knew, these people would probably go crazy with anger. Let's go, the trip to the immortal ground is almost over. It's time for us to go back. Lin Xian said. Murong Qingqing and the others also nodded. Indeed, even a quasi-emperor had come out, who knew what else would happen. Moreover, Lin Xian had obtained the longevity lamp and was being watched by countless people. It would be dangerous if he took action. Therefore, the group of people discussed and prepared to go back. This time, everyone had obtained a lot of opportunities on the trip to the immortal ground. Firstly, their souls had all improved rapidly, far surpassing before. Secondly, they had also obtained various heavenly treasures. Each of them would make the sacred clans jealous. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others prepared to go back. At the same time, the Immortal Foundation Hall masters outside also opened the Ascension Gate. Where was the quasi-emperor? These palace lords rushed in and started searching. Very soon, they discovered the others. These people were shocked, they didn't expect that even the palace lords would come here personally. After greeting the palace lords, some Immortal Foundation geniuses gathered. The palace lords asked, how is it? We sensed the aura of a quasi-emperor outside. Did a quasi-emperor appear? The Immortal Foundation geniuses all had strange expressions on their faces. They replied, reporting to the palace lords, a quasi-emperor did appear. The palace lords were all overjoyed. This is great, quickly bring us over to take a look. Which quasi-emperor is it exactly? Is it our old ancestor? These Immortal Foundation geniuses were all from the Yuhua immortal dynasty and belonged to different powers. If it was their old ancestor, then their Immortal Foundation geniuses would definitely soar. Upon hearing this, the Immortal Foundation geniuses all had strange expressions on their faces. They hesitated for a moment before asking, I'm afraid we won't be able to meet him. Those palace lords were puzzled but they soon understood. That's right, what status did a quasi-emperor senior have? He wasn't someone they could meet whenever they wanted to. Tell us where he is. We will go and beg him ourselves. However, the Immortal Foundation geniuses shook their heads. No, palace lords, you misunderstood. The quasi-emperor was sealed. What? These palace lords were all stunned, they didn't dare to believe their ears. What did you say? The quasi-emperor was sealed. What joke was this? A palace lord jumped up and shouted coldly, what nonsense are you guys talking about? Could it be that you guys don't know the strength of a quasi-emperor? We naturally know, but the one who sealed the quasi-emperor was the Heaven Empyrean. The Heaven Empyrean, these palace lords started and drew in a breath of cold air. This name was still a little vague to them. But when they thought of the founder of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, they were all stunned. Wasn't the founder of the Yuhua immortal dynasty the Heaven Empyrean? Even that old man appeared. What was going on exactly? Quickly tell me clearly. Soon, these hall masters heard the whole story, and they were all stunned on the spot. The magnetism quasi-emperor, the nine firmament quasi-emperor, and the Heaven Empyrean. The quasi-emperor who was sealed was the nine firmament quasi-emperor, they truly didn't know him. He shouldn't be someone from the Yuhua immortal dynasty. As for the magnetism quasi-emperor, some people had heard of him. For example, the people from the Origin Magnetic Immortal Foundation jumped out. Where did they want to go? The quasi-emperor is our old ancestor. Such a character, if they could invite him back, how could the other Immortal Foundation experts be a match for them? However, when they found out that the magnetism quasi-emperor had also disappeared, they were all stunned. However, they received another message. What did you say? The magnetism quasi-emperor gave the longevity lamp to Lin Wuti. Damn it, that's something that belongs to our Immortal Foundation. The people on the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform gnashed their teeth. Where did that Lin Wuti find him? Take back the longevity lamp that belongs to us, why should we give him what belongs to our ancestor? These people began to search one after another. The other Immortal Foundation experts also hurriedly returned. Something shocking had happened here and they had to spread the news so that they could think of a solution together. At the very least, they had to figure out who this quasi-emperor ninth firmament was. Why was he in the celestial land? In an instant, everyone returned. When they came out, the news spread. News of the battle between the two boundary emperors, as well as the appearance of the heavenly sovereign and Sakra Tian had spread far and wide. Everyone in Yuhua City was dumbfounded when they heard this. Those Immortal Foundation experts were all going crazy. They really did not expect such a change to happen. One had to know that these were all their ancestors, legendary figures. And in this matter, there was actually a figure of a young man. Naturally, it was Lin Wuti. Damn it, it's this guy again. He actually obtained the legendary longevity lamp. This was an extremely mysterious item of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. It must not be obtained by him. In an instant, everyone began to look for Lin Wuti. In the celestial land, everyone left one after another. However, there was still a figure who remained in the cave. It was Yao Guang. At this moment, his face was abnormally pale because there was something in his mind that was threatening him. Yao Guang's expression was cold as he resisted with all his might. His soul seemed to have turned into a vortex. Damn it, who the hell are you? Who am I? Little guy, you opened my ancient coffin and you don't know who I am, what? It's you. Yao Guang's expression became incomparably ugly. Impossible, he roared crazily. He was really stunned. Previously, he did open the ancient coffin and found the corpse of a quasi-emperor. But before he could swallow it, the corpse of the quasi-emperor was resurrected. He was blasted out and was seriously injured. When he recovered and was about to return, he saw a shocking scene. The heavenly emperor, Sakra, easily sealed the quasi-emperor Jiao Shao. But now, the remnant soul of the quasi-emperor Jiao Shao actually ran out again. And he even found him. Senior, why are you looking for me? If you want to find someone, you should find someone from the Yuhua immortal dynasty to take revenge. I'm not from the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Little guy, you can open my ancient coffin, which proves that your origin is extraordinary. If I can obtain your body, then even if I'm sealed, I can live in another form. Speaking of this, he wanted to seize Yao Guang's soul. Yao Guang's soul executed the heaven-devouring demonic skill with all his might. You actually cultivated such a forbidden skill, the quasi-emperor Jiao Shao was shocked. His soul erupted with an extremely terrifying light, enveloping Yao Guang. Yao Guang's body swayed and he kept vomiting blood. But at this time, the pressure in the sky disappeared. The Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao said, I didn't expect you to be from the Purple Mansion. Since that's the case, I'll spare your life first. But I have to stay in your mind. You don't have any objections, right? Yao Guang's face was ugly. She was also shocked. You didn't kill me because I'm from the Purple Mansion. Could it be that you were also from the Purple Mansion back then? He was really too shocked. The Quasi-Emperor Jiao Zhao's lips curled up in disdain. Purple Mansion, he sneered. I'm from the other side. The other side. Yao Guang was very unfamiliar with this name. He shook his head. The Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao said that when you enter the Emperor realm, at least become a Quasi-Emperor, you will be qualified to know this name. Next, you have to help me recover my soul. Don't worry, I will give you benefits. I will let you grow quickly and even let you control the Purple Mansion is not impossible. Hearing this, Yao Guang's pupils shrank. The Purple Mansion was so terrifying. All his cultivation techniques were from the Purple Mansion. Even the heaven-devouring demonic skill was given to him by the Purple Mansion. Now, the other party actually said such words. How could he not be shocked? Although the Purple Mansion is mysterious, I don't put it in my eyes. Moreover, you know too little about the secrets of the Purple Mansion. As long as you cooperate with me obediently, one day I will let you control the Purple Mansion. I will even let you advance a step further and enter the other side. I don't understand what you are saying. Let me ask you one question. Can you increase my strength? Yao Guang asked. The Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao said, yes, I can even let you enter the Quasi-Emperor realm. On the other side, Lin Xian also returned. However, they were taken away by the people from the Nebula Immortal platform. Your Highness, don't worry. We don't have any bad intentions. The people from the Starfall Immortal platform said. Madame Purple Star frowned. Young Master Lin was invited by our 9-star platform. What do you want? The people from the Starfall Immortal platform said. We weren't worried before, but after the news of the Longevity Ascension came out, can your 9-star Immortal platform remain calm? I can't be sure. Madame Purple Star's expression changed. What do you mean, young Master Lin? We don't have any intention of harming you. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Madame Headmaster Zixing. We went through life and death together. I naturally believe you. However, the longevity lamp is too mysterious. Can you guarantee that no one will covet it? Madame Purple Star fell silent. She was just a young genius. She couldn't make the decision on the 9-star platform. However, she soon looked at the Starfall Immortal platform. Can you guarantee that no one will covet the longevity lamp? Yes, the Starfall Immortal platform's palace lord personally walked over and greeted His Highness. I represent the Starfall Immortal platform and fully support His Highness. Let's see who dares to resist. Madame Purple Star was stunned. She didn't expect the Nebula Immortal platform to be completely on Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He said, all right, as long as you don't let me down. I will definitely let you regain your glory in the future. Your Highness, you are too polite. You are someone who can ascend to the 4th Starfall Immortal platform. You are someone who can even summon the phantom of our ancestors. We naturally have to respect you. Alright, then I won't be polite. What's the situation now? Lin Xian asked. While he was asking, the other immortal platforms quickly gathered. Someone said, have you heard? Lin Wuti obtained the longevity lamp. Damn it, he is an outsider. What right does he have to obtain it? That's right. This belongs to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Only people from our immortal platforms have the right to obtain it. Find him and take back the longevity lamp. If he obediently hands it over, then forget it. If he doesn't, I don't care if he is a young paragon. In our Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, even dragons have to bow down to us. The eyes of those at the 9-star Immortal Foundation also flickered when they heard the news. Princess 9-star asked. Where was young Master Lin? Ask them to come back. As for whether or not he would attack when he returned, he did not say. However, there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. For a moment, undercurrents were surging. On this day, an expert came early. A few silhouettes descended, each with a 9-star Immortal Foundation. A terrifying aura came crashing down like 100,000 mountains. The 9-star Immortal Foundation trembled as the formation flashed. Guards rushed out from below. Who was it? He actually dared to behave atrociously here. Hurry up and scram, or I'll let you. He died without a burial place. These people roared. After the newcomers heard this, they snorted coldly. Threatening us? I think you guys don't want to live anymore. Tell your Immortal Foundation Hall Master to come out. We have something to see him about. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask our Palace Master to come out? You? Are you even worthy? The guards sneered. However, they soon couldn't laugh anymore. One of the people in front of him threw out a punch. A punch was thrown out. The punch penetrated the bodies of the 5 guards and tore them into pieces. At the same time, he roared into the sky. 9-star Hall Master, come out. His voice was like 10,000 bolts of thunder, ringing out in the air. The people in the 9-star Immortal Foundation were all stunned when they heard this. They raised their heads and stared at the sky. Heavens, who dared to behave atrociously here, and they wanted to see their Palace Master directly? Who was it, courting death? How could the sacred grounds of the Immortal Foundation be a place for you to behave atrociously? A sword light arced through the air, as fast as a shooting star. However, the person in front slapped out with a palm, containing the power to split the heavens and earth. The sword light was shattered. The 9-star Immortal Foundation expert coughed out blood and was sent flying. His face was filled with fear. The others exclaimed in shock. This was the aura of primal chaos. It was someone from the primal chaos race. Don't attack first. They stopped him. An elder walked out and cupped his fists. May I ask if you are a fellow Daoist from the primal chaos race? The person in front stood with his hands behind his back. He spoke. At least you have some knowledge. We are indeed from the primal chaos race. It was really them. But soon, they were enraged. Although the primal chaos race is powerful, we, the 9 Immortals Foundation, aren't so easy to provoke. That's right, when have we offended you? Why did you come and destroy our sect the moment you arrived? Are you not placing us in your eyes at all? These people were extremely enraged. The primal chaos expert coldly snorted. No grudges, how laughable. Was Lin Wudy invited by you guys? Where is he? Tell him to scram out here and accept his death. As he spoke until here, a terrifying killing intent gushed forth from him. The countenances of those in the main Immortal Foundation changed. These people were actually here to look for Lin Wudy. Damn it, Lin Wudy was indeed invited by them. It was just that he only had these connections. Yet, these people actually came knocking on their door because of this. They were so angry that they almost coughed up blood. As expected, the 3rd elder from the 9-star Immortal Foundation spoke. So it turns out that you guys are here to look for Lin Wudy. Our relationship with Lin Wudy isn't that deep. In addition, after Lin Wudy returned, he didn't come to our 9-star Immortal Foundation. According to the information we received, he went to the Nebula Immortal Foundation. If you guys want to look for him, go to the Starfall Immortal Foundation. The primal chaos expert coldly laughed. Do you think we are 3-year-old children? If the Nebula Immortal Foundation snatched your man, you guys wouldn't care about it. According to the information we received, Lin Wudy was invited by you. He is definitely here. Obediently hand him over or don't blame us for being impolite. Even if he isn't here, you guys have to be responsible for finding him. 3 days' time. If we don't see Lin Wudy after 3 days, don't blame us for being ruthless. The people from the 9-star Immortal Foundation all went crazy when they heard this. Damn it, these fellows were actually so arrogant. Were they not placing us in their eyes at all? What's there to be arrogant about? Just a few people and they dare to behave so atrociously in our territory. Let's act together and finish them off. That's right, killing them would be as easy as flipping one's hand. Many people soared into the air. They all had extremely terrifying laws on them. However, the 3rd elder shook his head, telling them not to act recklessly. The primal chaos race was able to split the heavens and earth apart, possessing mysterious and unfathomable power. And the primal chaos race even had a double crown king with boundless prospects. More importantly, it was said that the primal chaos race had a quasi-emperor. In the era where great emperors didn't appear, quasi-emperors could sweep across the world. Who could be a match for such a clan? Hence, if they really fought, it was very possible that the 9-star Immortal Foundation would suffer heavy losses. If they really offended a quasi-emperor, they would definitely die. The third elder's face was filled with smiles. Misunderstanding, there is no hatred between us. Don't let our two major powers become enemies just because of a Lin Wuti. Everyone, please. They respectfully invited the people from the primal chaos race in. Men, give me a good reception. The third elder said loudly. At the same time, he waved his hand and summoned 2 more elders. The 2 elders brought their men to the Fallen Star Immortal platform. I wonder what the 2 of you are here for. The elder of the Fallen Star Immortal platform laughed. The elder of the 9-star Immortal platform said. Cut the crap, we are here to fetch young Master Lin. What young Master Lin? You must be referring to His Highness. Then you have come at the wrong time. Young Master Lin has gone out for some matters. As for when he will return, we have no idea. Why don't you come back a year later? A year? The elder of the 9-star Immortal platform was enraged. Do you take us for idiots? Do you take us for idiots? The face of the Fallen Star Immortal platform's expert darkened. Do you think we don't know that the Hundun race is here? The elder of the 9-star Immortal platform's face changed. It was good that they knew. The Hundun race had boundary emperors. They were extremely powerful. Now that they want Lin Wuti, if you guys still insist on protecting Lin Wuti, then don't blame us for being impolite. We will report the situation as it is and the Hundun race will point their swords at you guys. Let's see if your Nebula Immortal platform can withstand it. After saying this, they laughed coldly and turned to leave. The expression of the Nebula Immortal platform's expert darkened. To think that the experts of the Hundun race would come as well. These people had the power to split the heavens and earth apart and they even had a boundary emperor behind them. The other party didn't even care about the emperor race, let alone the immortal platforms. This matter caused countless elders to fret. Even the Fallen Star Hall Master sucked in a breath of cold air. He personally went to find Lin Xian and explained the situation. Could it be that they were here for the longevity lamp? Lin Xian shook his head and laughed coldly. They were here for revenge. I defeated Hun Tian in the immortal ground. Hun Tian probably couldn't take it lying down and found someone to take revenge. Hee, what a piece of trash. To think that he didn't have the courage to find me. What a piece of trash. Someone like him doesn't deserve to be the double crown champion. Hearing this, the surrounding experts and elders sucked in a breath of cold air. Piece of trash? No one would believe him if he said it out loud. However, if it was Lin Wuti who said it, then it was really pardonable. Because Lin Wuti had defeated Hun Tian, he was qualified to say such words. In the next moment, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The Hundun clan is coming at us aggressively. What do you plan to do? Are you going to hand me over? The Nebula Palace Master shook his head. We don't dare. We have already said that we will stand on His Highness' side. Please rest assured, Your Highness. Since it's a matter between you and Hun Tian, then it's a matter between young people. Young people's problems naturally had to be solved using young people's methods. Why don't we hold a martial arts conference for the younger generation and gather these geniuses together again? Your Highness, you can also solve this problem. As for those experts, I don't think they have the face to make a move in front of young people. Alright, let's do that then. Lin Xian nodded. He also knew that it was impossible for his Immortal Foundation to start a war with the Primal Chaos race. After all, the Hundun tribe had quasi-emperors, which was very dangerous. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He didn't expect that he would be targeted by the Hundun clan again. Damn it. At the same time, he also knew that because of the longevity lamp, the other Immortal Foundation experts would definitely target him. Lin Xian sneered. Come then. So what if I have to become enemies with the world? Soon, the news spread that the Nebula Immortal platform was going to hold a martial arts conference for the younger generation. The moment the news was out, countless people were shocked. Who would be in the mood to participate in this? But when they found out that the first person invited by the Nebula Immortal platform was Han Tian, they were shocked. Many people were shocked. Everyone said that Lin Wudi was at the Nebula Immortal platform. Now that the experts of the Hundun clan were coming, the other party invited Han Tian. Interesting. It seemed like the Nebula Immortal platform wanted to help Lin Wudi resolve this crisis. Let's go and take a look. They were interested. Han Tian, the double champion, had a strong reputation. And Lin Wudi was a new force to be reckoned with. Moreover, he had obtained a mysterious treasure from the immortal land. Everyone naturally wanted to go and take a look. So in an instant, countless people gathered. Gu Feng's face was cold. He also went. On the other side, Yu Wudao also went. Long Wu of the Thousand Dragons court also arrived with the experts of the Dragon clan. At the same time, a figure walked out of the immortal land. This figure was a little pale. He was dressed in cotton clothes and had an incomparably mysterious aura. He was Yao Guang. At this moment, not only did he come out, but he also brought out the remnant soul of the Nine Heavens Quasi-Emperor. After learning about the matter between Lin Wudi and Han Tian, he sneered and walked out as well. Lin Wudi and Han Tian, these two people, he would not let them off. Sooner or later, he would devour both of them. Although it was a gathering for the younger generation, there were also many experts of the older generation who were prepared to go and watch. They were really curious about the longevity lamp. Among them, there was a figure in a black robe. He was very strange, like a ghost. He looked at the Nebula Immortal platform in the distance and smiled. Longevity lamp, kid, you are really lucky. Long time no see, I didn't expect you to even have the longevity lamp. Thinking of this, he also moved and walked into the distance. In an instant, the wind and clouds gathered on the Nebula Immortal platform. The Nebula Immortal platform naturally opened its doors to welcome the guests. Whether it was the young geniuses or the experts of the older generation, as long as they came, they would be invited in. At the core of the immortal platform, Lin Xian sat there cross-legged. He entered the sword world. He knew that there would be countless experts coming this time. So he had to prepare in advance. In the sword world, there was an intact corpse. It was the corpse of the magnetic quasi-land. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, "Senior, I am in danger again this time. I might use your corpse again. If I don't forgive you, when I become the great emperor in the future, I will find a good place to bury you." Lin Xian bowed respectfully at Kundi's corpse. The Hellfire Dragon flew over and said, "Kid, are you really going to use it? The burden on your soul is very big. Even if you have the Rinnegan, you have to use it carefully. What I know is that once the Rinnegan is overused, there will be terrible sequelae. There is even a possibility that your eyes will be destroyed." "I know, I will be careful." Lin Xian took a deep breath. He would not always rely on the power of the quasi-emperor corpse. But this time he was really anxious. So many people wanted to kill him, even the experts of the older generation came. He had to use the quasi-emperor corpse. He had to make a show of strength. He wanted to let everyone know that he, Lin Xian, was not to be trifled with. With the power of his Rinnegan, he could only use the quasi-emperor corpse once more. But this time, he had to set off a storm. Thinking of this, Lin Xian stood up. His eyes were shining with a cold light. There were already many people outside. They were all looking for Lin Xian. However, it seemed that Lin Xian hadn't arrived yet. At this moment, a mysterious man in a black robe floated into the distance. "Who are you?" "The core area is in front. You can't enter." A guard stopped him. The mysterious man in the black robe said, "I'm here to look for Lin Xian." "Why are you looking for His Highness?" These guards were extremely nervous. The man in the black robe smiled and said, "Tell him. I said he's Master He. I'm here to look for him." The guards were puzzled. "This is His Highness, Master?" They were stunned. He Shan stood with his hands behind his back. "Hurry up and inform him. If you tell him, he'll definitely come to see me." "All right, just you wait." One of the guards flew towards the core area. He found Lin Xian. "Your Highness, someone is looking for you outside." "Oh, who is it?" Lin Xian asked. The guard said, he said he's your Master He. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard that. Who is Master He? He's so reckless. What does he look like? The guard said, he's wearing a black robe. His aura is cold. He doesn't look like a good person. It's him. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Let him in. Lin Xian had already guessed who it was. Soon, He Shan came in. Kid, how have you been? Let Master He take a good look at you. Lin Xian's face turned black. Damn you. It's really you, old man. Lin Xian realized that it was He Shan. He Shan flew over and said with a smile, I heard you got the longevity lamp. Take it out and let me see. I thought you felt that I was in danger and came to help me. You actually came to see the longevity lamp. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, but he still took it out. He knew He Shan's temper. A longevity lamp was gently pulsing, releasing a mysterious aura. He Shan looked at him non-stop. Then, he exclaimed, amazing, no wonder so many people want it. You know him? Lin Xian was also puzzled. Black Mountain spoke. He had heard that the Heavenly Court and the Yuhua immortal dynasty had some connections. When I was in the Heavenly Court, I read about the longevity lamp. This thing seems to be related to the Emperor realm, so you must protect it well. Lin Xian was also shocked that it was related to the Great Emperor. No wonder he couldn't figure out what it was even after studying it for so long. It seemed like his cultivation level wasn't high enough. While the two of them were chatting, more and more experts were arriving outside. Kuanpingzi also came. People from the Purple Mansion also came, including Xianxia. At this moment, an earth-shattering power appeared between heaven and earth, shattering the void. Countless large cracks appeared. Countless people cried out in alarm. The people of the Primal Chaos clan had arrived. Sure enough, the aura of Primal Chaos gathered between heaven and earth, and the people of the Primal Chaos clan appeared. The leader was Han Tian. After Han Tian arrived, he said, Lin Wudi. Did he not dare to come out? Get over here and accept your death. An angry roar shook the surroundings. Countless people were shocked. These people were indeed here for Lin Wudi. The elder of the Star Cloud Immortal Palace walked out and said, everyone, please calm down. His Highness will come out soon. Everyone, please take a seat first. Another man from the Primal Chaos clan walked out. This middle-aged man's aura was incomparably terrifying. He snorted coldly. I'll give you 3 seconds to get Lin Wudi out. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. As soon as these words were spoken, those people from the Starfall Immortal platform were enraged. Their faces sank. You have to understand that this is the Starfall Immortal platform, not a place where anyone can behave atrociously. Is the Starfall Immortal platform very powerful? If you dare to stop us, we'll just kill you. The middle-aged man from the Primal Chaos clan was incomparably domineering. Terrifying killing intent erupted from his body and swept out in all directions. The expressions of those elders changed. Even the Starfall Immortal Palace Master walked out and shouted. Stop. Stop? Obediently, there's still room for discussion. Otherwise, today will be the day of your Starfall Immortal Palace's destruction. They were incomparably domineering. The others were also in an uproar. One must know that this was the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. But the Primal Chaos clan didn't care at all. They wanted to see the reactions of the other immortal platforms. At this moment, someone from the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform walked out and sneered. I advise you to ask Lin Wudi to hand it over. Otherwise, your Starfall Immortal platform will end up in a miserable state. That's right. Starfall Immortal platform, let me give you some advice. Don't go against the Primal Chaos clan. You won't be able to fight against them. Also, the longevity lamp in Lin Wudi's hands belongs to the Origin Magnetic Quasi-Emperor. That's our old ancestor. The longevity lamp can only belong to us. Ask him to hand it over. Otherwise, we won't let you off. There were also experts from the Myriad Dragon Imperial Court who sneered. Lin Wudi will definitely die today. We have to avenge our prince. Hearing these voices, the surrounding spectators felt their scalps go numb. It's over. Each of these people is an earth-shattering expert. Now that they are attacking together, this Lin Wudi is probably really in danger. Last time, Lin Wudi was in danger of being destroyed. However, a quasi-emperor appeared behind Lin Wudi. He stopped the battle. From then on, no one dared to touch him. But it was different now. The Primal Chaos clan also had a quasi-emperor who was completely capable of fighting against the expert behind Lin Xian. Therefore, this time, no one could help each other in the battle. That Lin Wudi will definitely die. Thinking of this, some people sneered. This Lin Wudi is not simple. He has the 9 yang divine body and the inheritance of a great emperor. I feel that he is not worthy of these treasures. Kill him and we will split the treasures. His voice drifted. However, many people's eyes turned red. That's right. Lin Xian really has too many treasures on him. If they could get one of them, they would be able to soar. You ants dare to have any ideas about me? I think you guys are tired of living. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Everyone's scalps went numb. In the next moment, they saw someone walk out. They turned their heads and exclaimed. It's Lin Wudi, what? He actually dares to come out. Shouldn't he be hiding in fear now? He is an idiot. He will definitely die in such a situation. Lin Xian strode over. Beside him was Murong Qingqing and the others. There was also a black-robed man. It was He Shan. After the group of people arrived, Lin Xian looked disdainfully in all directions. Who was the one who said that he wanted my 9 yang divine body and the inheritance of a great emperor? Step forward. I will give him a chance. His gaze swept across all directions. However, the surroundings were silent. No one dared to step forward. After all, Lin Wudi's reputation was built with his strength. Lin Xian sneered. I said that you are trash, but you don't believe me. You don't even have the courage to come out and fight with me. A bunch of trash. What did you say? Is someone angry? Lin Xian sneered. I said that you are all trash. Are you not convinced? If you are, then come and fight. Whoever wants the treasures, see if they have the life to take them. Lin Xian was also angry. In the previous shocking battle, Wine Lord appeared and intimidated the world. No one dared to deal with him. He did not expect that these people would gather together again. Kid, you are too arrogant. Do you really think that you are invincible? A middle-aged man from the Hundun race snorted coldly. He slapped out with his palm. The terrifying palm covered the sky as it charged towards Lin Xian. How terrifying! Countless people exclaimed. They didn't expect that the one who attacked wasn't Han Tian. It was someone else. Lin Xian's face darkened. However, he didn't attack or retreat. The elder from the Nebula Immortal platform snorted coldly and punched out as well. This punch was like a meteor, emitting a bright light. It blocked the Hundun Tian's palm. At the same time, the elder roared. You dare to attack our highness? The people from the Hundun race had cold expressions. At this moment, the person from the 9-star Immortal platform walked out and said. Nebula Immortal platform, on the account that we are the descendants of the Yuhua Immortal dynasty, we will give you a piece of advice. Don't bother about this matter anymore. The 9-star Immortal platform restrained the Starfall Immortal platform. The middle-aged man from the Hundun race sneered. Let's see who can save you this time. He attacked again, bringing with him a terrifying power. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. It seemed like the Hundun race came prepared. This young man wouldn't be able to block such a terrifying attack. No matter how strong this Lin Wudi was, he wouldn't be able to fight against it. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably cold. The Hundun race was really courting death. He still didn't attack. Behind Black Mountain, a burly man attacked. The axe in his hand slashed down, tearing the clouds apart. He blocked the Hundun Tian's palm again. He blocked it again. Countless people exclaimed. They didn't notice that they didn't know the person who attacked this time. The middle-aged man from the Hundun race frowned. He stared at the other party and asked coldly. Who are you? How dare you interfere in the matters of the Hundun race? Do you want your race to be annihilated? Is the Hundun race that powerful? That burly man snorted. Black Mountain also walked out and sneered. You are a saint lord. How dare you attack a young man? Is your face a dog's body? You are courting death. The middle-aged man from the Hundun race roared in anger. A terrifying killing intent swept towards Black Mountain. Black Mountain snorted as well. A terrifying aura from his body. Why? Angry out of humiliation? You want to kill me? Unfortunately, you can't kill me. Let me ask you, is the Primal Chaos clan as shameless as Xian? He was actually despicable enough to attack a young man. The people of the Hundun clan shouted coldly. What we do has nothing to do with you. Scram. Black Mountain laughed. Others might be afraid of you, but our heavenly court is not afraid of your Primal Chaos race. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were also surprised. The people of the heavenly court were truly shocked. Unexpectedly, Black Mountain was actually from the heavenly court. Even the Hundun race's expression changed. Naturally, they had heard of the heaven court before. But soon, the middle-aged man laughed. What can a mere heavenly court do to me? You were all wiped out tens of thousands of years ago. Even if there are still people alive now, they are all stray dogs. You should worry about how to survive. If you dare to meddle in the affairs of the Primal Chaos tribe again, I will send you to hell immediately. Xian snorted coldly. Was that so? Do you like to bully young people so much? Alright, I'll bully the young people today as well. He must be the double-crowned King Hun Tian. Today, I will kill him as the divine ancestor. I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to be suppressed. Damn it, how dare you? That middle-aged man roared in anger. The other experts of the Primal Chaos tribe were also on guard. They quickly protected Hun Tian. Hun Tian's face was cold. When Xian saw this, he laughed out loud. Why? Are you guys very angry? Are you worried? You guys should know that this doesn't feel good, right? Then why did you guys use the divine ancestor to kill Lin Xian? Since you guys don't abide by the rules, then come and hurt each other. Anyway, our heavenly court doesn't have many people. After killing your double-crowned king, we will find a world to go into seclusion for 500 years. I reckon you guys won't be able to find us in this lifetime. But it's different for the Primal Chaos tribe. If you guys dare to make a move on Lin Xian, you will be offending a boundary emperor. Even if the Primal Chaos tribe is too strong, can you guys escape? Your family is right there. When the boundary emperor comes looking for you, even if you don't die, you will suffer a great loss. The moment these words came out, the others were in an uproar. That was indeed the case. The faces of the Primal Chaos tribe turned extremely ugly. You dare to threaten us? Black Mountain sneered. Yes, I am. What can you do to me? Bite me? The Primal Chaos tribe was so angry that they almost vomited blood. The others didn't dare to say anything. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely strange. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He stood with his hands behind his back and watched quietly. At this moment, someone spoke again. It was the people from the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform. They said, we don't care about the grudges between you guys. We only want one thing, the longevity lamp. That belongs to our ancestors. Only the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform deserves to have it. Hurry up and hand it over. That's right. That's someone else's treasure. Give it back. The people from Xianxia snorted. The people from the Purple Mansion also said, Lin Wudi, hand over the treasure. It doesn't belong to you. The moment these words came out, the people from the Starry Sky Immortal platform's faces changed again. They didn't expect that trouble would come after they had just solved a crisis. Lin Xian laughed. It doesn't belong to me? What a joke. Back then, there were many people in the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave. Are you guys blind? Or did water enter your brain? Back then, the Origin Magnetic Quasi-Emperor personally said that he would give it to me. In this world, there's no one more suitable than me to get it. Ridiculous. Who can prove it? The Palace Lord of the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform walked out and shouted coldly. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty sneered. Who are you trying to fool? Why should the Quasi-Emperor give it to you? The people from the Purple Mansion also said, stop dreaming. Hurry up and hand it over. Lin Xian snorted. Who can prove it? He pointed in all directions. They can prove it, Kuan Pingzi can prove it, Fire Qilin can prove it, all the top geniuses from the immortal platform can prove it. Because they are all here. You are talking nonsense. We don't know. The genius from the Greenwood Immortal platform sneered. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty also laughed. How can we not know? Lin Xian said. Is that so? Then do you dare to swear on your martial heart? The moment these words came out, no one dared to speak. This oath wasn't something that could be casually said. One must know that at their cultivation level, there were some things that they were very respectful of. For example, if they swore on their martial heart, they might be struck by lightning if they lied. Even if they weren't struck by lightning, they would have a heart demon in the future. It would be difficult to take another step on the martial path. Hence, no one dared to speak. Lin Xian sneered. Why don't you dare? Didn't you all swear that you didn't see it? This means that you all are guilty. The surrounding people were slapped in the face, but they couldn't refute. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stared at the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform. Did you see it or not? They can all prove it. As for you all keep saying that you are the descendants of the Origin Magnetic Quasi-Emperor. But you all don't respect your ancestor at all. You even want to go against your ancestor's orders. The people from the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform were all stunned. They couldn't answer. Because if they didn't admit it and continued to oppose Lin Xian, it would mean that they didn't acknowledge their ancestor. But if they acknowledged their ancestor, it would be the opposite of what they said before. This would be a ruthless slap to their faces. For a moment, they were so angry that their bodies trembled. Lin Xian sneered. You're still embarrassing yourself here? Get lost. The people from the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform gritted their teeth. Damnable brat, don't be too arrogant. That's right, aren't you protected by the Heavenly Court? Otherwise, would you dare to be so arrogant here? Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. Do I need to rely on others to be arrogant? Humph, I'll give you a chance to fight one-on-one. Make your move. Fine, that's what you said. The people from the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform snorted. They looked at one of the figures. Fairy, please make your move. A woman in colorful clothes walked out. She was beautiful and had a cold aura. Her appearance attracted the attention of countless people. Who was this person? Oh heavens, could she be the legendary Yu Linglong? She had the 9 stars body. What? The 9 stars body also appeared? This was also a super strong physique in the universe. The 9 stars body had the heart of 7 orifices. Such a physique had powerful recovery abilities and vitality. Moreover, the heart of 7 orifices allowed one's comprehension of the Tao of heaven and earth to surpass others. Hence, the 9 stars body was an extremely terrifying physique. Hearing this, the people in the surroundings were shocked. They didn't expect another super strong physique to appear. Yu Linglong also walked out. She looked at Lin Xian and said, You are Lin Wudi, right? Do you dare to fight with me? The wager is the longevity lamp. If you lose, you have to obediently hand over the longevity lamp. How about it? Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. What if you lose? If I lose, you can do whatever you want to me. How about that? That's fair, right? Yu Linglong said. Her eyes were filled with confidence because she felt that she wouldn't lose. She was extremely confident in the 9 stars body. Lin Xian nodded. All right, let's fight. How do you want to fight? Yu Linglong said. Of course, I can't rely on weapons. You have an extreme weapon, and if you use it, I really can't defeat you. Lin Xian said, Don't worry, I definitely won't use an extreme grade weapon. Now you can relax. That's good. Yu Linglong smiled. Without her extreme grade weapon, she was not afraid of her opponent. She said, Then I'll have a taste of your 9 yang divine body. Is it comparable to my exquisite body? At this point, a multicolored light soared from her body, turning into countless laws and chains that danced in the sky. She was like a god, standing tall in the void. The surrounding people were shocked and cried out in alarm. This was the exquisite body, it's too mysterious. I think Lin Wudi has met a strong enemy this time. Lin Xian coldly snorted, an extremely terrifying light erupting from his eyes. It formed a monstrous rune, which then turned into a blade of reincarnation that slashed forward. At this moment, an eye appeared between heaven and earth, causing everyone to feel fear. What kind of eye was that? They all went crazy. Even Yu Linglong's pupils constricted. Her expression changed. In the next moment, she roared angrily, and the exquisite body's law soared into the sky to block. However, the blade of reincarnation slashed down, splitting her in half. The godlike body fell, and blood dyed the sky red. The laws were shattered. The surrounding people were all stunned. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. There were even many people who knelt on the ground in fear. How was this possible? That was the exquisite body, and it was killed in one blow. The light of reincarnation in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared. He said coldly, "The exquisite body is only SOSO." His voice was sonorous, and even heaven and earth rumbled. The surrounding people's scalps went numb. Previously, in their opinion, there should be a shocking battle between the exquisite body and the nine-yang divine body. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose. However, who would have thought that Lin Xian did not use the nine-yang divine body at all? Instead, he used a godlike eye. Especially that ray of light just now, it was too terrifying. The people from the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform were also stunned. How was this possible? A supreme expert that they had invited had fallen just like that. Was Lin Wudi already so terrifying? Lin Xian said coldly, "Who else are you going to send?" "I'll take them all." The people from the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform fell silent. Even the exquisite body was not a match for him. Who could contend against him? The others were even more shocked. Lin Xian sneered, "Now you still say that I relied on the heavenly court to become strong?" Everyone was shocked. As expected of a supreme being. This Lin Wudi was unparalleled. Lin Xian turned around and looked at the surroundings. He stared at Han Tian. Then, he looked at the people from the Purple Mansion and said coldly, "What about you?" Those people were also silent. Lin Xian looked at Xianxia and said, "Chou'er, come back. No matter what you need, I'll give it to you. Don't stay in the Purple Mansion anymore." Xianxia nodded. She said, "Okay." Then, she walked forward. No, at this time, the Purple Mansion's mansion lord stood out and stopped her. "Don't forget the agreement between us." Xianxia's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. A mysterious figure appeared beside her. "Our agreement is over. I've already gotten what I want." "Damn it." The Purple Mansion's people's faces turned ugly. "But I haven't gotten what I want." "You haven't given it to me," Xianxia snorted. "Purple Mansion, don't be greedy. You've already gotten what you want. What's next doesn't belong to you." "Ridiculous. My Purple Mansion spent so much effort to help you. You want to repay me with those things? Tell me your secret. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the Purple Mansion today." The reason why he cooperated with Xianxia was that the Purple Mansion really wanted the cultivation technique on Xianxia's body. He felt that it was also a forbidden cultivation technique, not weaker than the heaven-devouring demonic art. If the Purple Mansion could obtain it, their strength would greatly increase. But now, Xianxia did not intend to give it to them. How could the mansion lord be willing? Lin Xian stood out and said coldly, "Why don't you try to attack Chou'er?" The Purple Mansion lord turned around, and a terrifying killing intent appeared. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, and everyone was frightened. "Lin Wudi, you're too arrogant. Although you're a young paragon, can you fight against a real divine master?" His powerful strength swept across the land. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with the light of reincarnation again, and it turned into a world of reincarnation that kept spinning. He used his soul to resist. At the same time, he snorted, "It seems like you're really courting death. Are you not going to obey the Boundary Emperor's orders? The Divine Master is not allowed to attack me. Otherwise, you can just wait to die." "Is that so?" "That was in the past. Now, there's more than one Boundary Emperor in the world." The Purple Mansion lord sneered and looked at the Han Dun tribe. "Fellow Daoist, shall we join forces?" "Of course." The Han Dun tribe's experts walked out. The Han Dan tribe brought out a quasi-emperor to neutralize the threat that Lin Wuti posed to them. The Purple Mansion Lord laughed loudly. Now, can you still threaten me? Go to hell. He slammed his palm over. The terrifying palm filled the sky as if it was going to shatter the universe. He charged towards Lin Xian. However, his palm didn't land because Black Mountain made a move. Black Mountain also punched out with his black fist. It swept through the sky and shook the void, blocking the Purple Mansion Lord's palm. The two of them swept through the universe. You want to fight? I'll accompany you to the end. Black Mountain sneered. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. Purple Mansion, is there no one in the younger generation who can fight? Don't talk nonsense with him, just attack. Master of the Great Wilderness, go. The Purple Mansion Lord snorted. On this side, an expert surrounded by a desolate aura walked out. She was the master of the Great Wilderness. She was someone from 20,000 years ago. The moment she appeared, a terrifying desolate aura swept out in all directions. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Longwu also shouted angrily. The 10,000 Dragons Court attacked to kill Lin Wuti and avenge the prince. The experts beside the 10,000 dragons attacked. Similarly, a divine ancestor walked out. On the Han Dan tribe's origin magnetic immortal platform, another divine ancestor walked out. These divine ancestors covered the sky and covered the earth. They all stared at Lin Xian. Everyone's scalps went numb. What kind of power was this? With so many divine ancestors facing one person, this Lin Wuti was probably going to die. How dare you? The Nebula Palace Lord also rushed out. At the same time, the power of the immortal platform and the power of the heavenly court brought by Black Mountain also erupted at this moment. They rushed over and confronted the surrounding people. However, on the opposite side, the Purple Mansion Lord, the Han Dan tribe, the 10,000 Dragons Court, the Origin Magnetic Immortal Platform, and the Destiny Twins race all attacked. Once these powers were unleashed, a terrifying battle instantly broke out. The surrounding people all retreated far away. Everyone was terrified. What kind of battle was this? Lin Xian's side was suppressed. Among them, 5 divine ancestors attacked Lin Xian together. The void that Lin Xian was in was completely shattered. Lin Xian bellowed, he entered the sword world, and at the same time, he sent a sound transmission to the Black Mountain. Help me hold on for a few seconds, I'm going to use my trump card. Black Mountain nodded in understanding. He commanded the Heavenly Court to unleash terrifying power. The Heavenly Court formed an illusion of the southern Heavenly Gate, suppressing heaven and earth. It's useless. The divine ancestor of the primal chaos race sneered. You can't save him at all. He will definitely die today. The Purple Mansion Master, Sacred Master of Destiny, and the other experts also attacked madly. Han Tian, Kuan Pengzi and the others retreated far away as they watched the battle anxiously. Lin Wuti was dead for sure. The corners of Han Tian's mouth raised into a smile. This was because Lin Xian had long since disappeared from this world. The others were also puzzled. Had he been killed? The phantom image of the southern heavenly gate kept shaking as cracks appeared on its surface. He Shan's face changed. What happened to the kid? The southern heavenly gate was about to shatter. It couldn't hold on any longer. In the next moment, Lin Xian's voice rang out. That's enough. Watch me next. The southern heavenly gate disappeared and hundreds of black holes appeared in the void, connecting to the universe. The others were shocked. The heavenly court had lost. Lin Wuti was dead for sure. Haha, I think his soul has already been destroyed. One after another, voices rang out. However, at this moment, a figure walked out from between heaven and earth. There are so many sacred masters here. It's fun to bully a young man, isn't it? You like to bully the weak, don't you? Today, I'll let you know what it means to bully the weak. The figure was surrounded by a mysterious light. He stretched out a finger and pointed forward. Who do you think you are? How dare you fight against me? The master of the Great Desolation sneered. He was an expert from 20,000 years ago. At this moment, he formed a desolate divine palm and slapped forward. However, after colliding with the finger, he suddenly retreated. The desolate sky divine palm cracked open, and half of his body turned into a bloody mist. In the end, his entire body was split in half. He screamed and retreated, but it was useless. Under this attack, his soul was destroyed. He was dead. The surrounding people were stunned. That was the master of the Great Desolation. He was an extremely powerful existence among the sacred masters. But now, he couldn't even block a finger. Who was this newcomer? They were horrified and couldn't believe it. Damn it, could it be that the heavenly court still had an extremely terrifying expert? After all, this person walked out of the southern heavenly gate, but they had never heard of him. If the heavenly court had such a terrifying expert, why would they hide until now? They probably swept across the world long ago. Retreat, retreat quickly. At this moment, the people of the Purple Mansion were terrified. The people of the Destiny clan, the 10,000 Dragons court, and the Hundan tribe all retreated. They all fled in all directions. However, that figure sneered. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Settled the universe. With a furious roar, he stomped his foot and a large crack spread in all directions. The entire world froze. Everyone felt their bodies turn cold. They seemed to have fallen into the other party's control and couldn't escape at all. In the next moment, a figure strolled in the void and walked toward the sacred ancestor of destiny. The sacred ancestor of destiny was an old man. Half of his face looked like an angel, while the other half looked like a demon. At this moment, his expression was terrified. He knelt on the ground with a plop. "Senior, please spare my life." However, a foot stomped down and crushed him into pieces. He screamed in pain, and his soul was destroyed. He was dead. Another sacred master had died. The others felt their scalps go numb. The spectators were even more terrified. This power was difficult to resist. The figure walked in front of the primal chaos race again. The middle-aged man of the primal chaos race also had an ugly expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let us go. Let me tell you, the primal chaos race has a boundary emperor." "Is that so? Then let him come over and talk to me." "You don't have the right to talk to me." The figure raised his palm and slapped forward. With a bang, the primal chaos race's sacred ancestor shattered. Half of his body was also smashed into pieces. He turned into chaos energy and screamed crazily. "You. Your voice, you're Lin Wudi?" "Correct, it's me." The corners of the figure's mouth curled up, and then he waved his hand gently. The primal chaos sacred ancestor's soul was destroyed. "What, Lin Wudi? How is this possible?" Everyone was stunned. However, they carefully identified the voice and realized that it really was Lin Wudi's voice. However, the man in front of them was not Lin Wudi at all. Moreover, he did not have the 9-yang divine body. What's going on? The experts of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were terrified. Killing a sacred master with a raise of his hand. Only a boundary emperor could do that. This body was a boundary emperor's. They were so scared that their scalps went numb. However, some people exclaimed, "Boundary Emperor magnetism." This was the Boundary Emperor magnetism. These people had all entered the cave abode before, so they naturally recognized him. They did not expect the Boundary Emperor magnetism to come out. What was even more puzzling was that the Boundary Emperor magnetism's voice was the same as Lin Wudi's. "Ancestor, this is our ancestor." The people of the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform roared excitedly. Greeting their ancestor, they ran over and knelt on the ground. Lin Xian turned around and looked at these people. He sneered and kicked them away. "Ancestor? Do you still recognize me? I said before that the longevity lamp is for Lin Wudi. But you dare to disobey my orders." "We don't dare." These people shook their heads frantically. They felt that this was the power of a quasi-emperor, which completely surpassed them. The surrounding people were all stunned. No one had thought that such a situation would happen. Originally, these sacred masters attacked Lin Wudi together, which was definitely a dead end. But who would have thought that a quasi-emperor would make a move at the critical moment? And the voice belonged to Lin Wudi. This scene was too strange. Lin Xian looked at the Hundan race again, his eyes emitting a cold light. The people of the Hundan race retreated frantically. Leave. Thinking of this, they turned around and fled. However, Lin Xian sneered. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? He took a step forward and instantly blocked the path of these people. The people of the Han Dun race were terrified. Don't go too far. That's right, as a quasi-emperor, what's the point of bullying juniors like us? Lin Xian laughed loudly. Why, now you know that you're going too far, then what's the point of you sacred masters bullying a young man? The surrounding people were shocked. This quasi-emperor was obviously standing up for Lin Xian. One had to know that the fact that so many sacred ancestors had joined forces to kill Lin Xian was absolutely intolerable. But no one could stop them. Now that this quasi-emperor had appeared, he wanted to give them a taste of their own medicine. The people of the Han Dun race didn't know what to say. In the end, they could only grit their teeth and say, "We were forced to do this." Forced? Then I was forced to do this too. With that, Lin Xian attacked again and slapped out. 2 sacred ancestors of the Han Dun race died. Another kick flew out and a large number of experts of the Han Dun race turned into a bloody mist. No, the remaining people went crazy. They couldn't resist at all. They knelt on the ground. Lin Xian looked past them and at the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. You all said that you wanted to take revenge for the prince, so I gave you all a chance. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were so scared that their scalps went numb. He didn't dare to speak. In the end, a single slap from Lin Xian turned more than a dozen dragons into a bloody mist. Damn it, Longwu roared and quickly retreated. She felt a fatal danger. In the next moment, he let out a furious roar, and the 10,000 dragons picture flew out, shining brilliantly between heaven and earth. Extreme Dao power flew out. Everyone had hope again. That was great. With an extreme weapon, they could fight against everything. However, Lin Xian controlled the quasi-emperor's corpse to stand there, unmoved. An extreme weapon? He reached out a hand and grabbed the 10,000 dragons diagram. Damn it, Longwu roared and unleashed the 10,000 dragons picture with all her might. He turned into a dragon image and charged over, clashing with the quasi-emperor's palm. Boom, an earth-shattering sound could be heard. The 2 of them were actually evenly matched. Everyone went crazy. Was this the power of a quasi-emperor? It was really too powerful. It could actually fight against the 10,000 dragons picture. Of course, there were also people who sighed. That was because Longwu was too weak and couldn't fully unleash the power of the 10,000 dragons picture. Otherwise, even a quasi-emperor would have to temporarily avoid it. But all of this was useless. No one could fully recover now. An extreme Dao weapon. And this quasi-emperor was a real existence. Boom, after another 3 moves, the 10,000 dragons picture was sent flying. Longwu also spat out large mouthfuls of blood. However, he was protected by the 10,000 dragons picture and didn't die. Lin Xian looked around again and said coldly. Who attacked just now? Kneel down and accept your death. Everyone retreated in fear, not daring to speak. Lin Xian snorted coldly and attacked the Purple Mansion realm again. The Destiny Clan. Run! At this moment, everyone fled frantically. Lin Xian slapped out, and more than half of the Purple Mansion realm experts died. It was the same for the Destiny Clan. It was very miserable. No one could block it. They couldn't even block a finger. In this world, only Lin Xian stood there. He was surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Many sacred lords had died. As for the other saint experts, there were countless of them. At this moment, the entire ancient city was shocked. However, it wasn't over. Lin Xian looked into the distance again. 9-star immortal platforms? They actually betrayed him. Lin Xian's figure flickered and flew into the distance. The people of the 9-star immortal platforms were anxiously waiting. Today, their hall master and the experts of the primal chaos race went to capture Lin Wudi. They didn't know what the result was. Suddenly, they saw the people of the 9-star immortal platforms running back frantically. In fact, even their hall master's face was filled with fear. Quickly activate the Peerless Array. Block it with all your strength. Hall master, what happened? Did a Peerless the Arch come? Was the primal chaos race unwilling to stop? these people were puzzled as they moved. However, no one answered them. At the next moment, a shocking power surged out and the peerless array was instantly shattered. The surrounding people all vomited blood and were sent flying. Among them, many people turned into blood mist. The remaining people knelt on the ground, their faces filled with shock. Was a heavenly god descending? This power was simply too terrifying. Soon, they saw a figure descending from the sky. It was a man who exuded a mysterious aura. He was extraordinary. He was like a god. After he arrived, his gaze swept across everyone. Everyone was so frightened that they almost fainted. They couldn't withstand a single gaze from him. Even those elders and sacred ancestors couldn't withstand it. Who was this person? It was too terrifying. When did they, the 9-star immortal platforms, offend such an existence? The hall master of the 9-star immortal platforms was trembling in fear. Senior Quasi-Emperor, please forgive us this once. As he spoke, he prostrated on the ground. Quasi-Emperor, the surrounding people narrowed their eyes when they heard this. Their immortal platforms had offended a Quasi-Emperor. They were almost scared to death. Now you know fear? What choice did you make previously? Lin Xian was a guest you invited, right? In the end, not only did you not protect him, you even framed him together. You want to kill him? Is it wrong for me to punish you now? The 9-star hall master didn't dare to speak. Those elders were also terrified. Since you didn't do anything wrong, go to hell and repent. At this point, a murderous intent appeared on Lin Xian's body. The surrounding people's faces changed. No, before they could say anything, a huge hand had already slapped over. The 9-star hall master's body was instantly torn into pieces. Those elders beside him were also torn into pieces and turned into a sea of blood. The remaining people all knelt down. That was their hall master. There were also extremely terrifying elders, but they were all annihilated by the palm. They couldn't resist at all. Lin Xian looked ahead at the frightened 9-star immortal platform, his eyes still flashing with cold killing intent. The people of the 9-star immortal platform were incomparably terrified. Even their hall master was dead, who could resist? At this time, an old man walked out from under the ground. This old man was very old, he was a living fossil of the 9-star immortal platform. After he came out, he said in a low voice, "Senior, please spare our lives, we immortal platform will not dare to do it again." Lin Xian snorted coldly, "This is a warning to you all. If there is a next time, I will turn the 9-star immortal platform into ashes." He did not continue to attack, because he felt that his soul had reached a limit. He could no longer control the corpse of this quasi-emperor. However, he felt that it was about time. He killed more than 10 sacred lords in one move, and now he killed an immortal platform hall master, making an immortal platform bow down to him. It was enough to intimidate the entire ancient city. Therefore, Lin Xian snorted coldly, he soared into the sky and disappeared. Above the 9 heavens, Lin Xian opened the sword world. He walked in. After entering, his soul flew out. After entering the main body, Lin Xian's face became incomparably pale. His right eye was already closed. This time, using the power of reincarnation consumed a lot of his soul. Lin Xian was there, using the power of the sword world to repair his soul. Gradually, his face eased a little. The Hellfire Dragon flew out and asked, "How is it?" Lin Xian said, "I have intimidated them for a short time, but it is not over. If someone fully recovers, there will be another great battle with an extreme weapon. Of course, I am worried about another thing. That is the quasi-emperor of the primal chaos race." The Hellfire Dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. If the primal chaos race really had a quasi-emperor, then it would be troublesome. Although Lin Xian could control the quasi-emperor's body now, he could only use its power. Its laws and the strength of its cultivation could not be used. But a living quasi-emperor was different, you could not fight against it at all. Indeed, Lin Xian was able to contend against Quasi-Emperor 9 Firmaments earlier because Quasi-Emperor 9 Firmaments had just broken the seal and did not have much power. But the Quasi-Emperor of the Primal Chaos tribe was different. He should be in existence like the 9 Wine Lord. Even if Lin Xian possessed the corpse of a Quasi-Emperor, he would not be able to completely contend against it. However, if the other party wanted to kill him, it would not be so easy. After all, Lin Xian also had many trump cards. Lin Xian returned to the Starfall Immortal platform. Upon seeing Lin Xian's return, the hall masters and elders all heaved a sigh of relief. Morong Qingqing and the others also walked over and said, "Brother Xian, it's great that you're fine." They were also extremely worried before. This news spread throughout the Yuhua ancient city. Everyone was shocked, especially the scene of the 9-star immortal platform. When they found out, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The 9-star hall lord actually died? This was simply too unbelievable. The other Immortal Foundation experts felt their scalps turning numb. That was the lord of the immortal platform, but he was killed by someone. Perhaps now, no one would dare to make a move against Lin Xian. On the other side, the people of the Primal Chaos tribe gritted their teeth. Hun Tian's face was gloomy and cold. Damn it, why would this quasi-emperor help Lin Wuti? He was about to go crazy with anger. Previously, he had called the divine ancestor of the Primal Chaos tribe to join forces with others to attack. However, the result was completely out of his expectations. On the other side, the people of the Purple Mansion also walked over with gloomy expressions. The Purple Mansion master said, "Do you think it's possible that it's not a living quasi-emperor at all? It's the corpse of the quasi-emperor that Lin Wuti controlled." Hun Tian's face changed when he heard this. This was impossible, right? However, the elder of the Primal Chaos tribe had a grave expression. He said, "We also have this suspicion. After all, they have seen a real quasi-emperor before. It was their old ancestor." The other party's aura was enough to make them panic. The aura was much more terrifying than the previous quasi-emperor. Moreover, the previous quasi-emperor only used the power of his physique. He didn't use any laws or divine abilities at all. They definitely had this suspicion. Lin Wuti actually controlled the corpse of a quasi-emperor. No wonder he could obtain the longevity lamp. Damn it. The people of the Purple Mansion gritted their teeth. The people of the Primal Chaos tribe laughed. So what, no matter how strong he is, he's not a real quasi-emperor. In that case, it seems that we have to ask the old ancestor to help. Quickly send the news to the old ancestor. A quasi-emperor's corpse is very precious. They knew. If their old ancestor obtained it, then their old ancestor might be able to use it to break through. Thinking of this, they were extremely excited. On the other side, the people of the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform were also terrified. Their old ancestor had appeared and taught them a lesson. They didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. However, on this day, a figure descended. "Who are you?" The people of the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform blocked the way. The figure was dressed in cotton clothes. The corners of his mouth curled up as he spoke. "I want to see the hall master of your immortal platform. My name is Yao Guang." Hearing this name, the people of the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform narrowed their eyes. They weren't unfamiliar with this name either. Because this was a young giant who cultivated a forbidden martial art, the heaven-devouring demonic art. Why was he looking for him? They didn't dare to be careless and invited him in. The hall master of the immortal platform also walked out. The hall master frowned. "I wonder why young master Yao Guang is looking for me?" Yao Guang smiled indifferently. "I know you guys are afraid of my cultivation technique. Don't worry, I'm not here to devour you guys today. I'm here to ask you guys something. Don't you guys want your ancestor's corpse back?" Ancestor's corpse? What did he mean? The Origin Magnetic Palace Master frowned. Yao Guang said. It was very simple. The Origin Magnetic Quasi-Emperor who appeared was already dead. His corpse was controlled by someone else. What? The Origin Magnetic Palace Master was shocked. The other elders exclaimed. In the next moment, their eyes narrowed. You're saying that Lin Wuti is controlling our old ancestor's corpse? That's right. Yao Guang nodded. Damn it. The people around started shouting. I was wondering why their voices were so familiar. That's right, why would our old ancestor help an outsider? Everything made sense now. That's your old ancestor. Would you allow him to be in the hands of an outsider? Moreover, how valuable is a quasi-emperor's corpse? I think you guys should understand. Hearing Yao Guang's words, those people clenched their fists. However, some elders sighed. So what, since he can already control the Quasi-Emperor's corpse, we can't do anything about it. Unless he fully recovered his extreme Dao weapon. However, Lin Wudi also has an extreme Dao weapon in his hands. Yao Guang smiled. It doesn't matter. A Quasi-Emperor's body isn't that easy to control. I estimate that he can only control it once. He won't be able to control it a second time in a short period of time. Therefore, he's at his weakest now. The eyes of the people on the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform flickered. This might be an opportunity. Why are you helping us? The Origin Magnetic Palace Master asked. Yao Guang smiled. Lin Wudi is my enemy. If he dies, I will have one less enemy. As soon as he said this, everyone believed him. However, there was another reason that Yao Guang did not mention. He had the soul of a Quasi-Emperor in his body and needed a body. If he could obtain the body of a Quasi-Emperor, he would become a new kind of Quasi-Emperor after fusing with his soul. That was an extremely terrifying existence. After walking out of the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform, Yao Guang's face darkened. You won't kill me after you get it, right? Why would I? You are thinking too much. 9 Firmament Quasi-Emperor's remnant soul said. I'm not sure if I can fuse with that body. Even if I do, I only have a 30% chance of success. If I don't succeed, I will find another body. Actually, I can give you this Quasi-Emperor's body. If you swallow it, your strength will increase greatly. What I want more is Lin Wudi's body. 9 Firmament Quasi-Emperor's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Although the Quasi-Emperor's body was powerful, it was still a Quasi-Emperor. It would definitely reject his soul. Lin Xian was a young supreme being, and his cultivation level wasn't that terrifying. If he could grow again, that was what he wanted the most. Where should we go next? Yao Guang asked. 9 Firmament Quasi-Emperor thought for a moment and said. Let's go to the Purple Mansion. We will need their help. Didn't you look down on the Purple Mansion? Yao Guang frowned. 9 Firmament Quasi-Emperor said. That was then and this is now. I am no longer in my peak state. Moreover, the Purple Mansion is not that weak. Let me tell you a secret. There is a Triple Crown King sleeping in the Purple Mansion. Yao Guang's eyes narrowed when she heard this. The Double Crown King was already able to fight against the Divine Ancestor. How terrifying would the Triple Crown King be? Furthermore, she did not know about this news before. 9 Firmament Quasi-Emperor said. The Triple Crown King was not from this era. He had been sleeping for many years. Alright, let's go to the Purple Mansion. Yao Guang's side moved quickly. On the other side, the people on the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform also moved. They headed towards the Nebula Immortal platform, seeking an audience with Lin Xian. As for the excuse, it was very simple. They wanted to ask about the magnetism Quasi-Emperor. After all, he was the old ancestor of the other party. Thus, the Nebula Immortal platform couldn't reject him. After they asked Lin Xian, they let the Origin Magnetism Hall Master and the others in. Lin Xian sat there and looked at the people from Origin Magnetic Immortal Palace with a smile on his face. In his opinion, these people should not dare to be presumptuous. The Elemental Magnet Palace Master said, Young Master Lin, where is our old ancestor? Please hand it over. Lin Xian frowned. What do you mean? Our objective this time is very simple. We just want to take away the old ancestor's corpse. A corpse? Lin Yuan's face darkened as he asked coldly, who told you that? Young Master Lin didn't need to know about this. We already know the truth, so please hand over the corpse of our ancestor. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Lin Xian sneered. Why aren't you being polite? For the old ancestor, we are willing to sacrifice everything. The atmosphere became tense in an instant. The people from the Nebula Immortal platform were also shocked. They didn't expect the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform to be so daring. One had to know that Lin Xian had just killed a Hall Master and more than 10 Holy Lords. Who gave them the courage? The Elemental Magnet Palace Master said, Young Master Lin, you don't have to threaten us. The corpse of a Quasi-Emperor isn't so easy to use. How many times can you use it? Young Master, think about it carefully. Why do you need another enemy? The elemental magnet palace master sneered and turned to leave. He wasn't in a hurry. He knew that the corpse of the quasi-emperor would be his sooner or later. Looking at the elemental magnet palace master's back view, Lin Xian's face turned cold. Yan Ruyu walked over and said, "The situation doesn't look good." Lin Xian frowned and asked, "Where's Qingqing?" Yan Ruyu said, "She's accompanying Qiu." Lin Xian nodded. "It seems like someone discovered my secret." On the other side, He Shan also walked over. "I can feel a few powerful auras descending." It was obvious that these people weren't willing to give up. They were mobilizing forces from outside. "Are there many people?" Lin Xian asked. He Shan said, "With our heavenly court's current strength, even if more holy lords come, we can still contend against them. However, if the quasi-emperor of the primal chaos race comes, I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything. Moreover, if the quasi-emperor makes a move, things will be different. Not only does he want to kill you, but he also wants the corpse of the quasi-emperor and the longevity lamp." Lin Xian's expression turned grave after hearing this. He had many enemies, including the monarch race, the clan of the ancients, and now he had provoked a quasi-emperor. If these people gathered together, it would be a terrifying force. Moreover, although he had the great dragon sword soul and an extreme weapon, they could also gather together. However, the other party could also condense it, so he had to find a new power. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian sent a message to Wine Lord. Perhaps this time, he had to ask him to come out. Next, the entire Yuhua ancient city became extremely tense. Countless figures descended from the sky. There were experts from the dragons that covered the sky. There were experts from the fate race that gathered together to form good and evil statues. There were also experts from the primal chaos race that seemed to be creating a new world. The experts from the purple mansion race and the golden crow race came one after another. They gathered in the ancient city. More importantly, these people joined forces and headed toward the Nebula Immortal platform. At this moment, the Nebula Immortal platform shook violently. Countless cracks appeared in the sky. The faces of the people below became extremely ugly. Those elders hurriedly activated the array. It was a peerless array to protect them. However, they still felt the pressure as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on their heads. It caused their souls to sway. Yan Ruyu, Morong Qingqing, and the others were nervous. He Shan's expression was also very grave. He said that he also felt the pressure. This pressure didn't come from the other sacred lords. He didn't say anything else. However, Lin Xian's expression was grave. It came from the sacred lords. Only a quasi-emperor could give He Shan pressure. It seemed that the quasi-emperor of the primal chaos race was here. Everyone in the ancient city was shocked when they felt this aura. It was the aura of another quasi-emperor. Heavens, Lin Wudi is really dead this time. However, people like the 10,000 Dragons Court and the Twins of Destiny were happy. With a quasi-emperor standing behind them, they would definitely be safe. The dark clouds in the sky pressed down on the city. Even the peerless array of the immortal platform was shattered. The palaces and pavilions below were shattered. Those elders vomited blood and retreated. Lin Xian was also facing a great enemy. His face was pale. However, his figure was as straight as a divine sword. He looked up at the sky and said coldly, "A few days ago, you were beaten by me like stray dogs. Now, even if you join forces, you won't be my match." The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Who would dare to speak so arrogantly in the face of such a terrifying sage? However, Lin Xian dared to. Even the other experts and sacred masters could not refute him. They knew that Lin Xian had a trump card that could control the Boundary Emperor's corpse. Therefore, they did not make a move. Instead, they respectfully opened up a path. In the next moment, an old man walked out from the void. This old man had a sage-like demeanor, as if he was an old immortal. As soon as he appeared, a vast emperor's aura swept out in all directions. At this moment, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Countless people prostrated themselves on the ground. The power of a boundary emperor was definitely unparalleled. It was something that they could not fight against. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect the boundary emperor to really come. Not good. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others' expressions became extremely ugly. Even Black Mountain's expression was extremely serious. The Nebula Immortal Palace was in complete despair. They could not fight against such power. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He also felt a huge suppression. Did the Boundary Emperor really come? It seemed that the situation had become difficult. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he stood in the void. Endless vortexes appeared beside him, swallowing the heavens and the earth to resist the Boundary Emperor's power. The heaven-devouring jar appeared. At the same time, Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, Xianxia, and the others also rose into the sky. How dare you help her? When the Purple Mansion Master saw Xianxia, he immediately snorted. He slashed out, and the purple light divine sword seemed to turn into a purple lightning bolt. In an instant, it slashed towards Xianxia. It was the power of a sacred master. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. She snorted coldly. A terrifying vortex appeared behind her, and a figure appeared in the vortex. Accompanied by heavenly music, it resisted the sword. With a clang, it was shaken until its blood boiled and its face turned pale. At this moment, the experts of the Thousand Dragon Court also attacked. A dragon claw covered the sky and the earth. It was like thousands of mountains descending from the sky. Black Mountain also attacked, and the southern heavenly gate suppressed. As the two collided, an endless storm was set off once again. Both sides were evenly matched in their attacks. However, everyone knew that Lin Xian's side was doomed. This was because the other party had a true quasi-emperor. Sure enough, the quasi-emperor of the Hundun tribe spoke in the next moment. He looked ahead and said, "You're Lin Xian? Come back with me obediently, and I can spare your life." As soon as these words were spoken, countless people were shocked. Lin Xian sneered. Go back with you? Would he still have a chance to live? Don't you just want the quasi-emperor corpse and the longevity lamp? He made it sound so dignified. Young man, there are some things that cannot be said. Otherwise, you might not even know how you died. The quasi-emperor's voice contained a trace of cold killing intent. The void around Lin Xian crumbled and cracked. Even Lin Xian felt an endless impact. Many of the surrounding black vortexes had collapsed and cracks had appeared. Lin Xian's expression was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth. He was thinking. Should he display the physique of a quasi-emperor or take out the great dragon sword to fight? However, at this moment, a voice also came from the sky. Why, is a quasi-emperor so shameless? He doesn't even care about his face. As soon as the voice came out, a terrifying vortex appeared and swept across heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked and looked up at the sky. They saw a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe appear in the sky. The man's black hair fluttered in the wind and he was wearing a Taoist robe. He was holding a wine gourd in his hand. He was unusually handsome, just like Xianxia. It's him, some people's pupils shrank when they saw him. Is this the quasi-emperor behind Lin Xian? They didn't expect him to come too. Two quasi-emperors appeared at the same time. This scene would be a fierce battle. Who would win and who would lose? Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. He had sent a message to Wine Lord before, but he didn't expect him to come at the critical moment. Devouring sword. Xianxia. The Chaos Quasi-Emperor also frowned. He didn't expect this Quasi-Emperor to be so extraordinary. He was the successor of the devouring sword of the 5 swords of the world. Do you want to protect him? The Chaos Quasi-Emperor said coldly. Wine Lord said, do you want to fight? Then you have to get through me first. As his voice fell, the black devouring sword light swept across heaven and earth as if it was going to devour everything. The Chaos Quasi-Emperor also gave off a terrifying chaotic aura. One was devouring all things, the other was creating heaven and earth. These two forces could be said to be polar opposites. They clashed in the sky and swept through everything. Everyone was shaken and retreated. They all hid behind the two quasi-emperors. The Chaos Tribe is not something you can imagine. If you want to protect him, you can. Let him hand over the quasi-emperor corpse and the longevity lamp. And hand over the heaven-devouring jar. In this way, I can spare his life and let him continue to live. The other people's expressions changed. Whether it was the quasi-emperor corpse, the longevity lamp, or the heaven-devouring jar, they were all supreme treasures. Now that the other party wanted all of them, how could Lin Xian agree to it? As expected, Lin Xian snorted. Impossible, stop dreaming. You heard it. I gave him the opportunity, but he didn't cherish it. Then don't blame me. The Chaos Quasi-Emperor walked out. Wine Lord also frowned. If you dare to attack him, I will kill all of your Chaos tribe. Don't doubt my words. I mean what I say. Moreover, you, a Quasi-Emperor, actually want the treasures of a junior. Don't you feel ashamed? He obtained these things himself. This is his opportunity. You have no right to snatch it. Is that so? The aura of the two Quasi-Emperors became more and more terrifying. The surrounding people couldn't bear it. Fortunately, the two Quasi-Emperors came to the 9 heavens. They were like two gods, confronting each other. Everyone could only feel the terrifying aura coming from the sky. Their scalps went numb. However, at this moment, the Purple Mansion Master sneered. She stared at Xianxia. Hand over your taboo martial arts. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. He attacked. Xianxia snorted and attacked. The two sides fought. Xianxia was suppressed. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty also stared at Lin Xian. You killed our prince. Today is the day you die. Weng, in an instant, these people attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he swept his long sword across. As the Sword of Origin returned, a terrifying aura swept across the area. The other experts. The Destiny Tribe, the Golden Crow Tribe, and the Purple Mansion experts. In addition, the experts of the Magnetic Immortal Foundation all walked over. They wanted to attack together. This time, with the Chaos Quasi-Emperor, they didn't have any scruples. On the other side, Black Mountain walked over. He ordered the experts of the Heavenly Court. The Nebula Hall Master also led the experts of the Nebula Immortal Foundation into the sky. Who dared to touch him? With a command, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook. Is that so? Is the Nebula Immortal Foundation very impressive? Then what about my Gu clan? Gu Feng also brought people over. At this moment, the Gu clan was completely opposite Lin Xian. Apart from that, the Fire Qilin clan had also arrived. They had brought 10,000 flames with them. Countless people were shocked. It was another Emperor clan. Heavens, how many enemies did Lin Wudi provoke? Lin Xian's expression was extremely ugly. Was Fire Qilin finally going to make a move? Damn the Qilin clan. Kuanpingzi retreated far away. The Kuanping clan would only be spectators and would not participate in the battle. On the other side, Yi Wudao walked out and stood on Lin Xian's side. The experts of the Yi clan also walked out. At the same time, the experts of the Dao sect in Saint Origin City also arrived. The 4 old ancestors of the Dao sect descended from the sky. Even the divine generals of the Saint Origin Tower had arrived. They had all chosen to support Lin Xian. We're here too. The dark red divine dragon is here too. They brought countless dragons with them. The dragons in the universe were now divided into 2 factions. One faction supported the Thousand Dragon Court, while the other faction supported the dark red divine dragon, Lin Xian, and the others. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon had brought the other half of their forces over. The people of the Thousand Dragon Court had extremely ugly expressions. Damn it, we're the ancestors of the dragons. You should have betrayed the dragons. The dark red divine dragon sneered. Who made this rule? You're the true dragons, hurry up and submit. The strength of both sides was getting stronger and the atmosphere was getting more and more tense. The battle was about to erupt. At this moment, a devouring sword light slashed down from the sky and cut through the sky. It formed a black crack, blocking everyone's path. Who dared to attack him? Wine Lord's cold voice sounded. The sacred lords below felt their scalps go numb. They were definitely going to die if they were targeted by a boundary emperor. Now, they could only place their hopes on boundary emperor Han Tian. However, the 2 boundary emperors were evenly matched. It would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Little guy, give me the heaven-devouring jar. At that moment, Lord Alcohol spoke. Lin Xian threw out the heaven-devouring jar. After Wine Lord got it, he used the devouring sword and the heaven-devouring jar. In an instant, the sky turned completely dark. The terrifying vortex caused many people to cry out in alarm. Some people were instantly swallowed. Damn it, are you courting death? The primal chaos quasi-emperor was thoroughly enraged. The Thousand Dragon Court also spoke. Senior, take the extreme Dao weapon. They were also anxious as they took the 10,000 dragons diagram. The Chaos Quasi-Emperor had borrowed the power of the 10,000 dragons diagram to resist the sky-swallowing jar. The two sides were once again in a stalemate. On the Gu family's side, Gu Feng held the void mirror in his hand, his eyes flashing with killing intent. However, Leaf Dao Denier had also brought the heaven and earth cauldron. Lin Xian took a deep breath when he saw that the other extreme weapons were about to awaken. He opened the sword world, and a corpse flew out. It was the magnetism quasi-emperor. Once this quasi-emperor's corpse appeared, another terrifying force swept out in all directions. The light of samsara appeared in Lin Xian's right eye. Controlling the corpse of the magnetism quasi-emperor, he punched out. It shook the heavens and earth. Many geniuses in front were instantly turned into a bloody mist. Damn it, how dare you! The primal chaos quasi-emperor's expression became incomparably ugly when he saw this scene. Lin Xian sneered. What do I not dare to do? If the Wine Lord can restrain you, you won't have a chance to deal with me. As for the remaining people, if I risk my life and use the quasi-emperor's corpse, let's see how many of you can leave alive. Lin Xian's words made everyone's hair stand on end. However, the Purple Mansion Realm expert snorted coldly. How much soul power do you have? You can use it limitlessly. The quasi-emperor's corpse, what a joke. Lin Xian snorted coldly. My soul power is indeed not much. However, it's not a problem for me to kill a few sacred masters. Who would be willing to be the first to die? His Rinnegan swept in all directions. Everyone was terrified. Indeed, the other party could not kill everyone. However, the other party could definitely kill the first few people. Therefore, for a moment, no one was willing to make a move. Lin Xian laughed when he saw this scene. What alliance, what experts? A bunch of cowardly fools. Didn't you say that you want to kill me? I'm standing right here. Why? Don't you dare to make a move? The sacred ancestors' faces were also extremely pale. The Chaos Quasi-Emperor in the sky descended from the sky. An intense light burst out from his eyes as he charged towards Lin Xian. However, it was time for both sides to confront each other once again. Stop it. You won't succeed today. Wine Lord shook his head and said. The Chaos Quasi-Emperor's face became extremely ugly. Indeed, he felt a sense of danger. Now that the other party had an additional Quasi-Emperor's corpse, it was not easy to deal with him. However, he came with supreme power. If he retreated just like this, it would be a slap in the face. Where would he put his face in the future? Therefore, he would not leave easily. Lin Xian walked out and said as he looked ahead. Hun Tian, this matter started because of me. Now, are you going to end it in our hands? Let's have a one-on-one fight. Do you dare? Hun Tian's face also turned cold. He did not say a word. Lin Xian sneered. Why? Don't you dare? Forget it if you don't dare. I originally thought that you were a man, but now it seems that you are just SOSO. From now on, you are not worthy of being my opponent. What did you say? Hun Tian gritted his teeth and roared. How dare you look down on me? Lin Xian sneered. Why? Am I wrong? You don't even have the courage to fight with me. After saying that, he looked at the Chaos Quasi-Emperor and sneered. I finally know why you are so eager to kill me. It's because your Chaos tribe has no successor. You don't have anyone who can fight. Young man, don't be too arrogant. The geniuses of our Chaos tribe are beyond your imagination, is that so? Then let him come out and fight. Now, everyone in the world is watching. Wine Lord also said. If you don't dare to admit it directly, we can spare your life. After seeing this, the others also started to discuss. Someone from the Starfall Immortal platform said. Han Tian wouldn't be afraid, right? I think it's possible. I heard that he lost to Lin Wudi before. They are both double champions. It seems that there is a gap between them. In the future, Lin Wudi will be the world. Hearing these words, Han Tian's face turned extremely ugly. He turned to look at Han Tian and said, Tian, do it. I believe in you. Han Tian's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, Old ancestor, it's not that I don't want to do it, but that kid has too many trump cards. He has a boundary emperor corpse and an extreme weapon. If he uses this kind of power, I won't be able to block it. You don't have to worry about this. The two of us will set up a space where the boundary emperor corpses are not allowed to be used. We are also not allowed to use extreme weapons like the heaven-swallowing jar. We will rely on our own strength. You don't have to worry anymore. Han Tian gritted his teeth. He originally wanted to find some excuses, but now it seemed that he had no way out. He could only fight. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. Han Tian walked out. At this point, he had no choice but to fight. The law of primal chaos on his body condensed into a battle suit, making him look extraordinarily mighty. He walked over step by step with a vast power, shocking the surrounding people. Although Han Tian had lost this time, his opponent was still the double champion. He was still an extremely terrifying existence. The others retreated one after another. They took a deep breath, wondering who would win this battle. I think Lin Wudi is stronger. Someone said. After all, he had defeated Han Tian last time. Some people shook their heads. That might not be the case. You all know that Lin Wudi has an extreme weapon. Last time, he might have defeated Han Tian with an extreme weapon. However, this time, he was not allowed to use weapons. He had to rely on his own strength. Lin Wudi might not be able to win. Lin Xian looked ahead with a calm gaze and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. You still dare to come out and fight with me? At least you have some courage. You're not that useless. Come, let's settle our grudges with this battle. Han Tian shouted coldly. I was careless the last time. This time, I won't lose to you again. As he spoke, he slapped out with his palm. The chaos palm illuminated the sky and swept forward. A terrifying killing intent surged out. Heaven and earth kept shattering. What a terrifying power. Is this the power of the double champion? At this moment, even the sacred leaders were moved. Such a person was already qualified to compete with them. Lin Xian also shouted coldly. Terrifying flames appeared on his body. The nine-yang divine body released a terrifying radiance. He seemed to have transformed into a god of war. He threw out a punch with the power to split the sky. At the same time, he slashed out with his left hand. With a vast light, it turned into a giant dragon that descended from the sky. The two collided and shook incomparably. The chaos palm shattered. Han Tian was furious. He formed a seal with his palm. The chaos seal, the seal had the power to overturn heaven and earth. The momentum of this attack was so great that it shook everyone's hearts. Lin Xian waved his sword. Terrifying sword chi surged out and swept across heaven and earth. The two collided and shook incomparably. Han Tian was suppressed. You can't do it, Lin Xian said coldly. In the sky, the Chaos Quasi-Emperor's face was extremely cold. Damn it. Is this Lin Wudi more terrifying than our double champion? He said coldly. Tian, show me your true strength. Yes, ancestor, I understand. Han Tian was also brimming with killing intent. He waved his hands and a terrifying chaos pagoda appeared, shaking the 9 heavens. The primal chaos treasure pagoda opened heaven and earth, suppressing the sword chi. That place. God of God's ability. Why do I feel a sense of fear? He could even suppress Lin Wudi's sword chi. It was unbelievable. Lin Xian's sword chi was suppressed, but he was not afraid. A mysterious rune appeared in his eyes. After opening the Rinnegan, the terrifying blade of reincarnation slashed forward. With a pu chi sound, Han Tian cried out miserably. His soul was injured again, and blood dyed the skies red. Countless people exclaimed. Even the Chaos Quasi-Emperor's pupils constricted. His face was incomparably cold. He stared ahead with murderous intent. He gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have such magical eyes. Lin Xian looked ahead and said coldly, "If that's all you have, then you've lost this battle." His voice spread in all directions, shocking everyone. "Damn it. Kid, you've underestimated me." Han Tian roared angrily. A terrifying chaotic rune formed between his eyebrows. It was in the shape of a giant axe. It directly protected his soul. In the next moment, he roared angrily. Endless power erupted from his body. He charged over. He wanted to fight Lin Xian in close combat. Lin Xian fought against him. With a clang, the two shook and released a terrifying aura. One of them had the chaotic body, while the other had the nine-yang divine body. Now that they attacked together, it was really shocking. However, Lin Xian's divine body was suppressed. "Did you see that? My soul has surpassed your nine-yang divine body. I won't lose this battle." Han Tian regained his confidence. "Surpassed my physique." Lin Xian sneered. "Is that so?" His fist split open the sky. With a punch, it shook in all directions. The two fought again. Gradually, he was no longer suppressed. The flames that filled the sky were terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Even the Chaos Quasi-Emperor's expression changed. Impossible, the nine-yang divine body's ranking in the starry sky was definitely not comparable to the chaotic body. How could he be a draw? Damn it, why do I feel such a shocking power in his flames? What kind of flames did it fuse with? Lin Xian's nine-yang divine body had indeed fused with the purple sun divine fire, so its power had become extremely terrifying. Now, it could compete with the chaotic body, which was ranked higher than him. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes appeared again. It was the terrifying light of reincarnation. With infinite power, he charged forward. Not good. Everyone was terrified. Last time, it was because of this pair of eyes that Han Tian was injured. Could he resist this time? With a clang, an earth-shaking sound came from Han Tian's body. If the giant axe between his eyebrows blocked this attack, Han Tian would have been defeated. Han Tian retreated, his face pale. However, he laughed. "Ha ha ha ha. Kid, did you see that? Do you think I don't have a way to restrain you? You don't understand our reincarnation bodies at all. Next, I will let you feel despair." He shouted angrily and roared at the sky. His reincarnation body erupted with an incomparable brilliance. At the same time, a giant axe phantom appeared behind him. This phantom axe soared into the sky from his bloodline, carrying monstrous bloodline runes. Heavens, what is this? Han Tian actually has such power, he actually blocked the Rinnegan eyes. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. The people of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty were shocked. This should be the super bloodline of the chaotic race. The corners of Zifu's mouth also curled up. Rumor had it that the chaotic race used a divine axe to create heaven and earth. It indeed existed in their bloodline. Han Tian summoned the bloodline divine axe. Then, he held it with both hands and slashed forward. An unparalleled divine power swept out in all directions. At this moment, it was earth-shattering, and the surroundings kept shattering. The spectators were all shocked. Even the Sacred Lord's pupils constricted. They would probably have to retreat from this attack. What is this? Is he going to create heaven and earth? At this moment, Han Tian was too powerful. He was like a supreme god that people could only look up to. The pupils of the heavenly quartz people constricted. The expressions of Morong Qingqing and the others changed drastically. They didn't expect Han Tian to have such strength. One had to know that when he was fighting against Lin Xian, Han Tian didn't use this bloodline at all. The other party was hiding his strength. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably cold. He used the demon summoning scripture. A pitch-black demonic shadow also appeared behind him. As soon as the demonic shadow appeared, it also had a trace of Emperor's might that swept in all directions. Everyone felt their hair stand on end again. They looked at Lin Xian with horror. At this moment, even the people of the Hundun tribe were stunned. However, the pupils of the Hundun quasi-emperor also shrank. No, this is not the power of the bloodline, this is the power of the earth. He has cultivated the ancient scriptures of the great emperor. An extremely terrifying divine light burst out from his eyes as he stared straight ahead. He wanted to see through the demonic shadow. However, the demonic shadow turned its head slightly and forgot to come over. With a boom, the Hundan quasi-emperor felt a piercing pain in his eyes. What is going on? The demonic shadow was able to counterattack. It was too strange. What other secrets does Lin Xian have? However, he soon snorted. No matter what secrets he had, everything would be over after this battle. He was very confident in his family's bloodline, the divine axe. The bloodline divine axe in the sky slashed down. Lin Xian stood there, and the demonic shadow behind him formed seals with its palms, looking extremely ancient. It slowly raised its hand. At this moment, it was as if a demon god had been resurrected. The black demonic shadow covered the sky and charged forward. With a boom, the sky shattered and countless large cracks formed. Even Wine Lord was slightly surprised. He looked at the demonic shadow and frowned. However, he did not say anything. Boom, the bloodline divine axe and the demon god's shadow collided. With a boom, the sky and earth were pierced through. At this moment, everyone felt a shocking power sweeping out in all directions. Oh no, they have gone crazy. No one would be able to survive under this power. However, at this moment, the two quasi-emperors took action to stop this force. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Are they really two young people? At this moment, even the sacred lords felt their hair stand on end. Who won and who lost? Everyone was paying close attention to this. Even the two quasi-emperors looked over with rapt attention. In the next moment, the Hundan quasi-emperor frowned while Wine Lord smiled. Soon, everyone also noticed that the bloodline divine axe in the sky was in a stalemate with the demon god's shadow. The two were evenly matched. Everyone was in an uproar, but the experts of the Hundan tribe exclaimed. This is impossible. How can our bloodline divine axe not be able to defeat him? They were all crazy. One had to know that the primal chaos tribe had created the world. According to the legends, the ancestor had used a godly axe to split the entire universe into two. Later on, their bloodline possessed the power of the godly axe. Now that they had the strongest bloodline, the other party would not die for sure. But the result was unexpected. That demonic shadow actually blocked it. It was unbelievable. Your bloodline power is indeed very strong, but that's it. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light as he attacked again. Demonic God Seal, one of the palms was incomparably vast. It transformed into the fury of the thunder god and charged forward. With a loud boom, the sky shook from the impact. One of his arms was broken. On the other hand, Lin Xian attacked again. His sword chi was like thunder, connecting into one. Every strike was incomparably terrifying, causing Hun Tian to vomit blood and be sent flying. His body was covered with sword scars. Lin Xian charged forward. Not good, Hun Tian's aura was declining. Some people frowned when they saw this. The faces of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty and the Golden Crow tribe turned ugly. In a battle between experts, confidence was very important. Now, Hun Tian's confidence seemed to have been shattered. He was suppressed by Lin Wudi. Indeed, Hun Tian kept vomiting blood and was injured. The people of the Primal Chaos tribe exclaimed. Your Highness, quickly counterattack. Even Hun Dun's expression had become extremely ugly. However, the others were shocked. This Lin Wudi was really too strong. Could it be that he was going to win this battle? Lin Xian snorted. A yin-yang image appeared in his hand. It transformed into a yin-yang sword and charged forward. The yin-yang sword was incomparably terrifying. It swept through everything. Even the sacred leader felt that his life was in danger. At this critical moment, Hun Tian roared. He waved his hands and the bloodline battle axe appeared again. He sent the yin-yang sword flying. In the next moment, he roared into the sky and merged. The bloodline battle axe merged with his body. In the next moment, Hun Tian changed. All the bones in his body emitted crackling sounds, and his entire body turned into a giant axe. He stood in the void. Kid, this is my strongest attack. Now, you can see it. You can die with pride. A cold voice came from the giant axe. Everyone's hair stood on end. What happened? Hun Tian turned into a weapon. This was too unbelievable. Even Wine Lord frowned. He realized the power of the giant axe. It was much stronger than the bloodline battle axe that he had summoned previously. It was much stronger. The Primal Chaos Boundary Emperor laughed. Our Primal Chaos tribe's bloodline is extraordinary. However, the most powerful thing is the chaotic body. This was the biggest secret of the chaotic body. He could unleash the full potential of his bloodline. The power of the divine axe was reproduced. That's right. The chaotic body had the biggest secret. He had turned into a divine axe that could split heaven and earth. This power had surpassed the demonic god's shadow. Everyone was shocked. Lin Wudy was in danger. He couldn't resist it. Unless he used the heaven-devouring jar. However, this battle didn't allow the use of weapons. Could Lin Wudy merge with the demonic god's shadow? If it could, its power would increase exponentially as well. Everyone was looking forward to it. Even the people on the Nebula Divine platform were looking forward to it. However, Lin Xian frowned. He could only summon the demonic god's shadow. He couldn't merge with it. Therefore, when he looked ahead, his expression was incomparably solemn. It seemed that he had underestimated his opponent. Was this the true power of the chaotic body? But so what? He roared angrily and charged out. Hun Tian, who was at the front, charged over. At this moment, he had turned into a divine axe and slashed down on the demonic god's shadow. The demonic god's shadow dimmed. Then, it disappeared. Lin Xian also retreated. A terrifying crack appeared on his body. His internal organs were exposed. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. He was injured, countless people exclaimed. Lin Wudy was finally injured. His 9-yang divine body was broken. Everyone was shocked. Brother Xian. Morong Qingqing and the others cried out in alarm. Yan Ruyu, He Shan, and the others' expressions became incomparably grave. Was Lin Xian going to be defeated? He was indeed no match for him. The people from the Purple Mansion laughed. The Golden Crow clan and the Twins of Destiny also sneered. Lin Wudy was finally going to die this time. Their peerless enemy was going to enter the 18 levels of hell from now on. The people from the Thousand Dragons Court also had incomparably grave expressions. The chaotic body was indeed strong. If their prince didn't die, they would probably be able to sweep through everything from the beginning until now. Thinking of this, they sighed. Lin Wudy, go to hell. It would be best if he died, they gritted their teeth. Hun Tian flew over again. He transformed into a giant axe and said coldly. Do you still think you're my match? This time, I'll split you in half and let you die completely. In the face of this axe, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Lin Wudy couldn't block it at all. Was he going to die? This was a young supreme being, someone who had the potential to become a great emperor. But now, he had fallen. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian roared. He didn't use the demon summoning scripture. Instead, he used the Rinnegan with all his strength. The Rinnegan eye kept spinning as if it was drawing the 6 paths of reincarnation. At the same time, endless runes flew out and formed a terrifying 6 paths world. The world shook, and the sky was about to shatter. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. Lin Wudy didn't merge with the demon god's shadow. Instead, he used his eye technique. It was useless. The Chaos Quasi-Emperor sneered. After using his strongest physique and turning into the Chaos Divine Axe, all soul attacks couldn't hurt him. However, Wine Lord was looking forward to it. Could it be that this little guy was going to use that thing? But with only one eye, it was too much. He was also worried for Lin Xian. Lin Xian's Rinnegan was getting more and more mysterious. The Rinnegan runes on it kept spinning. Then, a ray of light flew out. As soon as this ray of light appeared, the world shattered. Even the divine axe in the Sky Palace stopped. It kept shaking. What was this? Hun Tian's face changed. Damn it, he didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to threaten him. He attacked with all his strength. However, it was too late. Lin Xian's Rinnegan had completely erupted. The Rinnegan light condensed between heaven and earth, and then turned into an illusion. It was as if it had crossed the ancient time and space, causing the whole world to collapse. The surrounding people were also sent flying. Their faces were full of shock. It was a sword. Finally, a divine ancestor exclaimed. Lin Wudy used a sword. What kind of sword was it? They were extremely shocked. The sword seemed to be formed by 6 connected worlds. It was incomparably terrifying. Everyone felt that their souls were about to be reincarnated. The Purple Mansion Lord's face was pale. She said in horror. Could it be the reincarnation sword? His voice was trembling. When the others heard this, they were even more stunned. What? Samsara sword, the reincarnation sword of the 5 swords of the world? It wasn't broken long ago. 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's elder exclaimed. That was impossible. The experts of the Kuan-Pung race gasped. One of Lin Wudy's eyes was the Rinnegan. Legend has it that the Rinnegan and the Samsara sword have a mysterious connection. Rinnegan can summon the Samsara sword. Kuan-Pung was shocked. The other party had actually summoned the Samsara sword. The Fire Qilan's pupils also shrank. This Lin Wudy originally possessed the great dragon sword soul, and his combat strength far surpassed others. Could he summon the Samsara sword now? 2 of the 5 swords of the world were related to him. Furthermore, the devouring sword was a quasi-emperor from the other side. This Lin Xian was too heaven-defying. Although the Samsara sword was only an illusion, it had indeed been summoned. He collided with the giant axe. The giant axe kept shaking, but in the end, it did not fall. Instead, it was sent flying. The next moment, the Samsara sword disappeared, and the giant axe was also sent flying. The 2 of them were once again scattered. Between them was an incomparably terrifying crack in the universe. He blocked it. This Lin Wudy really blocked it. Countless people were shocked. The people of the Hundun race were stunned. The Hundun quasi-emperor's expression became incomparably solemn. He stared fixedly at Lin Xian. On the other side, the Jiaoshao quasi-emperor in Yao Guang's mind roared crazily. I must get this body, help me get this body, and I will give you whatever you want. He had truly gone mad because he desperately wanted to obtain every single treasure on Lin Xian's body. Puff, Hun Tian, who was opposite him, spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became incomparably pale. He transformed from the giant axe into his human form again and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The Samsara sword just now had injured him. At that moment, he seemed to have entered the cycle of reincarnation for 10,000 years, causing his soul to be severely injured. If he hadn't used his strongest Hundun body and divine axe bloodline just now, he would have died long ago. But even so, he was seriously injured. Lin Xian's situation wasn't good either. His right eye was already tightly shut. There was even a line of blood tears on it. Obviously, using the Rinnegan to summon the Samsara sword was beyond his endurance. He probably wouldn't be able to use the Rinnegan again in a short period of time. Everyone was shocked. Both of them were seriously injured. So the outcome was really uncertain. The Hundun quasi-emperor shouted coldly. This is your good opportunity. Use the Chaos Divine Axe again and kill him. He now felt a sense of crisis. Although he was a Hundun quasi-emperor, he felt that Lin Xian might be a threat to him. Hun Tian also took a deep breath. He also knew that the other party's Rinnegan could no longer be used. This was the best opportunity to kill the other party. If he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to kill the other party in the future. He roared angrily, and his bloodline actually burned. He transformed into the Chaos Divine Axe again, and a terrifying aura erupted. Everyone was shocked. God, this Hun Tian was going all out. He actually burned his bloodline. Even if he won this battle, he would be seriously injured. It seemed that Lin Wudy was really too dangerous. Hun Tian didn't hesitate to damage his foundation to kill the other party. This time, Lin Wudy didn't have the Rinnegan or the demon god's phantom. Would he be able to withstand it? He's dead meat. Fire Qilan sneered. Kun Pengzi also shook his head. Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu were also extremely nervous. Lin Xian laughed. Are you going all out? It seems that you don't have any more moves. Next, the one who will be defeated will be you. Han Tian sneered. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Show me what else you have. He roared angrily and charged over again. The reincarnation axe slashed down, splitting the sky and earth. Lin Xian instantly used Shadowless Heaven's net to dodge. He also had a pair of black wings on his back, which made his speed even faster. Do you only know how to dodge now? This means that your path has come to an end. Let me end you. Han Tian's eyes regained his confidence. The other party didn't dare to fight against him. This meant that his good opportunity had finally arrived. The others also had the same thought. Lin Xian sneered. Do you think your Chaos Divine Axe is very powerful? Today, let me show you what it means to be unparalleled in the world. As soon as he said that, a dragon's voice rang out from Lin Xian's body. At this moment, everyone's souls shook and their blood boiled. Even the faces of the people from the Thousand Dragons court turned pale. Damn it, this voice, could it be? On the other side, the dark red divine dragon and the others laughed. The dragons behind him were excited. This was a dragon soul, a great dragon soul. Morong Qingqing and the others were also happy. Could it be that Brother Xian was going to use the great dragon sword soul? That's right, the great dragon sword soul rushed out and merged with Lin Xian's body. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a peerless sword god. He swept in all directions and merged with the great dragon sword soul. Man and sword as one, Lin Xian looked forward and said. Let me tell you what the strongest attack is. Lin Xian's sonorous voice spread all around. The surrounding people also exclaimed in surprise. The strongest attack? How dare he say that? However, they did feel the invincible power in Lin Xian's body. Kill, Han Tian roared angrily. The chaotic aura on his body bloomed and turned into the chaotic divine axe. He slashed down again. His aura was stronger than before. He was already burning his bloodline. Lin Xian snorted. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a giant dragon. He also attacked aggressively. Man and sword as one. The sword swept across, destroying heaven and earth. The two collided, and the vast divine power spread in all directions. The surrounding people were shocked and vomited blood. Oh heavens, he blocked it. He really blocked it. Lin Wudi still had such power. This should be the legendary Great Dragon Sword. Although it was only a sword soul, it was still terrifying. Lin Xian was too unusual. He summoned the reincarnation sword and had the Great Dragon Sword soul. These were two of the 5 swords in the world. Moreover, the Great Dragon Sword was an unparalleled saint art. It was absolutely terrifying. The two sides fought fiercely. Han Tian felt the sharp aura and his scalp went numb. He roared angrily. This was his last chance. He would never allow himself to be defeated again. The divine axe swept through everything in its path. Lin Xian snorted. He turned into a dragon-shaped sword intent and swept across all directions. He slashed out with the sword, and a terrifying aura bloomed on it. What kind of sword technique was this? It must be a Thearcha's divine ability. Countless people exclaimed because they found this sword too strange. Like a ghost, he suddenly appeared behind Han Tian. It was aimed at Han Tian's vital parts. After Lin Xian became one with the sword, he performed the Azure sword technique. He slashed out with the sword. It was a sure-kill divine skill. Han Tian felt the danger and the divine axe pointed at the back of the exhibition area. It set off monstrous laws. With a boom, he was sent flying and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Lin Xian laughed coldly. You're no match for me in terms of attack power. The more Lin Xian fought, the braver he became. His great dragon sword soul had reached perfection. The surrounding people were all stunned. Because they realized that Lin Xian was really too strong. Damn it, how could it be like this? On the other hand, the faces of the Han Dun tribe turned extremely ugly. Was Han Tian going to lose again? They couldn't bear it. The primal chaos quasi-emperor's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He could not help but want to attack. However, Master Jiao, who was at the side, stared at him fixedly. He had no chance at all. Great, Brother Xian has the upper hand. A beautiful smile appeared on Morong Qingqin's face. This smile stunned the surrounding people. Lin Xian let out a dragon roar, and the illusion of 10,000 dragons appeared around him. The people from the dragon clan were also shocked. Damn it, there's something wrong with this kid's bloodline. Why do I feel such a terrifying dragon aura? They were shocked. How could they know that Lin Xian had fused with the bloodline of 10,000 dragons and had long possessed the great dragon sword soul? Therefore, the dragon aura on his body was incomparable. At this moment, Lin Xian's entire body was emitting a monstrous light. He seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword. He slashed out with the Azura sword art. This sword was so powerful that the sword light in front of everyone's eyes disappeared. Only killing intent filled the sky. The divine axe split open the sky. On the other side, Han Tian also let out an angry roar. He also used his strongest power. Heaven and earth shook. A terrifying light enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, even the sky split open. Was he going to go all out? Everyone was shocked. They knew that the winner would be decided soon. In the next moment, a bolt of divine thunder rang out. Everyone's blood surged and they couldn't stand steadily. They saw the two collide. The light in front of them was like 10 suns that were about to split open. Everyone couldn't see clearly at all. They could only feel the terrifying aura. In the next moment, a miserable scream sounded in front of them. Everyone's scalps went numb. Who was it? Someone must have been injured. Was it Han Tian or Lin Wudi? They couldn't be sure at all. The two quasi-emperors' eyes were also bursting with light as they looked in front of them. Damn it. Suddenly, the Chaos Quasi-Emperor let out a roar and a pair of chaos hands grabbed in front of him. He wanted to tear that storm apart. At this moment, a chaos vortex appeared and blocked the heavenly hand. Wine Lord said coldly. How dare you launch a sneak attack in a battle between young people? Do you think I don't exist? Damn it, how dare you stop me? Get lost. The Chaos Quasi-Emperor let out an angry roar and threw out a Chaos Divine Fist. However, the black vortex was extremely terrifying. It swallowed the sky and earth and blocked the attack. Wine Lord soared Chi sword into the sky. His face darkened and he said coldly, if you want to fight, I'll keep you company. The surrounding people went crazy. Why was the Chaos Quasi-Emperor so angry? Could it be? They looked at the battlefield in front of them and had a thought in their minds. Could it be that the one who screamed was Han Tian? Only such a situation could make a Quasi-Emperor so angry. Heavens, Han Tian was injured. Moreover, such an attack must have seriously injured him. Could it be that he was going to be defeated? Impossible, how could His Highness be defeated? The experts of the Chaos tribe roared crazily. Their faces were pale and they couldn't accept it. That was their Chaos body, the strongest bloodline. If they were to be defeated, it would be a huge blow to them. On the other side, the Purple Mansion's Mansion Master also frowned. This was impossible, the Chaos body and the super strong bloodline turned into the Chaos Divine Axe. With such strength, he shouldn't be defeated. As for the others, such as Yi Wudao, Gu Feng, Kuan Pingzi, Fire Qilin, and the others. Their eyes were also shining with a cold light. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn. The other sacred lords gasped. The young Sky Pride had grown to such a level. There weren't many people who could suppress him in the future. At this moment, the storm in front of them gradually disappeared. The light was no longer as bright. Everyone looked up. They wanted to see the scene in front of them clearly. In the next moment, they were dumbfounded. Because they realized that the two people in front of them had separated. Lin Xian stood there like a peerless divine sword. On the other side, the Chaos Divine Axe that Han Tian had turned into cracked. Chaos blood dripped from it, and his internal organs were badly damaged. Everyone gasped. He was really injured, and he was seriously injured. At this moment, Han Tian's body shook, and he regained his human form. His face was extremely ugly. How could it be? He had used a super strong physique and the Chaos Divine Axe. He could have swept everything away, but now he was seriously injured. This was a huge blow to him. On the other side, Lin Xian was like a sword god. He said coldly. I told you, you are no match for me. One stained the sky with blood while the other was as mighty as the sword god. the outcome of the battle had already been decided. Hun Tian gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared ahead. The great dragon sword soul, damn it, is this the legendary offensive sacred technique? Damn it, the power that Lin Xian could unleash was too strong. He was unwilling to accept the fact that Lin Xian had surpassed his divine X. Damn it, he was filled with regret at the thought of this. If he had not sent his avatar here in the beginning, he would have killed Lin Xian the moment he met him. Lin Xian would not have had the chance to grow to such a level. It was all because of his carelessness. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. His arrogance had given Lin Xian a chance to grow. Hence, he could only lose now. However, he was unwilling to accept the outcome. Ah, he roared into the sky as his black hair danced wildly. I am unwilling to accept this. Lin Xian snorted coldly. So what if he was unwilling to accept the outcome? Who in this world would be willing to accept defeat? However, only the strong could go on forever. Since Lin Xian had lost, he could go to hell. He slashed forward again. The terrifying sword chi swept across the land and everyone felt their scalps go numb. The experts of the Hundun clan narrowed their eyes. Damn it, Lin Wuti. How dare you attack? On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was extremely cold. Victory and defeat had been decided in this battle. Lin Xian became one with the sword and unleashed a monstrous power. He slashed out with his sword and sent Hun Tian flying. Hun Tian's body was sent flying. He was already severely injured and there was no way he could withstand the attack. His broken body could not merge completely because of the invincible power. Sacred blood kept dripping from his body. Ah, Hun Tian let out a miserable shriek as his soul became dim and lifeless. He could die at any time. Damn it, how dare you? The Hundun tribe experts roared crazily. Ancestor, they looked at the Hundun quasi-emperor. The Hundun quasi-emperor also snorted coldly. Go to hell, Ant, he pointed at Lin Xian, trying to kill him. At this moment, Lord Alcohol also made his move. You've tried to assassinate me again and again. Are you looking down on me? That's fine too. Let's decide the victor today. Wine Lord's devouring whirlpool engulfed the Chaos Emperor. The two quasi-emperors instantly charged toward the nine heavens. Without the threat of the quasi-emperor, Lin Xian quickly charged towards Hun Tian. No. How dare you? The holy master of the Hundun tribe roared in a frenzy. A terrifying chaos treasure pagoda suppressed the heavens and earth. However, Lin Xian executed Shadowless Heaven's net and was fast to the extreme. At this moment, he had turned into a dragon sword and swept in all directions. That power was really too strong. Even the divine ancestor coughed up blood and was sent flying. However, there were too many sacred sovereigns around. The Purple Mansion Master and the Golden Crow tribe's sacred leader both attacked. However, Lin Xian also had quite a few holy lords on his side. The old ancestors of the Tao, the experts of the Heavenly Court and the experts of the Nebula Immortal Foundation all made their moves. The scene was extremely terrifying. Buzz, at this moment, the void shattered and 3 battle swords charged over, directly attacking Lin Xian's back. This was a spatial ability. This attack was too sudden. It came and went like a ghost, making it impossible to guard against. Lin Xian felt the battle swords coming from behind him. He suddenly turned around and waved the dragon sword. It directly tore the 3 battle swords into pieces. At the same time, he charged into the void. The terrifying dragon-shaped sword flew into the void and directly attacked the elder of the Gu family. Seeing this scene, the elder's pupils constricted and he wanted to escape. However, in the next moment, he was pierced through by the sword and was nailed to the void. Was this the power of the great dragon sword soul? It was indeed an offensive sacred art. He died in despair. The Fate tribe's divine ancestor formed a seal with his palms and transformed into a world of good and evil, continuously enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body shook and he almost fell from the sky. The Fate tribe's divine ancestor smiled. Great, watch me send you to hell forever. Half of the world instantly turned into a pitch-black hell, wanting to swallow Lin Xian. At that moment, Lin Xian let out a roar. The great dragon sword soul erupted again. At this moment, it turned into a 10,000-meter-long divine sword and directly split the hell. The Fey tribe's divine ancestor was also split in half. Roar, Lin Xian roared. He used the power of the sword world. The terrifying power of the world poured into the great dragon sword. The sharp aura of the great dragon sword instantly skyrocketed. Slash, with a slash of the sword, the experts who wanted to get close were all sent flying. They were horrified. The power of this sword was stronger than before. This guy was going to fully recover. Great dragon sword soul, damn it, Hun Tian's face also became incomparably ugly. He threw out the Chaos Treasure Pagoda and Chaos Shield. Even the Chaos World tried to resist. However, it was useless. Under this sword, they were all shattered. No, I'm not willing. I don't want to die, he roared crazily, but he was completely enveloped by the sword. Boom, the dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, the experts of the dragons also felt a huge suppression. Everyone felt a peerless sword chi that slashed through their souls. Then, the world became quiet because they realized that Hun Tian's soul had disappeared. They turned their heads and saw a cloud of blood mist. 2 halves of a body fell from the sky. It was Hun Tian. He was dead. They couldn't sense his vitality anymore. One after another, the sacred lords cried out in alarm. No. Below, the experts of the Hundun tribe roared crazily. Their eyes were bleeding. They couldn't bear it. That was the Hundun physique, their future hope. But now, he had actually been killed by someone. Kill him, kill Lin Wudi. Avenge His Highness. The experts of the Hundun tribe rushed out crazily, and all kinds of sacred weapons flew out. The Hundun Quasi-Emperor in the 9 heavens also roared. He stretched out a foot and stomped down in the air. He was like a giant spiritual god. At this moment, the world was shattered. The surrounding sacred lords all vomited blood and were sent flying. It was too terrifying. Once a Quasi-Emperor was angry, no one could fight against him. However, Wine Lord was calm. He slashed out a black sword light and cut off the foot. It was engulfed. In the next moment, Wine Lord's voice was heard. Lin Xian, well done. You don't have to worry about the Quasi-Emperor's revenge. I'll help you hold this Quasi-Emperor back so that he can't come out in a short time. As for the others, I believe you can fight them. With that, Wine Lord completely turned into a black divine sword and shrouded the Hundun Quasi-Emperor. In the next moment, the 2 of them broke through the void and disappeared. Damn it, the Hundun Quasi-Emperor roared in anger. However, he was swallowed by the black vortex and didn't appear. Ancestor. The experts of the Hundun tribe roared crazily. Did their ancestor disappear? Damn it. The people of the Purple Mansion were also gritting their teeth. It seemed that the 2 Quasi-Emperors wouldn't win in a short time. However, this was also a good opportunity. It meant that Lin Wudi didn't have a Quasi-Emperor behind him. This was a good opportunity to kill him. Hurry up and do it. With a roar, the Purple Mansion realm experts appeared one after another. The other experts also attacked. The death of the Chaos Dual Crown King shocked countless people. The impact of the fall of such a young supreme being was too terrifying. However, something even more shocking happened. They decided to kill Lin Xian as well. Lin Xian's face was pale. The battle with Hun Tian had consumed a lot of his energy, and he was also injured. Coupled with the shocking sword strike at the end, his body was indeed weak. However, when he saw this scene, his expression turned gloomy and cold. You want to kill me? Do you have the ability? He waved his hand and directly shot out the heaven-devouring jar. Everyone, let's fight. The people of the heavenly court had long been experienced in dealing with the patriarchs of the Tao. When they saw this scene, they directly channeled their power into the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar erupted with light and shot out a ray of light. In an instant, hundreds of saints screamed and turned into a bloody mist. When the others saw this, their hair stood on end and they quickly used their extreme weapons. They retreated frantically, and the 10,000 dragons picture appeared and swept across heaven and earth. Everyone provided their power to block the heaven-devouring jar. Then, an ancient void mirror appeared out of thin air, and the power of the void tore heaven and earth apart. Many people on Lin Xian's side vomited blood, and their bodies shattered and turned into a bloody mist. At this moment, the Yi family's heaven and earth cauldron appeared. Yi Wudao seemed to have transformed into a god. The immortal king phantom behind him held the heaven and earth cauldron and swept through the area. He fought against the void realm. As soon as these extreme weapons appeared, they froze heaven and earth. Everyone's hair stood on end as they frantically channeled their power. At this moment, Lin Xian took out the quasi-emperor's corpse. He said coldly, "Whoever wants to die, come out. I'll fulfill your wish." Seeing the quasi-emperor's corpse, everyone's hair stood on end. They knew that Lin Xian couldn't use his Eye of Reincarnation because he had summoned the reincarnation sword. However, who knew if he still had any trump cards? If he could use this quasi-emperor's corpse to sweep through all directions, then no one would be a match for him. Retreat! The people of the Golden Crow clan roared. The people of the Twin of Destiny clan also retreated. Gufeng gritted his teeth, and the people of the Purple Mansion also had cold expressions. They also prepared to retreat. The people of the Primal Chaos clan roared. "No. Join hands and take him down." The leader of the Z government shook his head. Unless they had an absolute advantage, they wouldn't be able to win. But from the looks of it, we didn't. It wouldn't be easy to kill him. At this point, he looked at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Lin Wudi, you don't have to be so arrogant. Although you killed Han Tian, you're just a double champion. Let me tell you a secret. Our Violet Palace has the Triple Crown King. Although he was sleeping now, it wouldn't take long for him to appear. The first thing he will do when he appears is to kill you. Enjoy your last moments." After saying that, the Purple Mansion's mansion master turned around and left with his people. The surrounding people were shocked. What? The Purple Mansion also had the existence of the Triple Crown King. It was too unbelievable. One had to know that both Lin Xian and Han Tian were double champions. Both of them were already so terrifying. How terrifying was the Triple Crown champion? The sacred races felt their scalps go numb. Did such a person really exist? Lin Xian and the others looked even more serious. Damn it. The people of the Primal Chaos clan roared crazily. Now that these experts had retreated, they didn't have any extreme weapons. They could only leave unwillingly. Lin Wudi, just you wait. We will definitely take revenge for His Highness. When our quasi-emperor ancestor returns, it will be the time of your death. Lin Xian sneered. Han Tian deserved to die. You want a quasi-emperor to kill me? Stop dreaming. He trusted Wine Lord. Since the Wine Lord said that he could restrain the other party, he didn't need to worry. The enemies retreated. The Heavenly Court, Nebula Immortal Platform, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's face was pale and his body swayed. Morong Qingqing and the others hurried over to support Lin Xian. Quickly take Big Brother Xian away. They soared into the sky and left. News of this spread out, sweeping in all directions. Not only did the entire Yuhua ancient city know, it also spread out. The true spirit world, the buried Emperor Star, and the other worlds all knew. What? A double crown king had fallen? That was impossible. A double crown king was in existence, even more terrifying than a prince. Moreover, this double crown king was even more extraordinary. That was the primal chaos physique of the primal chaos race. The primal chaos race was a race that created the world. Not to mention the primal chaos physique. The primal chaos physique was the strongest bloodline of the primal chaos race. How could such an expert with such a physique fall? Could it be that he was killed by an extreme weapon? No, it was Lin Wudi who killed him. What? Lin Wudi, that name was like thunder to everyone's ears. Previously, he had killed the Dragon Prince. Now, he had killed the Double Crown King. Was he trying to defy the heavens? Following that, more details about the battle were revealed. 2 quasi-emperors attacked. Countless sacred lords attacked. 4 extreme weapons confronted each other. All of this was because of Lin Xian. Things happened one after another, leaving everyone dumbstruck. The myriad worlds in the heavens were in an uproar. On the other side, the primal chaos race was in an uproar when they heard about it. They all knelt down and cried. Their most promising genius had fallen just like that. They issued a kill order. The 9 heavens and 10 earths had to kill Lin Wuti. The Z Mansion, Thousand Dragon Chow, and the others were also solemn. Lin Xian's growth was really too fast. Who could suppress him in the future? When the Divine Union and the others heard about it, they cheered. That was great. Their leader, Lin Wuti, had taken another step forward. The other spectators were also in awe. This was a battle of the gods. This was definitely the most exciting battle in the past 10,000 years. Both of them had the talent of a great emperor. It was just that Lin Wuti was better. There was probably no one who could stop Lin Wuti's footsteps. Some people were shocked. In the future, he would most likely become a great emperor or at least a quasi-emperor. There were also people who said that before the Z Mansion left, he had said something. The Z Mansion had the sleeping Triple Crown King. This was an even more terrifying existence. If this news was true, then Lin Wuti was still in danger. The Triple Crown King. Heavens, what kind of power was this? It was hard to imagine. Everyone was shocked. There were also people who said that other than Han Tian, there were opponents. For example, Yao Guang, who cultivated the demonic heaven-devouring skill, was unfathomable. She was growing even faster. There was also the emperor of the Qilin race, the Fire Qilin, who was also a double crown king. He hid it very well. As for the other princes and princesses, if they had a heaven-defying opportunity, they would definitely be able to break through instantly. It was not that they did not have a chance. In an instant, everyone was talking about it. However, the most talked about was Lin Xian. After all, he had created one legend after another. Along the way, he had indeed made everyone look up to him. At this moment, Lin Xian had already entered the sword world and was recovering with all his might. Although he had also been injured in this battle, his condition was much better than Han Tian's. As long as he had enough power, he would be able to completely recover to his peak. At the same time, something else was discovered in the universe. Damn it, who is it? Lin Wuti, they don't want to let us go, the Hundun tribe experts roared wildly. They were on the verge of collapse. After all, Han Tian's death was a huge blow to them. Now that they had returned with their corpses, someone actually tried to assassinate them. What are they trying to do? Damn it, do they really think that we, the Hundun tribe, are pushovers? Even if the ancestor is not here, we can still sweep through everything. The sacred masters were furious. They displayed their powerful strength and shattered the heavens and earth. However, a cold laugh came from the void. Then, it turned into a terrifying vortex and charged over. It attacked the Hundun tribe experts. Not good, it's the devouring quasi-emperor. They thought of Wine Lord, but in the next moment, they realized that it was not him. There was no emperor's might, and the devouring quasi-emperor should be with their ancestor. Then who is it? Is it the heaven-devouring jar? No, it's not Lin Wuti's aura. They thought of another possibility. The demonic heaven-devouring art. Damn it, you're a light-shaking realm expert. You want to devour our chaos physique, damn it, they roared wildly. These people sped up. A few other experts stayed behind, ready to kill the light-shaking realm experts. However, the light-shaking realm experts appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Their spatial abilities were superb. They dodged these attacks for a while. Damn it, this demonic heaven-devouring art is too extraordinary. He has the Gu clan's divine ability. We have to be careful. The void in front of them shattered, and a man in cotton clothes walked out. He had a handsome face. He blocked the way. Hand over the chaos. Physique and I can spare your lives. Just you? The 3 sacred ancestors walked out, their faces incomparably cold. Light-shaking realm, although you're a young genius and have cultivated the demonic heaven-devouring art, it's still too early for you to fight against us. Get lost immediately, or we'll destroy your divine soul. They were full of killing intent. Han Tian was already dead, but the other party didn't even let his corpse go. How could they tolerate it? Han Tian, however, sneered and remained unmoved. He spoke to the void. Don't you think it's time for you to make a move? When the surrounding people heard this, their pupils constricted. Damn it, could it be that the other party had helpers? They looked around cautiously. However, they didn't find any experts. The Primal Chaos Sacred Leader snorted coldly. Do you think we'll believe you? However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Don't worry, I promised to give you the Primal Chaos body. Why would I go back on my word? The experts of the Hundun tribe turned pale when they heard the voice. Not good, let's go. The other party really had helpers. However, it was already too late. In the next moment, an illusory soul flew out. He stepped on the sky and swept through the world. It was the remnant soul of 9 firmaments quasi-earth. Although it was only a remnant soul, its vast emperor's aura swept out. Countless people cried out in surprise. Great Emperor, no, it was a quasi-emperor. This light-shaking realm cultivator actually had a half-emperor by his side. Damn it, this person was just as terrifying as Lin Wudi, and he was hiding even deeper. No, it's not a complete quasi-emperor. It's just a wisp of his soul. A sacred ancestor gritted his teeth. Remnant soul? Do you think you can contend against them? Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao sneered. In the next moment, his emperor aura swept out in all directions. Those sacred ancestors tried their best to resist, but they were still sent flying while vomiting blood. In the next moment, they froze in the void, their faces filled with despair. They let out a painful roar. Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao said, "Hurry up and do it. I can't hold on for too long. I'm very weak now." At this point, a cold look appeared in his eyes. Damn Sakura. If he hadn't sealed me, I wouldn't be so weak now. With his true strength, he could kill these sacred ancestors with just a look. However, he couldn't do it now. One could only imagine how weak he was right now. Yao Guang, however, moved quickly. He charged forward. There was an ancient coffin there. Inside the coffin of chaos was Hun Tian's corpse. Yao Guang immediately opened the coffin of chaos and kept the soul inside. I got it. Let's go. He flew into the distance. Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao sneered. He formed a seal with his fingers and activated a Great Emperor mystique. It was a soul technique. In the next moment, the experts of the Hundun tribe screamed. The souls of the saints were destroyed, and the sacred ancestors vomited blood. They fell to the ground. No, Your Highness. They roared crazily. However, they no longer had the chance to fight back. Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao and Yao Guang's figures gradually disappeared. News of what happened next also spread. When the people of the Hundun tribe who came to receive them realized that the Hundun physique had disappeared, they all went crazy. Who did it? There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Only a few sacred ancestors were still alive. However, the situation of these few sacred ancestors was even more strange. 2 of them had gone crazy. They couldn't tell what happened at all. There were also 2 people who had terrified expressions. Every time they wanted to tell the truth, their souls would split apart. The torture made them hover between life and death. In the end, the people of the Hundun tribe didn't know who did it. Who stole the Hundun physique? Damn it, someone is targeting our Hundun tribe. Let's go back and wait for the Grand Ancestor to return. These people were on high alert. If the sacred ancestors were so injured, the person who did it must be very terrifying. They didn't dare to be careless and went back. When this matter spread, it caused an uproar. For a moment, countless people were guessing who dared to steal the Hundun physique. Could it be that Lin Wudi wanted to kill them all? Some people guessed. Some people shook their heads. It was impossible. If Lin Wudi wanted to make a move, he would have done so. Some people also said, could it be that Yao Guang? He cultivated the demonic sky-devouring technique. When these words came out, the others' expressions turned solemn. A few top-notch experts were extremely worried. This light-shaking realm cultivator was extremely strange. If he obtained the primal chaos body, if he had the Hundun physique, who knew how far he would grow, it was very likely that he would be even more terrifying than the double-crown king, Hun Tian. He was a peerless enemy. Of course, this was just a guess. No one had evidence that Hun Tian had stolen the Hundun physique. Some people guessed that it was other experts who wanted to study the bloodline of the Hundun tribe. For a moment, there were all kinds of guesses. When the news reached Lin Xian and the others, Yan Ruyu, the dark red divine dragon, and the others were shocked. However, there was no evidence, so this matter could only be dropped. In the sword world, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he had recovered about half of his strength. Most importantly, he had stabilized his foundation. As long as his foundation was fine, the rest were just minor injuries. Congratulations, kid. The dark red divine dragon flew in. You have killed another strong enemy, but there are a lot of things I have to tell you. He told everyone about the theft of the Hundun physique. Are you sure? The dark red divine flame asked. The people outside were all guessing, but there was no evidence. Some people even guessed that it was some other expert who wanted to study the secrets of the primal chaos race. Lin Xian shook his head. He said, "No, I'm sure. It's the light-shaking realm." He always felt a sense of danger when it came to the light-shaking realm. He felt that this person would definitely be a peerless enemy in the future. Although he had defeated the other party last time, he did not kill him. As for the demonic heaven-devouring art that the other party cultivated, as long as he found a suitable expert to devour, then his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. If the other party devoured the primal chaos body and grew up, he would definitely be more terrifying than Han Tian. Thinking of this, his face turned cold. It seemed that if he met the other party in the future, he could not give the other party a chance to escape. He had to kill the other party. He slowly closed his eyes and began to cultivate to recover. Outside, the news of Lin Xian killing the Double Crown King was still sweeping through the universe. Many large clans and sects were shocked. The clans of the ancients and the monarch races were also shocked. However, that was not the only thing. There were also some powerhouses who had been in hibernation. At this moment, they finally opened their eyes and woke up. They couldn't help it. They were really too shocked. The Double Crown King was already a very powerful expert. Moreover, he was so young. Such a person's future was limitless. One had to know that he was an existence that surpassed the Emperor's children. Even if he encountered a divine ancestor, he would be able to contend with him. Not only that, but even a few sacred masters might not be able to kill a Double Crown King. But now? Lin Xian had done it and killed a Double Crown King. This was simply too shocking. This person was definitely a young great emperor. On a star filled with flames, a figure walked up from the ground. He still had a divine crystal on him. It was obvious that he was sealed. His gaze pierced through the 9 heavens. Had such a top genius appeared again? But so what? Back then, didn't Xia Jiuyo also dominate the world and was only one step away from becoming a great emperor? Wasn't he still injured by someone and had no chance of becoming a great emperor in the end? This time, we can imitate the ancient times and injure Lin Wuti so that he has no chance of becoming a great emperor. In another star, there was also a divine crystal that had a human figure sealed within it. It was a woman. She looked at the universe and frowned. Even the primal chaos body was destroyed. She wondered what happened to the quasi-emperor of the primal chaos race. Would he make a move? After all, a quasi-emperor should be able to sweep through everything. Divine crystals also flew out from another star. That person said. It was said that this quasi-emperor of the Hundun tribe had been in seclusion, trying to break through to the great emperor realm. Now that something like this had happened, would it affect his heart of martial arts? Voices rang out one after another. These people were also incomparably terrifying. They even knew a lot about the legends of quasi-emperors. But when the real great emperor was mentioned, they all sighed. As for quasi-emperor and martial emperor, they were two different realms. A true great emperor could sweep through the universe with his might, but such a character was too difficult to find. Gradually, everyone realized that Lin Xian did not appear after that battle. Immediately, someone exclaimed. Could it be that Lin Wuti was also seriously injured in this battle? That was possible. After all, Han Tian was not to be trifled with. Han Tian had fallen, but it was not difficult to seriously injure Lin Wuti. Some people guessed that his foundation might have been damaged. If that was the case, Lin Wuti's path of martial arts would be dangerous. Countless guesses were made. Some people even guessed that Lin Wuti had been seriously injured and had fallen. Of course, no one had evidence, but such news had indeed spread throughout the 9 heavens. For a moment, the people of the Divine Union were worried again. However, they were relieved that no one dared to make a move against them for the time being. Indeed, although these enemies were gnashing their teeth at Lin Wuti, Lin Xian had been hit by an extreme weapon in the sun. They all thought that he had fallen. In the end, Lin Xian came out alive a few years later. Therefore, this time, unless they saw Lin Xian fall with their own eyes, they would not dare to make a move. Otherwise, they would not dare to make a move rashly. There were many legends about Lin Xian. However, some strange scenes appeared in the universe. In the vast starry sky, there was a flaming star. Suddenly, monstrous flames engulfed the universe. Then, a figure rose into the sky. This figure carried a powerful flame power that swept in all directions. Countless blade lights revolved around his body. It was as if the blade god had been resurrected. Those who passed by were dumbfounded when they saw this, as if they had been struck by lightning. Someone exclaimed, "How could this person's aura be so strong? It had already surpassed the Thearch's sun. Why do I feel that he is not weaker than Hun Tian? Oh my god, this can't be a double champion, right? Impossible!" Exclamations were heard one after another. However, this scene was still recorded by someone using an array formation and spread throughout the universe. Finally, a powerhouse of the older generation exclaimed, "Was this person Hui Yunchu from back then?" Some young geniuses were unfamiliar with this name. However, some divine ancestors narrowed their eyes. Could this be Hui Yunchu, who was known as Sky Blade? He was actually still alive. Through the array formation, they could see that he had a sealing divine crystal on him at that time. It seemed that he had chosen to seal himself in sleep for all these years. Now, he had actually appeared. In the cold universe, the void suddenly split open, and a figure walked out. He also had a sealing divine crystal on him. In the next moment, they all disappeared. A monstrous aura swept out in all directions. This person held a large black flag. As he waved it, monstrous winds and clouds swept out. It caused some people in the nearby starry sky to fall one after another. Hey Chi! It was actually him. This person was also incredible. He and his flag swept across the world. The geniuses of the same generation at that time could not raise their heads at all. No one was a match for him. This person had also chosen to be sealed back then. Unexpectedly, he had also come out now. This was also a double champion. In addition to these two people, a few other figures appeared in the starry sky of the universe. These people had all been sealed and sleeping and had only come out now. Not only that, but even two figures walked out of the true spirit world. These two people had also fallen into a deep slumber here. One of them was holding a battle spear and wearing battle armor, looking extraordinarily mighty. The other person was carrying a thunder hammer on his back. He was like a thunder god descending to the world, piercing through the 9 heavens. Xiaoying. Thunder King. He was also a double champion. The appearance of these people once again shocked the universe. Oh my god, how could there be so many double champions? One had to know that there were only 3 double champions that they knew so far. Lin Xian, the dead Hun Tian, and the fire Qilin. The appearance of these powerhouses shocked the entire universe. There were actually so many double crown champions. However, some of the older generation experts explained that they were not from this era. They were from the previous era, or even the era before that. They had no hope of becoming emperors back then, so they had chosen to seal themselves in sleep, in order to find a suitable opportunity to awaken. Now, it seems like our era is the best one. These sleeping powerhouses have awakened. Everyone gasped when they heard this. The best era, they were all pale and on the verge of fainting. Being in the same era as such powerhouses made them despair. However, some people were also excited, as they had no hope to begin with. Only Lin Xian and a few others had any hope. Now that a few more powerhouses had appeared, the battle would definitely be even more exciting. Such a scene was rarely seen in tens of thousands of years. How could they not be excited when they saw it now? The people from the emperor race were also shocked. Even the emperor's sons felt immense pressure. All along, their bloodlines had been the strongest. They were high and mighty and did not take anyone seriously. However, Lin Xian had appeared and killed the emperor's sons. Then, the Double Crown champions had appeared and suppressed them. Now, a few more Double Crown champions had appeared in succession, making them despair. Could it be that they were going to be defeated forever? Some powerhouses from the emperor race said. They had appeared because there was an opportunity to become emperors in this era. I think it's because of the news about Lin Wuti. Lin Wuti had been in the limelight for too long. He had first killed the Dragon Prince. Now, he had killed the chaotic Double Crown champion, which made the other Double Crown champions terrified. After all, no matter how strong they were, it would not be easy for them to kill the other Double Crown champions. However, Lin Xian had done it. They had probably come out of seclusion because of Lin Xian. Voices of discussion rang out once again. What happened next was even more shocking. On this full moon night, the Path sect of the Holy Abyss ancient city was attacked. A figure descended from the sky and a huge hand covered the entire Divine Union. They wanted to destroy it. The people of the Divine Union vomited mouthfuls of blood. The Divine Union array formation. At the critical moment of shattering, the savage desolate ancestor took action, forcing the enemy back. However, that figure was too mysterious. Even now, no one knew who it was. However, it wasn't over yet. True Spirit World and Deity Palace were also under attack. A mysterious man slashed out with his sword, almost splitting the entire temple into two halves. After all, the Divine Palace was extraordinary. There was a formation left behind by Xiaojiu, which blocked the sword. In fact, the spirit formation even began to counterattack and beat back the enemy. The crowd was in an uproar. First, it was the Divine Union. Now, it was the Sacred Hall. After all, Lin Xian was the one standing behind these two forces. Could it be that someone was going to attack Lin Xian? This was a test. If Lin Xian didn't come out when the Divine Union and the Sacred Hall were attacked, that meant that Lin Xian was seriously injured. Or perhaps, he had already fallen. Next, these people would be able to attack without restraint. For a moment, the universe was shaken. Who exactly was it? 10,000 Dragons Court? The Chaotic Clan? Or the new Double Crown King? In the Yuhua ancient city, Morong Qingqing and the others frowned when they heard this news. They discussed and prepared for a while before returning. Lin Xian was still recovering in seclusion. However, they weren't worried. There weren't many people who could threaten Lin Xian now. Unless it was a boundary emperor or one of those terrifying extreme weapons. The dark red divine dragon and the others discussed for a while before returning to their respective sections. After all, no one knew where those enemies would attack next. Sure enough, someone attacked the Black Sea Dragons. The dark red divine dragon transformed into a dragon blade and fought a great battle. Although he was defeated, his fighting strength was still shocking. He was also a big shot. Although he couldn't compare to the Double Crown King, he was strong enough to contend with the Emperor's son. An even more shocking battle was Xianxia. Xianxia was actually able to contend with the mysterious enemy. The power she displayed was very terrifying. Especially the figure in the golden vortex that she summoned. Even the big shots felt their scalps go numb. What exactly was Xianxia cultivating? Some of the sacred lords also gasped. Taboo martial arts. This was definitely a taboo martial art like the demonic heaven-devouring skill. In addition to Xianxia, Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu also displayed powerful strength that shocked everyone. These were all people around Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian hadn't appeared yet, the people around him were enough to sweep through everything. These people were all from the Divine Union. The Divine Union was an alliance that covered many families and sections. Now, there were so many young big shots and geniuses. The number of these geniuses was probably more than the Emperor clan. Inside the sword world, Lin Xian was still cultivating. Endless power was condensing in his body. Lin Xian had a lot of treasures in his hands. There were countless spiritual herbs growing in the Four-Spirit Valley. The effects were much better than outside. In addition, there was the heavenly spring of life under the heavenly tree. Therefore, Lin Xian's recovery wasn't a big deal. At this moment, his injuries had already healed. However, he didn't stop cultivating. This battle was considered a pinnacle battle. Hun Tian was indeed the strongest expert he had met so far. After all, his physique surpassed the 9-yang divine body. Moreover, his bloodline could transform into the chaotic divine X. Although he won this battle, it also brought him danger. In this battle, he felt that he was about to break through his bottleneck. For the next year, Lin Xian spent all his time cultivating. He absorbed endless power. On this day, a rumbling sound came from his body. Then, thunder fell from the sky and turned into a sea of lightning. It drowned him. Lin Xian roared and fought against it. 3 months later, he walked out of the sea of lightning. The aura on his body was much stronger than before. The Hellfire Dragon was also shocked. He broke through the middle stage of the Great Sage. He didn't expect this pinnacle battle to bring so many benefits to Lin Xian. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. He had broken through a level. His strength had greatly improved compared to before. Naturally, he was happy. Then, he spent another half a year to stabilize his realm. Lin Xian used the Rinnegan again. The Rinnegan had endless uses. It could summon the Samsara sword. Although it was just an illusion, it still shocked him greatly. Not only that, with the power in his soul, he could only summon it once. Even if he broke through, it would be difficult to summon it a second time. However, its power was absolutely terrifying. Of course, other than summoning the Samsara sword, the Rinnegan had other uses. The 6 paths of reincarnation, each path had different uses. However, with only one eye, Lin Xian could only master the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and man. The stars in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared. The power of Samsara kept appearing. After studying for more than a year, he stood up. Counting the time, 3 years had already passed. He wondered what changes had happened outside in these 3 years. When he came out, only Toad and Purple Star were waiting for him. What about the others? Lin Xian asked. The Toad hopped over and briefly recounted what had happened in the past 3 years. Lin Woody's face sank. Someone had dared to attack the Divine Union and the Sacred Hall. Were they testing him? Humph. He snorted coldly. Fortunately, Morong Qingqing, the dark red divine dragon, and the others had returned. Now, these people could take care of themselves, so he wasn't worried. Young Master Lin, your aura. Purple Star was even more shocked. She could now feel that Lin Xian's aura had become even stronger than before. Toad also exclaimed in surprise. He had broken through, right? This was too unbelievable. Little White also flew over and blinked her big eyes. Congratulations on breaking through. Lin Xian smiled and gave the little girl some spirit fruits. Then, he said, that's right, I have indeed broken through. Therefore, those enemies who want to make a move on me are probably in despair. The Hall Master of the Nebula Immortal platform also rushed over personally. When he saw that Lin Xian had not only recovered from his injuries, but his cultivation base had also improved, his face was full of joy. Great! It seemed like they had made the right choice in choosing Lin Xian. Your Highness, what do you plan to do next? They asked. Lin Xian said, let's go out and take a look. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry to leave, as he had just broken through and had a new understanding of the Great Path. Therefore, he could feel that there was still a mysterious aura in the Yuhua ancient city. He wanted to stay here and comprehend it. Your Highness, you have to be careful. Some very powerful experts have appeared recently and they seem to be coming for you. Lin Xian nodded. Then, they took a few black robes and put them on to cover their faces. The group walked out. Toad and Little White had already run away, while Purple Star followed Lin Xian. The Yuhua ancient city was very big. After they left, they went to an ancient temple. Lin Xian was there, comprehending the mysterious aura and great path. At that moment, he frowned and turned his head to look into the distance. There was a fight. Not long after, Purple Star also felt it. He found that a few auras were rushing over here. It was obvious that someone was being hunted. Lin Xian ignored him. Battles happened every day. If they weren't directed at him, he wouldn't care. But not long after, Purple Star frowned. He said that he felt an aura that was very familiar. He seems to be someone from our 9-star Immortal Foundation. Someone with a 9-star Immortal Foundation? Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian and Yi Zichen walked forward. Not long after, they saw people fighting up ahead. 3 people besieging 1 person? Furthermore, it was a young man. At this moment, his body was stained with blood and his face was full of wounds. Brat, don't wait anymore. Hand over the item obediently. How could you possibly be a match for us? The young man gritted his teeth. Don't even think about it. This jade pendant was given to me by Big Brother Purple Star. He asked me to take care of it, so how could I hand it over to you? I absolutely cannot let down Big Brother Purple Star. What Big Brother Purple Star? He actually dared to stand together with Lin Wudi. He died a few years ago. Why do you have to lose your life for a dead person? The 3 people around him sneered. Lin Xian, who had rushed over, saw this scene and immediately narrowed his eyes. Purple Star, who was at the side, was furious. His killing intent instantly emerged. You're courting death, he rushed out recklessly. The few people fighting in front turned their heads. In the next moment, they saw a black-robed man who instantly rushed over. Who are you? The 3 experts shouted coldly. You dare to interfere with the matters of our 9-star Immortal Foundation? Scram, are you worthy of being a 9-star Immortal Foundation? Purple Star's face was incomparably cold. Killing intent emerged from his body. Then, he suddenly attacked. A huge hand covered the sky, with starlight on it, instantly piercing through heaven and earth. One of them was smashed into pieces, blood splattering everywhere. The expressions of the other 2 also changed. You're courting death. They were furious. Purple Star's black robe was lifted, revealing his true face. You can try it. Big Brother Purple Star. It's you. The injured young man exclaimed when he saw the scene. He was really too happy. He didn't expect Big Brother Purple Star to be alive. The other 2 were dumbfounded. You're not dead, that's impossible, let's go. The 2 of them turned around and fled. However, Purple Star roared angrily. The starlight blade rushed into the sky and slashed forward. It instantly killed the 2 of them. Although the 2 in front were also experts, Purple Star was a young powerhouse. At this moment, how could the 2 of them withstand his full-strength attack? Ziyu, what's going on? Why are you being chased by a 9-star Immortal Foundation expert? Madam Purple Star frowned tightly. Big Brother, you don't know. In the shocking battle 3 years ago, you followed Lin Wudi. After that, Lin Wudi and the others disappeared, and you didn't appear for 3 years. Everyone guessed that you were already dead. Therefore, the power of the 9-star Immortal Foundation changed. Chen Mu obtained the support of the Sky Snake clan and recruited a few experts, so his strength became stronger and stronger. Therefore, they attacked the people of our bloodline. First, they suppressed us and snatched our resources. Later, they finally shed all pretense of cordiality and started to hunt us down. This time, they want Big Brother Purple Star's treasury. That's why they chased me and snatched the jade pendant in my hand. After hearing this, Purple Star was instantly angry. That jade pendant was the key to opening the array. That's why Ziyu was being chased. Damn it. Chen Mu was actually so arrogant. Didn't the others care? Ziyu sighed. How could he care? The 9-star princess couldn't do it either. Besides, our Immortal Foundation expert had once gone against Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi even killed our hall master. Big Brother, you followed Lin Wudi. We're already very lucky that we weren't killed directly. Damn it. Purple Star's eyes turned red. At this moment, Lin Xian walked over from behind and patted Purple Star's shoulder. Don't worry, your bloodline won't flow in vain. From now on, I'll let you control the 9-star Immortal Foundation. Ziyu was stunned. He looked at the black-robed man in front of him with a shocked expression. Who was this person? He dared to say such big words. One had to know that the new hall master of the 9-star Immortal Foundation was an expert from Chen Mu's bloodline. He was in existence on the level of a divine ancestor. Where did this black-robed man get his strength from? He had a doubtful look on his face. However, Purple Star beside him said respectfully, "Thank you, young master." Ziyu, who was at the side, was stunned. His big brother actually believed such big words, it was too unbelievable. However, Purple Star said, "Ziyu, this is Lin Wudi, young Master Lin. Hurry up and greet him." Ziyu's mind was instantly dumbfounded. Lin Wudi, these three words were like thunder, leaving him dumbfounded. The black-robed man in front of him was the legendary Lin Wudi. Now, he finally understood why the other party dared to say such big words. Why did his big brother believe him? "Greetings, Lord Lin Wudi," Ziyu said with a careful expression. He was really too scared. This was the supreme existence who killed the double-crowned king. He was a supreme demon king. If not for Madame Purple Star being here, he would have been scared to tears. Lin Xian nodded slightly at him and greeted him. Then, he looked at Madame Purple Star and said, "It seems that there have been a lot of changes in the past 3 years. Because you stayed by my side, you caused your family to suffer such losses. Let's go, we'll go to the 9-star immortal platform now. I'll get justice for you." "Thank you, young master." Madame Purple Star was overjoyed. Ziyu was also surprised. Lin Wudi wasn't the legendary demon. He felt that he was easy to get along with. He said, "Young Master Lin, I'll lead the way." The group walked forward again. The 9-star immortal platform was also extremely vast. There were many palaces and pavilions inside, and they were divided into many mansions that represented different forces. There were a total of 3 forces in the 9-star immortal platform. Chen Mu, the 9-star princess, and Madame Purple Star were the young geniuses of these 3 forces. The previous palace master was an expert from the 9-star palace master's faction. Therefore, the 9-star palace master's faction was the strongest. However, this palace master was killed by Lin Xian. Therefore, the 9-star palace master's faction gradually declined. Chen Mu's faction received the support of the Sky Snake clan and instantly became stronger. In addition, their faction became the new palace master, so they were now at the peak of their power. They began to suppress Madame Purple Star's faction and even wanted to devour them. The Sky Snake clan was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Xian sneered after hearing this. The previous Kailingi was no match for him at all. Now that his cultivation had broken through, his strength had increased greatly. The other party was even more no match for him. The group returned and went to Madame Purple Star's mansion. After entering, they found that the mansion was much more dilapidated, and there weren't many people inside. They didn't know if they were captured or suppressed. After Ziyu returned, just as he entered the courtyard, someone sneered. "You still know to come back. Have you thought it through and decided to give us the array formation jade pendant? If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it back then. Hurry up and kneel down and hand over the jade pendant." A few figures walked out from the main hall in front of him with sneers on their faces. They were all from Chen Mu's line. One of them was an expert from the Heavenly Serpent clan. The corners of his mouth curled up as he sat there, coldly paying attention to her. Zixing's little face turned pale, and he clenched his fists. These people had gone too far. At this moment, Zixing also walked out from behind and said coldly, "You bunch of trash dare to behave atrociously in our mansion? Who gave you the courage? Kneel and accept your death." Hearing this, the saints at the front were stunned. They looked ahead and discovered that it was a black-robed man. Their expressions immediately darkened. "Who do you think you are? How dare you scold us? You are courting death. Do you believe that I'll make you wish you were dead? Ziyu, where did you get this reinforcements from? Just these 2 people dare to go against us? I think you're courting death." Among them, a middle-aged man stretched out a large hand to grab Ziyu, wanting to cripple him. Boom! At this moment, a galaxy saber light chopped off the huge hand. The middle-aged man screamed. Blood dripped from his palm, and his expression became ferocious. "How dare you hurt me?" Men, with a command, countless figures appeared in the surroundings. They were murderous and sealed off the entire area. "I'll make them wish they were dead, wish they were dead." Zixing sneered. "You? Do you have the ability?" He took off his black robe again, revealing his true face. The pupils of the surrounding people constricted when they saw this scene. "What? You're not dead?" The middle-aged man was so frightened that he almost knelt on the ground because the other party was Zixing, Back then, he was one of the 3 top prodigies with a 9-form immortal foundation. How could he not know him? Didn't you die in the battle 3 years ago? How could you still be alive? His expression became terrified. The others also sucked in a breath of cold air. I'm dead? Who told you that I'm dead? If I'm dead, you can make a move on the people of our lineage. An extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from Xianxia's eyes. He snorted coldly and slashed forward with his saber. The galaxy saber light turned into the Milky Way and swept across the air. No, the middle-aged man roared crazily, and he quickly dodged. He was no match for Xianxia at all. However, he was still too slow, and the saber cut him in half. His body and soul were destroyed. He fell into a pool of blood. The surrounding people were shocked. Xianxia was too powerful. He was a young powerhouse. He was not someone they could contend against at all. After Xianxia killed the middle-aged man, he looked forward again. He stared at the powerhouse of the Sky Snake clan who was sitting there. He said coldly, "That's my seat. Who allowed you to sit there? Get down here." The powerhouse of the Sky Snake clan also opened his eyes. There was a cold green light in his eyes as he stared straight ahead. "You're not dead," he was extremely surprised. But soon, he sneered. "So what, now that the situation is over, you can no longer make a comeback?" Xianxia snorted coldly. "A mere Sky Snake clan dares to say that the situation is over. I'll kill you today." The silver saber light slashed down again. The powerhouse of the Sky Snake clan was furious. He slapped out with his palm. His palm turned into thousands of sky snakes that danced between heaven and earth. Every slash carried an extremely powerful law. It was incomparably terrifying. The palm was like 1,000 snakes sweeping across. It was terrifying to the extreme. Boom, the two collided, and the entire void was completely shattered. However, at this moment, Xianxia attacked again. He formed a seal with his palm, and his right hand turned into a dazzling star that pierced through heaven and earth. It directly pierced through the other party's body. The powerhouse of the Sky Snake clan spat out blood and flew backward. He was severely injured. "How is that possible? How can you be so strong?" Xianxia sneered. "If you were Kaling, I might have fought with all my strength. But with just you, do you think you can contend against me? Go to hell." He formed a seal with his palm again, and like a meteorite falling, he smashed the other party into pieces. Dead, the surrounding people were shocked. A powerhouse of the Sky Snake clan had fallen. Xianxia roared at the sky, "Chenmu, get out here." He knew that all of this was done by Chenmu, and he had to kill him. A terrifying voice spread in all directions. In an instant, more than half of the 9-star immortal platforms heard it. Countless people were shocked. The people of Chenmu's clan were instantly enraged. "Who was it? Who dared to scold our highness? Do you want to die? I want to see who is so daring." Killing intent appeared one after another. The current Chenmu had become the young master of the 9-star immortal platforms and would become the new palace master in the future. Such a person's identity was extraordinary. He was even more terrifying than the 9-star princess. No one dared to provoke him. But now, someone dared to challenge him. They couldn't bear it. The people of the 9-star Palace Master's clan were also shocked. Who was it? It seemed to be Purple Star's aura. No way? Isn't he dead? He's still alive, and he's back. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. In an instant, many people flew towards the mansion. They saw Purple Star standing in midair with starlight surrounding his body. Heavens, it's really him. He's still alive. In addition, those from Purple Star's faction were all excited. Great, our young prodigy is still alive. As long as Purple Star was still alive, there was hope for their faction. Those from the 9-star Palace Master's faction also took a deep breath. It seemed that the situation had changed. If Purple Star and the 9-star Princess joined forces, they might be able to turn the tables. However, at this moment, an old man next to the 9-star Princess sighed. Even if they could defeat Chenmu together, they still had the Heavenly Snake clan behind them. Countless people from Purple Star's faction quickly gathered. They were all from their faction. "Xinger, you're back. It's great." Xing avenge us. Someone clenched his fists and said. There were also some old men who sighed. No, they're too powerful. Xing you'd better leave. As long as you're alive, there's hope for us. Don't worry, everyone. I'm here to save you today. Purple Star said. The other old men shook their heads and sighed. You don't know. It's not just Chen Mu. He has the Heavenly Snake clan behind him, and there are even a few terrifying clans and sections. They're all secretly making a move. You're no match for them. At this point, they sighed heavily. Zisu, who was next to them, was full of anticipation. He had thought the same before, but now he had changed his mind. He looked at the black-robed man standing behind him who had been silent all this time. As long as this person was here, no matter who the enemy was, everything could be resolved. Purple Star looked into the distance and shouted angrily, Chen Mu, are you still not going to come out? In the distance, in the endless palaces, rumbling sounds could be heard. Terrifying starlight pierced through heaven and earth. Then, a man clad in battle armor soared into the sky like a god of war. He had an extraordinary aura about him. Purple Star, you're still alive. What a surprise. But so what? I'll personally send you to hell today. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and his spear swept out like a dragon swinging its tail in the air. He directly charged towards Purple Star. Purple Star unleashed a terrifying Star River palm. Her two palms transformed into two star rivers and shot out. The two collided with each other, causing an earth-shattering sound to ring out. Then, they both dissipated. You're just SOSO. You want to kill me? Just a little bit more. Purple Star's eyes erupted with an extremely terrifying light. He pulled out the Milky Way saber light and slashed out, shattering heaven and earth. This slash caused the expressions of the surrounding people to change. Even Chen Mu's pupils constricted. He realized that his opponent's saber technique was even more terrifying than before. His face was gloomy. He pulled out a long spear, held it with both hands, and thrust it out. With a clang, it was shaken to the point that its chi and blood were in turmoil. At this time, another blade slashed out. It was as heavy as a mountain, shattering the void. The two of them fought fiercely. The surrounding people were all watching nervously. I wonder who will win and who will lose in this battle. Xing you can't lose. The people of the Purple Star bloodline were extremely nervous. The 9-star palace master and the others were also shocked. Had Purple Star's saber techniques become so terrifying in the past 3 years, in the sky, Chen Mu's face was also extremely gloomy. Although he was already familiar with his opponent's saber technique, the power contained in it was unimaginable. It caused his chi and blood to churn more and more. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He was injured, everyone was in an uproar. They did not expect Chen Mu to be injured. The people of the Purple Star bloodline all cheered. The people on the 9-star princess side were also shocked. She said that Purple Star had become even more powerful than 3 years ago. Purple Star held the long saber in his hand and pointed it forward. You're no match for me at all. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Do you think I haven't improved in the past 3 years? I was just careless just now. Chen Mu roared angrily. The next moment, he roared into the sky, and a starry sky chart appeared on his back. The starry sky chart kept spinning and sweeping, sealing the world in all directions. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of horror. 10 extremities starry sky chart, he had actually mastered such a divine ability, many people were shocked. The 9-star princess pupils also shrank. Damn it, Chen Mu had been hiding his strength before. Not good. Xing run. The faces of those from the Purple Star faction also became extremely ugly. Because the 10 extremities starry sky chart was an extremely terrifying technique on the 9-star immortal platform. However, it was extremely difficult to master. Many people had tried to cultivate it in the past, but they had all failed. Not only that, some people had even died. One could imagine how domineering this divine ability was. They did not expect Chen Mu to have mastered it. Even Ziyu, who was standing at the side, was extremely nervous. He looked at Lin Xian with anticipation in his eyes. He seemed to be asking for Lin Xian's opinion. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He looked forward and said indifferently. Don't worry, Purple Star did not waste the past 3 years. So, there was no need to worry about him. Although Lin Xian had been in seclusion for the past 3 years, he understood after coming out. Purple Star had been cultivating for the past 3 years, and he often sparred with Yi Wudao, Morong Qingqing, and the dark red divine dragon. So, his strength had been steadily improving. Madame Purple Star took a deep breath. Is this your true strength? No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. But so what? I won't lose. The saber light on his body slashed out bolts of lightning one after another, slashing forward. Chen Mu was even more powerful. After he displayed the 10 extremities starry sky chart, he really looked like a god of war. The long spear in his hand tore through the void. Together with the starry sky chart, it was extremely dazzling. His strength was even more terrifying than before. However, the two of them were still evenly matched. The surrounding people were discussing in surprise. They did not expect Purple Star to be able to resist the 10 extremities starry sky chart. His starry river saber technique was even more terrifying than before. It was extremely profound. I can feel a unique law. Exclamations sounded one after another. Chen Mu's face turned even uglier. He did not expect that after displaying the 10 extremities starry sky chart, his opponent could still resist it. Thinking of this, he was furious. Despicable brat, go to hell. In an instant, the starry sky chart on his back bloomed with thousands of rays of light. It instantly formed a terrifying space that enveloped Purple Star. In the next moment, the space completely shattered the void. The surrounding people exclaimed. Not good. Purple Star has been sealed, it's over. The most powerful power of the 10 extremities starry sky chart was to seal a part of the sky. Then, it would completely refine it. This move was enough to kill an expert who was stronger than him. This was also the most terrifying power of the 10 extremities starry sky chart. Now that Purple Star was enveloped, he was really doomed. Ziyu and the others were pale, and their eyes were filled with despair. The scene in front of them caused countless people to exclaim. Ziyu and the others were in despair. Even the 9-star princess and the others took a deep breath. Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back. He looked at the scene in front of him, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. If Purple Star really couldn't hold on, he would make a move. However, he soon smiled because he knew that there was no need for him to make a move. In front of him, the 10 extremities starry sky had sealed the world. Chen Mu laughed sinisterly. You want to fight me with just you alone? I'll refine you now. The starlight in the sky turned into starfire and began to refine Purple Star inside. In the 10 extremities starry sky, Purple Star indeed felt a sealing power. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. All the bones in his body were making cracking sounds. To be honest, he had indeed encountered the most dangerous moment. However, an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. Galaxy Saber. At this moment, he suddenly shouted angrily, and the saber light on his body soared into the sky. He seemed to have turned into a peerless saber and rushed forward. He collided with the 10 extremities starry sky. With a clang, the two collided like thunder, and then the world shook. The 10 extremities starry sky was forcefully split open, and a figure rushed out. He slashed forward with irresistible force. With a slash, Chen Mu was sent flying. A terrifying crack appeared on Chen Mu's body, and his internal organs were exposed. His sacred blood turned into a sea of blood. This sudden change caused the surrounding people to be dumbfounded. How was that possible? The 10 extremities starry sky chart was broken. It was too unbelievable. That saber was too terrifying. Did he use the one with the saber? This Purple Star was incredible. The powerhouses who were watching the battle were also shocked. Purple Star stood there with a pale face. Although his body was stained with blood, his saber technique was even more dazzling. I've said it before, you're no match for me at all. Across the sea of blood, Chen Mu gritted his teeth with a ferocious expression. Damn it. His strongest ultimate skill had been broken by the other party? No. I don't believe it. I want you dead. He roared crazily. Why aren't you coming out? With a roar, the surrounding void shattered, and another person in the distance rose into the sky. Between heaven and earth, the phantoms of 10,000 snakes were roaring. They shattered the void. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. It was the Heavenly Snake Clan. Walking at the very front was a woman in colorful clothes. She was Xianxia, a genius of the Heavenly Serpent Clan. On the other side, the sky was filled with frost, and a man walked out. Ice surrounded his body, sealing the world in ice. At the same time, dragon scales flickered. He was an expert of the Ice Dragon Clan. His strength was not any weaker than Xianxia. This was obviously a young giant. Who would have thought that there would be two young giants behind Qianmu? The 9-star princess smiled bitterly. This was also the reason why she had been defeated. Even if she joined forces with Purple Star, it would still be difficult to resist these three people. 3 tycoon-level geniuses walked out and stared at Purple Star. This caused the void on the Purple Star's side to constantly shatter. The faces of Ziyu and the others turned ugly. Oh no, they were really worried now. Purple Star was indeed powerful, but being able to defeat Qianmu with her strength alone had shocked them. However, now that 2 young giants had appeared, things were different. Xianxia walked out and said with a smile. Young Master Purple Star, you're really lucky. You didn't die in the shocking battle 3 years ago. However, it's a pity that your good luck ends here. If you hide your identity from now on, you might still be able to live. However, you shouldn't have come back. There's no place for you on the 9-star immortal platform. Today, if you obediently submit to us, you might still be able to live. Otherwise, we can only send you to hell. The Ice Dragon man next to him also sneered. Humph. Why bother talking nonsense with him? Just take him down. If you think it's a pity to kill him, you can make him our battle servant. There was a trace of ferocity in his eyes. This kid used to follow Lin Wudy, but so what? Lin Wudy had not appeared for 3 years. Perhaps he was seriously injured in the battle with Hun Tian and had died. Speaking of this, he laughed smugly. The ice and snow in the sky became even more terrifying. The endless palaces below were all sealed in ice, and even Ziyu and the others were covered in thick frost. You're no match for me at all. What do you have to fight me? Qianmu also sneered again. Although his body was stained with blood, he looked like a demon. Looking at this scene, Purple Star shook his head and sighed. He looked at Qianmu and said coldly. You'll definitely die. He then looked at Xianxia. The Ice Dragon man said coldly. If the 2 of you kneel down and kowtow now, you might be able to live. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were stunned. What kind of joke was this? Where did Purple Star get the courage to say such words? One had to know that there were 3 young giants in front of them. No matter how powerful Purple Star was, could he defeat them? He reckoned that he wouldn't even be able to escape alive. Stupid thing, who gave you the courage? Did water get into your brain? Someone like you dares to threaten us? The 3 of them were also angry, and terrifying killing intent emerged from their bodies. They joined forces and walked forward. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked, and many people vomited blood and were sent flying. Purple Star's expression also changed, and the wounds on his body also split open. However, at this moment, a hand patted his shoulder and gave him a surge of strength. Then, a black-robed man walked forward. I gave him the courage. Lin Xian walked forward and blocked the terrifying murderous aura coming from the 3 of them. The surrounding elders were all stunned. Who was this person? He's too strong. Why do they feel that he's even stronger than Purple Star? Ziyu, on the other hand, was excited. Great, young Master Lin has made a move, Elder, we're saved. With young Master Lin making a move, we definitely have hope. Purple Star also bowed respectfully. Thank you, young Master. When the surrounding elders saw this scene, their pupils constricted. Could it be? They thought of a possibility and then gasped. In front, Qianmu and the other 2 frowned again. They looked at the black-robed man who suddenly appeared in front of them, and their faces were incomparably cold. Who are you? How dare you interfere in our affairs? Do you want to die? Kneel now and cripple your own arms. Get out, and I can spare your life. Spare my life? Lin Xian smiled. Those who dare to say such words to me have already died 10,000 times. As for who I am, open your dog eyes wide and see clearly. Lin Xian's black robe fluttered, and the cloak split open, revealing a handsome face. In the next moment, the pupils of the three people in front shrank. Lin Wudy. It's you. You're not dead, the three young giants in front roared in horror. Lin Xian's appearance shocked everyone, especially Chen Mu and the other two at the front. Their faces turned extremely ugly. Although they were confident and fearless, it did not mean that they were not afraid of Lin Xian. This was Lin Wudy. He was the supreme existence that killed the Double Crown King. How could they be a match for him? Damn it, retreat. They quickly retreated. The surrounding people were shocked. Lin Wudy had only shown his face and he had already scared off three young giants. Who could be a match for such terror? Lin Xian snorted. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? The light of reincarnation appeared in his eyes and turned into a world of reincarnation, suppressing everything. Suddenly, the three of them were blocked. Get lost, Chen Mu let out a furious roar as starlight shot out from his body. However, it was useless. They were all blocked. I don't believe it, Kai Ling turned into a heavenly snake and roared at the sky. Her body danced and tore the 9 heavens apart. However, she could not tear the world of reincarnation apart. On the other side, Ice Dragon was the same. He shot out a sky full of frost and turned it into an ice dragon, but it was trapped here. Damn it, the three of them roared crazily. Chen Mu gritted his teeth and said. He was using the Rinnegan. It was a terrifying eye technique. However, with his soul power, he would not be able to use it for long. After he said that, the other two were relieved. They only needed to wait for the power of reincarnation to disappear and they would be able to fight their way out. However, Lin Xian had already made his move. He would not give these people any time to wait. Heavenly path of reincarnation, with a furious roar, a huge hand appeared in the sky and pressed down on the ground. Its target was Chen Mu. Chen Mu roared. 10 extremities starry sky map. In an instant, the surrounding space turned into a starry sky and sealed the hand of heaven above. The surrounding people were also shocked. Could this attack be blocked? They were still confident. After all, the 10 extremities starry sky map was an unparalleled superpower. With one attack, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The 10 extremities starry sky map shook and then broke into pieces. The heavenly hand descended from the sky and enveloped Chen Mu. Chen Mu's face was filled with despair. This was impossible, his 10 extremities starry sky chart was so terrifying that it could seal everything. But right now, under the gigantic hand of the heavens, he was completely powerless to resist. No, he became terrified and turned to flee. This was the power of a young supremacy. The gap between them was really too big. He was no match for him at all. Unfortunately, he could not escape at all. The hand of the heavens fell, and the heavenly path of reincarnation crushed him. His body turned into a bloody mist, and his soul was dissipated by the samsara. Dead, the surrounding people were dumbfounded by the scene. They couldn't believe it. That was a young magnate, but now he was killed in a single move. This Lin Wudy was too terrifying. No, young master, Chen Mu's people screamed crazily. Madame Purple Star and the others clenched their fists. They saw hope. This was great. With Lin Wudy taking action, he could sweep away everything in the world. The other two people, Kai Lingi and Ice Dragon, were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. Even if the two of them were stronger than Chen Mu, they were not much stronger. Chen Mu was killed in a single move. Could they withstand it? Therefore, they fled crazily. Kai Lingi shouted angrily. She turned into a heavenly snake. There was an extremely terrifying aura on it, as if an ancient demonic beast had been revived. He charged forward. With a boom, the laws shook, and multicolored light shone. This attack could penetrate a star. However, it could not shake the world of reincarnation. Lin Xian stood in the void and looked at this scene with a cold expression. He said that you can't break the world of reincarnation. As he spoke, he walked forward. A Taiji diagram appeared in his hand. It kept spinning and emitted a terrifying power. Damn it, Kai Lingi shouted angrily. She turned into a heavenly snake and spat out terrifying poison. At the same time, she raised her tail high and slashed down. It was like a heavenly knife that could destroy everything. It charged toward Lin Xian. There were black runes on the tail. They were highly toxic. Even if it was the other young giants, they would definitely die if they were enveloped by it. That was the power of his bloodline. Boom, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Instead, he waved the Taiji diagram to resist. The two of them collided, producing an earth-shattering sound. That's great, Lingyi smiled. The people of the Heavenly Snake clan in the distance also snorted. Lin Wudi, you're too careless. Although you're powerful, can you withstand thousands of poisons? Our Heavenly Snake Princess's poison is beyond your imagination. Even a divine ancestor would have to retreat, let alone you. In their opinion, Lin Xian was definitely poisoned. It was very likely that he was seriously injured. Next, they could attack. In the poisonous fog in front of them, the Taiji diagram kept spinning. It turned into yin and yang and tore everything apart. Lin Xian walked out, unharmed. How was that possible? The eyes of the people of the Heavenly Snake clan almost popped out. Even Lingyi's pupils constricted. Impossible, her Heavenly Snake poison, which could threaten a divine ancestor, was useless, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He held the Taiji diagram in his hand, and all the poison in the sky was sealed in the Taiji diagram. It could not hurt him at all. In the next moment, he threw out the Taiji diagram, which turned into a ray of piercing light. Taiji slash, like a bolt of lightning, it charged toward the Heavenly Snake clan. Lingyi tried her best to dodge. Her body circled and formed the strongest defense. However, it was useless. The attack directly hit her vital point. Ah! She let out a miserable cry as her body was instantly torn into pieces. That was her vital point. It was her most fatal point. That attack made her hover between life and death. Not only that, but the Taiji diagram also released an extremely terrifying cold aura. That was the law of death, which turned her broken body into a pile of bones. Was she dead? Countless people were shocked. The people of the Heavenly Snake clan also turned pale. Suddenly, among the bones that rushed out, there were tens of thousands of finger-sized snakes that drilled into the ground. She wasn't dead. She escaped, countless people exclaimed. The people of the Heavenly Snake clan were also delighted. Great! The Heavenly Snake clan was a rare beast of heaven and earth, a ferocious beast from ancient times. They definitely had a super powerful escape method. Now, their princess had used a life-saving method, but they were also gnashing their teeth. Once she used that method, although she could survive, she would definitely be seriously injured and her foundation would be damaged. It would be difficult to recover without 500 years. She wasn't dead yet? Lin Xian was also surprised. She had some tricks up her sleeve. However, do you think you can escape? He shouted coldly, and the 9-yang divine body released a terrifying 9-yang divine fire that swept across the surroundings. It burned the world. At this moment, Lin Xian turned into the sun god of war. He was like the sun, and his terrifying light enveloped the world. In an instant, the escaping heavenly snakes under the ground screamed crazily. He died again, everyone was stunned. The people from the Sky Snake clan roared crazily. They couldn't accept it. Had their clan's proud daughter fallen? It was like a bolt from the blue to them. The 9-star princess and the others were terrified. Lin Xian was too powerful. He killed Chen Mu in one move. He killed Lingyi in 2 moves. His skills were heaven-defying. Who among the younger generation could be his match? Lin Xian turned around and looked at the last young giant, the Ice Dragon Elite. The Ice Dragon Elite's face turned pale. He was still full of confidence and had the confidence to fight. However, when he saw the 2 elites die with his own eyes, he was scared out of his wits. He didn't dare to resist Lin Xian's gaze. He said, "Young Master Lin, this is a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding? Lin Xian smiled. Since it's a misunderstanding, you can pay for it with your life. The Ice Dragon Elite was stunned. The smile on his face froze. Lin Xian sneered. Why? You're not going to do it yourself? Then I'll do it for you and send you to hell. As he said that, he slashed out with his sword. That sword was extremely terrifying and sharp. It turned into the shadow of a dragon and descended from the sky. Damn it! The ice dragon elite roared and froze the world. He unleashed the terrifying power of his bloodline and transformed into tens of millions of ice dragon phantoms, sealing the entire heaven and earth in ice. He quickly retreated and fled into the distance. The sword chi in the sky was frozen, but it was useless. With a crack, the sword chi shone in all directions and the cold light pierced through the world. With one slash, the thousands of frost were split in half. Not only that, the entire world was split open and a large crack spread into the distance. Then, it enveloped the ice dragon in the distance. It tore his body apart. Endless cracks appeared on the ice dragon elite's body and he shattered like cherry blossoms. He didn't even have time to scream before he vanished into thin air. Lin Xian put away his long sword and stood with his hands behind his back like a sword immortal. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. From the moment Lin Xian made his move to the end of the battle, only a few seconds had passed. It could be said that in the blink of an eye, the three young giants had all fallen, the world of samsara in the heavenly palace slowly disappeared. Surrounded by a sea of blood, everything was silent. Damn it, you dare to kill our princess? The experts of the Heavenly Snake clan roared crazily. Lin Xian said coldly as he looked disdainfully at the other party. Do you want revenge? I can give you a chance. The Sky Serpent clan experts felt their scalps go numb when they heard this. They kept retreating in fear. Who would dare to make a move in such a situation? Moo-er, but at this time, a crazy roar came from the distance. Immediately after, countless experts rushed out from the surroundings. Another middle-aged man strode over. They were from Chen Mu's line. When the elders saw that Chen Mu had fallen, they roared crazily. Who was it? They had gone too far, they stared straight ahead. When he realized that it was Lin Xian, his eyelids twitched wildly. You are the new palace master? Lin Xian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked in a deep voice. The middle-aged man also felt his scalp go numb. Although he was a palace master, so what? His previous palace master had been killed by this young man in front of him. Therefore, facing Lin Wuti, he didn't dare to be careless at all. Instead, it was as if he was facing a great enemy. Why did young Master Lin kill Chen Mu? You don't seem to have any grudges. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and asked. Why did he kill him? I stood up for Zixing. Is this reason enough? Hearing this, the middle-aged palace master's pupils constricted. He looked at Zixing in shock. Damn it, Zixing has become Lin Wuti's friend? It was too unbelievable. It seemed that Chen Mu had died for nothing this time. He didn't dare to make a move at all. He gritted his teeth and said, all right, young Master Lin, let's forget about this matter. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. We will have a chance to meet again in the future. I won't send you off, young Master Lin. As a dignified Immortal Foundation Palace Master, he dominated the world and controlled a region. But at this moment, facing a young man, he couldn't make a move. He even had to treat him with respect. He felt like he had been slapped in the face. Therefore, he wanted to leave urgently. Lin Xian laughed. Did I allow you to leave? The middle-aged palace master stopped and turned his head. He gritted his teeth. What else did young Master Lin want? His voice was unusually cold. You are not suitable to be a 9-star Immortal Foundation Palace Master. His calm voice sounded like thunder. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. Especially those from Chen Mu's faction, their pupils constricted. The middle-aged palace master also shouted in anger. Lin Wuti, what do you mean by this? Are you still interfering in the matters of our Immortal Foundation? Those elders also shouted. Lin Wuti, don't go overboard. This is our 9-star Immortal Foundation, not your territory. Overboard? Lin Xian sneered. Back then, when you cooperated with the Primal Chaos race to kill me, did you think about going overboard? It seems that the punishment I gave you last time was too light. Lin Xian emitted a monstrous killing intent. The surrounding people were so frightened that their scalps turned numb. Lin Wuti, was he planning to settle the score now? They had indeed worked together to kill him. If he came looking for them with this reason, it was indeed very reasonable. But if they really fought, would their 9-star immortal foundation be able to withstand it? One must know that back then, the primal chaos race's quasi-emperor personally came out with so many ancient and emperor clans to kill Lin Wuti. But they still failed. Now, they only had a single immortal foundation. Thinking of this, those elders' faces were filled with despair. The middle-aged palace master also took a deep breath. He lowered his head and said, "Young Master Lin, our immortal foundation was indeed in the wrong. Hence, the previous palace master died. You have already taken your revenge. Now, I will lead the immortal foundation. I promise that I will not be your enemy in the future." As a palace master, lowering his head to a young man like this. If this spread out, it would definitely shock everyone. However, Lin Xian shook his head. "I am not at ease. I plan to let Madame Purple Star be the palace master of Immortal Foundation." The moment these words came out, those from the 9-star palace master's faction were stunned. Those from Madame Purple Star's faction were overjoyed. The sun had recovered. Madame Purple Star even bowed and cupped her fists. "From now on, I will respect young master." "Impossible?" The middle-aged palace master roared crazily. "You have no right to interfere with the matters of our immortal foundation." Lin Xian sneered. "Do you think I am discussing with you? I am just informing you, Madame Purple Star, from now on, you are the new palace master of 9-star Immortal Foundation. If they dare to resist, I can help you clean up the sect." "Damn it!" the middle-aged palace master roared. "Get into formation and kill them all." He was really crazy. He had just become the palace master. How could he allow others to snatch his position? Moreover, there was only Lin Wuti now. He could kill them silently. The peerless spirit formation in the surroundings was formed, and those elders were charging over in an overwhelming manner. Lin Xian laughed loudly. "Attack? You guys are courting death." In his eyes, a terrifying reincarnation light appeared. Reincarnation fire. With a glance, the soul fire flew out. Those elders hugged their heads and screamed. Their souls were burning as they fell from the sky one by one. Some of them had their souls destroyed directly. Some were seriously injured. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of experts turned into ashes. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. What kind of strength was this? Just a glance was enough to kill so many experts. "All of you, back off. I will kill him." When the middle-aged palace master saw this, his heart was bleeding. These were all the experts of his faction. Now that so many of them had died, he couldn't accept it. He wanted to kill Lin Fan personally. He was a divine ancestor, the pinnacle existence of the great sage. With a roar, a nebula appeared on his body. Endless starry skies covered the entire area. Then, a pagoda appeared. Thousands of rays of starlight flowed on top of it as it charged towards Lin Xian. It was actually the Starry Treasure Pagoda, the surrounding experts exclaimed in shock. Xing and the others frowned. Previously, they were confused. Why was this middle-aged man the pagoda master? Because this middle-aged man had just reached the pinnacle of the great sage a few years ago. Based on cultivation and experience, he shouldn't be the pagoda master. But now, when they saw the Starry Treasure Pagoda, they didn't understand. Because this person was very talented. Although he had just become a divine ancestor, his future was limitless. The Starry Treasure Pagoda was a secret on the 9-star immortal platforms. It was very difficult to cultivate. It was on par with the 10 Extremities star map. Now that it was cultivated, its power was really terrifying. The Starry Treasure Pagoda in the sky was exceptionally bright. The starlight above it descended and covered Lin Xian completely. "Let's see how you will die this time." The middle-aged palace master laughed coldly. He was very confident in his own divine ancestor. Lin Xian scoffed coldly. He took out the Hell God sword and swept it in all directions. Sword light danced around like lightning, causing the surrounding starlight to dim. What a terrifying sword technique. When the surrounding people saw this, they were shocked. This was really the young sword god. When the middle-aged palace master saw this, his face turned cold. With a roar, he let the Starry Treasure Pagoda descend. This was an extremely terrifying divine ancestor. After it descended, it turned into a huge mountain. The entire world began to shake violently, and countless terrifying cracks appeared in the surroundings. The surrounding sword chi was bent. One could imagine how terrifying the starry treasure pagoda was. Seeing this, the middle-aged divine ancestor laughed coldly. Lin Wuti, you will definitely lose this battle. The surrounding spectators were terrified. Lin Fan was too powerful. The starry treasure pagoda was too terrifying. Lin Wuti was still no match for the sacred ancestor. One after another, earth-shattering voices could be heard. Starry treasure pagoda? He was indeed very strong. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. However, you underestimate my swordsmanship. Let me show you my swordsmanship. Lin Xian roared and waved his sword. That one sword strike was breathtaking. A terrifying aura pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing the starry treasure pagoda to shake violently. The starlight on it dimmed. Then, a few more sword strikes landed on it. Instantly, the starry treasure pagoda flew out. The sword chi became more and more terrifying, and all of them hit the same place. The starry treasure pagoda kept on flying backward and a crack appeared on it. With a cracking sound, it shattered into pieces. The middle-aged sacred leader instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was his Tao artifact. They were connected by blood. Now that it was damaged, even his foundation was severely damaged. Blood dyed the sky red, he fell into the sea of blood and roared madly. Impossible. What kind of sword technique was this? He had never seen it before. The others were also shocked. What kind of sword technique did Lin Wuti use? Lin Xian withdrew his sword and said coldly, "This is a sword technique that I created myself. It's called breathtaking." Breathtaking sword technique. Countless people were shocked. This was actually a sword technique that he created himself. Had Lin Wuti already reached this step, was he going to create his own Tao? The 9-star princess and the others were shocked. To be honest, at their level, creating their own martial arts wasn't a problem at all. However, very few people would use their own martial arts divine abilities. After all, the martial arts divine abilities that had been passed down had been refined for tens of thousands of years or even millions of years. No matter how strong a sacred leader was, he could only live for a few thousand years. It couldn't be compared to the martial arts divine abilities that had been passed down. Those martial arts divine abilities had been modified by countless ancestors and were powerful martial arts divine abilities. That was why everyone learned such martial arts divine abilities. But now, Lin Xian's martial arts divine ability had surpassed everything. It was too unbelievable. How high had this person reached in the sword Tao? It was impossible. How could he create such a terrifying sword technique? The middle-aged sacred lord's face was full of disbelief. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Nothing was impossible. It was like a meteor that shone brightly in life, but it dimmed in an instant. Over the years, I've seen too many geniuses, and they're all amazing. They rose in the starry sky and swept across the universe, making people remember them instantly. However, they disappeared in a flash and their souls were destroyed. Yan Nantian, the Dragon Prince, and Hun Tian were all geniuses of their generation. But in the end, they all died in my hands. I killed countless geniuses and comprehended the great Tao to create this breathtaking sword technique. Now that you have died in this sword technique, you deserve to die. As he said that, Lin Xian slashed out again. This sword technique was indeed terrifying. When the sword lit up, it illuminated the world and everyone couldn't open their eyes. After the sword, the middle-aged sacred lord's soul was destroyed. The sword light suddenly disappeared. It was extremely strange. Shocking, absolutely shocking. Everyone was silent, not a single sound could be heard. Lin Xian looked around and asked faintly. Is there anyone who is unconvinced? The elders who objected all lowered their heads. They no longer dared to be unconvinced. If they continued to fight, their lineage would probably be destroyed. Therefore, they could only say that they were willing to submit. Lin Xian nodded. Alright, from now on, Zixing would be the new sacred lord. Greetings, sacred lord. Everyone took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to Zixing. The elders behind Zixing were extremely excited. This was great. Their lineage had finally become the sacred lord. They would definitely be able to shine in the future. Zixing was also extremely excited. To be honest, he had never thought that he would become the sacred lord one day. Of course, he knew that this was all because of Lin Xian. Lin Xian could make him the sacred lord with a single sentence. But he could also make him fall into the abyss with a single sentence. Therefore, he took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian. From now on, I am willing to follow young master. Good, you will be a member of the Divine Union from now on. Lin Xian patted Zixing on the shoulder. He was also very happy. An immortal foundation was also a terrifying force. Now that two immortal foundations were on his side, the Divine Union was even more terrifying. Young master, please. Zixing and the others respectfully invited Lin Xian in. Princess. The elders beside the nine-star princess also shook their heads and sighed. They were afraid that the nine-star palace master would do something stupid. The nine-star princess smiled bitterly. Don't worry, I won't go against Lin Wuti. As a young powerhouse, she was also arrogant and did not care about anything. However, she had no choice but to lower her head in front of Lin Xian. There was only one outcome for going against Lin Xian, and that was death. The elders beside her were also shocked. Lin Wuti was too strong. He had made the nine-star immortal foundation submit with just a few words. They wondered how shocked the universe would be when he walked out. The nine-star princess' eyes also lit up. Over the past 3 years, there had been rumors that Lin Wuti had died. Now that he had come out alive, those people would probably be dumbfounded. Over the past 3 years, many people had secretly made moves against the Divine Union and the Sacred Hall. In the main hall of the nine-star immortal platform, Lin Xian sat on the throne. Madame Purple Star and the others stood respectfully at the side. The others also stood up one after another. Although they knew that Madame Purple Star was the new Hall Lord, the current owner of the nine-star immortal platform was Lin Wuti. Tell me what happened in the past 3 years. Lin Xian asked in a low voice. An immortal platform's information was definitely more than what they knew. Soon, the elder of the nine-star immortal platform walked out and recounted what happened in the past 3 years. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had already heard some of it. However, there were still some things he didn't know. For example, there were a few double crown kings in the universe. This really surprised him. Moreover, the identities of these double crown kings had already been guessed by others. They weren't from this generation, but from the previous generation, or even the generation before that. In every generation, there would be some terrifying experts who transcended mortality. They calculated that the opportunity to become an immortal emperor was in this generation. Hence, some of the top geniuses went into seclusion and chose to sleep for countless years. They appeared in the generation where there was hope to become an immortal emperor. The current generation was the best golden generation. Hence, these people came out one after another. Golden generation. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes after hearing this. He felt the pressure. However, he soon snorted coldly. So what? He wasn't afraid of the double crown kings. Now, he was also a double crown king. Moreover, this wasn't the end. Lin Xian knew that there was still a triple crown king in the Purple Mansion. His strength would probably be even more terrifying. Lin Xian looked around and asked in a low voice. Your immortal platform should have some ancient inheritance or ruins, right? I want to feel the supreme aura of the great Tao. This caused the elders to hesitate. Madame Purple Star walked out. She held the Hall Lord token and said, I am the new Hall Lord. I announce that young Master Lin can enjoy the cultivation treatment of a Hall Lord. The immortal platforms had core secrets. Ordinary people couldn't cultivate at all. In fact, even some elders didn't have the qualifications. Only the core elders and the Hall Lords had it. Lin Xian was an outsider. Normally, he wouldn't have the qualifications. However, that might not be the case now. Those elders nodded and said, Young Master Lin, this way please. At the core of the nine-star immortal platform, there were 9 constellations revolving unceasingly. Every star was extremely mysterious, and some of them were even stained with blood. Although it was already dry, the aura on it was incomparably terrifying. Young Master Lin, the name of our 9-star immortal foundation comes from these 9 stars. These 9 stars had already existed before the Yuhua immortal dynasty was destroyed. Back then, our ancestors were also unparalleled powerhouses in the Yuhua immortal dynasty. These 9 stars were his. Over the past 10,000 years, we have comprehended many great Daos from these 9 stars and created many divine abilities. As for what young master can comprehend, it will depend on young master's luck. Oh, really? Lin Xian nodded and sat down cross-legged. He looked at the 9 stars in front of him to comprehend the aura of the great path. As for the others, they slowly withdrew. While Lin Xian was cultivating, the Hundun tribe was gnashing their teeth. Their Hundun physique had been snatched away. And their ancestor had not returned after a long time. This made them feel despair. The strongest genius had fallen and his corpse was gone. And their greatest reliance, the quasi-emperor, was also missing. Could it be that something had happened to their ancestor? If the quasi-emperor had fallen, then their Hundun tribe would be completely finished. However, what made them heave a sigh of relief was that their ancestor's soul fire was still there. It was not extinguished. In the ancient hall, there was a ball of flame that kept jumping. It was left behind by the quasi-emperor. As long as the soul fire was not extinguished, it meant that they were definitely not dead. But now, where were their quasi-emperors? They did not know. The situation did not improve, and their ancestor would probably not return for a while. They could not take revenge. At the thought of this, they gritted their teeth. Damn Lin Wudi. He actually dared to kill their double-crown champion. They were so angry that they vomited blood. Among them, some of the divine ancestors discussed and prepared to assassinate Lin Xian, but they realized that it would not work. This was because Lin Xian had already grown up and had many powerful saints behind him. Once a battle of that level happened again, the situation would probably be the same as before. If a group battle did not work, then they could only send one person to challenge. In this way, the experts behind Lin Xian would not be able to make a move. But who should they send? Even the double-crown champion had fallen, and the others would only be sending themselves to their deaths. At this moment, a ray of light of chaos flew out from the ancient hall. At the same time, a cold voice sounded. I'll go and kill that Lin Wudi. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They looked ahead. That ray of light of chaos was a strange stone that was emitting a terrifying light. After some elders saw it, their expressions changed. Greetings, Lord Chaos Stone. They bowed one after another because the origin of this stone was very unusual. This was the stone beside the quasi-emperor. The quasi-emperor meditated and cultivated all year round on this stone. Therefore, this stone also carried a trace of extremely terrifying emperor's aura. The surrounding members of the chaotic race were all excited. Although the chaos stone was a stone, after countless years, it had long possessed a soul. This was equivalent to a powerful living being. If Lord Chaos Stone were to make a move, there would definitely be a chance. This was an existence even more powerful than Han Tian. After all, a stone had existed for too long. In addition, it had been by the quasi-emperor's side all year round. Its realm could be said to be unfathomable. The other divine ancestor-level elders were very respectful when they saw him. Lord Chaos Stone, are you going to make a move? That's great. If you make a move, that Lin Wudi will definitely die. That's right, Lord Chaos, please kill that kid. Roars rang out one after another around them. They saw hope. The Chaos Stone nodded. He said that Lin Wudi had to be killed. And the person who took away the Chaos body had to be killed too, the Chaos body had to be taken back. I am from the chaotic race. I will not allow others to challenge me. At this point, the Chaos Stone emitted an extremely terrifying chaos aura that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The terrifying pressure made those powerhouses feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Where was Lin Wudi? I'll go and kill him. Chaos said coldly. The surrounding elders had ugly expressions on their faces. Lord Chaos Stone, after the battle between Lin Wudi and His Highness Han Tian 3 years ago, there was no news of him. It was said that he was in seclusion. Some people said that he was seriously injured and died. He hasn't appeared yet. He hasn't appeared? Humph, I want to see him if he's alive, and his corpse if he's dead. He had the Sacred Hall and the Divine Union under him. However, the Divine Union was still the most famous one. It was an alliance that had gathered countless ancient families and powerhouses. The Divine Union. Alright, let's go to the Divine Union. The chaotic Nightmare Stone's eyes glowed with a terrifying light. He shot up into the sky. A group of chaotic tribe powerhouses followed behind him. The Divine Union was now at its peak. It was no longer just a small force in the Tao. Now, it had grown into a colossal entity and was a powerful alliance. Therefore, the Divine Union didn't just exist in the Tao. They had also opened up a territory in the entire Sacred Origin ancient city and built their own residence. The Divine Union was very lively now because their new residence had just been built. It was located in the east of the ancient city. It was so majestic that one couldn't see the end of it. There were countless array formations around it, all set up by the dark red divine dragon and a group of array formation experts. From this day onwards, the Divine Union would start a new legend. He would also become the overlord of the Sacred Origin ancient city and be as famous as the three great Tao sects and the Sacred Origin Tower. In an instant, countless experts came to congratulate him. His allies also came one after another. The Eternal Life Hall, the Fire God Palace, the Pill Cauldron Sect, the Fire Dragon Tribe, the Black Sea Dragons, the Nalan family, the Dugu family. Powerful sects and clans arrived one after another. It was very lively. Disciples of the Tao could be seen everywhere. On top of that, the people of Peerless City also came. Fu Hongya, Lu Yuan, and the others all returned to witness this miraculous moment together. The other sects and families in the Sacred Origin ancient city also came to congratulate him. They looked at the scene with mixed emotions. It was unbelievable. One had to know that to become the overlord of the Sacred Origin ancient city, it would take tens of thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years of development. However, it had only been a few years since the Divine Union had been established and it had been at its peak. More importantly, the person who had established the Divine Union had been a young man. Now, he had grown into a colossal entity that everyone came to congratulate him. It was really heaven-defying. Of course, they knew that the owner of the Divine Union was even more heaven-defying. He was a young supreme being who had killed the Emperor's son and the double-crowned king. Although his current whereabouts were unknown, no one dared to underestimate him. In the manor of the Divine Union, there was an endless stream of geniuses chatting and exchanging pointers with each other. The scene was very lively. A banquet was held in the central hall of the Divine Union. Those who could enter were all top-notch geniuses and terrifying experts. In the northern position, there was a throne, but it was empty. That was for Lin Xian. On both sides of the throne were a few other core members of the Divine Union. For example, Bai Susu, the dark red divine dragon, and Fu Hongya. They sat there. Bai Susu stood up. She had dressed up meticulously today. Her white robe was spotless, and her beautiful face was like that of a fairy descending to the mortal world. She raised a cup of spirit wine, looked around the hall, and said with a smile, "Today is a great day for the Divine Union to rebuild the sect. Thank you all for coming. The chief of the Divine Union, Lin Wudi, is temporarily unable to make it due to cultivation. Let me toast everyone. White Fairy is too polite." The surrounding people didn't dare to be careless. In the past, Bai Susu was only the daughter of a Tao sect elder and a top genius. He couldn't be compared to these big shots at all. However, things were different now. Bai Susu was the great elder of the Divine Union. Her status was definitely extraordinary. Actually, this should be the case. After all, Bai Susu was in charge of all the affairs of the Divine Union. Lin Xian was a hands-off shopkeeper who only knew how to cultivate. The Divine Union had to find someone to manage it. Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others were all focused on cultivation and didn't like to manage such matters. Bai Susu was very suitable. Her status in the Divine Union was equivalent to Peacock's status in the Divine Hall. That was very high. Therefore, her toast was equivalent to representing the Divine Union and Lin Xian. The others naturally didn't dare to be careless. After this, the surrounding people also stood up to toast and present congratulatory gifts. Voices rang out one after another as congratulatory gifts were presented one after another. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. These were all precious treasures. Only the Divine Union could bring out all of them at once. The members of the Divine Union were very proud. They all had smiles on their faces. Baisusu was also very happy. This was great. When Lin Xian returned, she would finally be able to give him a satisfactory explanation. Suddenly, a voice came from afar like a clap of thunder. How could the Primal Chaos tribe miss out on such a grand occasion? The voice was like a clap of thunder that spread in all directions. Everyone in the main hall of the Divine Union was stunned. The Primal Chaos tribe, their pupils constricted. The news of Hun Tian's death had spread throughout the realms. Everyone knew that the Primal Chaos tribe's double crown king had been slain by Lin Xian. The two of them were sworn enemies. The Primal Chaos tribe definitely wasn't here to congratulate them. They were definitely here to cause trouble. Could their boundary emperor have returned? Were they here to kill their way in? Thinking of this possibility, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The members of the Divine Union were also shocked. People like Dark Red Shinong, Fu Hongya, Baisusu, and the others even stood up. Let's go. Baisusu led the group out of the main hall. A group of people followed the powerhouses who had come to congratulate them out of the main hall. They looked up at the sky, which was already filled with primal chaos aura. It was as if the sky and earth had been split apart. There were countless terrifying cracks in the sky. Everyone felt a sense of fear and oppression. Powerhouses had arrived. There were a lot of them. In the next moment, they saw figures that resembled demonic gods appearing one after another amidst the chaotic aura that filled the air. It was the members of the Primal Chaos tribe. Many people exclaimed as their pupils constricted. The members of the Divine Union were in an uproar. Baisusu walked out and looked up at the sky. Primal Chaos tribe, the Divine Union didn't invite you. Aren't you being too rude by coming uninvited? Leave. We don't welcome you today. The Primal Chaos tribe can go anywhere in the world. Could it be that we can't come to the Divine Union? A sacred lord in the sky said coldly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged out in all directions like a deep sea. Dark Red Shinong and the others also shouted angrily. Did they want to fight? They would accompany them to the end. The members of the Divine Union exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The members of the Primal Chaos tribe in the sky didn't back down. However, a voice rang out. Where was Lin Wudi? Get him out here. This voice was even colder and the power of Primal Chaos was even more terrifying. The surrounding people's pupils constricted when they heard this. Who was this person? What arrogance! A moment later, they saw the powerhouses of the Primal Chaos tribe in the sky open up a path. Who are you? Do you think you can meet our alliance leader? Baisusu snorted coldly. The others were also discussing animatedly. Who is this person? They could sense that this wasn't a quasi-emperor, so they were even more curious. Apart from a quasi-emperor and a chaotic body, what other terrifying experts did the chaotic tribe have? In the sky, the light of chaos gradually disappeared. Following which, a rock appeared. The stone was only half a meter tall and had a strange shape. There were chaotic runes on it and it looked very mysterious. Everyone was stunned. They had not expected it to be a stone. The people of the Divine Union were also stunned. Baisusu snorted coldly. How dare a mere stone act so presumptuously in the Divine Union? You don't have the right to meet our alliance leader. Was there no one else in the chaotic tribe? Sending a stone over? What a joke. The dark red divine dragon also sneered. The other people of the Divine Union also burst into laughter. They had originally thought that it would be some powerful figure. They had not expected it to be a stone. How dare you be so rude to our Lord Chaotic Stone? Do you have a death wish? The elders of the chaotic tribe in the sky roared furiously. The other experts and powerhouses narrowed their eyes when they heard this. Lord Chaotic Stone? It seemed like he had an extraordinary background. Otherwise, why would the elders of the chaotic tribe be so respectful? The chaotic stone looked down and stared at Baisusu. How dare an ant like you talk to me like this? Today, I'll let you know what etiquette is. Apart from Lin Wudi, none of you are worthy of going against me. As he said that, he shot out a beam of chaotic light. This beam of chaotic light was very bright. The moment it appeared, it turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards Bai Susu. His speed and strength caused the pupils of the surrounding people to shrink. The sect masters and clan leaders also exclaimed. This power was too shocking for them. Bai Susu's face also changed. He roared furiously and sent out a palm strike. The current him had undergone an earth-shattering change compared to before. During the period when Lin Xian was not around, he had been presiding over the Divine Union. Therefore, she had obtained a lot of cultivation resources. The current her had also become a kind of young giant. Her strength was extremely terrifying. At this moment, she struck out with her palm. Clouds and mist drifted about. Firmament palm. When the two collided, an earth-shattering sound erupted. However, in the next instant, the firmament palm was pierced through. Bai Susu clutched her hand as she backed away. Her face was pale beyond compare. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise when they saw this, especially the people from the Divine Union. Their expressions changed drastically. Right now, Bai Susu was already a young powerhouse. Her strength was absolutely terrifying. But now, he couldn't even block a single attack from his opponent. This rock was too terrifying. Damn it! Bai Susu suppressed her surging blood essence and formed a hand seal, drawing 4 incarnations. He immediately charged out. A long sword appeared in each of their hands. White Cloud Sword. Array, this was her ultimate technique. Her 4 incarnations were extremely terrifying as they charged towards the Chaos Stone from all directions. However, the Chaos Stone was calm. Its body kept spinning and collided with the 4 White Cloud Swords. With a clang, the swords broke. The 4 incarnations spat out blood again and were sent flying. 3 of them had cracks and Bai Susu's main body was injured. Too weak. Was this the strength of the Divine Union? She couldn't even block a single attack from him. The Chaos Stone shook his head and sneered. The entire place was silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open and their jaws dropped. Bai Susu was weak? They didn't think so. At the very least, the previous attack was definitely at the level of a young giant. Even the other young giants would have to be careful when dealing with it. But now, Bai Susu had been defeated. She had been defeated easily. It wasn't that Bai Susu was weak, but that the Chaos Stone was too strong. The other party had the strength of a double champion. The Primal Chaos Tribe was too terrifying. Just a rock was so terrifying. Damn it, this was definitely no ordinary rock. What was the origin of this rock? It was no wonder the Primal Chaos Tribe dared to come. Apart from the Primal Chaos body, there was actually such a terrifying rock. It seemed like the situation was dangerous this time. Countless discussions broke out. The people from the Divine Union were extremely nervous. The disciples came out and went to Bai Susu's side. Senior Sister Bai, are you alright? Bai Susu's face was pale. Damn it, how could he be so strong? I'll take revenge for you. The Dark Rainbow Divine Dragon walked out and said coldly, where did this stupid rock come from? Get down here. How dare a snake be so arrogant in front of me? The Chaos Stone sneered and shot out a terrifying chaotic light once again. It slashed down like a heavenly blade. The Dark Rainbow Divine Dragon also felt his hair stand on end. Only now did he know what kind of pressure Bai Susu had faced. This person was probably even stronger than Han Tian. He shouted angrily, not daring to be careless. He unleashed the dragon blade to fight back. With a clang, the dragon blade was sent flying. He hurriedly gathered the surrounding array formations. They formed 36 formations, covering the sky and covering the earth as they enveloped him. However, they were completely penetrated. He was also sent flying with a wound on his body. He was injured again. Countless people were shocked. They knew that the Dark Rainbow Divine Dragon was also a young giant. More importantly, the other party was an array formation expert. Now, he was actually injured even though he was using the array formation. He only suffered light injuries. Your array formation skills are not bad. However, you are still no match for me. The Chaos Stone looked at the Dark Rainbow Divine Dragon with a hint of surprise. The people of the Chaotic Tribe sneered. The Divine Union was just SOSO. Where was Lin Wudi? He dared to kill our highness. Today, we are here to take revenge. Get him out here, cold shouts rang out one after another. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The members of the Divine Union also looked gloomy. They said that they should attack together. Yes, that was right. Experts from the Eternal Life Hall, Dugu family, and Fire Dragon family walked out one after another. They planned to attack together. The elders of the chaotic tribe sneered when they saw this. What? You can't beat him one-on-one, so you want to attack together? Is this the strength of the Divine Union? Do you think you are the only ones? Lin Wudy has too many enemies. As long as we give the order, all your enemies will rush over. Let's see what you can do then. Hearing this, the people of the Divine Union looked extremely ugly. Bai Susu also said not to act rashly. Damn it, where did this stupid stone come from? The dark rainbow divine dragon also gritted his teeth. He had not expected that even he would be defeated. Let me do it. At this moment, a figure floated over from the depths of the divine dragon mansion. This figure was extremely beautiful. She was expressionless as she looked up at the chaos stone in the sky. The person who had arrived was Xianxia. Her appearance restored the confidence of the Divine Union members. After all, Xianxia was a proud daughter of heaven. She was even stronger than Bai Susu, the dark red dragon, and the others. The surrounding people also exclaimed. Was Xianxia going to make a move? It seemed like the situation had taken a turn for the better. Are you Xianxia? You are no match for me. Get Lin Wudy to come out. The Divine Union members' faces changed when they heard this. The dark red dragon gritted his teeth. What was a piece of broken stone being so arrogant about? That's right. Even your chaotic body was destroyed by our alliance leader Lin. How dare a piece of stone like you go against alliance leader Lin? Be careful not to send you to the 18th level of hell. Upon hearing this, the chaotic stone emitted a terrifying killing intent. It pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. The entire place fell silent. The Divine Union members felt their blood boil. It seemed like their bodies were about to split apart. At that moment, Xianxia walked out. A terrifying golden vortex appeared on her body. Terrifying nomological laws also surged out. She struck out with her palm, shattering the surrounding void. Everyone else also retreated. One could imagine how strong Xianxia was. Humph, the chaotic stone snorted. The chaotic light on its body, which carried an extremely strong killing intent, descended. It seemed to have transformed into a chaotic sword that swept out in all directions. In the next moment, it charged over like a bolt of lightning. It charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia snorted. She formed a seal with her hands and flicked it out gently. A golden ray of light flew out and collided with the other party. Instantly, 100,000 thunderous sounds rang out. Heaven and earth were overturned. With the two of them as the center, a violent force swept out in all directions. The surrounding people retreated one after another. At the same time, they exclaimed that it was too powerful. Boom! At that moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the chaotic stone. It was several times stronger than before. Xianxingqiu's pupils shrank. She was forced to retreat. At the same time, a mysterious figure appeared from the golden vortex behind her. It suppressed the heavens and the earth. Even so, he still retreated a dozen steps. The surrounding people widened their eyes in disbelief. What did they see? Xianxingqiu was pushed back. It was unbelievable. One should know that Xianxingqiu's strength was extremely powerful. But now, he was actually forced back. Just how terrifying was this chaos gem? No wonder the Hundan tribe dared to come here and challenge Lin Xian. He was not injured at all. The stone of chaos was also surprised. It looked at Xianxingqiu and the figure behind him and frowned deeply. Taboo martial arts? Looks like I've underestimated you. One had to know that even if it was a young giant, that move just now would be able to kill him. Even the double champion could have been injured, but Xianxingqiu was unharmed. However, he didn't care because he knew that his strength was enough to crush everything. You don't have to do anything. You're not my match. Let Lin Wudy come out. I gave him 10 days. If he doesn't appear in 10 days, I'll come here and kill all of you. Don't even think about escaping. Who wants to escape? I'll kill him immediately. After saying that, the Stone of Chaos sneered. He soared into the sky and led the Hundan tribe to the 9 heavens to wait. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. The people of the Divine Union had extremely ugly expressions. Damn it, why was he being targeted by such a terrifying expert? At the same time, the news spread. The entire saintly origin ancient city was in an uproar. What? Someone had actually come knocking on the Divine Union's door. Furthermore, they were suppressed to the point that they couldn't even lift their heads. Who was so terrifying? Baisusu had been defeated, the dark red divine dragon had been defeated. Even Xianxia had been pushed back by a single move. How terrifying was that person? It was someone from the Hundan tribe. Impossible. Could it be that Hun Tian had been resurrected? Exclamations rang out one after another. What had happened here was simply too shocking. It wasn't Hun Tian. It was a piece of rock. A stone of chaos. What? A piece of rock, how could it be so heaven-defying? The Hundan tribe was too terrifying. An older elite said. This isn't an ordinary rock. I can feel an extremely terrifying aura coming from it. The origin of this rock is definitely extraordinary. Soon, news about the Stone of Chaos spread all over the place. Someone said. They had found out that this was the rock beside the Hundan Quasi-Emperor. It had accompanied the Hundan Quasi-Emperor for many years and had a trace of the Hundan Quasi-Emperor's aura. Heavens, no wonder he was so powerful. Anything related to the Hundan Quasi-Emperor was extremely terrifying. Even Xianxia had been defeated. It turned out that it was the rock beside the Hundan Quasi-Emperor. Was this rock here to avenge Hun Tian? He was challenging Lin Wudi. There had been no news of Lin Wudi for 3 years. If he didn't appear in 10 days, the Divine Union would probably be finished. No one could withstand a single attack from the Stone of Chaos. In an instant, countless people were shocked. The news spread throughout the entire buried Emperor Star and even out into the universe. People from the 10,000 Dragon Court, Purple Mansion, and Destiny Gemini race laughed heartily when they heard this. They had previously attacked the Divine Union but had returned empty-handed. They hadn't expected that the Divine Union would be in such a crisis now. Great! Let's go and watch. They all headed over. When necessary, they could provide help to the Hundan race. When Xiang Daozong and the others heard this, their faces turned gloomy. The savage desolation ancestor walked out, suppressing heaven and earth. The divine ancestor of the Hundan race had indeed said that their Lord Stone of Chaos was only going to challenge Lin Wudi. They didn't want a war between the sections. Of course, if you attack, the Hundan race won't be afraid. His voice was extremely sonorous. The 10,000 Dragon Court, Golden Crow race, Purple Mansion, and the others all rushed over to watch. In an instant, the situation became dangerous. The ancestral ancestor's face turned gloomy. They really couldn't attack. This was because once they attacked, it would become a battle between dozens of ancient families. Extreme weapons appeared once again and the outcome would be difficult to determine. Lin Xian, where are you? Have you heard the news? Come back quickly. The savage desolation ancestor and the others were anxious. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Court sneered. I think that Lin Wudi doesn't even dare to come back. The people from the Purple Mansion snorted. Perhaps he had already died. The people from the Golden Crow race snorted. If he dared to come, he would definitely be killed by the Stone of Chaos. This was a stone with the might of a boundary emperor. These people all had a grudge against Lin Xian. Now that they saw this scene, they naturally mocked and ridiculed. They even hoped that Lin Xian would come out. Then, he would be suppressed. What should they do? The people from the Divine Union were also panicking. The Longevity Hall and the Dugu family were also anxious. Was young Master Lin okay? The dark red dragon said. Don't worry, he will definitely come. He had already sent a message to Lin Xian. At the same time, Yan Ruyu, Morong Qingqing, and the others arrived one after another. They were all waiting. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. On this day, in the universe's quintessential world, another piece of news came. It swept across the universe. Lin Xian had come out of seclusion and subdued the Nine-Star Immortal Foundation. He had killed Chen Mu, Kai Ling Yi, and Bing Long. He had killed the new Hall Master of the Nine-Star Immortal Foundation. He had gained complete control of the Immortal Foundation. This news was like a storm that swept across the world. When those people heard it, they were all dumbfounded. This wasn't the first time Lin Xian had killed a young powerhouse. However, he had killed another Hall Master of the Immortal Foundation and subdued it. This was too shocking. That was an Immortal Foundation, an overlord sect. Now, it had also submitted to Lin Wuti. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Could it be that he had used the Boundary Emperor's corpse again? This was because the previous Hall Master of the Nine-Star Immortal Foundation had been killed by the Boundary Emperor's corpse. However, when the news spread, it was shocking. Lin Wuti hadn't used the Boundary Emperor's corpse at all, nor had he used any extreme weapons. Instead, he had killed the Hall Master with his own strength. When this news spread, everyone was even more shocked. The new Hall Master of the Nine-Star Immortal Foundation was also a divine ancestor. Now, Lin Xian could already kill a divine ancestor with his own strength. His strength was even stronger than it had been 3 years ago. Countless people were terrified. The faces of the 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court, Zifu, and the others turned ugly. Not only had Lin Wuti not died, but he had become even stronger. This made them grit their teeth in anger. At the same time, the people of the Divine Union cheered. This was great. Their Alliance Master Lin was still alive. Moreover, he had become even more terrifying. As long as Alliance Master Lin arrived, all the dangers would be resolved. There were even some experts who were looking forward to it. Lin Wuti was incomparably terrifying and the Chaos Stone had an extraordinary origin. Both of them were super experts. The battle between the two of them would definitely be very exciting. They couldn't miss it. In an instant, everyone headed towards the buried Emperor Star. At this moment, all the experts and geniuses in the universe moved. Previously, when Lin Xian and Han Tian fought, some people didn't get to see it, which made them feel regretful. Now that there was a Chaos Stone that was even stronger than Han Tian, they naturally wouldn't miss it. Moreover, they knew that this would definitely be a life and death battle. Because the two sides were sworn enemies. One figure after another rose into the sky. In the starry sky of the universe, there was a person who was surrounded by extremely terrifying lightning. It was like the birth of the thunder god, stepping over thousands of miles. Running amok in the universe. It was shocking. On the other side, there was someone holding a large black banner. He was like a demonic god as he moved out, leaving everyone horrified. There were also people who were surrounded by flames, as if the god of fire had descended. These experts all headed towards the buried Emperor Star. For a moment, those who were hurrying through the universe were also alarmed. Damn it! Why were these people's auras so powerful? Why do I feel like they're even more terrifying than the sacred ancestor? More importantly, these people looked very young. Could this be one of those legendary experts who managed to remove the seal? Were all these people there to watch Lin Wuti fight? Everyone was even more shocked. When the news spread, countless people were in an uproar, and even more people went. Lin Wuti had become even stronger than before. The Chaos Stone carried the aura of a quasi-emperor. The two of them were extremely terrifying even among the Double Crown champions. They wondered if they had any hope of getting close to the Triple Crown champion. Hearing the words Triple Crown champion, everyone was shocked. Double Crown champions were already very rare, let alone Triple Crown champions. Currently, no Triple Crown champion had appeared. There was only one legend, which was that there was a Triple Crown champion in the Purple Mansion realm. However, no one was sure if it really existed. However, once such a person appeared, even among the Sacred Lords, they could sweep through everything. The older Sacred Lords also felt the danger. Endless good and evil auras gathered in the Destiny Twins. Among them, a middle-aged man had a cold expression. It was impossible for Lin Wuti to become the Triple Crown champion. How many Sacred Lords had failed to achieve the title of Triple Crown champion, let alone him? It was certain that he would never be able to achieve it in his lifetime. The surrounding elders nodded in agreement. They even felt that Lin Wudi might be killed by the Chaos Stone. Had Brother Lin become even stronger? In the Yi family, Yi Wudao's eyes flickered. Let's go and watch this battle. The Yi family cultivators behind him also gasped. This Lin Wudi was really something. If anyone could break through the Triple Crown champion first, it was very likely that he would. Wudao, after this battle, you will have to use the things left behind by the heavens and earth. The Yi family elders had solemn expressions. I know you are proud and don't want to rely on external forces. However, this is a golden era. Countless experts have gathered in this era. In fact, there are even experts from tens of thousands of years ago who have come out. Another elder said, yes, this thing was left behind by our heavenly emperor for the descendants of the Yi family. It doesn't matter if you use it. Yi Wudao took a deep breath and said, I understand. I will consider using it. Hearing this, the Yi family elders laughed. That's great. Yi Wudao was just a young powerhouse. He was still a distance away from the Double Crown champion, but they weren't too worried. After all, their Yi family's foundation was very strong. Their Yi family had once produced an emperor. Moreover, he was an extremely terrifying existence among emperors. He was known as the Heavenly Emperor. After the heavens and earth of the Yi family ascended, they left behind several treasures. In addition to the emperor's ancient scriptures and extreme weapons, there were other treasures. They were prepared for the descendants who had a chance of becoming emperors. Yi Wudao had always wanted to rely on his own strength to break through, so he didn't use these things. But now, he was finally going to use them. Once he did, his strength would undergo an earth-shaking transformation. At that time, becoming the Double Crown champion wouldn't be a problem at all. He might even become the Triple Crown champion. This was the reason why they were so confident. Elsewhere, in Fire Qilin Cave, Fire Qilin Zi's expression turned cold after hearing the news. You're not dead yet? He furrowed his brows tightly. This time, I will watch you fall with my own eyes, he gritted his teeth. Others like Kuanping Zi and Gufeng also made their move. There was another person in the universe. This person was living in seclusion on a desolate planet. Currently, endless black vortexes were churning around him. At the same time, a monster flew over from afar. The monster respectfully prostrated on the ground and told the figure what had happened in the universe. After hearing this, Yao Guang narrowed her eyes. The Chaos Stone and Lin Wudi are going to fight, I'm looking forward to it. Unfortunately, I don't have time to care about them. Go watch the battle and tell me the result. With that, the monster soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Yao Guang continued her seclusion. In her black vortex, a corpse was constantly bobbing up and down. It was the chaos body. Now, it was being devoured. Once it was completely devoured, it would possess the power of the chaos body. On the 10th day, the Holy Abyss city on the buried Emperor Star was bustling with noise and excitement. This was because countless powerhouses had arrived. Heavens, that must be Kuanping Zi. He actually came too, not only that, but the Fire Qilin also came. Apart from them, Gufeng, Yi Wudao and the others had also arrived. These were all young powerhouses and there was even a Double Crown champion. It was very difficult for so many people to gather together. Only Lin Wudi could do so. Let's go to the Divine Union and see if Lin Wudi had returned. These people walked towards the city gate. The Divine Union was also surrounded by people. The people from the Divine Union felt immense pressure and retreated back into the main hall. Before long, these people walked out again. This time, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Yan Ruyu took the lead. Next, Bai Susu, the dark red divine dragon and the others also walked out. The injuries on their bodies had all healed. At this moment, their expressions were incomparably serious. Look, Morong Qingqing is here too. That must be Yan Ruyu. The two of them are also proud ladies. They had also returned. Had Lin Wudi returned? They quickly searched. However, they realized that Lin Xian was not among these people. Some people sighed. Could Lin Wudi not have arrived yet? Heavens, wasn't he still alive? Why wasn't he here yet? Could it be that he did not dare to participate in this battle? Discussions broke out one after another. Of course, there were also people who were shocked. Although Lin Xian had not come, the strength that the divine union had displayed was really too strong. Not to mention the families and sects, just the younger generation alone had Yan Ruyu, Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu. These three were top-notch proud ladies. Apart from them, there were also young powerhouses like the Dark Red Divine Dragon and Bai Susu. This was something that could not be seen in the monarch race. Ordinary monarch races would not produce any young powerhouses other than nurturing their emperor's sons. However, the divine union had so many of them. What was so incredible about this? If they continued to develop in the future, they might even surpass the emperor clans. No wonder the Wonton clan wanted to make a move. No one dared to let such a force exist. Boom! Boom! Between heaven and earth, tens of thousands of thunder sounded, as if it was going to destroy the world. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They could feel that the power of this thunder was extremely terrifying. Those saints looked as though they were facing a great enemy. Their faces were filled with despair while their bodies were trembling. Even the pupils of the saint ancestors shrank. Who was it? Had a terrifying lightning Dao expert arrived, in the next moment, a figure descended from the sea of lightning. He said loudly, "Looks like I'm not too late." This was a very handsome man wearing armor. Thunder surrounded his body. It was as if the god of thunder had descended. He stood there and looked down in all directions. At this moment, the young powerhouses and the older generation sacred masters all felt immense pressure. Who was this person? How could it be so terrifying? Gu Feng, Kuan Pengzi, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Their strength was simply unable to contend against the other party. Even the fire Qilin's pupils shrank as a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The Qilin bloodline in his body erupted, sweeping across the 9 heavens. King, this was a double-crowned king. He was really too surprised. He didn't expect that other than Hun Tian, there would be another double-crowned king. Could it be one of those legendary people? Heavens, he should be the legendary sleeping powerhouse, the Thunder King. He actually came too. This was a double-crowned king. Exclamations of surprise sounded one after another. Thunder King. The double-crowned king, a genius who had been sleeping for 20,000 years, had finally awakened in this era. Moreover, he had arrived. The other party's thunder power was extremely terrifying. It was a violent and destructive power. The other party didn't do anything. He just stood there, and everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy. One could imagine that when the other party attacked, it would be an earth-shattering power. The Thunder King stood in the void and looked in all directions. When he saw that those young people couldn't contend with him at all, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. However, he soon stared at the fire Qilin Zi, and a trace of abiding cold light burst out from his eyes. Emperor's son? He could actually become the double-crowned king. He was very strong. He was very interested in the fire Qilin, but he didn't make a move. He still stood in the void. The fire Qilin's face turned cold. He also felt a huge pressure. However, he was very confident in himself. He wasn't just the double-crowned king. More importantly, he was the emperor's son. His bloodline was extraordinary, and he could sweep through everything. With a cold snort, the Qilin bloodline in his body became even more terrifying. Monstrous flames swept across the 9 heavens. At this moment, another voice came from the void. Fire Qilin, the emperor's bloodline. Let me see if your bloodline is more powerful. Or my flames are more powerful. As the voice fell, the entire sky turned into a sea of fire. The surrounding people were frightened, and their faces turned pale. Even the sacred ancestors were as if they were facing a great enemy. They felt as if they were about to be burned. Who was it? The pupils of the Qilin race's powerhouses constricted. The fire Qilin roared, and the Qilin phantom rushed into the sky. In the next moment, a woman walked out from the sky. The woman was extremely beautiful, and the flames on her body were monstrous. She looked like a goddess of fire. Her aura was not weaker than the fire Qilin's at all. Heavens, to be able to compete with the Qilin's son, she was also a double-crowned king. She was Xianxia. She was a peerless genius from 30,000 years ago who had fused with the divine flames of heaven and earth. countless people exclaimed. The people of the Fire Qilin cave were as if they were facing a great enemy. The Fire Qilin's face was also extremely cold. He could feel that the flames on her body were extremely shocking. Xianxia glanced at the Fire Qilin, and then looked at the Chaos Stone in the distance. Then, she also stood in the sky. Then, the sky turned dark. A large flag suppressed the world, and the entire sky seemed to be about to shatter. Everyone was terrified. Had another expert arrived, who was at this time? It was He Qi, a figure from 30,000 years ago. The black flag in his hand had killed countless powerhouses. It was said that several sacred ancestors had died in his hands. Upon hearing this, even the divine ancestor powerhouses had ugly expressions on their faces. This person was a terrifying god of slaughter. After He Qi arrived, he stared at the Chaos Stone. He narrowed his eyes. The aura around the quasi-emperor was a little interesting. The other young giants and powerhouses of the older generation were as if they were facing a great enemy. There had already been 3 double-crown kings, and each of them was earth-shattering. The strength of these people was unfathomable. They wondered if there were still people in hibernation. At this moment, the void in the distance broke open, and a spirit ship flew over. There were many figures standing on it. It was the people of the Purple Mansion. Someone exclaimed. They looked over. The Purple Mansion master stood in front, and behind him were the 9 successors. Other than that, there were also some people who were very unfamiliar, but the aura on their bodies was incomparably terrifying. They were probably also people who were in hibernation. Although they could not be compared to the Double Crown Kings, they were still extremely terrifying. Something's not right. Suddenly, a sacred lord exclaimed. Look at that person, the aura on his body is incomparably terrifying. The moment he said that, everyone looked over. In the next instant, they gasped. They hadn't paid much attention to this figure previously because it was very faint, like a shadow standing there. At first, no one noticed it. However, when they looked carefully, they realized that it wasn't the case at all. The entire situation had changed. Although the leader of the Purple Mansion sect was on the spirit boat, the Purple Mansion sect wasn't the most important. The most important thing was that this shadow-like man was the core of the entire lineup. It was rumored that there was a Triple Crown champion in the Purple Mansion sect. Could it be him? Heavens, once such a person appeared, no one would be able to contend against him. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The Thunder Emperor, He Qi, burning incense, and the others all looked over. The Fire Qilin and the others were even more nervous. However, they soon realized that it wasn't the case. Burning Incense shook his head. It wasn't the aura of a Triple Crown champion. It was still a Double Crown champion. The other sacred masters also realized that it was true. Although the shadow-like person was terrifying, he hadn't reached the level of a Triple Crown champion. However, even so, it was terrifying enough. This Double Crown champion was a terrifying existence. The Purple Mansion sect was indeed impressive. Apart from the Triple Crown champion, there was actually a Double Crown champion. It was really unfathomable. Xiaoying, it's actually you. The Thunder Emperor said in a deep voice. Clearly, he was also very surprised. I didn't expect that you would also choose to sleep. The others were shocked. They didn't expect that they actually knew each other. It seemed that these Double Crown champions were all related to each other. Xiaoying looked at the Thunder Emperor and nodded slightly. Then, he also looked into the distance. Chaos Stone? He narrowed his eyes. Where was Lin Wudi? He looked in all directions. Lin Wudi was a peerless enemy of the Purple Mansion sect. As a member of the Purple Mansion sect, he naturally wanted to take a look. Who exactly was he? He hadn't appeared so far. Xiaoying shook his head slightly. Perhaps he didn't dare to come. The people of the Purple Mansion sect occupied a spot. Soon, more people arrived. There were young geniuses, old divine ancestors, and strong people. More and more people arrived, but Lin Wudi still hadn't appeared. Someone frowned. Could it be that Lin Wudi was too scared to come? Even the members of the Divine Union were extremely worried. Morong Qingqing said, Don't worry, Big Brother Xian will definitely come. After waiting for about half a day, suddenly, countless terrifying sword chi came from afar. Then, a figure walked over in the air. He was like a sword god that had descended. Countless people turned to look at him. What a terrifying aura. Heavens, who is it? They saw a man standing with his hands behind his back amidst the sword chi that filled the sky. The sword shadows on his body were extremely terrifying. It's him. Lin Woody, he really came. Exclamations of surprise could be heard. At this moment, the surrounding people all raised their heads to look at the sky, their eyes bursting with a sharp light. The chaos stones of the primal chaos tribe soared into the air, releasing a power that could split the heavens and earth apart. Is he here? Murderous intent surged from his body. The people from the Divine Union also stood up. This was great. It was the Union leader, the Alliance Master was finally here. The Nalan clan, Dugu clan, Fire Dragon clan, and the others all laughed. They knew that Lin Xian would definitely come. This was great. This kid had become stronger again. The dark red divine dragon and the others also jumped up in excitement. Indeed, the sword chi on Lin Xian's body was like a star that kept revolving around him. 9 stars aligned. On the other hand, Lin Xian was stepping on the stars like the god of the universe. This kind of vision was really shocking. Why do I feel that this star seems to have been refined from a real world of stars? What exactly has this guy been cultivating for the past 3 years? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Even the divine ancestors were shocked. These 9 stars were really terrifying. This guy's strength had actually become stronger again. Hua Qilan's face was extremely cold. He could also feel how terrifying these 9 stars were. On the other side, the Thunder Emperor was also shocked as he stepped on the ground, surrounded by lightning. Was this Lin Wudy? He was indeed valiant and even more terrifying than the legends said. The other Double Crown champions also looked extremely solemn. The younger generation would surpass them in time. Although they were not from this era, they did not expect that there would be such a shocking person in this era. It was indeed worthy of being called the Golden Age. On the side of the Purple Mansion, the 9 successors were also shocked. The Purple Mansion Master also looked solemn as he looked at Xiaoying and said, "What do you think of him?" Xiaoying said that he was indeed a peerless genius. His 9 stars borrowed the power of the universe, which was incomparably vast. In addition, he had many unique skills and divine abilities before this. He was a peerless enemy. Hearing this, the people of the Purple Mansion were also shocked. Xiaoying was their sleeping Double Crown champion who was extremely terrifying. Now that even he said so, it was enough to show how terrifying Lin Xian was. It seemed that the peak battle was about to arrive. Let's retreat out of the formation. These people retreated one after another. At the same time, the entire ancient city lit up with the formation. It guarded the buildings and palaces below. The people of the Hun Dun clan also quickly retreated to a safe place. Only a figure was left. It was the Chaos Stone. He was still there. Lin Xian also turned his head and looked. He also saw the Chaos Stone and closed his eyes. Was it the other party who wanted to challenge him? He did not expect it to be a stone. However, the aura of this stone was very different. He could feel a trace of Emperor's aura from it. Was it someone from the Hun Dun clan? He originally thought that it was an expert of the Hun Dun clan or a divine ancestor. But now it seemed that it was not the case. The aura of the other party was very mysterious. Could it be that the other party was about to become a quasi-emperor? But it should not be. He did not feel that fatal danger. You are the one who wants to challenge me. Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Are you Lin Wudy? Sure enough, he was more arrogant than expected. The Chaos Stone also said in a deep voice. I am a stone that separated heaven and earth. I have always stayed in the Hun Dun clan and can be considered a member of the Hun Dun clan. Lin Wudy, how dare you kill an exceptional genius of the Hun Dun clan? How do you want to die? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Hun Dun deserved to die. As for you, you are also courting death. How dare you injure a member of the Divine Union? Do you think I will let you off today? Lin Xian was now very strong and his Rinnegan was even more terrifying. After arriving, he glanced at the Divine Union and discovered that Baisusu and the Dark Red Dragon were injured. Furthermore, the aura of the primal chaos on them was very strong. Naturally, he was angry because of the aura of this stone. Today, you will fall here. I will let everyone know that the Divine Union is not to be challenged. Lin Xian exuded a strong domineering aura. Lin Xian's sword chi soared into the sky, and the 9 stars behind him rotated slowly. Then, a sword slashed down like a star descending from the universe. It carried a vast amount of power as it charged forward. What a terrifying power of heaven and earth. What kind of sword technique was this? The Thunder King was shocked when he felt the power of the universe. You're courting death. Today is the day you die. The Stone of Chaos roared. He was here to denounce Lin Xian, but the other party threatened to kill him the moment he arrived. How could he tolerate this? The chaotic aura on his body condensed and turned into a bolt of chaotic lightning that charged forward. This chaotic lightning carried the power to open up the universe, and it was very fast. In an instant, it reached the front and collided with the starry sky sword technique. With a clang, the starlight in the sky shook. However, Lin Xian's sword technique was terrifying. It had the power to destroy everything. It also had the vastness of the universe. Under the sword, the chaotic lightning was bent. Seeing that it was about to shatter, the Stone of Chaos roared and the chaotic lightning on his body became even more terrifying. It charged forward. It formed a chaotic net that enveloped the starry sky sword chi. Finally, it sealed the sky, and then the two dissipated. Hundreds of black holes appeared in the sky, floating up and down, connecting to the starry sky outside. The surrounding people were shocked. A simple move from the two of them had the power to open up the universe. The young giants were terrified. They were no match for them at all. Even the other sacred lords sucked in a breath of cold air. Because they realized that the two of them were not weaker than them at all. Even if they encountered such an attack, they would have to go all out. The two of them did not attack immediately after their attacks disappeared. Instead, they stared at each other. At this moment, Lin Xian moved again. With a wave of his arm, the starry sword chi in the sky descended again. This time, it was even more terrifying. It was as if it had turned into a starry sky map that was vast and intertwined. These 9 stars were obtained by Lin Xian when he was comprehending in the core of the 9-star immortal platform. At the same time, he also created the starry sky sword technique. At this moment, the power was boundless. The entire starry sky map was completely formed by sword chi. It was indestructible and enveloped down. The chaotic light that filled the sky kept shattering. The surrounding people gasped. The Stone of Chaos was also extremely shocked. With a cold snort, he leaped into the air and charged forward. Its origin was not ordinary. It was a stone left behind when the world was created. Then, he was brought along by the Quasi-Emperor's side all year round, constantly being polished. His body was truly terrifying. Even compared to the chaotic body, it was even stronger. It was the strongest weapon in itself, so at this moment, he turned into a stream of light and charged forward. When Leaf Dao Denier saw what was happening, he couldn't help but cry out in shock. What a powerful body! It seemed to surpass the primal chaos body. His saint body was on par with the 9-yang divine body, ranked behind the primal chaos body. But now, a stone was stronger than the chaotic body. How could he not be shocked? The Fire Qilint's expression was also solemn. If he were to face this attack, he would probably have to use all of his bloodline power. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to resist. How did that Lin Wudi block it? The 9-yang divine body could not block it at all. Will the opponent use Rinnegan? Once that power was used, it would be difficult for him to use it again in a short period of time. If this Chaos Stone had another trump card, Lin Xian would really be in danger. Boom, the Chaos Stone was like a hot knife through butter. It charged forward and crashed into the starry sky map, piercing through it. Then, it quickly charged towards Lin Xian. This scene made countless people cry out in shock. Boom, a huge spatial crack appeared in the void. It was incomparably terrifying. The power that it emitted made the surrounding people vomit blood and retreat. Not good. They quickly fled. Even the divine ancestors were shocked. They opened their saint domains to block the remaining power. One could imagine that if they were hit directly, they would probably be pierced through immediately. Facing such an attack, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Instead, he continued to wave his arm. The 9 stars in the sky continued to revolve. Then, they formed a straight line, as if they had turned into a starry divine sword that slashed down. 9 stars aligned. The vast sword chi collided with the chaos stone. In the next moment, the front was swallowed by a black hole. It was incomparably black like a giant abyss beast. The terrifying power rushed into the 9 heavens. The starry sky in the outer realm was torn to pieces. The surroundings were shocked. Fortunately, there was an array formation here. Otherwise, this attack would have turned Saint Origin ancient city into ashes. More and more black holes appeared in the sky, swallowing the 2 of them. Everyone widened their eyes. Did Lin Wuti block this attack? Could his sword chi hurt the chaos stone? Everyone was very curious. In the next moment, they saw a stone flying out. It was the chaos stone. He was sent flying. Was he injured? Everyone looked over and found that there were no cracks on the chaos stone. This shocked them. On the other side, Lin Xian charged out of the black hole. At this moment, the starlight on his body disappeared and was replaced by pitch-black demonic chi. His palm formed a demonic seal and charged forward. At this moment, it turned into a demon god. The chaos stone roared and formed a chaotic vortex that charged forward. The 2 collided and retreated. Lin Xian charged forward again. At this moment, a demonic face formed on the seal. It was abnormally ferocious. There was a loud boom. The chaos stone collided with it and was shaken. The 2 of them retreated again. Lin Xian charged forward again. This time, it formed demonic horns. For the 3rd move, it formed demonic wings. The demonic pattern on the demon god seal became more and more realistic. At the 5th move, it finally sent the chaos stone flying. At this moment, the void behind the chaos stone turned into nothingness. Everyone was shocked to see this. The fire Qilin looked solemn. The chaos stone would probably not be able to hold on for much longer. Although his physique was strong, it was not invincible. Lin Wuti's seal was really terrifying. This should be the arch mystique. Lin Xian attacked again. This time, 4 demonic patterns appeared on the demon god seal. Each of them was lifelike and revolved around the demon god seal. It was earth-shattering and its power increased by several times. In the next moment, the chaos stone was sent flying. The chaos light on it dimmed a little. The people of the chaos tribe became nervous when they saw this. The people of the divine union cheered. This was great. The chaos stone roared and charged forward once again. Its body continued to expand as though it had turned into a chaos millstone. It spun continuously and crushed the world. Suddenly, the universe was shattered and the surrounding people were sent flying while vomiting blood. Some people's bodies cracked under this oppressive power. Damn it, what terrifying power! The chaos stone was about to use its ultimate move. Run! In an instant, everyone retreated. Even the sacred tribe members felt their blood boiling. Some of them even vomited blood. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's expression was also extremely solemn. In the next moment, he attacked. Demon God Sword. The black demon sword descended from the sky and flickered in the air. It was also a powerful Great Emperor divine ability in the illusion demon scripture. This sword seemed to have transformed into a demonic dragon and collided with the chaos millstone tens of thousands of times in an instant. Countless cracks were left in the sky. The 2 kept colliding, fighting from the sky to the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's swordsmanship was terrifying. As he moved, the void shattered continuously. One could imagine how terrifying this sword chi was. At the same time, his left hand used the demon god finger again. He pointed out with his finger. It charged towards the chaos stone like a meteor shower. An earth-shattering sound was heard. With a boom, the chaos stone was sent flying again. The chaos millstone was suppressed. This peerless divine ability that could shatter the universe couldn't do anything to Lin Wuti. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. What other methods did he have? Show them all. the Chaos Stone flew over from afar. The chaotic aura on his body became more and more terrifying. Chaos Heaven transformation. At this moment, he was no longer a millstone that destroyed the world. Instead, he had transformed into a world. He pressed towards Lin Xian. This power was even more terrifying than before. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes flickered with extremely terrifying reincarnation power. 6 paths of reincarnation. Heavenly Tao, Hand of Heaven. The illusion of the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared. At the same time, a huge hand descended from the 9 heavens. This hand seemed to represent the heavenly Tao. This strike pierced through the sky and directly pierced through the chaotic sky. In the next moment, the Chaos Stone was pressed to the ground by this palm. With a boom, the entire Holy Abyss ancient city shook violently. The nearby array formation shattered, and the blood of the surrounding people surged. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Was it suppressed? This was too shocking. Every divine ability that was displayed by the Chaos Stone was incomparably terrifying. The other sacred ancestors were no match for it. However, after encountering Lin Wuti, they were always at a disadvantage. Even now, Lin Wuti had broken many of their divine abilities and suppressed them with a single palm. At this moment, the faces of the divine ancestors turned ugly. Lin Wuti had already grown to this extent? Even the Chaos Stone was no match for him. Who would be able to suppress him then? It would be difficult for the other Double Crown champions. Could it be that only the Triple Crown champions would be able to suppress him? In the era when the Triple Crown King did not appear, the other party was a supreme being. Those from the Purple Mansion had ugly expressions on their faces. Those from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were grinding their teeth so hard that they almost broke. The people of the Primal Chaos race roared even louder. They couldn't believe it. Even the Primal Chaos Stone had been defeated. On the other side, the members of the Divine Union cheered excitedly. Great, young Master Lin was invincible. He won. Bai Susu and the others chuckled as well. The corner of Morong Qingqing's mouth raised. Brother Xian's strength had become even stronger than before. Regardless of whether it was his soul or his swordsmanship, both had risen to a whole new level. Was he already this terrifying? Kuan Pengzi was shocked. Gu Feng's expression was even more solemn, while Qilan's face was incomparably gloomy. But at this moment, his brows twitched. No, it's not sealed. I can feel an even stronger chaos energy. Just as he finished speaking, the ground below split open, and a figure charged up into the air. He was out. The people of the Primal Chaos race rejoiced. The others also exclaimed. Had he not been defeated yet? It seemed like they had underestimated the Primal Chaos Stone. At this moment, the Primal Chaos Stone had transformed into its normal form, floating up and down between heaven and earth. Countless great Daos intertwined on it. At the same time, a figure sat cross-legged on it. It was an extremely hazy figure. This figure's face couldn't be seen clearly, but the aura it carried had a trace of Emperor's might. Everyone was shocked. This was the figure of a boundary emperor. That's right, the Primal Chaos Stone carried the cultivation of a boundary emperor. After so many years, it had long left the imprint of a boundary emperor. Now, it had used the imprint. It carried an unparalleled emperor's might that was above all saints. At this moment, even the sacred race was terrified. It seemed like they were being suppressed. The Primal Chaos Stone gritted its teeth and said, Lin Wuti, I have indeed underestimated you. You actually managed to suppress me. But it's a pity that you will still be defeated in this battle. I use the might of a boundary emperor. It's not something you can imagine. Unless the Triple Crown King comes today, no one else is my match. A cold voice spread in all directions. The other Double Crown Kings also frowned. The phantom of a boundary emperor carried an unparalleled emperor's might. It was indeed a fatal threat to them. Was this the Primal Chaos Stone's strongest trump card? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. The phantom of a boundary emperor? So what? I can only say that you are not qualified to kill me. Stupid thing, I will let you know what despair is. The Primal Chaos Stone snorted coldly, and the aura on its body became even more terrifying. At the same time, the figure sitting cross-legged on top of him extended a hand and made a grabbing motion. The hand of the primal chaos god. This attack could turn heaven and earth upside down. Its power made the sacred lords tremble. It was too powerful. Was this the power of a boundary emperor? It definitely surpassed everything. How was Lin Wuti going to block it? The fire Qilin laughed when it saw the scene. The 10,000 dragons greeting Long Wu and the others said. If Lin Wuti uses an extreme weapon or the boundary emperor corpse, we will directly use the 10,000 dragons portrait. I will also contact the Gu clan and the others to use extreme weapons together. At that time, he will definitely die without a burial ground. Obviously, these people had already decided. As long as Lin Xian used an extreme weapon, they would definitely not hold back. Facing the attack of the boundary emperor phantom, Lin Xian stood there without moving. He did not use the heaven-devouring jar, but the demonic qi on his body became even more terrifying. At the same time, a boundary emperor phantom also appeared behind him. Then, it pointed a finger over. This finger pierced through the sky. Everyone felt as if time was flowing backward, as if the primordial era had descended. With a clang, the two collided. They were evenly matched, with the two of them as the center, the entire sky split into two. Did they block it? Countless people were shocked. The people of the primal chaos race did not dare to believe it. The dark red divine dragon and the others were even more shocked. They knew how terrifying the boundary emperor phantom summoned by the demon summoning scripture was. The Chaos Stone was also shocked. It seems that your emperor's ancient scripture is extraordinary. It can actually summon a boundary emperor phantom. But so what? Your emperor is already dead, but my boundary emperor is still alive. No matter how powerful a dead person was, he could not be compared to a living person. The Chaos Stone had unlimited confidence. The boundary emperor phantom that he summoned was a living boundary emperor. The aura that had been left on him for thousands of years was the strongest. It was far from what the other party's cultivation technique could compare to. Thinking of this, the Chaos Stone shouted coldly. The boundary emperor phantom on his back attacked again. One palm strike after another, shaking heaven and earth. The demonic qi on Lin Xian's body surged into the sky, forming an extremely terrifying defensive shield. It blocked these terrifying attacks. At the same time, he said coldly, it's just an illusion of a quasi-emperor. Whether it's alive or dead, it can't be compared to a true great emperor. Next, I'll let you know what the true might of a great emperor is. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm and activated the illusion demon scripture stone to the extreme. At this moment, the demonic shadow behind him became more and more realistic, as if it had crossed through time and space. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were shaking, and everyone was about to crawl. This power was too terrifying. They looked ahead, their faces full of shock. The fire Qilin roared angrily and used his imperial bloodline with all his might. The other double crown champions also used their methods. They looked at the demonic shadow in horror. Boom, in the next moment, the demonic shadow attacked. He took the demonic sword in Lin Xian's hand and slashed forward. With a boom, this sword split heaven and earth, and the universe shattered. Nothing could stop it. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Some sacred lords clenched their fists in excitement. This was the real great emperor. Although it was just an illusion, it was a dead illusion. It was definitely terrifying. Nothing could stop them. These people cultivated in pursuit of the supreme realm of a great emperor, but they couldn't even reach the quasi-emperor realm. Now that they saw the might of a great emperor, how could they not be excited? The Chaos Stone was sent flying, and the quasi-emperor illusion on it also dimmed. It was as if it would disappear at any moment. No, he roared crazily, unable to accept this. The people of the Hun Dun tribe were also extremely nervous. How could this be? Could it be that even the Chaos Stone couldn't suppress Lin Wuti? The other experts' expressions were even worse. Should they? At this moment, they used an extreme weapon to sneak attack Lin Wuti. After all, Lin Wuti was really too powerful now. There weren't many double crown champions who could suppress him. Not to mention defeating him. If this continued, no one would be a match for him unless the triple crown champions appeared. If he continued to grow, then he would really become a great emperor. Once the other party became the earth, it would be everyone's nightmare. All of them who were his enemies would probably be reduced to ashes. Damn it, the Stone of Chaos roared and pushed with all its might, causing the figure of the quasi-emperor to appear once again. Lin Xian shook his head. The difference between a quasi-emperor and a great emperor was only one word, but the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Your phantom shadow is no match for Moing. Furthermore, this demonic shadow is only one of my trump cards. I still have other trump cards that I haven't used yet. Therefore, you have lost this battle. Damn it. How many millennia has my image been a quasi-venerate? As for your devil shadow, you were the one who summoned it. I don't believe that your devil shadow can last for long. The Chaos Stone roared furiously. As long as he could hold on, the other party would be powerless. In that case, he would win. In the next moment, he roared and attacked with all his might. The two phantoms fought. Lin Xian's expression was ice-cold. The demonic god shadow split open the sky, forcing the Chaos Stone to retreat. The next moment, another sword strike shattered the quasi-emperor phantom. The demonic shadow also disappeared. Both sides disappeared at the same time, shocking countless people. However, Lin Xian's expression was incomparably calm. The demonic shadow is gone, but I still have other means. Do you want to experience the power of the Samsara sword? At this point, the power of Samsara in Lin Xian's right eye became extremely terrifying. The souls of the others were suppressed. Legend had it that the Samsara eye could summon the Samsara sword. Previously, when he was fighting Hun Tian, Lin Wudi had summoned the phantom of the Samsara sword. The power of the sword spread throughout the universe. Now, was he going to use such a supreme technique in front of them again? If the Stone of Chaos didn't have any other means, he would probably be defeated. Heavens, who would have thought that the Stone of Chaos, the stone that had accompanied a quasi-emperor all year round, would be defeated? Could it be that only a quasi-emperor could kill Lin Wudi? Exclamations rang out one after another. The people of the primal chaos race were also extremely nervous. Did the Stone of Chaos have other means? They didn't know because they usually didn't see the Stone of Chaos at all. The Stone of Chaos's expression was extremely ugly. The quasi-emperor phantom was shattered by the other party. Now that the other party was going to use the Rinnegan, it seemed that he could only use his strongest means. Lin Wudi, I originally didn't want to use this method. But since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The Stone of Chaos still had other means? What was it? They all widened their eyes and looked carefully. Some blood-colored marks suddenly appeared on the Stone of Chaos, then condensed into a drop of blood. It spun in the air. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were shattering. The surrounding people also felt as if they were struck by lightning. The blood of a quasi-emperor. The Stone of Chaos actually contained the blood of a quasi-emperor. It was too unbelievable. Countless people roared in horror. A drop of the blood of a saint could break the sky and turn people below the saint level into ashes. And a drop of the blood of a quasi-emperor could destroy countless worlds. A quasi-emperor was an existence that completely surpassed the divine ancestor. A drop of blood was enough to kill everything. The blood of a quasi-emperor spun in the air with a mysterious aura. The Stone of Chaos shook violently. He said coldly, "You can die in peace now." He knew that no one could stop the son-in-law of a quasi-emperor. Lin Xian's expression also became incomparably solemn. He also felt the danger. This quasi-emperor's blood was enough to tear his 9-yang divine body into pieces. He no longer delayed and used the Rinnegan with all his might. In the sky, an eye of reincarnation appeared, looking down on the common people. In that eye, there was a sword shadow. The moment he appeared, everyone felt the power of reincarnation. It was too unbelievable. Was this the sword of reincarnation? Although it was only an illusion of the sword of reincarnation, it was already incomparably terrifying. Lin Xian roared, his face pale. With his strength, he could only use the sword of reincarnation once. He would not hold back. The illusion of reincarnation in the sky slashed down from the sky, and the surrounding people all retreated frantically. If they were hit, the 6 paths of reincarnation would no longer exist. The Stone of Chaos roared angrily, "Kill!" He controlled the quasi-emperor's blood and charged out. A drop of blood was not even the size of a fingernail, but no one dared to underestimate the power it carried. Boom, finally, the two collided in the air, setting off a monstrous storm. Half of it turned into a sea of blood, surging wildly. The other half was the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the two forces were in a stalemate. The Stone of Chaos roared crazily, "Kill! Kill!" The terrifying quasi-emperor's blood erupted, forming a monstrous sea of blood that swept forward. It engulfed the Sword of Reincarnation. On the other hand, the Sword of Reincarnation was like a giant dragon, directly shattering everything. The two sides clashed again, and the vast power engulfed everything. At this moment, everyone was pushed far away. Even the sacred lords and the double-crowned king were shocked. "I think the quasi-emperor blood should be more powerful," a sacred master said. Indeed, that was the blood of a quasi-emperor. If Lin Xian used the heaven-devouring jar, he might be able to contend against it. However, it might not be the case if he used the reincarnation sword. That was not the real reincarnation sword, but an illusion summoned by the Rinnegan. No matter how powerful it was, it could not be stronger than the blood of a quasi-emperor. The other powerhouses also thought so. After all, a quasi-emperor was too terrifying. At this moment, the wind and clouds in front suddenly changed. Everyone felt that something was wrong with the power. All of them looked forward. The next moment, their eyes widened. How was that possible? These people were stunned. The sacred ancestors were terrified, and even the double-crowned king sucked in a breath of cold air. Because the beautiful figure in the sky had already transformed into a 6 paths of reincarnation. The Chaos Stone was covered in cracks, and the quasi-emperor blood had already disappeared. The Chaos Aura on the Chaos Stone also became stronger and stronger. In the next moment, it turned into a pile of useless rocks. "You can actually reincarnate me." "I'm not willing," the Chaos Stone let out a final roar. In the next moment, it scattered on the ground and danced in the wind. Only Lin Xian was left in the world. He stood there like a god. At this moment, everyone looked up. Was he dead? Countless people were shocked. The Chaos Stone actually shattered. The others were even more shocked. Lin Wudy won again. It was too unbelievable. Was this the power of the reincarnation sword? Although it was just an illusion, it was so terrifying. Even the Chaos Stone was reincarnated. The divine fire on Jinxiang's body jumped. Her face was full of surprise. On the other side, the Thunder King also gasped. That was the blood of a quasi-emperor. How many worlds could it destroy? But now, it could not even withstand a single blow from Lin Wudy. It was too difficult to kill Lin Wudy. Unless it was a true triple-crown king or a quasi-emperor personally made a move. Was he really going to be invincible? Previously, everyone was disdainful of this title, but now, they were only shocked. Even though sacred ancestors were terrified. Thinking of the Golden Crow race and Destiny race, the smiles on their faces disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a hint of ferocity. Who could contend with such a person? Even the newly crowned double champions had grave expressions on their faces. Who would have thought that he would encounter such an expert after waking up from his deep slumber? That's great, big brother Xian. A smile appeared on Morong Qingqing's face. The people from the Divine Union raised their arms and cheered. They had won. They had won. They were really too happy. This battle was extremely important to the three of them. If they were defeated, the Divine Union would be destroyed. But obviously, this was impossible. Lin Xian had great strength and defeated his opponent once again. The dark red dragon god laughed heartily. Let's see who dares to challenge us from now on. Indeed, even the Chaos Stone with the quasi-emperor blood had been defeated. The other double champion probably wouldn't dare to act rashly. The 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court and the people of the Purple Mansion were also gnashing their teeth. This was their peerless enemy. As long as he was alive, they would not dare to relax for even a single day. The terrifying eye of reincarnation in the sky slowly disappeared. Lin Xian's face was pale. His right eye twitched, and the power of reincarnation disappeared. That sword strike had consumed too much of his spirit power. However, he had finally killed this enemy. Lin Xian's gaze swept across the area. The Chaos Stone challenged the Divine Union and injured our members. His death is not to be regretted. If anyone dares to challenge the divine union in the future, I will cut them down with my sword. His loud voice spread in all directions, making the scalps of the people around him go numb. Perhaps no one would dare to attack the divine union again. How could this be? Lord Chaos Stone. It had actually shattered. The people of the Primal Chaos tribe went crazy. They simply couldn't believe that the Chaos Stone had died. The Chaos Stone had also shattered. Their Primal Chaos tribe had really suffered a heavy blow. The Sacred Masters were even more confused. Could it be that even the Quasi-Emperor blood couldn't do anything to the other party? Lin Xian's expression was cold. The Quasi-Emperor blood was indeed very frightening. Fortunately, he had used the Reincarnation Sword and sent the 6 paths of reincarnation into the Reincarnation Sword. Otherwise, if he had used the Great Dragon Sword, he would have been injured even if he could cut open the Quasi-Emperor blood. The Primal Chaos tribe couldn't be underestimated. After all, they had a true Quasi-Emperor existence. If there had been a few more Quasi-Emperor blood in this battle, he would have been in danger. Lin Xian's figure descended from the sky and walked towards the Divine Union. The people of the Divine Union cheered. Damn it, let's go. The Purple Mansion Master led his people and left. The 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court also left. The Golden Crow tribe and the Fate tribe also left unwillingly. However, they couldn't do anything. The Thunder Monarch's figure flashed and he turned into a bolt of thunder and disappeared. Burning Incense and the others also returned with the terrifying sky flame. To be honest, they also felt the pressure. Lin Wudi had indeed made them feel like they were facing a great enemy. Of course, there were some people who didn't leave, such as Yi Wudao. He walked over and said, Brother Lin, congratulations. Your strength has increased greatly again. The Yi family elder also said, Young Master Lin's sword technique is unparalleled. However, although you defeated the Chaos Stone this time, you still have to be careful. Based on what I know, there is indeed a Triple Crown champion in the Purple Mansion. The Purple Mansion? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard this. The Yi family sacred leader nodded. The Triple Crown champion was an even more terrifying existence. It was far from what the Chaos Stone could compare to. Even with the Quasi-Emperor blood, they might not be able to defeat the Triple Crown champion. Hearing this, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. How terrifying was the Triple Crown champion? Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. Although the Triple Crown champion was in the Purple Mansion, he was still in a deep slumber. Furthermore, he hadn't come out yet. He probably wouldn't come out yet. Besides, give me some time and I can also try for the Triple Crown champion. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with boundless confidence. The Yi family's divine ancestor nodded. Then, he said, it's fine. Wu Dao will also become stronger in the future. When the time comes, you can join forces. Hearing this, Lin Xian was also surprised. Wu Dao had a fortuitous encounter. Yi Wu Dao said, Brother Lin, I'm afraid I have to go into seclusion for a while. When I come out, I will definitely give you a surprise. After saying that, he waved his hand and left with the Yi family's divine ancestor. Lin Xian was surprised when he heard this. Yan Ryu also walked over. The Yi family was not ordinary. They were extremely terrifying in the Great Emperor family. The Great Emperor of the Yi family was known as the Heavenly Emperor back then. His methods were definitely terrifying. The Yi family must have left behind some trump cards. It was just that Yi Wudao was too proud to use them back then. Now, it seemed that he had to use those trump cards. Lin Xian gasped when he heard this. It seemed that the foundation of the monarch family wasn't just limited to this. He asked, how is the Heavenly Emperor of the Yi family compared to the Indra of the Yuhua immortal dynasty? Sakura, he had once seen an illusion that easily suppressed a living quasi-emperor. That was really a domineering aura. Moreover, it was said that the Indra wanted to use his strength to make the entire Yuhua immortal dynasty ascend to immortality. Yan Ryu shook his head and said, I don't know the details. However, based on the title of the Heavenly Emperor, he might really be someone who could compete with the Sakura. Lin Xian was also surprised when he heard this. He took a deep breath. When would he become an Emperor Lord? Would he have the chance to compete with such a person? Next, Lin Xian gathered the people of the Divine Union. The current divine union was much bigger than it had been in the past, so there were countless genius disciples. Lin Xian decided to pass down some mystic techniques to the divine union for future generations to cultivate. Although he was a young genius, he wasn't any weaker than the older generation of sacred masters. Furthermore, he possessed the great dragon sword soul that could evolve everything. He had also experienced countless battles, so he was naturally very experienced. Therefore, he could definitely create his own path. Lin Xian created a body tempering technique called the Myriad Flames Body Tempering Technique, which used various kinds of flames to strengthen one's physique. At the same time, he created a type of spiritual essence called the Imperial Spirit Technique. He also left behind a set of sword techniques called the True Spirit Sword Technique. These three mystic techniques were very terrifying. The people of the Divine Union were also very excited. They were too strong and they were overjoyed. Lin Xian gathered Bai Susu, the dark red dragon and the others and took out many spirit medicines from the sword world for them to consume. Bai Susu and the others widened their eyes. These spirit medicines, they were really shocked. Where did he get them from? There was a mysterious aura on them. Could he have gotten them from the forbidden death zones? There were no spirit medicines with such power outside. Lin Xian smiled and quickly refined some elixirs to consume. He wanted to become the double champion as soon as possible. Bai Susu, the dark red dragon and the others clenched their fists tightly. Yan Ruyu and Morong Qingqing naturally obtained many of these spirit medicines as well. Their beautiful eyes also flickered with light. Double crown champion? They were looking forward to it. Given their current strength, they were already very close to becoming the double champion. Next, everyone started to cultivate in seclusion in order to become the double champion. Lin Xian also continued to comprehend his 9-star sword art. On the other side, the Yuhua ancient city was also shocked when they received the news. Was Lin Wudi already this terrifying? Those Immortal Foundation experts were shocked. On the other hand, the 9-star Immortal platforms were delighted. They were now standing on the side of the Divine Union. They were naturally happy that Lin Xian was strong. As for the opposing Immortal Foundation experts, their brows were tightly furrowed. The people from the Origin Magnetic Immortal Foundation gritted their teeth. How despicable. Originally, they were planning to find a suitable opportunity to attack Lin Xian again and snatch back their ancestor's corpse. From the looks of it now, it was simply impossible. I can help you. At this moment, a voice rang out. The pupils of the Origin Magnet Palace Master shrank. Who was it? The surrounding elders also looked as if they were facing a great enemy. In the next moment, they saw a spatial crack appear in the void. Then, a man dressed in plain clothes walked out. It's you. When they saw the other party, they frowned. You're that Yao Guang? What are you doing here? You want to make a move against us Immortal Foundation experts? They were extremely vigilant. Although they had no enmity with this person, it was rumored that this person cultivated the demonic heaven-devouring technique. Naturally, they didn't dare to be careless. Yao Guang said, I'm here to cooperate with you because we have a common enemy. Common enemy? The Hall Master frowned. Are you talking about Lin Wudi? Although you're strong and have cultivated a taboo martial art, you're still no match for Lin Wudi, right? Is that so? You actually dare to look down on me? Yao Guang sneered. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura appeared on his body. It was the power of primal chaos, capable of splitting heaven and earth. At this moment, Yao Guang seemed to have turned into the god of primal chaos. A fist was thrown out. The primal chaos hall master roared and struck out with his palm. With a boom, the two collided. They were actually evenly matched. How was this possible? The Origin Magnet Palace Master was shocked. You're using the power of primal chaos. How can you possess such power? Could it be that you've swallowed the primal chaos body? They were really too shocked. Some time ago, the corpse of the primal chaos body had disappeared. It had been taken away by a mysterious person. They had countless guesses, but they hadn't expected Yao Guang to have obtained it. And from the looks of it, Yao Guang had already devoured it. Yao Guang was also delighted. This was the power of the primal chaos physique. It was indeed powerful. Now, he had only devoured half of it because the power of this physique was really too strong. This was an extremely strong physique that was ranked in the top 10 in the universe. It was ranked higher than the sacred physique and the 9-yang divine physique. He couldn't completely devour such power in a short time. However, devouring half of it had already caused his strength to undergo an earth-shattering change. When it was completely devoured, he would definitely become the Triple Crown champion. That's right. Yao Guang smiled and nodded. The surrounding elders were shocked. The Origin Magnet Palace Master also sucked in a breath of cold air. With such strength, he could definitely compete with Lin Wudi. However, Lin Wudi had the Divine Union behind him. He also had the support of a Boundary Emperor. It was impossible for them to make a move. At this moment, Yao Guang's body emitted a mysterious aura again. It was a vortex with a trace of terrifying emperor's might emerging from it. When this power appeared, the elders all knelt on the ground in fear. The Origin Magnet Palace Master's body also trembled. His face was full of fear. This was the might of a Boundary Emperor. Impossible. How do you possess this power? Yao Guang said, no need to guess. I'll tell you, I'm not a Boundary Emperor. However, I also have a Boundary Emperor behind me. Now, do you think I can join forces with you? There was actually a Boundary Emperor behind Yao Guang. The Origin Magnet Palace Master was also shocked. He now understood why the other party could obtain the Primal Chaos physique. It turned out that there was an expert behind him. They said, Young Master Yao Guang, please forgive us for our previous offense. Please take a seat. They respectfully invited Yao Guang in. Yao Guang's strength was enough to shock them. Now that he had a Boundary Emperor, he was enough to become their guest of honor. Next, the Origin Magnet Palace Master and a few core elders walked in and conspired with Yao Guang. Yao Guang didn't hide anything from these people. He said, this Boundary Emperor of mine is injured and is not in peak condition. Therefore, he needs some resources to recover. Of course, he won't let you provide it for free. He can pass down some Boundary Emperor's techniques for your people to cultivate. Really? That's great. We'll provide the Boundary Emperor with power. The Origin Magnet Palace Master and the others were also delighted. They wouldn't lose out at all in such a deal. Both sides reached an agreement and prepared to take action. At this moment, an old voice sounded. It was the 9 Firmament Boundary Emperor. He said, when will the dragon transformation trial start? Hearing this, the Origin Magnet Palace Master's pupils shrank. You know? What was the dragon transformation battle? Even Yao Guang didn't know. However, the pupils of the Elemental Magnet Palace Master shrank, looking shocked. 9 Firmament Quasi-Emperor laughed. As a Quasi-Emperor, do you think it's possible that I don't even know about the dragon transformation battle? That's true. The Elemental Magnet Palace Master nodded. The dragon transformation battle hasn't started yet, but it's going to start soon. What was the dragon transformation battle? Yao Guang asked. She was very confused. The dragon transformation battle was a battle that happened once every 10,000 years. Everyone below the Quasi-Emperor realm could participate. Then, there would be a ranking for the dragon transformation battle. The first place would receive an unparalleled reward. These rewards were left behind by the Great Emperor. Yao Guang was even more shocked after hearing this. She asked, why didn't you tell me before? 9 Firmament Quasi-Emperor said, isn't there still time? It's not too late for you to know now. Treasures left behind by the Great Emperor? Yao Guang clenched her fists. Then she had to participate and she had to get first place. Alright, you guys go and prepare. I'll impart you guys a few ultimate techniques. I'll let you Immortal Foundation experts participate in this battle. Thank you, Quasi-Emperor. The Immortal Foundation experts were very happy. The Elemental Magnet Palace Master bowed quickly. Those who could participate in the dragon transformation battle were all incredible divine ancestors. This battle was very top-notch. Anyone below the Quasi-Emperor realm could participate. However, one had to at least have the combat strength of a divine ancestor. Also, in the younger generation, if one didn't reach the level of a big shot, they wouldn't be able to participate. At the very least, there was a high chance of winning the double crown. Also, this battle wasn't only suitable for the younger generation. As long as they weren't older than 5,000 years old. After these people left, Nine Firmament Quasi-Emperor said. You have to be careful. Your enemy isn't just Lin Wuti. What does that mean? Yao Guang asked, are there others who can threaten me? Now that he had swallowed the chaos body, his strength had increased greatly. Nine Firmament Quasi-Emperor said, I wonder if those people from those places will participate? If they participate, you have to be very careful. What are those places? Yao Guang was curious. Nine Firmament Quasi-Emperor shook his head. If those people come out, you will know. If they don't come out, there's no need for you to know. As he spoke, his soul appeared, and he looked into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. Yao Guang was astonished. If there was someone who could threaten him aside from Lin Wuti, it could only be the Triple Crown champion of the Purple Mansion. Other than that, there were also some slumbering double champions. However, he was confident that he could sweep through everything, so he really didn't understand where that place was. For the next period of time, the atmosphere gradually quietened down. The various immortal foundations were already preparing in secret. This was because they knew that the dragon transformation battle was about to begin. It wasn't just them. Those emperor clans and some desolate ancient families were also doing their best to gather people, preparing to participate. Lin Xian began to cultivate. However, on this day, a piece of news shocked the Divine Union. It even alarmed Lin Xian. The news came from the Longevity Hall and the Fire God Palace. Because their sects had been attacked, many of them had been injured. There were even elders who had fallen. Run, these people quickly ran away. They fled towards Holy Abyss City. The lifelong Saint Hall leader personally came to inform them that young Master Lin was in trouble. Lin Xian came out of seclusion and asked. Everyone, what exactly happened? These were all divine ancestors. How could they be in such a sorry state? The lifelong Saint Hall leader said that a living being came out of Mount Eternal and attacked us. We were no match for it. What? Lin Xian's pupils shrank when he heard this. The others were also shocked. This was impossible. Wasn't Mount Eternal a forbidden land of death? How could someone come out? Could it be that someone was living inside? This was absolutely impossible. They were all crazy. However, the people from the Fire God Palace also came. They had also suffered heavy losses. Not good. No one knew what had happened in Mount Eternal. Many figures came out of it. Everyone's scalp went numb when they heard this. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. He knew that something had happened in Mount Eternal. It was definitely something he hadn't expected. Let's go and take a look. At this moment, many families and sects in Mount Eternal had been annihilated. Those from the powerful Longevity Palace and Fire God Palace fled at the first moment. However, there was one family that didn't escape. It was the Gu family. The Gu family was also in the nearby area. On this day, they also felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Suddenly, a powerful living being came out of Mount Eternal and swept everything away. Many family tablets were destroyed. Moreover, these people were walking towards the Gu family. Some of the Gu family's disciples and elders outside were also attacked. Someone had actually died. In the family, soul tablets were shattered one after another. This made the Gu family furious. The Gu family's patriarch was a middle-aged man. He had a pale face and no beard. He looked like a scholar. However, at this moment, he was furious. His body emitted a vast holy aura. Who was it? He brought countless elders and soared into the sky. At the same time, a group of people also appeared outside the Gu family. It was a group of people wearing black robes and black armor. These people had black flames dancing on their bodies. It was abnormally strange. Feeling this terrifying aura, the Gu family's elders felt their scalps go numb. The Gu family's patriarch shouted coldly. Who are you people? How dare you attack the Gu family? Do you want to die? Is the Gu family very powerful? The man in front was wearing armor and holding a black spear. He stabbed the spear over. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The Gu family's people were forced to retreat. They quickly tore open the void and fled. At the same time, the Gu family's patriarch shouted angrily. Activate the void mirror. He naturally felt the danger. The void mirror floated in the sky. Everyone activated it together. It emitted a terrifying aura. The black armored figures at the front were also frowning. Extreme weapon. You are a great emperor's family. That's right, the Gu family is the descendant of the Void Emperor. A cold snort sounded. The black armored figures in front were also astonished. Since you are a great emperor's family, we will spare you this time. Let's go. The man in the lead waved his hand. These people turned into black flames and soared into the sky. Did they leave? Seeing these people leave, the Gu family's people heaved a sigh of relief. Great, our great emperor's family is still the most powerful. However, the clan leader of the Gu clan tightly frowned. Where did these people come from? He could only scare these people away by taking out an extreme weapon. If they didn't have an extreme weapon, their country would really be in danger. Moreover, the other party was from Mount Eternal. They had never known that there were living beings in Mount Eternal. What was going on? What happened on Mount Eternal? The elders were also surprised. Suddenly, the Gu family's patriarch's pupils shrank. Could it be? He suddenly turned around, tore open the void, and flew toward the family's ancient palace. Could it be that the patriarch had discovered something? The other elders also followed suit. In the next moment, they arrived at an ancient palace. This was a void palace. It didn't seem to exist in any space. Many elders stopped and didn't dare to enter. Only members of the Gu family could enter the void palace. It was very mysterious inside. There was a statue of the Void Emperor. There were also various information left behind by the Void Emperor, as well as various scrolls and cultivation techniques left behind by the previous clan leaders. In short, it contained the supreme secret of the Void Emperor's clan. At this moment, the Gu family had arrived at the Void Palace. He kept searching the bookshelves, searching one scroll after another. Suddenly, he stopped with a blue scroll in his hand. Then, he carefully opened it. This scroll was left behind by the Void Emperor himself. It carried a vast emperor's aura. Ordinary sacred clans couldn't read it at all. However, the Gu family had the bloodline of the Void Emperor. At this moment, the palace master used his bloodline with all his strength and dripped his sacred blood on the scroll. The terrifying emperor's aura on it disappeared. The Gu family leader hurriedly opened the scroll and read it carefully. In the next moment, his hands began to tremble. An undying and indestructible existence, damn it, this legend was actually true. Legend had it that the Void Emperor had once entered Mount Eternal. When he came out, he opened up a territory near Mount Eternal. He also left behind a Void Emperor level formation here. He said that his descendants could reproduce here in the future. As for what the Void Emperor obtained from Mount Eternal? What happened? No one knew. However, the Void Emperor left behind a scroll in his later years. Only the previous clan leaders could read it. The information recorded in the scroll was that there were living creatures in Mount Eternal. The Void Emperor described the creatures in Mount Eternal as immortal and indestructible. This shocked the previous clan leaders. Immortal and indestructible. Was there really someone who could do it? And now, there were actually people who came out of Mount Eternal. And it was a group of people. Were these people all immortal and indestructible? The Gu family leader couldn't believe it. But no matter what, he knew that an earth-shattering change had taken place in Mount Eternal. He frowned. Could it be related to the dragon transformation battle? But in the previous dragon transformation battle, no one had come out of Mount Eternal. It was really too unbelievable. When Lin Xian and the others arrived, their brows were also tightly knitted. They felt that there was a remnant aura. This aura, did someone use an extreme weapon? The dark red dragon gasped. Morong Qingqing also frowned. She said that it should be the power of the Void Realm. Could it be that those people had also attacked the Gu family? It was too unbelievable. The Gu clan was a great emperor clan, a supreme existence. As long as they had an extreme Dao weapon, it was impossible for the Emperor clan to be destroyed. However, despite this being the case, there was actually someone who dared to attack an Emperor clan. This was just too shocking. Young Master Lin, I'm afraid some of us have been suppressed by them. The Longevity Temple Lord frowned. On the other side, the Fire God Palace Master's face turned ugly. Many of us didn't manage to escape in time. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian and the others continued their journey. At this time, they saw a huge black flame in front of them. It formed a cage and danced in the air. There were many figures in the cage. They were the experts from the clans and sects of the Eternal Mountain region. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. This was too terrifying. Who on earth had done this? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. He looked at the cage in front of him. Suddenly, he was stunned. He saw a familiar figure. Hua Linglong. The genius of the Fire God Palace. How are you? Are you all right? In the black cage, countless people were in despair. Hua Linglong was the same. Her beautiful eyes had lost their luster. Previously, the Fire God Palace had suddenly suffered an inexplicable attack. Many elders were instantly pierced through. Following that, the force made them despair. The Fire God Palace Master made a prompt decision and asked everyone to escape. Everyone flew in all directions. However, Hua Linglong's luck was not good. She was stopped by someone. She was stopped by a group of people. Next, she was sealed in the cage with the other people who had been suppressed. They didn't know what the other party wanted to do. However, it seemed that the other party wanted to bring them into Eternal Mountain. If that was the case, they would probably end up in a miserable state. Eternal Mountain was a forbidden land of death. At this time, a voice rang in Hua Linglong's ears. Are you all right? Hua Linglong was stunned when she heard the voice. In the next moment, she looked around excitedly. Her eyes had regained their luster. She could tell that it was Lin Xian's voice. Was young Master Lin here? Was he here to save her? She was overjoyed. In the next moment, she shook her head. Young Master Lin, you should leave quickly. These people are too terrifying. This has something to do with Eternal Mountain. You can't save me. Indeed, even their palace master didn't dare to resist and immediately escaped. One could imagine how terrifying these people were. Who are they? At this time, there was a figure in a black robe near the black cage. In the next moment, he turned around. Terrifying flames quickly flew into the distance. The void instantly shattered. It couldn't withstand the force at all. Not good. Young Master Lin, leave quickly. Hua Linglong shouted with all her might. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He had been discovered. He didn't escape. Instead, he killed his way out. He clenched his right hand into a fist. His fist turned into a sun as he killed his way out. The black flames were shattered. Flames danced in the sky. The void was pierced through. In the cage, the people inside looked up at the sky. Their faces were filled with shock. Was someone here? Who was it? Too terrifying? Hua Linglong was also shocked. Young Master Lin was too powerful. He could actually fight against the creatures of Eternal Mountain. Who are you? The black-robed man who attacked also looked at Lin Xian in shock. His brows were tightly knitted. A young man could actually block his attack. It was too unbelievable. In the next moment, his palms formed a seal again. It formed a black bottle. It charged forward and suppressed you. Lin Xian snorted. His eyes shone with a cold light. He took out the Hellfire Dragon sword. 9 stars revolved behind him. 9 stars aligned. He slashed out with the sword. The starlight was vast. This sword split heaven and earth. The black flames were also split in half. One of the black-robed man's arms was chopped off. He flew out with a ferocious expression. How could it be? This young man was too terrifying. He could actually injure him. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. He realized that the other party had appeared in front of him without him noticing. What fast speed! He saw that this young man had a pair of black wings on his back. He could reach him in an instant with a light flap. In the next moment, the young man in front of him stretched out a finger and pointed at his forehead. He felt as if his body was about to split open. Damn it, with a furious roar, the black-robed man struck out with both palms. There were extremely terrifying black runes on his palms. They spread all over his body. A terrifying force burst out in an instant. As soon as this force appeared, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. Not good. The people in the black cage were also terrified. They looked at Lin Xian. Isn't he going to dodge? Another attack came from the front. A black palm came at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A sword light appeared in his hand. The Shura sword. This was a sure kill move, a move that came out of nowhere. The sword light disappeared mysteriously as soon as it appeared. When it reappeared, it had already kicked the opponent. With a puff, the person was split in half. The others were stunned when they saw this scene. The people in the cage were also terrified. What kind of sword technique was this? They had all fought with this black-robed man before. So many of them were easily killed by him. It was enough to show how terrifying this black-robed man was. But now, such a frightening person had been slashed apart so easily. It was truly shocking. There's an enemy. Come quickly. In the distance, another 4 black-robed men rushed out. They attacked in a frenzy. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. Starlight filled the sky and attacked the black cage. The sword chi tore the black cage apart. Hua Linglong and the others were overjoyed when they saw this scene. They quickly ran away. They quickly attacked and blasted open the cage, then rushed out to kill their way out. Suppress them. Don't let any of them go. The 4 black-robed men stretched out their hands. Black flames filled the sky and formed an even more terrifying cage. It covered the sky and earth and sealed the entire world. Even Lin Xian was sealed within. The rest of the people were in despair. They all looked at Lin Xian. He was the only one who could resist. Lin Xian snorted. He retracted his fist and punched out with the terrifying demon god fist. It swept in all directions. The cage was shattered. Then, he walked out again. The Shura sword technique kept reaping. 4 heads flew. 2 of their souls were destroyed, and 1 of them was torn apart. The last person escaped quickly. That person roared at the sky and drew a black beam of light that pierced through the sky. At the same time, a terrifying aura came from Mount Eternal in the distance. Another figure appeared. This time, the one walking in front was a demonic man. He carried a black saber on his back and wore black armor as he strode through the air. The moment he appeared, he let out a cold shout. A mysterious rune appeared between his brows and spread out in all directions. The people who had died earlier had recovered once again. Their faces were pale as they knelt on one knee. Greetings to the 7th emissary, we did not do our job well, please punish us. Get up, the devilish black-armored man said coldly. At the same time, he raised his head and looked ahead, his eyes flashing with a mysterious light. Kneel down and submit, or I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Feeling the terrifying aura from the other party, the people at the front felt their scalps go numb. Linglong said. What makes you think you can suppress us? Number 7 narrowed his eyes as he looked ahead. A rose with thorns? Very well, I won't kill you later. I'll bring you back. As for the others, they could all go to hell. With a wave of his hand, a black saber appeared on his back and he slashed forward. Before the saber arrived, the bodies of the people in front had already cracked. This saber was too terrifying. Even if all of them worked together, they would not be able to resist it. This powerhouse from Mount Eternal was too terrifying. Lin Xian's face was even gloomier as he also struck out with his sword. 9 stars alignment. The saber and sword collided, and cracks appeared between heaven and earth. Sparks danced in the air as the two retreated. Lin Xian was surprised that the other party could block his sword technique. It was really unbelievable. Although the 9 stars alignment was not a great emperor's ability, it was a self-created ability that was most suitable for him. Ordinary sacred ancestors could not block it, but the other party did. Was this a powerhouse from Mount Eternal? He was indeed strong. On the other side, the 7th emissary was even more shocked. One had to know his identity. He was someone who had walked out of the forbidden land of death. He was an expert who had been personally nurtured by a super powerhouse and grew up. In his opinion, as long as he walked out, he would be able to sweep away everything. The people outside were no match for him at all. But now, as soon as he walked out of Mount Eternal, he met a person who could contend with him. Moreover, the other party was also young, which really shocked him. "Who are you?" He stared at Lin Xian and asked coldly. Lin Xian said, "Who are you? What's the situation at Mount Eternal? Tell him in detail." The seventh emissary snorted coldly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me?" Lin Xian laughed, "Then who do you think you are? You don't deserve to know my name?" Damn it, the seventh emissary was completely enraged, and his black saber danced again. It turned into a black stream of light and descended from the sky. The terrifying power shook the sky. Lin Xian strode forward. In his hand, starlight condensed and turned into a starry divine sword. It danced forward. The starlight in the sky was incomparably vast. The two collided, shaking the blood of everyone. At this moment, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm, and the phantom of a demon god appeared. A black seal enveloped heaven and earth. It slapped forward. With a loud bang, the black saber was hit and it started shaking non-stop. The black-robed man behind also exclaimed, "Lord Emissary, be careful. This kid is very powerful." "Shut up, don't I know? Or are you looking down on me?" The seventh emissary shouted coldly, and the people behind him were so scared that their scalps went numb. The emissary roared and attacked again. He was like a flickering light and a passing shadow. In an instant, he charged out and arrived in front of Lin Xian. "Go to hell." He slashed at his opponent with his saber and punched out at the same time. Lin Xian sneered. Sword chi swept across and blocked the opponent's saber light. As for the opponent's fist, he also punched out. The golden fist illuminated heaven and earth, and the seventh emissary was forced back, his blood boiling. What a strong physique. His face was full of shock. What's wrong with this person? Not only was his sword technique powerful, but his physique was also so terrifying. Damn it, are the people outside so powerful? Impossible. Previously, he had received news that they could sweep the world when they went out. One had to know that their Mount Eternal had been known as the Forbidden Land of Death for all these years, and outsiders could not enter. But there was a force inside. There was a supreme existence in Mount Eternal, and there was also a group of creatures under him. After these creatures went out, they could become the overlords of a region. And among these creatures, another 10 people appeared, and they were divided into 10 emissaries. Each of them was an earth-shattering figure. The person in front of him was the seventh emissary, and his strength was even more terrifying. So when he came out, he did not put anyone in his eyes. But now, he was really shocked. The black-robed men behind him were also frightened. No wonder the other party could kill him so easily. Even the seventh emissary seemed to be helpless against him. Seeing this scene, the black-robed men behind him also formed seals. At the same time, a few more figures rushed out from Mount Eternal. These were all extremely terrifying divine ancestors. Behind them, the Fire God Palace Master, the Temple Master of Longevity, and the others also attacked. They fought with the 3 new divine clans of Mount Eternal. While Lin Xian was confronting the other party, Hua Linglong said, "Young Master Lin, Shangguan Shaoxian has been captured by them. You must save her." Lin Xian frowned. Shangguan Shaoxian was his junior sister in Wushuang City. How could she be captured? Hua Linglong said, "Shangguan came here to look for me, but she did not expect to encounter such a situation." Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. He turned his head and looked forward. "Did you capture a girl called Shangguan Shaoxian? Hand her over. I can spare your lives." "Kid, you think you can threaten me? You still want to threaten me? Watch me kill you today." He attacked again, holding his saber with both hands and slashing it down. A terrifying saber radiance shot out in an instant. The power of this slash was even more terrifying than before. The black-robed man was really angry. Although he did not know who Lin Xian was, he would not allow anyone stronger than him to exist. In fact, he was unlucky. With the strength of the seventh emissary, he could defeat everyone. His opponent was definitely at the level of the Double Crown champion. Unfortunately, Lin Xian was also more terrifying. He had even killed the Double Crown champion. Therefore, the seventh emissary was so depressed that he vomited blood. Lin Xian felt the saber radiance coming at him. His face turned cold and he slashed out with his sword. The sword chi carried the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was indestructible. It turned into a giant dragon, bearing its fangs and claws between heaven and earth. Boom, the sword finally shattered the saber radiance. At the same time, it continued forward. The dragon roared into the sky, shaking the entire area. The seventh emissary's pupils shrank. What a powerful sword chi! He quickly retreated. However, he was still hit by the sword. Half of his body turned into a mist of blood. He retreated with a pale face. His broken body healed instantly. There was a crack in the process that was difficult to heal. This was the power of indestructible. However, the seventh emissary also carried the power of immortality. Therefore, the crack was finally repaired. However, it consumed too much of his energy. His face turned cold. There's something wrong with your swordsmanship. Lin Xian was also surprised. The power of Mount Eternal was too strange. It could even contend with the power of the great dragon sword soul. But so what, he could tell that he had the upper hand in this battle. That was why he said, "You're no match for me. Hand her over, or I'll send you to hell today." Lin Xian attacked again. He struck out with his palm, and an extremely terrifying yin-yang diagram appeared in the sky. They transformed into yin and yang gods. Their divine bottles were ice cold, and they carried a terrifying aura and terrifying energy as they charged forward. "Get lost," the seventh emissary roared angrily. He raised his hand and unleashed two black mountains to resist the yin-yang god. At the same time, he gritted his teeth. "Kid, just you wait. I still have a mission to complete this time. The next time I see you, I won't let you off. Let's go." With that, he turned around and left. "Did you want to leave?" Lin Xian bellowed. Another sword flew out. The Azura sword skill complemented the Shadowless Heaven's net movement skill to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside the seventh envoy and thrust his sword toward the seventh envoy's head. The seventh envoy's scalp went numb, and the space between his eyebrows split open. The other party actually knew such a powerful assassination technique. In a panic, he raised his saber to block. With a clang, the saber was sent flying, and he spat out blood as he flew backward. Roar, his eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a terrifying roar. Kill, he was really angry. However, at that moment, a cold snort came from Mount Eternal in the distance. Then, a huge black hand spanned millions of miles across the sky and instantly slapped toward Lin Xian. The place where Lin Xian was completely shattered. Countless people were shocked. They were all sent flying by the power. Young Master Lin, Hua Linglong and the others exclaimed. Behind them, Lin Xian appeared. He had a void beast beside him. Lin Xian's face was cold, but the people around him heaved a sigh of relief. "Young Master Lin, you're fine? That's great." Lin Xian looked in front of him. The huge black hand had disappeared, and his expression was solemn. This power was enough to threaten him, and it was also an extremely terrifying existence in the sage ancestor. How many living beings were there in Mount Eternal? With the appearance of the huge black hand, the sacred lords of Mount Eternal in the sky also returned. The Fire God Palace Master and the Eternal Life Temple Master returned, and their expressions were extremely solemn. These people are too terrifying, and there are many of them. We can't suppress them at all. Lin Xian's expression was also cold. Did they know where these people came from? Those people shook their heads. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. It seemed that he could only ask the others. He asked the Yi family. After all, the Yi family was an emperor family, and they definitely knew more than them. The elders of the Yi family sent them news. Young Master Lin, Mount Eternal was a supreme existence, and it was a super terrifying existence. This time, there were living beings coming out of Mount Eternal. They should be here to participate in the dragon transformation battle. Lin Xian was also surprised after hearing this. Soon, he had a better understanding of the dragon transformation battle. It was a battle that occurred once every 10,000 years. Countless giants and terrifying sacred lords would participate. This time, Mount Eternal should be here for the dragon transformation battle. As for Mount Eternal, it was an even more terrifying supreme existence. The Yi family didn't mention it, as if they were afraid of something. Lin Xian was even more surprised. To be able to make a great emperor family fearful. Mount Eternal was really too mysterious. Mount Eternal was known as the Forbidden Land of Death, but it wasn't the only Forbidden Land. Were there other living beings in the other Forbidden Lands of Death? He realized that there were still many secrets in this world. Even now, he couldn't see through all of them. But no matter what, he had to save Shangguan Xiaoxian. If Shangguan Xiaoxian was injured, Lin Xian would definitely not let Mount Eternal go. On the other side, Mount Eternal was a land of death. A group of people returned. The seventh emissary's expression was extremely cold. In the depths of Mount Eternal, people from the outside couldn't enter this place at all. There were countless palaces here. The seventh emissary walked into the Black Palace and roared crazily. The others stood there like statues. The seventh emissary gritted his teeth and said, "Was there a person called Shangguan Xiaoxian among the people who were captured? Bring her here." Soon, the people below brought a woman over. Reporting to the seventh emissary, "She is Shangguan Xiaoxian." The seventh emissary raised his head and looked ahead. What a beautiful woman. No wonder someone wanted to save you. Shangguan Xiaoxian's expression changed when she heard this. Who came to save her? Wushuang City? Fu Hongya and the others? Or Senior Lin Xian, what about them? Were they suppressed? She didn't know any of this. Don't worry, I won't kill you now because I want to keep you alive. When I meet that guy again, I'll kill you in front of him. I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. The seventh emissary revealed a sinister smile. Shangguan Xiaoxian snorted coldly. Dream on. You'll never be able to defeat my Senior Lin. Young Supreme Being, the seventh messenger was furious. Who does he think he is? Does he deserve to be called a Supreme Being? He does not deserve to be called a Supreme Being, only those from Mount Eternal deserve to be called a Supreme Being. As he spoke, he slapped Shangguan Xiaoxian twice in the face. Shangguan Xiaoxian's mouth was bleeding, but she gritted her teeth. You are no match for Senior Brother Lin. The seventh messenger's face turned cold. Are you challenging me? Looks like I have to send you to hell in advance. A terrifying murderous aura emerged from his body. Shangguan Xiaoxian's face was filled with despair. Am I going to die here? However, at this moment. Outside the main hall, a person flew in. Report. The Grand Elder is calling for you. He said that there is something important for you to go over. The Grand Elder? The seventh messenger frowned. He looked at Shangguan Xiaoxian and sneered. You are lucky. Take her away. He waved his hand and took Shangguan Xiaoxian away. At the same time, he flew into the distance. The Great Elder's summon was definitely something extremely terrifying. In the deepest part of Mount Eternal, it was extremely dark. The aura of immortality was even more terrifying. There were dozens of figures standing around. Some of them were old men in black robes, and 9 of them were wearing armor. They looked extremely serious. Together with the seventh messenger, they were the 10 great messengers. At this moment, the messengers were looking forward respectfully. The same went for the elders. There was an old man at the front. He was the Grand Elder. He said respectfully. Reporting to the Supreme Being, everyone is here. No one said anything, but a black stone tablet flew out of it. On the stele, there were many mysterious runes. At this moment, the runes enlarged in the wind and flew out with black flames. They turned into runes and danced in the sky. Then, they sank into the space between the eyebrows of the messengers. The messengers' faces changed. They looked ferocious. The pain was so intense that their souls were torn apart. However, no one resisted. When the runes disappeared and the space between their eyebrows healed, they all knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Thank you, Supreme Being. They were extremely sincere. The black stone tablet slowly disappeared. The Grand Elder stood up and turned around. The Supreme Being has given us the immortality talisman, you must comprehend it well. Soon, you will participate in the dragon transformation battle. This time, you must get first place and bring that thing back. Yes, Great Elder, don't worry. We definitely won't disappoint the sovereign. These people stood up, especially the 10 emissaries. They all clenched their fists. Their Mount Eternal had always been mysterious, and very few creatures came out. The others couldn't even enter. Now was the time for them to go out and display their strength. They wanted the world to feel fear. In the following period of time, these people began to move out. They walked out of Mount Eternal and didn't destroy those sections. Previously, they had suppressed the people of the surrounding sections. Firstly, it was to warn them of the Eternal Mountain region. They came out. Moreover, they also needed some slaves and battle servants, and they had enough people now. Next, they would carry out another plan, which was to fight. They wanted to rise in the starry sky in the shortest time possible and strike fear into everyone's hearts. Next, the remote antiquity families, great sects, top geniuses, and terrifying experts were all challenged. However, without exception, all of them were defeated. These black-robed figures were terrifying. Even if they were injured, they could recover quickly. It was as if they were undying existences. They were no match for him at all. The Wind Clan was defeated, the Stone Clan was defeated, the Nine Underworld sect was defeated, and the Golden Crow Clan was also defeated. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. The news instantly spread throughout the buried Emperor Star. Countless people were alarmed. They now knew that there were experts coming out of Mount Eternal. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. Damn it, how was this possible? Who were these people? How could they live in Mount Eternal? Countless doubtful voices rang out. They even felt that this was a dream. However, things were really happening. More and more experts were defeated. In the end, even the geniuses and elders of the Emperor clan began to be defeated. 3 months later, a voice came from Mount Eternal. Was there no one in the outside world who could fight? How disappointing. In that case, you are not qualified to participate in the dragon transformation battle. Damn it, how dare you look down on us? The people of the buried Emperor Star were furious. In the starry sky of the universe, they were existences that could sweep through everything. On this planet, there were countless remote antiquity families and emperor clans. Who dared to look down on them? However, these people from Mount Eternal actually said that no one dared to fight. Damn it, however, everyone was still in despair because these people from Mount Eternal were too terrifying. Moreover, they were decisive. Once they were defeated, it was very likely that they would die. Until now, no one had been able to contend against them. Some people even discovered that among the experts from Mount Eternal, a few of them had the strength of a double crown king. What kind of concept was that? Everyone was in despair. They had gone too far. This time, the people from the Emperor clan could not tolerate it. The Gu clan, Kuanpung clan, Qilin clan, and Yi clan began to discuss. They decided that they must accept the challenge. Otherwise, they would lose all their face. With the Emperor clan taking the lead, they joined forces with the remote antiquity families and the peerless sects to gather these people together for a martial arts exchange. It was considered a warm-up match before the dragon transformation battle. After all, this matter was being watched by all the realms in the universe. If even the Emperor clan couldn't do it, then there was no hope for the others. A month later, the martial arts exchange began. The people from the Emperor clan also replied. For a moment, countless people were in an uproar. They all set off to go. The Emperor clan joined forces? So what? We are not afraid of the Emperor clan at all. The people from Mount Eternal sneered. There were no more great emperors in the world now. Moreover, there were definitely people from the Emperor clan who knew about the situation of Mount Eternal. Therefore, they probably did not dare to use extreme weapons. Without such a threat, Mount Eternal was really not afraid of the other people. The Great Elder looked into the distance and sneered. So what if they are from the Emperor clan? The great emperors are long gone, but our human sovereigns still exist. This universe still belongs to us in the end. Children, go, let them know the power of Mount Eternal. The corners of the 10 emissaries' mouths curled up. The Great Elder could rest assured that there was no suspense in this battle. We will let them feel despair. We will shatter their Tao hearts, one voice after another sounded. The seventh emissary once again said that he would take Xianxia with him. If they did not want the other party to die, they had to show themselves quickly. When these words came out, many people were surprised. Who was Xianxia? However, the expressions of the people from the divine union changed. Xianxia had indeed been taken away by the other party. Damn it. After Lin Xian heard this, his expression turned even colder. Threatening him? The Origin magnetic immortal platforms also received the news. They sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Yao Guang was surprised. Someone from the forbidden lands of death came out? This world was too unbelievable. Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor snorted. It was actually the Undying Mountain. He said to Yao Guang, "Didn't you always want to know where that place is? Are you talking about the Undying Mountain?" Yao Guang was also surprised. Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor nodded. It was just one of them. He didn't expect them to come out this time. Yao Guang was even more shocked. The three Undying Mountains were one of them. Could it be that there were also terrifying existences in the other forbidden lands of death, but they hadn't appeared yet? Thinking of this possibility, it was even more shocked. Who exactly were the people in these forbidden lands of death? Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor said. They were very terrifying people. Yao Guang was surprised. A Quasi-Emperor said that they were terrifying. How terrifying was that? Could it be a great emperor? He didn't dare to think further. Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor said, "You don't have to think too much. Just prepare in peace." The Undying Mountain must have come for the first place this time. A month's time quickly passed. Everyone rushed to the agreed place. It was an incomparably vast mountain range. It was like a huge dragon entrenched there. This place was neither far nor close to the Undying Mountain. It was a place agreed upon by both sides. At this moment, many people had already arrived on the mountain peaks of the mountain range. They were all waiting. They didn't know how exciting the battle would be this time. At this moment, flames appeared in the sky. Countless people looked up at the sky. It was as if 100,000 suns had descended. It was the Golden Crow clan. They looked up one after another. It was indeed the Golden Crow clan that had come. These people displayed powerful flames. After they arrived, they occupied this mountain range. The Golden Crow clan's faces were cold. They had been challenged by the Undying Mountain before. Moreover, a few geniuses were killed. Not only was it a slap to their face, but it also caused them to suffer heavy losses. This time, they had a chance to fight back. Yes, they would fight back. In addition, the other ancient families and peerless sects had also arrived. The Origin magnetic immortal platforms had also arrived. They had extremely terrifying power. After arriving, countless people looked up to them. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, that young man is standing beside the Origin magnetic palace master." Countless people looked over. Wasn't that Yao? Why was he there? Could it be that he had joined forces with the Origin magnetic immortal foundation? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. When it came to the light-shaking realm, no one dared to be careless. A person who cultivated the demonic heaven-devouring art was a threat to everyone. For such a person, the Origin magnetic immortal foundation should have stayed far away from him. Why are they standing together? Could it be that they had reached some kind of agreement? They didn't know. Some people went over to chat with him, trying to find out more about him. In the end, nothing was found. At this moment, there were countless black flames dancing in the distance, as if a black phoenix was descending from the sky. There were quite a few figures standing on it. They were all black-clothed people. They were either dressed in black robes or black armor. Their expressions were cold, and their bodies were filled with an inextinguishable fighting spirit. Song Tian was the spirit of Mount Eternal. "They're here," countless cries of surprise rang out as pairs of eyes looked forward. They had heard of the creatures of Mount Eternal before, but this was the first time most of them had seen them. Lin Xian and the others had also arrived. At this moment, they also looked towards the sky. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. The creatures of Mount Eternal walked out and looked in all directions. "Are you all here? I haven't seen you for tens of thousands of years. And you've already fallen to such a state, even if you join forces, you're still no match for us. If it weren't for some reason that we couldn't come out, this world would have been ours. Arrogant words rang out, causing the people of the great clans to frown. These people were too arrogant. But in the next moment, their pupils shrank because they realized that the other party was indeed qualified to be arrogant. The creatures of Mount Eternal emitted an extremely terrifying aura that swept in all directions. The surrounding people were shaken to the point of retreating, their blood boiling. An uproar rang out, and their faces were filled with horror. The people from Mount Eternal sneered. Among them, there was a man in armor standing at the front. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Behind him was a woman in a long dress. The woman was naturally Xianxia. At this moment, her face was pale because she couldn't resist the power of the people around her. She didn't know if senior brother Lin was here. Could he fight against these people? Beside her, a man in armor walked over. This man. He had a black war hammer on his back. He strode over and said coldly, "Who wants to fight me?" This was the 10th emissary of Mount Eternal. He was tall and strong. Seeing that it was a young man, some of the older clan leaders were too embarrassed to fight. A young man walked out from the Yi family. He wasn't Yi Wudao, but he also had an extremely terrifying bloodline. The Yi family was a great emperor clan, and Emperor Yi had left behind many supreme techniques. Among them was a technique called the celestial body tempering art. Many people in the Yi family had cultivated this body tempering art. The man who walked out was called Yi Quebec. He had already cultivated the celestial body tempering art to a certain level, and his physique was extremely terrifying. "I'll fight you," Yi Ke stepped forward, and as he did, the mountains below and the sky above began to shake violently. The 10th emissary looked at him and smiled. "You can make the first move. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." "Okay, then I won't be polite." "God Yi Ke, please be serious." With a roar, he used the celestial body tempering art to the extreme. An illusion appeared around him, and then he punched out. Celestial body immortal fist. Boundless gang chi revolved around his fists, as if a merciless god had descended. This punch was so terrifying that it made countless people exclaim. As expected of a great emperor clan. Other than Yi Wudao, there were other powerful experts. Boom, in the face of such a terrifying attack, the 10th emissary didn't move at all. He had no intention of running away. He formed a seal with his palm, and a black mountain condensed. He threw it out, and an earth-shattering sound rang out. It collided with the celestial body immortal fist. Terrifying laws spread out in all directions. At the same time, cracks appeared on the celestial body immortal fist. Yi Ke roared, "Block it for me." He used his bloodline and body tempering art to the extreme. The hammer on the 10th emissary's back flew over. The black war hammer swept through the air with vast power and directly sent Yi Ke flying. Boom, Yi Ke retreated and spat out blood. His body was shattered into pieces. His celestial body tempering art was broken. How could he lose? He was defeated in one move. The Yi family was well aware of how terrifying the celestial body tempering art was. Yi Ke had cultivated it to an extremely high level, so his physique was definitely incomparably strong. But now, it had been torn apart by a single blow. They couldn't believe it. The surrounding people were also shocked. The other emperor clans and sacred clans all frowned. This power was too strong. Why did it feel like it had surpassed the young giants? They knew that Mount Eternal was strong, but they felt that it would take at least a few hundred moves to determine the outcome. But now, the outcome had been decided in 2 simple moves. On the Divine Union's side, the dark red Divine Dragon was also shocked. Lin Xian also frowned. Was this the power of Mount Eternal? It was indeed strong. On the other side, Yao Guang and the others were also frowning. Some of the emperors felt despair. What shocked them even more was that this person was wearing armor, and there were 9 others wearing the same armor as him. However, their weapons were different. In other words, the strength of the other 9 people was on par with the other party, or even slightly stronger. How could such a terrifying expert appear in Mount Eternal? It was unbelievable. How did they cultivate this? What kind of existence was behind Mount Eternal? On the other hand, the people from Mount Eternal were very confident and calm. This battle was completely within their expectations. So what if they were from the Emperor clans? The great emperor was long gone and had disappeared for tens of thousands of years. How could the remaining people compare to them by relying on the great emperor's ancient scriptures and some bloodlines? Their Mount Eternal had human sovereigns. If it weren't for some reasons, this world would have been theirs long ago. Even the great emperor clans couldn't compete with them. This era was the legendary Great Emperor era. Some people even said that it was the legendary Great Immortal era. Therefore, in this era, Mount Eternal had come out. How was it? Were they confident? The people from the Kuanping clan asked. Kuanpingzi shook his head. The people from the Fire Qilin cave also asked. The Fire Qilin had a solemn expression. If it was just this person, I would be confident. However, it wouldn't be easy to defeat him. At least after 1,000 moves. However, there are 9 people behind him, so I'm not so sure. Sure enough, even the double crown champion said so. The others were even more desperate. At this moment, the 10th emissary at the front sneered. How disappointing. No one could fight. Were all the great emperor clans trash? I heard that there are a few emperors in this world. Who are they? Are they all cowards now? No one dared to come out. Countless people were in an uproar. The other party directly challenged an emperor clan, and even challenged an emperor child. This was a direct slap to the face. Would the people from the emperor clans resist? They all looked at the princes. The Fire Qilin snorted coldly, but didn't attack. As the double champion, he had already proven his strength. Moreover, he was a cautious person and liked to play dirty, so he was not willing to take risks easily. The Dragon Prince was already dead and the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had Long Wu. Although she was also very powerful, she was still not the double champion. Therefore, she was not confident. Kuan Pengzi's expression was extremely ugly. Damn it, they actually dared to underestimate him. He took a step forward and walked forward. However, the elders beside him said, Your Highness, you mustn't. In front, the 10th envoy looked over. Oh, you're the emperor's son of the Kuanping clan. Do you want to fight with me? No, those elders shook their heads. The 10th emissary sneered. Even your family members don't think highly of you. I think you'd better scram back. Damn it, Kuan Pengzi gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists and his body trembled with anger. He turned around and said to those elders, Let me attack. I'd rather die in battle. I don't want to live so sullenly. The elders of the Kuanping clan didn't say anything else. They looked at Kuan Pengzi's back as he walked into the distance and took a deep breath. They knew that the emperor had his own pride. Previously, Kuan Pengzi was an existence that stood above the 9 heavens and stood above everything. But later, top geniuses appeared one after another. First, it was Lin Xian. Then, people like the Fire Qilin, Hun Tian, and Yao Guang appeared. Now, the creatures of Mount Eternal had appeared. These people were too powerful. Kuan Pengzi had already fallen behind. If he was still afraid at this time, he would probably never be able to catch up. All we can do is believe in His Highness. The elders' eyes flickered. They knew that this battle was very dangerous. It was very likely that Kuan Peng would be defeated. However, this battle had to be fought. This was the sorrow of being an emperor. They had too many halos on them and were the focus of countless people. If they retreated at this time, they would probably never be able to raise their heads. And once they fought, the consequences would be very terrifying. At this time, the old Kuan Peng of the Kuanping clan said. The emperor's bloodline was his powerful foundation, his reliance, and also his shackles. It depended on whether His Highness could break these shackles. In front, the 10th emissary saw Kuan Pengzi and laughed. You're quite brave. Unfortunately, you're all brawn and no brains. You're no match for me. You should attack first, or you won't have a chance. It was the same arrogant words, but no one dared to be careless. Last time, the other party had easily defeated the heavenly spirit body tempering art. Kuan Pengzi also shouted angrily. His black hair danced wildly, and his eyes were like lightning. At this moment, he turned into a yin-yang light and flew in all directions. At this moment, he didn't hold back at all. He punched out, and on it, there was the phantom of a Kuan Peng. The mighty power shook the world. What a terrifying emperor's bloodline! Countless people exclaimed. The 10th emissary's eyes also lit up. You have such a bloodline, but you're so weak. If you gave me your bloodline, I would definitely be 10 times stronger than you. Kill. With a roar, he also charged over. His fist seemed to have turned into a black mountain range, as heavy as a mountain. The two collided with each other, shattering everything. Kuan Pengzi instantly vomited blood and flew out. He felt that the other party's fist was like Mount Eternal that could suppress everything. The inextinguishable fighting spirit on it made him feel terrified. Every move of the other party carried the power of Mount Eternal. This was the power of the forbidden land of death. Fortunately, he had the Emperor's bloodline and could resist some of it. Otherwise, he would end up like EK and be blasted into pieces with a single move. But even so, he was still suppressed. He vomited blood and flew out. He was injured again. Countless people exclaimed. Even the Emperor's son was going to be defeated in one move. No, Kuan Pengzi hadn't been defeated yet. Look, he rushed over again. Everyone found that Kuan Pengzi stopped retreating. He stomped his foot, shattering the world, and charged forward again. At this moment, Kuan Pengzi transformed into a Kuan Peng. It surrounded the world. This was Kuan Pengzi's original body. It was too terrifying. The yin-yang aura descended, turning into yin-yang wings that slashed down from the sky like heavenly blades. The surrounding people retreated. The two collided, and a terrifying aura rushed out in all directions, emitting a rumbling sound. After 10 moves in a row, Kuan Peng spat out a mouthful of blood. Many of his bones were broken, and his entire body fell. Blood stained the sky. No, countless people were shocked. Had the emperor also lost? The elders of the Kuan Peng clan clenched their fists, and their expressions became extremely ugly. However, they did not save him. Although he had lost, the emperor had his own pride. If they attacked at this time, they would be trampling on the other party's pride. What emperor? You're no match for me at all. The 10th emissary sneered. On his body, an inextinguishable fighting intent condensed, as if thousands of bolts of lightning were streaking across the sky. Kuan Pengzi's body was shattered, and blood stained the sky. However, he roared towards the sky and once again emitted a shocking aura. Beside him, the power of yin and yang became extremely terrifying, and there was even an illusion of a black sea surrounding him. Although he was injured, he still charged out. He had overestimated himself, the 10th emissary sneered. He waved his warhammer, and lightning interweaved. Immediately, Kuan Peng spat out blood and retreated. This time, his injuries were even more serious. Many bloody holes appeared on his body, and he fell from the sky again. Countless people cried when they saw this scene. They felt despair. Has Mount Eternal become so terrifying? His Highness. The elders of the Kuan Peng clan also cried out in pain. One of the old men sighed. Forget it, let's save His Highness. They could see that Kuan Pengzi's situation was very bad. If they continued to fight, he might very well die. You're really pitifully weak. You're no match for me at all. The 10th emissary withdrew his weapon and stood in the void. It was obvious that he was no longer interested in fighting. On the other side, a sea of blood surrounded them, and the aura of yin and yang descended. Countless people were in despair when they saw this. Even Lin Xian frowned. Has Kuan Pengzi really been defeated? He also felt a trace of sadness. Kuan Pengzi's huge body trembled, but his eyes were filled with confusion. I've lost. I've actually lost again. There was even despair in his eyes. However, he soon roared angrily. So what if I've lost? Who allowed me to lose? I'm not a god. Just because I've lost doesn't mean that I can't grow. Suddenly, an astonishing light burst out from his eyes. The bloodline in its body rumbled, and a terrifying yin and yang aura enveloped it. His body was changing. A pair of wings covered heaven and earth as he soared into the sky. In the northern underworld, there was a fish named Kuan. Its wings were like wings that hung down from the heavens. It could hit the water for 3,000 li and fly up for 90,000 li. A rumbling sound rang out, as if it was the voice of a deity. At this moment, Kuan Pengzi's power was exploding continuously. The yin and yang aura was so strong that it could split the sky and earth apart. The surrounding people were all stunned. His strength was actually increasing. What's going on? Wasn't he defeated? At this moment, Gufeng, the Fire Qilin and the others all cried out in surprise. The elders of the Kuanping clan, on the other hand, were extremely excited. He had broken through, His Highness had made a breakthrough. Countless cries of surprise rang out. Lin Xian's eyes also shone brightly. This battle had actually helped his opponent achieve his goal. He nodded slightly. The people at Mount Eternal also frowned. Had he broken through? The 10th emissary's face turned cold. He wanted to attack. However, at this moment, the elders of the Kuanping race could no longer bear it. They all soared into the sky. The terrifying yin and yang aura cut across the 9 heavens. The laws on their bodies filled the air, forming a sea of the northern underworld that swept across the sky. His Highness was breaking through. Who would dare to attack him? Angry shouts rang out one after another. The 10th emissary's face turned cold. The experts of Mount Eternal behind him also stopped him. At this moment, if they were to attack Kuanpengzi, the Kuanping race would probably use extreme weapons crazily. So they didn't go. Even if they had broken through, so what? One Kuanpengzi wasn't enough to be feared. They had a bigger plan. The yin and yang aura filled the sky. Kuanpengzi broke through and stood up. The aura on his body exploded. At this moment, he finally became a double champion. The injuries on his body had also completely recovered. Kuanpengzi transformed into his human form. His eyes flickered. It seems that I was too stubborn in the past. I walked on the wrong path. Now I know how to continue. He looked at the 10th emissary and said, "Thank you for letting me become clear-headed and let me comprehend my own path." The 10th emissary snorted coldly. Kuanpengzi turned around and walked away. The people of the Kuanping race followed. Looking at the group of people leaving, the others also exclaimed. It was really surprising that Kuanpengzi could break through. Gufeng and the others were envious, but the Fire Qilin's face was cold. Another emperor broke through and became a double champion? This wasn't good news for him. 10th emissary, come back. At this moment, the 9th emissary walked out. Let me fight. The 10th emissary nodded and retreated. The 9th emissary looked around and said, "Who will fight with me?" For a moment, there was complete silence. The 10th emissary was already so powerful, let alone the 9th emissary. Who dared to fight? Seeing that no one attacked, the 9th emissary sneered. A bunch of trash. But do you think you won't fight if you don't attack? I have the final say in this battle. Now I'm in the late stage of the great sage, which is what you call a saint. I'll spare your lives if you're below the saint level. But for those above the saint level, you're qualified to be my opponent. So I can attack as I wish. Buzz, as he spoke, a scythe appeared in his hand. Furthermore, it was a two-handed scythe. As he waved the scythe, it swept across the void. In an instant, he quickly charged towards the Golden Crow race. It's you. He charged towards one of the Saint Lords. That Saint Lord shouted angrily. He wanted to dodge, but he was cut in half by the sickle. Next, he attacked again, attacking the Wind race and the other ancient families. Every time, he could kill with a single strike. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 Saint Lords had fallen. The others were going crazy. How could they fight like this? Damn it, why don't we attack together and kill him? That's right, there are so many of us, and there are also the Emperor race. We must have brought extreme Dao weapons. Countless people roared crazily. However, those from the Emperor clan all frowned deeply. They had indeed brought extreme Dao weapons, just in case. But they didn't dare to take the initiative to attack because they knew that there was a human supreme in Mount Eternal. If they angered the other party, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing that the Emperor race members didn't attack, the others were in despair. Could it be that they were going to let the other party continue fighting like this? Suddenly, an angry roar sounded, and a Qilin phantom swept across the world. Then, 10,000 flames swept out, blocking the sickles. It even forced the ninth emissary to retreat. Who was it? Did an expert appear? They all turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they cried out in surprise because they found that the one who attacked was Fire Qilin. It turned out that the ninth emissary had attacked crazily and killed many experts. He came to the Fire Qilin cave and directly attacked the Fire Qilin. The ninth emissary's blood and chi churned. His eyes shone with a shocking light as he stared ahead. So it was the prince of the Qilin race. No wonder he was so strong. Very good, you are worthy of being my opponent. However, you people are too cunning. Are you all trying to hide your strength? That's impossible. Today, I will find all your experts. He didn't attack the Fire Qilin but went to attack again. They also knew that these monarch races definitely had experts hiding. It was just that they were like the Fire Qilin, unwilling to take the initiative to attack. Since that was the case, they would force them out and attack again. The two weapons transformed into scythes of death. The surrounding people were no match for him at all. He is coming towards us. The people on the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform were incomparably nervous. Could they block him? Yao Guang stood with her hands behind her back. He said, "It's fine, I will block him." As expected, not long after, the other party attacked, his scythe sweeping out. The experts on the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform all retreated, but Yao Guang stood there. With a cold snort, he slapped out with his palm. It was like a millstone that could destroy the world, blocking the scythe. At the same time, a terrifying vortex appeared above his head. It was like a devouring beast that flew towards the ninth emissary. The ninth emissary was shocked and shouted angrily. He blocked with his scythe. At the same time, he looked ahead. Who are you? He wanted to see through the other party. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted. Because he discovered an extremely shocking power in the other party's body. It was as if the other party could tear him to pieces in an instant. He quickly retreated, his expression cold. Good brat, you actually have such a secret. You are cultivating a forbidden martial art, right? You should be the legendary Yao Guang. He found the second expert. He felt that there were more, so he continued to attack. The other immortal platforms were terrified. For example, the Starfall Immortal Platform and 9-Star Immortal Platform had ugly expressions. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Xian and the others were walking towards them. Your Highness. Young Master. The Starfall Immortal Platform's Palace Master and Madame Purple Star were overjoyed and heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian was here. This meant that they were safe. The ninth emissary swept his way. Soon, he arrived near the Nebula Immortal Platform and 9-Star Immortal Platform. The scythe fell, enveloping everyone. Everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stretched out his palm and sent the sickle flying with a punch. The ninth emissary was shaken to the point where his blood and chi roiled and his arm went numb. He was once again astonished. Had a third expert appeared, however, do you think you can protect 2 Immortal Foundation experts by yourself? Aren't you a little too arrogant? Are you looking down on me? The ninth emissary sneered as an extremely cold aura emanated from his body. Lin Xian said coldly. You're not my match. Let the seventh emissary come. Hearing this, the others cried out in alarm. The ninth emissary was furious. You dare look down on me? The inextinguishable fighting spirit on his body became even more terrifying. The eyes of the seventh emissary in the distance emitted a cold glint. You have finally appeared. I thought you wouldn't dare to come. He walked out and shouted coldly. The others were shocked, even the Emperor clan's people were at a loss. What was going on? It seemed like the two of them knew each other. Shangguan Shaoxian also cried out in alarm. It was senior brother Lin. As expected, it was him. She saw hope. Lin Xian looked at the seventh emissary and said in a low voice, I'm already here. Release my junior sister. It's not that simple. You actually dare to oppose me. I'll let you know despair. The The seventh emissary waved his hand and grabbed Shangguan Xiaoxian. Shangguan Xiaoxian's face was pale, while Lin Xian's expression darkened. You hurt her? I'll make you die without a burial ground. The toad jumped out and shouted coldly. Pa, what Mount Eternal? Top-tier expert? You guys only know how to bully weak women. What kind of top-tier expert are you? If you have the ability, then fight with the double champion. Damn toad, shut up. The seventh emissary snorted coldly. I can spare his life, but it depends on whether you have the ability or not. If you can defeat Old Nine, I'll give you a chance. Old Nine, are you all right? The seventh emissary asked. The ninth emissary said, Don't worry, seventh brother. Leave it to me. This brat dares to look down on me. I'll make him pay the price. Brat, prepare to die. Killing intent emerged from his body. Lin Xian's expression also darkened. Now that his junior sister was in the hands of the other party, he had to hold back. It seemed that he had to capture the ninth emissary in exchange for Shangguan Xiaoxian. After all, these people had the strength of the double champion. Mount Eternal would definitely not allow these people to die. At this point, he also smiled. Alright, let's fight then. Lin Xian waved his hand. Make your move, or you won't have a chance. Damn brat, I should be the one saying that. But since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The ninth emissary was indeed angry. They had suppressed the monarch race to the point that they did not dare to resist. Didn't they see that the fire Qilin was unwilling to come out easily, but now, a brat had jumped out and dared to look down on them. It was really detestable. No one could be arrogant in front of them, so he had to send the other party to hell. With an angry roar, the dual sabers appeared in his hands and he slashed forward like a 1,000-layer wave. Was a battle about to break out? Countless people were shocked. This time, it was Lin Wudi who had attacked. They did not know how the battle was going. Although Lin Xian's strength had long been ingrained in the hearts of the people, this time, he was a creature from Mount Eternal. The other party was too powerful. Even the monarch race did not dare to resist. One could imagine how terrifying these people were. So in this battle, whether Lin Xian could win or not was really unknown, facing the terrifying two-handed scythe. Lin Xian did not retreat. Instead, he rushed forward. The demon god seal continued to bombard. The terrifying demonic chi was vast. The great seal collided with the dual sabers, emitting an earth-shaking sound. The surrounding people were so shaken that their chi and blood surged. They all sealed their hearing. The ninth emissary's face darkened. Damn it, how could the other party be so powerful? For the first time, he was shocked that this person could compete with him. No wonder the other party dared to be so arrogant. The other party did have the right to be arrogant. But so what? Mount Eternal was definitely not something the other party could imagine. Thinking of this, he roared angrily and waved his scythe, turning it into an arc. A terrifying black statue appeared. It was like a god of death with a terrifying aura. The black statue took the scythe and slashed down, splitting the whole world. The power of this attack was even more terrifying than before. Even the pupils of the fire Qilin and the others shrank. Was this the power of Mount Eternal? It was really too terrifying. They were shocked. The others were even more shocked. Could Lin Wudi block it? After all, this was the power of Mount Eternal, the power of the forbidden land of death. In the Divine Union, the people on the 9-star immortal platform and the Starfall immortal platform were even more nervous. In the face of such an attack, Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He formed a seal with his palms. The Taiji diagram rotated in his hand and flew forward. The power of Yin and Yang, the ninth emissary had a strange expression on his face. Then, he sneered. You are really stupid. The strongest power of Yin and Yang in the universe belongs to the Kuan-Pung race. And the strongest genius of the Kuan-Pung race, Kuan-Pung Z, has already been defeated. No matter how strong your power of Yin and Yang is, can it be stronger than Kuan-Pung Z? Ridiculous, go and die. The Grim Reaper phantom that he condensed waved its sickles even faster. But this time, he was wrong. Lin Xian's strength was above Kuan-Pung Z's. The Tai Chi diagram was incomparably mysterious. The Tai Chi diagram flew out and turned into a Yin god and a Yang god. They were like two giants that stood between heaven and earth. The Yin god grabbed the two death sickles and exerted force. With a poochie sound, blood splattered as if someone had used a heavenly blade to split it open. The Grim Reaper was torn in half. The ninth emissary was also sent flying while vomiting blood. Countless people were shocked when they saw this scene. Heavens, he was defeated, the ninth emissary was actually injured. It was too unbelievable. One had to know that when the ninth emissary came out, he was invincible. But now, he was defeated by Lin Xian. As expected of Lin Wuti. The people on the buried Emperor Star side clenched their fists. Previously, they were suppressed by Mount Eternal and couldn't raise their heads. They were very sullen. Now that Lin Xian had won the competition, they were naturally excited. Ah! The ninth emissary let out a crazy roar. You dare to injure me? Go and die. The two blades danced and turned into a black storm that swept out. The black tornado surrounded heaven and earth, shattering the void wherever it passed. The surrounding divine ancestors were so frightened that they kept retreating. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm and attacked again. The power of Yin and Yang erupted. The huge Yin Yang god accompanied Lin Xian's palm and quickly punched out. The Yang god roared and punched the sky. The Yin god was terrifying and froze heaven and earth. The two of them once again clashed with the ninth emissary. The ninth emissary vomited blood and was sent flying again. His divine ability was shattered, and this time, his injuries were even more serious. The surrounding people sucked in a cold breath. The people on Mount Eternal's side were also dumbfounded. Damn it, how is this possible? The ninth emissary was defeated. Who is this young man? Why is he so powerful? Was there such an expert in the buried Emperor Star? They couldn't believe it. Some of them looked at the seventh emissary because it seemed that the seventh emissary knew him. Before the seventh emissary could say anything, the situation in front of them changed again. The Yin-Yang god once again turned into a Tai Chi diagram, which spun continuously and enveloped the ninth emissary. Suppress him. Lin Xian took a step forward, the demon god wings on his back flapping as he arrived in front of the old man. He stepped on the ninth emissary and said coldly, "You want to dominate the world? If you can't even defeat me, what qualifications do you have to dominate the world?" A calm voice rang out, causing the ninth emissary to vomit blood in anger. "Damned brat, if you have the ability, then let me go and fight to the death. You've already been suppressed by me. What qualifications do you have to be my opponent? Damn it, let him go." The people from Mount Eternal also roared angrily. "You dare to suppress him? Do you want to die? Obediently kneel down and accept your death." Angry shouts rang out one after another. At this moment, someone from the Yi clan spoke up. Why didn't they follow the rules? When our people were defeated in the previous exchange, we didn't make a move either. Why didn't you abide by the rules when the people of Mount Eternal were defeated? We have a lot of people in the competition. The people from the Yi clan stepped forward, and the people from the Divine Union also stepped forward. The people from Mount Eternal frowned tightly. Don't make a move. This time, they came to make these people despair. If a world-shaking battle broke out, then it would be meaningless. What do you want? An elder asked. Lin Xian smiled. It's very simple. As long as my junior sister is released, I can consider letting him go. Hearing this, the seventh emissary's face turned cold. Was the other party threatening him? The ninth emissary also shouted angrily. Who does your junior sister think she is? Is she worthy of my exchange? Is she qualified to be compared to me? How dare she be arrogant? Lin Xian sneered and stomped his foot, breaking one of the other party's arms. At the same time, he kicked the other party's body, breaking most of the other party's bones. The pain made the emissary roar. Damn it! He was so angry that his whole body trembled. There was a mysterious rune between his eyebrows that suddenly erupted, wanting to blow away the Tai Chi diagram. Great! The people from Mount Eternal were also delighted. Their trump cards were not what the other party could imagine. As long as the ninth emissary came back, they promised to make him suffer a fate worse than death. Especially this Shangguan Xiaoxian, he wanted to kill her in front of the other party. However, they were destined to be disappointed. The Tai Chi diagram shook, but Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. The sharp sword light instantly pierced through the ninth emissary. That invincible power continued to attack. The ninth emissary roared. The wound on his body could not be healed. He was terrified. Damn it, how could this be? The people on the other side also shouted angrily. The seventh emissary, quickly give junior sister to him. Get the ninth emissary back. An elder said. The seventh emissary also frowned. He was extremely unwilling, but the situation in front of him was too strange. In the end, he could only grit his teeth. Fine, I'll exchange. Let's exchange. Lin Xian shook his head. Let him go first. Damn it, what if you don't let him go? Lin Xian said. You have no choice if you don't want him to die. If he were to die, it would be a huge blow to Mount Eternal, right? The seventh emissary had no choice but to let Shangguan Xiaoxian go first. Senior brother. Shangguan Xiaoxian flew over. Lin Xian nodded. Are you injured? Shangguan Xiaoxian shook her head. It's just some minor injuries. Behind her, the people of the Divine Union also flew over and took Shangguan Xiaoxian. They let him recover. The people of Mount Eternal said, I've already let your junior sister go. Now, you can let our man go. Don't worry, I won't kill him because he's too trashy. He's not qualified for me to kill him. You guys value trash like him so much. Mount Eternal is not that great. After saying that, Lin Xian threw the ninth emissary far away as if he was throwing away trash. The people around felt their scalps go numb. Trash? Only Lin Xian dared to say such a thing. The others were not a match for the ninth emissary. The people of Mount Eternal were also trembling with anger. They had spent so much effort to cultivate the ninth emissary, but he actually called him trash. They could not stand it. Lin Xian's eyes, however, shone with an extremely sharp light. Although I've spared the ninth emissary, it doesn't mean I'll spare you. You dared to hurt my junior sister. I'll make you pay. Get over here and accept your death. Lin Xian looked ahead. The seventh emissary's face was cold. I've been wanting to kill you for a long time. He also walked out. You guys go too. Behind him, the elder of Mount Eternal said coldly. Suddenly, two more attendants walked out. They stared at the Fire Qilin and Yao Guang. These two were extremely terrifying experts. They wanted to kill them together. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense again. The seventh emissary targeted Lin Xian, while the other two emissaries targeted Hu Qilin and Yao Guang respectively. Biting cold killing intent began to spread in the surroundings. The three emissaries were as fast as lightning as they charged towards their respective opponents. The seventh emissary waved the battle saber in his hand and turned into a ray of light. Like a meteor, it drowned the place where Lin Xian was. A rumbling sound was heard as Lin Xian punched out. It was like a sun shining in all directions. This sun advanced courageously, slaughtering its way forward, destroying everything. It struck Fan Guang until he trembled. The power of the divine body was completely unleashed at this moment. Lin Xian was like a sun god of war sweeping in all directions, blasting away the saber light. The surrounding people exclaimed. What a terrifying physique. Even if they had powerful sacred weapons, they would not dare to resist such a saber light. Now, Lin Xian had blasted them away with just the power of the divine body. It was really shocking. The seventh emissary's expression was also very serious. His opponent's physique was beyond his imagination. Lin Xian said coldly, "Show me your true strength. Otherwise, you are no match for me." Good, the seventh emissary had fought with Lin Xian before. He knew that his opponent was definitely an expert. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. Saber light appeared on his body as the terrifying saber law swept across the 9 heavens. At this moment, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Nothing could stop it. Lin Xian also strode forward. He was emitting an extremely terrifying aura. The Tai Chi diagram spun again. The law of yin and yang danced between heaven and earth, turning into the yin-yang god. It was indomitable as if it was the divine king. It appeared, everyone was shocked. The Tai Chi diagram was one of Lin Xian's super powerful techniques. He had used this technique to defeat the 10th emissary before. Now, was he going to use it to deal with the 7th emissary? The people from Mount Eternal frowned. This young man's yin and yang power was even more terrifying than the Kuanping clan's. It was really unexpected. The yin-yang god in front attacked. Its terrifying power shattered everything. It enveloped the 7th emissary in front. The next moment, countless black holes appeared in the sky, and the 7th emissary disappeared. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they cried out in shock. Tian couldn't have been killed in one move, right? Everyone was horrified. This Lin Xian was too heaven-defying. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was incomparably grave. He naturally knew that the other party had the strength of a double champion. It was impossible for him to be killed so easily. Rinnegan opened in his right eye and looked in all directions. In the next moment, his figure flashed and flew to the side. Suddenly, a saber light appeared behind him and split the void apart. Lin Xian dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Lin Xian's figure swayed again. He used shadowless heaven's net, and his figure became extremely ethereal. However, the saber light was extremely terrifying. It tore apart all the phantoms it formed. His speed was so fast that he looked like a bolt of lightning dancing in the sky. The spectators were all dumbfounded. The reason for that was because they were unable to tell where the 7th emissary was. They couldn't see Lin Xian's figure either. They could only see terrifying black holes appearing one after another. Now, they also knew that the 7th emissary didn't die at all from the attack just now. He dodged at an extremely fast speed. As expected of the 7th emissary, he was stronger than the 10th emissary. Lin Xian, who was in front of him, snorted coldly. The yin-yang god released a terrifying yin-yang sword qi. With him as the center, it spread in all directions. At this moment, the void was completely shattered. No matter how fast and strong the other party was, he couldn't hide anymore. Sure enough, a figure flew out from the void. Saber light surrounded his body, resisting the yin-yang sword qi that filled the sky. In the next moment, he stood in the void like a saber god. The long saber in his hand danced. A huge saber light slowly condensed, emitting a terrifying light. Then, he charged towards the yin-yang god. An earth-shattering sound was heard. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The two supreme supernatural powers made the surrounding people retreat. The power of this saber was extremely terrifying. It carried an indestructible power as if it was a saber from Mount Eternal. The yin-yang god was shattered. Countless people were terrified. Was the Tai Chi diagram broken? However, the 7th emissary's pupils shrank. Because he found that the shattered yin-yang god had turned into a Tai Chi diagram again, spinning non-stop. Like an aurora, it flew towards them. He quickly retreated. In the next moment, the attack hit beside him, shattering the void. Around him, his blood and chi were in turmoil, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding people exclaimed. So powerful. This Tai Chi diagram was too mysterious. The complexions of the Twins of Destiny clan became extremely unsightly. Their Destiny twins could form 3 statues. As long as they weren't destroyed at the same time, they could recover indefinitely. Previously, Lin Xian had killed his way into their Destiny twins and absorbed a lot of Destiny power. Therefore, the other party's Tai Chi diagram probably had the same power as theirs. As long as the yin-yang god wasn't destroyed at the same time, it would probably recover indefinitely. The Tai Chi diagram wouldn't shatter. Damn it, the other party was using their power. This made the Destiny twins grit their teeth so hard that they almost broke. It recovered again? The 7th emissary also snorted coldly. But soon, he sneered. So what? Compared to being immortal and indestructible, you are far inferior. The power of our Mount Eternal is the true immortal and indestructible. Now, I'll let you truly experience this power. The 7th emissary charged over. At this moment, he quickly rushed over and fought in close combat. The saber light swept in all directions. He tore apart the yin-yang god again. The yin-yang god was shattered, and his body was also split open. But in the next moment, his body quickly recovered, and he charged towards Lin Xian. The surrounding people exclaimed. Heavens, his recovery speed was so fast. The older generation of sacred lords were also shocked. This was the power of Mount Eternal. Mount Eternal had the power of being immortal and indestructible. Were they immortal? It was too unbelievable. Boy, what do you have to fight with me? This time, the seventh emissary finally arrived in front of Lin Xian. He slashed down at Lin Xian with his saber. Lin Xian formed a seal, the demon god seal, to resist the attack. But the seventh emissary didn't dodge at all. He allowed the demon god seal to hit him. And this saber also hit Lin Xian's body. The two were sent flying. A crack appeared on Lin Xian's body. He used the immortal indestructible technique to form the immortal battle armor and began to recover. The seventh emissary recovered even faster. You are also recovering quickly. I can even feel the aura of Mount Eternal on you. You have entered Mount Eternal. He was very surprised. He was familiar with Lin Xian's cultivation technique. Lin Xian frowned. He had indeed entered Mount Eternal. He had obtained the immortal indestructible palace from a stone tablet on Mount Eternal. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't answer, the seventh emissary sneered. So what, you can't compare with us. His injuries were the first to recover. Let's see how long you can last. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly as the other party charged over. His injuries had also recovered, but it seemed like he was a step slower than the other party. A moment later, he attacked again. Demon God Finger, a finger pierced through heaven and earth, and a finger turned into thousands of rays of demon god light. The body of the seventh emissary was penetrated, and the other party's long blade slashed at Lin Xian once again. Both of them spat out blood and retreated. Both of them were injured. The surrounding people exclaimed. The people of the Divine Union also had ugly looks on their faces. This was not good. The seventh emissary had an indestructible power and could recover instantly. In this way, Lin Xian would be the one at a disadvantage if the fight continued. The others also noticed it. It seemed that Lin Wudi had met his match. They did not know how he was going to break out of this situation. Yes, Lin Wudi had probably never seen such a fighting style before. The other divine ancestors shook their heads. It was not just Lin Wudi who had ever seen such a reckless fighting style. No matter how strong one's recovery ability was, each recovery would consume energy. One could even hurt one's martial path foundation if one was not careful. Who would dare to risk their lives like this? However, Mount Eternal seemed to have such a mysterious power that the other party did not care about it at all. In the next 3 rounds, both parties were injured. Each time, the seventh emissary recovered very quickly. He stood in the void and laughed loudly. Kid, do you see that? Your recovery speed is getting slower and slower. Soon, your strength will be used up. That will be the time of your death. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? If not, I can send you to hell. The seventh emissary's face was cold. His opponent was far inferior to him. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He did have other trump cards. Then, he said, an indestructible body? I don't believe that there is such a body in this world. You just have some mysterious power, but you are not truly indestructible. Watch me break the power of Mount Eternal. You? The seventh emissary laughed heartily when he heard this, as if he had heard the funniest joke. The people of Mount Eternal behind him also snorted. This kid was too stupid. Who did he think he was? What method did he use to break the power of indestructibility? We can't be killed. The people outside were really too stupid. In the face of such mockery, Lin Xian remained unmoved. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body began to circulate. His power surged out, and it was invincible. Lin Xian brandished the Hellfire Dragon sword. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a peerless sword god. A sword returning to origin, the biting cold sword light drew an arc in the air and attacked forward. You also know swordsmanship? It's useless, kid. So what if you're a peerless swordsman? My saber skills aren't any weaker than yours. Not to mention his recovery ability. The seventh emissary once again used a suicidal attack. He was struck by the sword, but at the same time, he charged towards Lin Xian. Both of them were sent flying once again. "Recover for me!" The seventh emissary shouted angrily. The power of immortality and indestructibility appeared. He wanted to recover instantly. According to his guess, Lin Xian had already been injured 5 times, and these were no ordinary injuries. It was his saber wound. Every time the other party healed it, it would consume a lot of energy. Now, the other party was unable to recover in a short period of time, but he could recover in an instant. In that way, the gap between the two of them would be too big. He could suppress the other party in an instant. He felt that the battle could end. But in the next moment, he cried out in alarm. Because he realized that his sword wound was difficult to recover from this time. How was this possible? The sword chi carried an invincible power. Damn it, he looked at the crack in shock. What kind of power was this? Immortality and indestructibility? You think too highly of yourself. At this moment, a sneer came from the front. The seventh emissary suddenly raised his head. In the next moment, he was even more shocked because he realized that Lin Xian had already recovered. This is impossible. How do you still have power? This was completely different from what he had imagined. Lin Xian sneered but did not say a word. Previously, when he recovered, he only used his own power. Now, he used the power of the sword world. There was the holy water of life inside. It was not a problem for him to recover from these injuries. What was going on? What was Old Seven doing? The people from Mount Eternal behind him also frowned. Why was it the other party who recovered? Why didn't Old Seven use his power to recover his body? At this moment, Lin Xian made his move again. It was sword chi again, the 9-star sword technique. 9 stars aligned. The terrifying sword slashed down, and it also carried an invincible power. Block it for me. The seventh emissary roared crazily. His saber technique was abnormally terrifying. The huge saber light was like an aurora, causing the stars in the sky to dim. However, at this moment, the starlight in the sky condensed and turned into a divine sword that slashed down from the sky. In the next moment, the two of them retreated again. Lin Xian and the seventh emissary were both injured. The seventh emissary roared. Recover for me. His previous wound had been healed by him, but he found that the second wound was still the same. He was unable to recover in a short period of time. Damn it, how could this be? However, Lin Xian stood up. Do you really think that you are immortal? I've said it before, I'll break your undying body. How was this possible? He suppressed the power of immortality and indestructibility. Behind him, the people from Mount Eternal were also terrified. How on earth did he do it? The others also exclaimed. Yan Ryu smiled, and Morong Qingqing also breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that Lin Xian was using the power of the great dragon sword spirit. The offensive saint technique was invincible. Even if the other party had the power of Mount Eternal, it would not be so easy to resolve. The other powerhouses also guessed it, and they were all silent. Only Lin Xian would have been able to resist such power. It would be difficult for others to do so. Why? Damn it, why did it turn out like this? The seventh emissary roared crazily, and the people from Mount Eternal behind him also roared. Damn brat, what kind of method did you use? They could not believe it. Could it be that the sword in the other party's hand was an extreme weapon? If it was an extreme power, they really could not contend with it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Idiots. Do you think you can look down on everything just because you're from Mount Eternal? Unfortunately, you can't look down on me at all. I am an existence that you can't imagine. I am the successor of the Great Dragon Sword. The Great Dragon Sword. Hearing this name, the people from Mount Eternal's pupils shrank, and their faces became incomparably ugly. How could they not have heard of it? This was a superpower in the world. Other than the extreme weapons of the Emperor clan, there were also some other weapons. Those were the 5 divine swords formed between heaven and earth, representing different powers. The Great Dragon Sword was one of them, and it was an invincible power. However, the Great Dragon Sword had long disappeared. Some people said that the Great Dragon Sword had been broken and would never appear again. They did not expect that the successor of the Great Dragon Sword would appear now. Lin Xian used the power of the Great Dragon Sword's soul to suppress the seventh emissary. This made the seventh emissary so depressed that he vomited blood. He retreated and did not attack again. The battle on the other two sides was also extremely terrifying. The light-shaking realm had all kinds of secret techniques, including the Gu clan's secret techniques and the Yi clan's secret techniques. He could use both the Tianping race's secret techniques and the Fate realm's secret techniques, shocking everyone. Not only were the people from Mount Eternal shocked, but even the ancient clans and emperor clans on the buried emperor star were shocked. When such a person matured, who could resist him? The Fire Qilin was using his disciple's bloodline with all his strength. As the double crown king, he was much stronger than the Kuanping sun. He carried 10,000 flames and possessed boundless power. The two sides were locked in battle. Everyone was shocked. They could see that the people sent by Mount Eternal were all at the level of double crown champions. If they wanted to fight, only the double crown kings could contend against them. Apart from them, only the old sacred lords could. However, there were not many people like them. The others were simply not their match. The light-shaking realm cultivator did not use the primal chaos physique. It seemed that he was still hiding his strength. However, apart from that, his other secret techniques were already enough to contend against the other party. At this moment, the Nine Firmaments Quasi-Emperor's soul said, "Now is an opportunity. Get closer to Lin Xian. I want to devour him. I want to obtain his physique." Lin Xian's talent and strength were simply too strong. Moreover, as the great dragon's descendant and the Nine Suns' descendant, even the Quasi-Emperor's eyes were burning. The Nine Firmaments Quasi-Emperor urgently needed a body. His target was Lin Xian. Yao Guang nodded after hearing that. "Alright, but let's make it clear. After you obtain him, you have to let me cultivate his emperor's secret techniques." "No problem." The Nine Firmaments Quasi-Emperor laughed. Yao Guang retreated as she fought. It seemed that she could not win. The emissary from Mount Eternal roared. He felt that this was a good opportunity. He quickly charged over. The two of them fought their way over and arrived near Lin Xian. At this moment, Yao Guang suddenly unleashed a terrifying vortex towards Lin Xian. It instantly enveloped Lin Xian. This strange scene stunned the surrounding people. They had never expected that a light-shaking realm cultivator would suddenly attack Lin Xian. Quite a few people were terrified. They knew that Yao Guang cultivated the demonic heaven-devouring art. Could it be that he wanted to devour Lin Wuti? If that was the case, there was probably no one in the world who could contend against him. Not good, young Master Lin is in danger. On the Nebula Immortal platforms, the people on the 9-star Immortal platforms were all nervous. The people from the Divine Union also sucked in a breath of cold air. Morong Qingqing and the others had indeed said that it was fine. Yao Guang still couldn't swallow Brother Xian. They had full confidence in Lin Xian. After Lin Xian was enveloped by the black vortex, he snorted coldly. "You want to swallow me?" "Just you," he slashed out with his sword, intending to split the devouring vortex apart. However, at this moment, a sinister voice sounded. "He naturally can't devour you, but what about me?" Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he thought of someone. That shouldn't be the case. How could that person appear here? In the next moment, he felt an extremely terrifying aura pressing down on him. This was the aura of a boundary emperor, and it was incomparably familiar. "It's you who deserves to die." "This is impossible," Lin Xian roared. "Wasn't the Nine Firmaments boundary emperor sealed by Sakra? How could he have escaped? Kid, you still remember, if it wasn't for you guys, how could my physique have been sealed? Now that I'm lacking a body, give me your body." At this point, the boundary emperor's soul frantically rushed in, wanting to seize Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian roared. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless as he unleashed the great dragon sword soul to the extreme. He slashed out with his sword, blocking the boundary emperor's soul. "Damn it," the Nine Firmaments boundary emperor roared. His current soul was only a remnant soul. The great dragon sword soul was also extremely terrifying. In an instant, he was blocked. He roared, "Help me restrain him." Yao Guang also took a deep breath. In the next instant, an earth-shattering black vortex appeared around them. He then unleashed the chaotic body in a frenzy, suppressing Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian was even more shocked. Chaos physique, you really swallowed the entire sky. He was too shocked. This power made him feel a sense of danger. The people from the 9-Star Immortal Foundation roared, "Damn it, Origin Magnetic Immortal Foundation, what are you guys trying to do?" The people from the Nebula Immortal Foundation also said, "You guys actually dared to secretly attack our highness. Are you guys trying to start a war?" The people from the Origin Magnetic Immortal Foundation said, "Yaoguang isn't one of us. If you want revenge, find Yaoguang yourself. Besides, he is the double champion, how can we control what he wants to do?" The people from the Origin Magnetic Immortal Foundation sneered. They were very confident now because they knew that there was a boundary emperor behind Yaoguang. Although it was only a remnant soul, it wasn't something that other sages could contend against. They weren't afraid of other immortal foundations at all. Their gazes were all fixed on the black vortex in front of them, hoping that the boundary emperor would succeed this time. If that was the case, their strength would be even stronger and they might be able to sweep away the other immortal foundations. In the black vortex, Yaoguang finally unleashed his chaos physique, suppressing Lin Xian. He said coldly, "You didn't expect that you would have such a day, did you? Don't worry, after you die, I will bring your ultimate technique to greater heights." On the other side, the boundary emperor's soul attacked once again. Lin Xian roared, the heaven-devouring jar also struck out. The 9th firmament quasi-emperor roared as he fought back. "It's useless. Although you have these trump cards, your strength is too weak. If you had the strength of a boundary emperor, I would turn and run. But now, you are merely the great sage. You are unable to fully unleash the power of these weapons. When I obtain the heaven-devouring jar, I will let you know what the power of an ultimate weapon is." The boundary emperor was very happy. He could imagine how bright his future would be. Lin Xian's expression was ugly. He knew that he couldn't hold back anymore. The sword world in his body opened, and endless power surged out. With a boom, the heaven-devouring jar directly attacked the boundary emperor. At the same time, the great dragon sword spirit roared, endless power surged, and an invincible power directly slashed at Yaoguang. Boom, Yaoguang's expression changed drastically. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to fully recover. The great dragon sword spirit. In a hurry, she used the void ability and quickly fled. On the other side, the boundary emperor was also angry. "Damn it, you actually carried so much power." He was really shocked. He also quickly fled. In the next moment, the entire void shattered, and the endless black hole disappeared. The faces of the people outside were filled with horror. This was the great dragon sword and the heaven-devouring jar. Lin Wudi was going to go all out. Heavens, he could actually use an ultimate weapon to such an extent. What happened? They were too shocked. They saw the sword chi surrounding Lin Xian's body, swallowing the sky. Lin Xian's face was incomparably pale. What was going on? His aura was not right. The faces of Morong Qingqing and the others also changed. They all asked. On the other side, Yaoguang was sent flying. A wound had appeared on his body, and sage blood was dripping from it. In his mind, the 9 firmaments sub-emperor's soul flew out, howling furiously. Damn it, it was obvious that the heaven-devouring jar had also injured him. The surrounding people were going crazy. Was the light-shaking realm already so terrifying? Lin Xian had no choice but to use the heaven-swallowing jar. When he saw this, Gu Feng coldly harumphed. The younger generation was competing with their true strength. What was the meaning of using an extreme-grade weapon? Were you bullying Yaoguang for not having an extreme-grade weapon? The Gu clan can lend him an extreme-grade weapon. The 10,000 Dragons Court's Long Wu also stepped forward and said, "We can also lend him the 10,000 Dragons diagram." The others were in an uproar. Were they going to fight an extreme-grade battle? Lin Xian, however, harumphed coldly. Was that so? If you want to lend it, then lend it to him. But do you think you have a chance to get it back? After speaking, he ignored the shocked expressions of these people and stared at Yaoguang. I didn't expect you to have the remnant soul of a sub-emperor on you. Do you think that's possible? What? A sub-emperor's remnant soul? Countless people were shocked. Even Gu Feng's pupils constricted. Long Wu's smile disappeared. If this was true, they really didn't dare to lend an extreme-grade weapon to him. Impossible. How could he have a sub-emperor's remnant soul? Didn't you just want to find an excuse to use an extreme-grade weapon to kill him? Gufeng still didn't give up. Lin Xian glanced at him and laughed coldly. Idiot. If you continue to stay with Yao Guang, he might swallow you up one day. Do you know what happened to Han Tian? Although I killed him, his corpse was swallowed by Yao Guang. Yao Guang can already use the primal chaos body now. You don't know his hidden trump cards at all. Once these words were spoken, everyone was even more shocked. Even the primal chaos race's members' expressions changed. Impossible. These people didn't believe it. They all stared at Yao Guang and began to question him. Yao Guang's expression was ugly. He gritted his teeth, but he didn't admit it. Because the cultivation technique he cultivated made him an enemy of the entire world. He didn't want to fight with the emperor clans. At least, he couldn't do it now. So he harumphed. At the same time, he was secretly communicating with the Purple Mansion. Even though he was from the Z government, he was still very worried. Would this light-shaking realm cultivator make a move against them? After all, light-shaking realm cultivators were growing too quickly and were completely out of their control. They felt that they could not control this person. However, at this moment, the Nine Heavens Quasi-Emperor transmitted his voice to the Purple Mansion Master. The Purple Mansion Master's pupils shrank when he heard the news. In the next moment, he stood out and said, Yao Guang is one of our prefect's people. Whoever touches her will be the enemy of the Z Mansion. He also exuded a terrifying aura. Although the Purple Mansion had never produced a great emperor, it did have an extreme weapon, the dragon pattern cauldron. Apart from that, there was also the Triple Crown King and other sleeping experts in the Purple Mansion. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. The others were in an uproar. With the Violet Palace realm fully supporting the light-shaking realm cultivator, they couldn't do anything else. Yao Guang sneered and retreated. Before she left, she glared at Lin Xian. Just you wait. The voice of the Quasi-Emperor of the Nine Heavens rang out. Lin Xian stood there and stared ahead. Were they still going to fight? The people of Mount Eternal had ugly expressions. The seventh emissary also retreated. Now that the other party was holding an extreme weapon, did they still want to fight? Who dared to fight? The elders of Mount Eternal harumphed. The current situation was unclear. Just now, they had also felt an extremely terrifying aura. Perhaps the remnant soul of a quasi-emperor had really appeared. Even they did not dare to be careless against such an existence. Today, they had investigated clearly. Apart from Lin Wudi, Yao Guang, and a few others, no one else could contend against them. The 10 emissaries on their side were all double crown kings. Once they participated in the battle of dragon transformation, they would have an absolute advantage. So they sneered twice. The emperor clans of the buried emperor star are only SOSO. They can't be compared to Mount Eternal. This is just a warm-up match. When the real battle of dragon transformation begins, we won't hold back. Let's go. They waved their hands and turned into monstrous black flames that swept into the distance. Did they leave? The surrounding people heaved a sigh of relief. However, the powerhouses had heavy hearts. Only a few of the 10 emissaries had come out. There were still a few who had not made a move. They should be even more terrifying. Let's go back. The emperor clans were also preparing to return. However, they did not leave alone. Instead, they were preparing to gather again to discuss. After all, Mount Eternal was still a threat. The Yi family naturally invited the Divine Union. Lin Xian and the others also went. At this banquet, the emperor clans and remote antiquity clans began to share their information. However, they were unwilling to mention the supreme existence of Mount Eternal. They talked a lot about the Battle of Dragon Transformation. The top 10 of the Battle of Dragon Transformation could enter the rankings. They would receive the corresponding rewards. The rewards would make even the Divine Ancestor jealous. They could be said to be extremely precious treasures. Especially the first place, they would receive the treasures left behind by the Emperor. They guessed that Mount Eternal had appeared for the treasures left behind by the Emperor. Treasures left behind by the Emperor. Even a quasi-emperor would be jealous, let alone a sage like them. So many powerhouses clenched their fists. Of course, they knew that it was impossible to become the first place. At least, it was the double crown winners. Only Lin Xian, the fire Qilin, Yao Guang, and the others had hope. Of course, this was only hope because there were 4 double crown winners on Mount Eternal's side. In addition, some double crown winners had appeared. When the time came, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. Of course, some people were worried that if the triple crown winner of the Purple Mansion woke up, no one would be able to contend against him. The Emperor clans also asked. The Purple Mansion smiled mysteriously. This made everyone even more worried. In the Purple Mansion team, Yao Guang was also sitting there. Now, he also needed the protection of the Purple Mansion. His face was cold. At this moment, there was a vortex in his body that was constantly devouring. Devouring half of the chaotic body had greatly increased his strength. However, he realized that he could not suppress Lin Xian. So he decided to continue devouring. It would be best if he could devour the entire chaotic body. That way, he would have the confidence to become the Triple Crown winner. After the banquet, everyone went back and began to organize the information. After all, they were going to participate in the Battle of Dragon Transformation. Everyone had to prepare well. Even some of the older powerhouses had to make a move. As long as they were not over 5,000 years old, they would have a chance. After returning, Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others asked. Brother Xian, was there really a quasi-emperor by Yao Guang's side? Lin Xian nodded. It was the quasi-emperor that was sealed by Sakura. Some of his soul had escaped. What? Morong Qingqing and the others were even more shocked. They had all seen the 9th Firmament Quasi-Emperor and knew how powerful he was. In the future, when you meet a light-shaking realm cultivator, you must be careful. Lin Xian reminded them. Morong Qingqing and the others nodded with a serious expression. Next, they began to go into seclusion to prepare for the Dragon Transformation battle. In 3 years, the Dragon Transformation battle would begin. The Dragon Transformation battle would be held in the Nether Sky continent. Those who participated would go to the Nether Sky continent, while the others would go to the Nether Sky continent to watch the battle. After all, this was a battle that only happened once every 10,000 years. Moreover, there were too many double champions this time, surpassing the previous hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Xian brought Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, the Dark Red Dragon, and the others into the Sword World for them to cultivate. The power inside was also very good for them. As for Xianxia, she left. Xianxia said that she would not participate in the Dragon Transformation battle. Instead, she wanted to go to another place to tell Lin Xian not to worry. Where are you going? Do you need me to accompany you? Lin Xian asked. Xianxia shook her head. Big brother Lin Xian, you can go participate in the Dragon Transformation battle in peace. You don't have to worry about me. When you participate in the Dragon Transformation battle, I will come back to find you. Alright, be careful. Lin Xian waved goodbye. Xianxia left. Lin Xian also entered the Sword World and began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. At this moment, the entire buried Emperor Star, and even the entire cosmos, all the people in the myriad worlds, became excited. They had already started to gather in the Nether Sky continent. Fire Qilin Cave, Great Emperor Clan. Fire Qilin also walked out of the Sea of Flames. His aura was even more terrifying than 3 years ago. He looked into the distance and the corners of his mouth rose. Dragon Transformation battle? This time, I will definitely take first place. I want to see what kind of treasure the Great Emperor left behind. Although they were from a Great Emperor clan, according to the information they received, the Dragon Transformation battle was not set up by a single Great Emperor. It was set up by several Great Emperors. Therefore, even Huaqilin yearned for it. Lin Xian, if I have the chance, I'll definitely get rid of you. Fire Qilin's eyes were filled with killing intent. Gu Clan, Starry Sky Palace. It was like the starry sky of the universe, incomparably vast. A man wearing a green robe walked out. It was Gu Feng. At this moment, Gu Feng's aura had also become terrifying. In 3 years, he had also broken through and become a double champion. This greatly increased his confidence. Just you wait. This time I will definitely make a name for myself. I will let everyone know how powerful I am. The elders of the Yi family frowned. What should they do? Doubtless hadn't come out yet. What's going on? What about Wu Dao? The patriarch of the Yi family walked out. It seemed that it would take even longer than what they had expected. Most likely, they would not be able to participate in the dragon transformation battle. The leader of the Yi clan took a deep breath. Let's not disturb him then. The good fortune left behind by the Yi clan's celestial emperor might allow him to become the Triple Crown champion in one go. Even if he did not participate in the battle of dragon transformation, he could continue to grow stronger. The other members of the Yi family nodded. They were all waiting calmly. Only a portion of the elders brought the young disciples to the Nether Sky continent to watch the competition. The others stayed here to guard Yiwu. The Phoenix clan. They were also gathered together. The leader of the Phoenix clan asked, "Did Qingqing not return?" The elder shook his head. She was still together with Lin Wudi. What about Fengjiu? A supreme elder walked out and said, Fengjiu hasn't come out yet. However, her soul jade pendant was not broken. This meant that she was still alive. That's great. The elders all clenched their fists. If Fengjiu could come out alive, her strength would reach an unimaginable level. Then they could only wait calmly. At the same time, the patriarch of the Phoenix clan looked at the old Phoenix. Fourth uncle, you will lead the team to Ba. You can take care of Qingqing. The old Phoenix said, Patriarch, don't worry. I will move out now. On the hidden Emperor Star, the various Emperor Lords and desolate ancient families all started to move. Mount Eternal. The great elder's eyes emitted a cold light as he looked at the 10 great emissaries. He said, it's time to show your strength. Go. No need to hold back. Among you all, one must get first place. Great elder, don't worry. Those people are no match for us. The 10 great emissaries were very confident. The 7th emissary's eyes also emitted a cold light. Last time, he was actually defeated by Lin Xian. This time, he must take revenge. It wasn't only the hidden Emperor Star. Experts from other worlds also came. Apart from these young geniuses, there were also experts under 5,000 years old, divine ancestors. They would also participate. These people all gathered towards the Nether Sky continent. The Nether Sky continent was one of the continents above the buried Emperor Star. It had a mysterious power. There was a place in the Nether Sky continent called the Nether Sky Land. At this moment, everyone had arrived at the Nether Sky Land to wait. Some people were curious. They didn't know who was standing behind the dragon transformation station. Although there were treasures left behind by great emperors, who would be the judge? Who would be the judge? They didn't know anything about this. A lot of people came. In the sky, the purple palace's war chariot descended. There were countless experts standing on it. Yao Guang was also among them. He looked around and the corners of his mouth rose. This time, he might be able to let it devour a few more experts. That way, his strength would be even stronger. Apart from this, he also saw some familiar people, such as Huaqilin, Kuan Pengzi, Gu Feng, and others. Of course, there were still a few people he didn't see, such as Yiwu Dao and Lin Wudi. These people hadn't arrived yet. He wasn't in a hurry. He believed that they would definitely come. Boom. Boom, boom. A terrifying aura appeared between heaven and earth. It was as if heaven and earth were about to be turned upside down. Countless people turned their heads and cried out in alarm. It was the aura of primal chaos. Had the primal chaos race come? Someone shook their head. Double Crown King Hun Tian was already dead. Was there anyone else from the primal chaos race who could make a move? Look, it's not the younger generation. It's an expert from the older generation. This time, the primal chaos race sent a few old divine ancestors. They were very powerful and experienced. However, at this moment, one of the divine ancestors was fighting with someone. The aura of primal chaos on his body was constantly rumbling. The person fighting with him was an old man. The old man's great Tao was surrounded by terrifying great Tao. It turned into a sky full of lightning to contend with the old man. The two of them fought while flying. Then, the two of them collided and tore the sky in half. They retreated to the side. The surrounding people were shocked. Who could fight against the people of the primal chaos race? It was too unbelievable. The aura on his body is so special. It makes me feel terrified. Many people looked over. Someone exclaimed. Could it be that he was from the legendary Daoi school? The legendary Daoi school of the Great Tao Unification had actually appeared. Many people were shocked. The old man from the Daoi school laughed. The primal chaos race was only SOSO. They weren't as powerful as they had imagined. Damn it, how dare you underestimate us? The divine ancestor of the primal chaos race shouted angrily. Should they fight again? Their bodies emitted extremely terrifying light. The elder of the Daoi school said. There was no need. There was no point in fighting now. Moreover, the primal chaos race had no hope. Your dual-crown chaotic body is already dead. But our Daoi school has a powerful divine body. What was the Daoi sect's divine physique? Countless people were curious. The Yi family's elders who came to watch the battle narrowed their eyes. Could it be the legendary physique? It couldn't be, right? He actually appeared. The others were even more curious and turned their heads to look. What kind of physique was that? The faces of the people of the chaotic clan became extremely ugly. They exclaimed, could it be that the Daoi sect has found a Dao physique? What was a Dao physique? Some young geniuses were puzzled. However, the pupils of the sacred ancestors constricted. Was it the legendary Khanate Dao physique? It was one of the top 10 physiques in the universe. It was a mysterious physique that was as famous as the chaotic physique, and its power was above the 9-yang divine physique and the sacred physique. As soon as these words came out, countless people were in an uproar. They had seen the power of the 9-yang divine physique and the sacred physique. Lin Xian and Yi Wudao were the possessors of these two physiques. They knew about the chaotic physique. Previously, Han Tian had the chaotic physique, and he was the double champion. He was one of the top 10 divine physiques. Such a physique was rarely seen in tens of thousands of years. But now, another top 10 divine physique had appeared. Heavens, it was indeed a golden age. If this physique was in other times, it would be an existence that could sweep across the universe. No one could compare to it. But now, it couldn't. Because there were too many genius powerhouses now. For example, Lin Xian could kill the chaotic physique before, so he might be able to contend with the Dao physique now. Other than that, another mysterious creature walked out of Mount Eternal with an immortal and indestructible physique. It could be said that in this era, there were many powerhouses. Boom, at this moment, a figure walked out from the sky. This figure was extremely hazy, and the great Tao surrounded him like a celestial emperor. After he arrived, the laws on everyone's body were suppressed until they were dim. Heavens, was this the legendary Dao physique? They raised their heads one after another. In the next moment, they all narrowed their eyes. They couldn't look directly at the other party. The great Tao on the other party's body was really too terrifying. The other party was the darling of heaven and earth. They didn't know whether it was a man or a woman, young or old. They could only see a hazy figure standing above the 9 heavens. In this era, even the Dao physique had appeared? It was really surprising. 10,000 lightning bolts gathered in the sky, and the Thunder Sovereign walked over. He looked at the Taoist body in the sky with a solemn expression. On the other side, 10,000 flames descended. The beautiful woman burning incense had also arrived. She was also the double champion who had been sleeping for a long time. At this moment, her beautiful eyes looked at the great path figure in the sky, and an extremely terrifying light burst from her eyes. In the Violet Palace realm, Alcade stood up in excitement when he saw the Tao body. That's great. The top 10 physiques in the universe were not weaker than the primal chaos physique. They were even stronger. If he could obtain it, then no one would be a match for him. Even the Triple Crown winner might not be able to beat him. The Taoist body in the sky lowered its head when it sensed Jiao Guang's gaze. Her eyes shone with a cold light. With a loud boom, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Everyone was shaken to the point that their blood and qi were roiling. Yao Guang's pupils constricted as he unleashed a punch. This fist could shatter everything. It carried an incomparably boundless power and a savage aura. The two of them collided, and the light-shaking realm cultivator was forced to retreat. His arm was numb from the shock. The next moment, his face darkened. The Taoist body in the sky said, "You dare to kill me? Do you want to die early?" This voice was incomparably pleasant. Countless people exclaimed in surprise. The Taoist body was actually a woman. Yao Guang snorted coldly. "Sooner or later, I will devour you." Countless people felt their scalps go numb when they heard this. It turned out that Yao Guang wanted the Taoist body again. This guy was really daring. The atmosphere between heaven and earth instantly became tense. Even the people from the Purple Mansion frowned. There was a person called Shadow Cultivator on the Purple Mansion's side. He was a shadow and was abnormally blurry. He was also a double champion. He frowned and said, "Yao Guang, don't cause trouble now. Let's talk after we go in." Yao Guang chuckled and sat down. The terrifying aura disappeared. At this moment, a few more figures walked over from afar. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of horror. The sky kept shattering. The ground cracked. The other double crown champions also turned their heads with grave expressions. They could feel that the double champion had arrived, and there was more than one of them. 10 double champion lined up in a row. They stood side by side in the void. They were like the supreme divine king. At this moment, they walked forward together. No one could resist this power. The Emperor clan members also cried out in surprise. Mount Eternal. They had come again. These 10 envoys were indeed double champion. They were too shocked. Previously, Mount Eternal had fought a warm-up match with them. That was 3 years ago. At that time, a few envoys had made a move. The others who were ranked at the top didn't seem to have made a move at all. They had guessed. These 10 people could all be double champion. However, they didn't have any evidence. Now, it was finally confirmed. The auras of these 10 people had erupted and swept through the 9 heavens. No one could match them. Some people were in despair. Although there were many double champion around, they all belonged to different families and sections. It was very difficult for 2 double champion to appear in a family. The Purple Mansion was already heaven-defying. However, 10 of them from Mount Eternal had completely surpassed the others. This made everyone feel despair. How could they fight? The people from the Purple Mansion had ugly expressions. Even the people from the Dao One sect frowned. Although their Dao bodies were powerful and ranked in the top 10 in the universe, they didn't put anything in their eyes. However, if they were surrounded by 10 double champion, they had no chance of winning. Could it be that Mount Eternal was going to sweep through everything? The people from Mount Eternal came together. Each of the 10 envoys was wearing black armor that covered everything. The only difference was that the weapons on their backs were different. There were sabers, swords, battle axes, and giant hammers. The 10 of them had an inextinguishable fighting spirit. "You are no match for us at all. There is no need to fight the dragon transformation battle. Go back, because even if you attack, you are no match for us." The 10th envoy sneered. The 7th envoy also walked out. He looked around. Where was Lin Wudi? "Tell him to come over and die." With a roar, everyone was shocked again. It seemed that the 7th envoy was here for revenge. Had the other party's strength improved greatly in the past 3 years, they also turned their heads to look. Lin Wudi didn't seem to be here yet. It couldn't be. It was about to start. Was he going to miss it? I think he doesn't dare to come. The 9th envoy also snorted coldly and looked around. If he dared to come, we will make him live a life worse than death. The power of Mount Eternal made everyone feel despair. Some people even felt that they could go back because there was no chance of winning even if they went in. Who could defeat the 10 of them if they joined forces? Unless the other double champions joined forces, they would not be able to win. But these people belonged to different sections. Would they be willing to join forces? Don't worry, even if there were 10 double champions, it would be useless because they would be randomly teleported after entering. At this moment, an old voice sounded. Everyone was surprised. Who was it? Did he know the rules of the dragon transformation station? Random teleportation, if that was the case, there would be no problem. After all, even if 10 people entered, they would be teleported away. This way, they would be fighting for themselves. We still have a chance. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The emissary of Mount Eternal frowned. Who set the rules of random teleportation? It was obvious that they were about to lose their advantage. How could they not be angry? A voice came from the sky again. I said it. Do you have any objections? Everyone looked up. In the next moment, their scalps went numb. Even the expressions of those from Mount Eternal changed drastically. They could feel an extremely terrifying aura descending upon them. Not good. The people from the Emperor clan were even more terrified. An extreme aura. Was someone using an extreme weapon? Could it be that someone was setting up a trap? Attracting all the experts and geniuses and then mercilessly killing them with an extreme weapon, the myriad dragon's portrait roared and the void mirror was released. The people from the Yi family had ugly expressions. They didn't bring any extreme weapons. Everyone, don't be afraid. I have no ill intentions. The voice in the sky sounded again. Then, everyone saw a black tortoise walk out. This black tortoise was abnormally old. No one knew how long it had lived. Mysterious runes condensed behind it and were engraved on its turtle shell. It made one's soul ache just by looking at it. It was as if one couldn't look directly at it. A black tortoise. Countless people were shocked. This was a legendary divine beast. It was just a black tortoise, but it actually had an extreme aura. What was going on? Could it be the Great Emperor? The final reward of the dragon transformation battle was the Great Emperor's treasure. It was very likely that the remnant soul of the Great Emperor had come out to host this competition. On the side of the Fire Qilin cave, an elder exclaimed, "No, you're an extreme weapon." They were too shocked. The others were also shocked. No way, this was an extreme weapon. The mysterious runes behind the black tortoise in the sky bloomed with light. He said, "That's right, I am indeed an extreme weapon." The Battle of Dragon Transformation was set up by the joint efforts of the Great Emperors in order to maintain the legacy of 1,000,000 years. They left their extreme weapons behind. Apart from me, there are a few other extreme Dao weapons. Together, we formed an extreme Dao world. When these words were spoken, quite a few people's eyes turned red, especially those Emperor clans. They were even more shocked. A sharp glint flashed in the eyes of the Gu family members. If they could take down the next extreme grade weapon, wouldn't that mean that they would have one more weapon? The gazes of the people from the Purple Mansion were also burning. The black tortoise in the sky seemed to have sensed these gazes and sneered. I advise you not to attack because the number of extreme Dao weapons we have is not something you can imagine. More importantly, we have a complete artifact spirit, so we can fully awaken at any time. F***ck, the Zifu Mansion Lord's face instantly turned ugly. He no longer dared to have any other thoughts. The Gu family also shook their heads and sighed. The others were even more desperate. If what the other party said was true, then they wouldn't dare to make a move. Because no one could subdue him. Not even the Emperor clans could do it. Moreover, if they angered these extreme Dao weapons, they would probably join forces to destroy the hidden Emperor star. They might even destroy the 10,000 worlds. Alright, let's talk about the rules. Next, you will enter the extreme Dao world. There is the might of extreme Dao there. In other words, you can't bring in extreme Dao weapons, nor can you use some of the formations left behind by the Emperor. In short, the power of extreme Dao is suppressed inside. You can only rely on your own strength to fight. After entering, you will be randomly teleported. Of course, you will appear at the edge of the extreme Dao world. Your destination will be the center of the extreme Dao world. There is an extreme Dao valley there. Only by entering the extreme Dao valley will you have the qualifications to participate in the final battle. The extreme Dao world will be open for 10 years. In other words, you only have 10 years inside. In the extreme Dao world, other than the final ranking, there are other opportunities. For example, there are extreme Dao creatures formed by extreme Dao aura and great Dao crystals. Can you obtain them? It depends on your luck. Alright, now the Extreme Tao world can be opened. All those who are prepared to participate, please enter the Extreme Tao world. After the black tortoise finished speaking, he formed a seal with his palms. The mysterious runes behind him blossomed with light, forming an 8 trigram. It kept spinning, blooming with mysterious light. Then, it formed a mysterious door that seemed to be connected to an unknown world. Everyone felt a sense of fear from inside. It indeed had Extreme Tao aura. It should be a world formed by a few Extreme Tao weapons. After entering, they would probably be greatly suppressed. Let's go. Kuan Pengzi soared into the sky. The yin and yang auras condensed behind him and turned into Kuan Peng wings. He instantly rushed into the Extreme Tao door. After him, the others also walked in one after another. Those who entered were all top-notch geniuses, as well as the terrifying sacred ancestors. Although the requirements were very high, countless creatures from all over the heavens and countless worlds gathered together at this moment. The number was also astonishing. Gu Feng, Hu Qilin, Yao Guang, and the others entered one after another. Thunder King and the others also soared into the sky. On Mount Eternal's side, the first emissary said that after entering, they should think of a way to gather. Numbers are our advantage. After we gather, we can sweep the world. Don't worry, big brother, we know. The other emissaries also nodded. They also walked in. Silhouettes entered the extreme path gate one after another, while the others waited there. This was because they knew that when the final battle began, they would be able to see the scene of the final battle from outside. This was a battle that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. Naturally, they would not leave. The Yi family members frowned. Why haven't they seen young Master Lin? Is he not here yet? Are they going to miss this time? The others were also discussing spiritedly. Where is Lin Xian? At this moment, they turned their heads because they saw a sword light coming from behind. The sword light soared into the sky, and a few figures stood on it. Look, it's Lin Wudi. He's really here. The Yi family members heaved a sigh of relief, while the Divine Union members cheered. Many of the Divine Union members came to watch the battle. Young Master Lin. The Eternal Life Temple Master hurriedly explained the rules to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded after listening. He said to Murong Qingqing and the others behind him. Let's go. The world was a little dark, and there were thunderbolts circling in the void. A huge pressure was pressing down. Lin Xian felt that the bones in his body were constantly shaking. What a terrifying aura. He took a deep breath, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes as he resisted. Fortunately, he had often cultivated in the sword world, so it wasn't that he couldn't adapt to this pressure. At the same time, he was also extremely shocked. Before he came in, he had already received the news. This world was called the Extreme Tao world, and it was formed by the cooperation of several Extreme Tao weapons. The pressure now was the power of the Extreme Tao. Lin Xian was also shocked. He originally thought that the Extreme Tao weapons were all in the hands of the Great Emperor family. Other than the mysterious Emperor weapon in the Purple Mansion, no one else could have them. But now? He actually had so many Extreme Tao weapons. Moreover, they were like living beings that could survive for a long time. This really shocked him. Lin Xian sensed for a moment and found that the heaven-swallowing jar was indeed suppressed here. He couldn't summon it. He couldn't use the Great Dragon Sword Soul either. However, this didn't mean that he couldn't use the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul had long merged with it. His every move carried an indestructible power, and his attack power far exceeded that of others. It was just that he couldn't use it like an Extreme Tao weapon. Although he couldn't use the power of the Extreme Tao, Lin Xian wasn't worried. He couldn't use it, and neither could anyone else. He only needed to be careful not to be besieged by the 10 people from Mount Eternal. He wouldn't be in too much danger. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a cold light. This time, he had to get first place. Behind the Extreme Tao world, there must be a few great emperors working together. I wonder what these great emperors will leave behind. Lin Xian looked around. There was no one around. He didn't know how big the Extreme Tao world was. Everyone was teleported away. At this moment, he was alone. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian walked forward. There was a mountain peak in front of him, and it was also incomparably quiet. The aura inside the mountain peak was somewhat gloomy. After he walked up, he didn't dare to be careless. Suddenly, a leopard charged out from the front. It was extremely fast, and with a swipe of its sharp claws, it tore apart heaven and earth. Lin Xian was surprised. He realized that the leopard looked too ordinary, like an ordinary wild beast. If they were outside, no one would pay attention to them. However, the claw's power wasn't inferior to a peak-level saint. He snorted coldly, opened his Rinnegan, and immediately controlled the leopard's soul. The leopard stopped in midair and fell to the ground. The next moment, he crawled to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and probed the other party's soul. However, he discovered that the leopard's soul didn't seem to have much information. The other party only lived within the mountain range and had no idea what was going on outside the mountain range. What a strange world. From the looks of it, these should be demonic beasts specially made for extreme weapons. This made him even more shocked. This method was too strange. Moreover, this was only the edge of the extreme Tao world. These demonic beasts all had the strength of a saint. If one were to head deeper, one would see how terrifying those demonic beasts would be. There would probably be a lot of Saint Ancestor-level demonic beasts. If they appeared in groups, he would probably run away automatically. However, he still had some gains because there was something he wanted in this mountain range. Great Tao Crystal. Come, bring me there. Lin Xian sat on the leopard. The leopard brought him to search. It turned into a bolt of lightning and was very fast. They shuttled through the mountain forest. Not long after, Lin Xian heard the sound of fighting ahead. There was a sky-piercing sound. The shocking Tao light was incomparably terrifying as it pierced through heaven and earth. It was obvious that someone was fighting. The other person was using the extremely terrifying law of water. Monstrous waves swept in all directions. These were two Saint Ancestors. A young man and an old man. It was obvious that one was a genius and the other was an expert of the older generation. Lin Xian didn't know these two people. After all, the participants of the competition this time were the myriad worlds and billions of star worlds. It was impossible for Lin Xian to know both of them. The one who used the monstrous waves was an old man wearing a sea armor. He stood in the sea, riding the wind and waves with infinite power. He laughed loudly. Young man, you want to compete with me? You're overestimating yourself. My 3,000 weak water can sweep through everything. When I swept through the world back then, your grandfather wasn't even born yet. On the opposite side, a man was surrounded by saber light with earth-shattering power. His expression was solemn. Old thing, you're old. This is a world that belongs to the young. He slashed out with his saber, and his power was incomparably majestic with an extremely terrifying aura. It made one's soul tremble. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. However, in the end, the old man was more skilled. He used the 3,000 weak water to injure the young saber saint. The saber saint vomited blood and flew backward. He tore through the void and disappeared. Humph, young people can't do it. Sacred Lord Ruoxue sneered and walked forward. There was a fist-sized crystal there. It was a great Tao crystal with an extreme Tao aura on it. It was formed in the extreme Tao world and contained the mysterious power of the great Tao. It could improve their laws. Perhaps, they could even feel a trace of power that surpassed the saint realm. Sacred Lord Ruoxue laughed out loud and grabbed forward. However, at this moment, his pupils suddenly constricted. His body swayed and he dodged. At the place where he was originally standing, a sword chi cut through the sky. Who is it? Sacred Lord Ruoxue roared angrily. His eyes were cold. He slapped out with his palm. It was like a sea of death that tore apart the forest behind him. Another young man. How dare you sneak attack me? Do you want to die? Break your arms and disappear from my sight. I'll spare your life. The old man shouted coldly. The one who rushed over from behind was naturally Lin Xian. He sat on the leopard and narrowed his eyes. He ignored the old man and stared at the stone in front of him. Is this the great Tao crystal? It's indeed mysterious. I can feel that it's very useful to my laws. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a sword chi swept out toward the great Dao crystal in front of him. He wanted to envelop it. You're courting death. Sacred Lord Ruoshui roared angrily. How dare you snatch something that I want? Just now, there was a young man who thought that he was a top prodigy. He didn't take me seriously. But in the end, he was easily injured by me. I didn't kill him because I was in a good mood. However, kid, you've angered me. I've decided to send you to hell today. Sacred Lord Ruoshui turned his head, and an extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes. Lin Xian had a strange expression. You don't recognize me? It seems that you're not the Sacred Lord of the Hidden Emperor planet. He shook his head and sighed. If the people on the Hidden Emperor planet couldn't see him, he would have immediately fled. The 3,000-week water transformed into a terrifying palm, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Previously, it was this attack that defeated the young sword saint. Now, Holy Lord Ruoshui wanted to use this move to attack Lin Xian. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He took a step forward, and the 9 suns' divine fire on his body swept out. There were a few illusions of suns around him, and the terrifying flames burned everything. The drops of water near it were all burned, evaporating into clouds and spreading in all directions. How was that possible? Elder Ruoshui was stunned. Did his attack disappear before it even reached his opponent? What kind of flame was that? It was too terrifying. Lin Xian looked at him and shook his head slightly. Is this your strength? Too weak. As he spoke, he used his finger like a sword and swung it. The Azura sword technique killed in one move. The seawater around Holy Lord Ruoshui was split apart. His forehead split open, and he fell on his back. His body was split into 2 halves. Holy blood dyed the 9 heavens red. A soul escaped in fear and fled into the distance. However, in the next moment, he found that there was an extremely terrifying power around him. The power of reincarnation. An eye floated above his head, causing his soul to kneel on the ground in fear. Stop. I don't want the Dao crystal anymore. Please let me go. He was really too scared. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so powerful. He didn't have the strength to fight back in front of him. Is he really just a young man? Holy Lord Ruoshui couldn't believe it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He continued to use his Rinnegan, and the fire of reincarnation fell. It caused the other party's soul to disappear. Holy Lord Ruoshui died. Until his death, he didn't believe that he would be killed so easily. He kept the other party's storage ring. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the Dao crystal. Feeling the mysterious power, Lin Xian began to comprehend it. The people outside were still waiting. Suddenly, a roar sounded. Damn it! The others turned their heads to look. Are those people from Ruoshui Holy Temple? What happened to them? The faces of the people from Ruoshui Sacred Hall turned ugly. A soul jade tablet in their hands cracked, indicating that one of their elders had fallen. Damn it, how long has it been since he entered, and he's already fallen? Who was it that did it? Don't let me find out who it is. Otherwise, I won't let him off. In the extreme Dao world, Lin Xian continued on his way. Arriving at the edge of the forest, the leopard crouched down, not daring to walk any further. There seemed to be some kind of power that made him fearful. Lin Xian also sighed. Although he had used his soul to control the other party, this was still the extreme Dao world. The might of the extreme Dao affected the other party. Lin Xian waved his hand. Forget it, you can go back. He had unsealed the other party's soul. The leopard prostrated on the ground and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. Then, it turned around and entered the forest again, disappearing. Lin Xian, on the other hand, soared into the air and flew into the distance. As he flew, he comprehended the great Dao crystal. The aura on it was indeed terrifying. It could improve his laws. Lin Xian sensed that his laws of the sword seemed to have become sharper than before. Furthermore, yin and yang laws were even more mysterious and vast. One piece of great Dao crystal was not enough. Lin Xian grasped too many divine abilities. He still had physique and Rinnegan that needed to be improved. He felt that he had to gather great Tao crystals again. After flying like this for a day, Lin Xian came to a stop. This was because he discovered a sea in front of him. This sea cut off the path. There were quite a few figures on the seaside, standing there and looking at the sea ahead. They gnashed their teeth in anger. Damn it, this sea is too terrifying. After I entered, I felt that all the laws seemed to be going to disappear. I'm going to fall into the sea. It was indeed so. Previously, there were a few people who saw the sea and their figures flashed, wanting to rush over. But just flying halfway, they fell into the sea and then disappeared, never to come out again. The other people felt their scalps go numb. They had tried before. No matter what kind of divine ability they executed, it seemed to be unable to go over. At this moment, a woman walked out from the seaside. With a wave of her jade-like hand, she directly tore open a large crack in the void. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. This woman looked weak, but her strength was too terrifying. The woman was overjoyed. She directly flew into the spatial crack, wanting to leave. However, in the next moment, her expression changed. Because she discovered that even if she entered the spatial crack, she still felt that her strength was disappearing. It was as if she was going to fall into the sea. She was so frightened that she hurriedly retreated. Relying on the strength of her physique, she forcefully retreated. Her expression became incomparably ugly. How could this be? Could it be that all of them were going to be stopped here? Are you from the Yi family? At this moment, a voice came from behind. The woman in front suddenly turned her head after hearing this. In the next moment, she was overjoyed. Young Master Lin, it's you. Yi Ro was really too happy. She was very clear about Lin Xian's strength. The surrounding people frowned. They knew the Yi family, a great emperor family. But who was this man who rushed over? He actually made the genius of the Yi family so happy. Could it be that he was an expert? These people came from all over the universe. They had only heard of Lin Wudi's name, but not many had actually seen Lin Xian. So at this moment, they didn't recognize him. Lin Xian nodded at Yi Ro and then said, "Why don't you go over?" Yi Ro said. This sea was too strange. Once one went above it, all the laws would disappear, and one would fall into the sea. Previously, 2 top geniuses had already fallen in and never came out again. It was so strange. Lin Xian frowned. He waved his hand, and the sword chi formed a clone and flew forward. As soon as it arrived above the sea, it instantly sank into the river. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The surrounding people also shook their heads and sighed. They originally thought that the person who came was an expert, but now it seemed that he couldn't do it. The other party couldn't do anything. They didn't have much hope. Young Master Lin, do you have any ideas? Yi Ro asked. Lin Xian opened his right Rinnegan and looked forward. He discovered that there was an extremely mysterious power in the sea. This power could make the laws disappear. This was also the reason why the sages couldn't go over. It was indeed magical. It was Lin Xian's first time seeing this kind of power. As expected of the extreme Tao world. He wondered which extreme Tao weapon created this power. However, through Lin Xian's Rinnegan, he could see that this seemed to be the power of a formation. Fairy, I don't think you have any hope. He can't go over at all. A man next to her said coldly. The other person also said, why don't we join forces? We might have a chance. The 2 of them looked at Yi Ro and the corners of their lips curled up, revealing handsome smiles. However, they were destined to be disappointed because Yi Ro didn't care about them at all. She looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Damn it, was she looking down on them? The 2 handsome geniuses beside her were instantly furious. Could it be that the 2 of them couldn't compare to the other party? They stared at Lin Xian with unkind expressions. Soon, they sneered. They wanted to see how the other party was going to cross the sea of bitterness. Maybe they didn't even need to do anything, the other party would die in the sea of bitterness. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and his right eye emitted a terrifying light. Reincarnation, tunnel. The ground cracked open, and a palm appeared, carrying him forward. After coming up, Lin Xian waved his hand and brought Yi Ro up as well. The two of them flew towards the Sea of Bitterness. At this moment, the surrounding people were all focused on the other party. Could he succeed? The two handsome geniuses sneered. They didn't believe it. But not long after, they were stunned because they found that the hand had entered the Sea of Bitterness and still hadn't disappeared. They flew all the way with Lin Xian and finally crossed the Sea of Bitterness. No way, am I dreaming? He actually crossed the Sea of Bitterness. Heavens, how did he do it? What was that hand of earth? How could he be so powerful? Countless discussions could be heard. No wonder Yi Rou trusted him so much. It turned out that he was a terrifying expert. After the two handsome geniuses heard this, their faces became extremely ugly. Although the other party didn't attack them, it was a slap to their faces. Damn it, I don't believe it. The power of the Sea of Bitterness must have disappeared. Among them, a man in purple robes roared. He soared into the sky, and under his feet, a purple auspicious cloud quickly flew away. He instantly arrived above the Sea of Bitterness. No, he suddenly roared crazily because he found that the power of the cloud under his feet had disappeared. The laws on his body were also gone. He fell into the Sea of Bitterness and then disappeared. The other people's scalps went numb. It wasn't that the power of the Sea of Bitterness disappeared, but that they weren't strong enough to cross the Sea of Bitterness. The other man in blue was terrified. He didn't have the courage to try again. But he was unwilling. Young Master Lin, who was he? What did you say? His surname is Lin. What does he look like? At this moment, a voice came from behind. Everyone looked over, but there was nothing there. The void in front of them cracked open, and a man in a starry robe appeared. He stood in the void like a god of the void. Who are you? The blue-clothed man shouted angrily. A terrifying light flickered in his hand. Let me ask you, was it Lin Wudi who was here before? Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. However, Gu Feng waved his hand, and a starry sky hand suddenly appeared, grabbing the blue-clothed man. The blue-robed man shouted angrily. Sword chi surged from his body. He was also a young tycoon, but he had no power to fight back in front of the other party. Not long after, he was suppressed. Then, ancient wind searched his soul. Very soon, his eyes erupted with a cold light. Lin Wudi, it really is you. With a roar, he charged forward. In an instant, he arrived at the Sea of Bitterness. In the next moment, when he felt the power of this sea, his expression changed. However, he quickly smeared and used the greater void teleportation. With a roar, he completely disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already passed through the Sea of Bitterness. How terrifying. The others were also shocked. This was also an expert. Someone said that he used the power of the void. He should be Gu Feng of the Gu family. Gu Feng was also an extremely terrifying genius. It was said that he was a double-crowned king. They could only look up to such a person. No, who was the Lin Wudi that Gu Feng mentioned, didn't you know? He was an existence who swept across the world and killed Han Tian. He was an existence who could kill the double-crowned king. So powerful. After hearing this, the blue-clothed man knelt on the ground in fear. Did he dare to challenge such a person before? At this moment, he didn't have the mood to continue. He wanted to go home. Go back to his family and never come out again. Why were there so many heaven-defying experts here? On the other side of the Sea of Bitterness, the hand of earth under Lin Xian's feet disappeared. He looked at Yi Rou beside him and said, "All right, go find your opportunity." Yi Rou nodded. "Thank you, Sir Lin." She looked at Lin Xian with incomparable gratitude. Then, he turned around and soared into the air. Lin Xian went on his way again. A Rinnegan appeared above his head, constantly looking around. He used the heavenly Tao of reincarnation. Next, he found another 3 crystals of great Tao. Comprehending and cultivating, Lin Xian felt that his great Tao power was also slowly increasing. Apart from Lin Xian, the others were also frantically collecting Tao crystals. Thunder was still circling between heaven and earth. The Thunder King swept in all directions. There were 2 demonic beasts in front of him. These 2 demonic beasts were also surrounded by the power of extreme Tao. They were very terrifying. However, the Thunder King was also incomparably terrifying. After a great battle, he killed the 2 demonic beasts. He obtained 2 Dao crystals. On the other side, Gufeng looked for Lin Xian but couldn't find him. His expression was cold, but he also found 2 Dao crystals. He clenched his fists and raised his spatial laws with all his might. He even used his spatial great divine ability, turning all of the void within tens of millions of miles into his avatar. The spatial avatar went to search for Dao crystals together. He wanted to obtain the most Dao crystals to improve his spatial great Dao. This time, he wanted to surpass everyone. Apart from him, there was the Fire Qilin, Mount Eternal, Morong Qingqing, and other prodigies. There were also those older generation experts who were all making moves crazily. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. Everyone had long left the initial edge. They gradually set off towards the Central Valley. This extreme Dao world was also very terrifying. Furthermore, this world far exceeded the world that they knew. The further in they went, the more terrifying the aura of extreme Dao. The pressure on them also became greater. Therefore, everyone's advancing speed was not very fast. Furthermore, everyone also knew that they had 10 years and would not easily go out. In this half a month, Lin Xian also collected along the way. His Rinnegan similarly became stronger and stronger. At this moment, he used the Rinnegan to control the 2 great demonic beasts. To search for Dao crystals. The 2 great demonic beasts helped him find 6 Dao crystals, making Lin Xian rejoiced. Lin Xian raised the power of the Rinnegan with all his might. When walking forward, the 2 demonic beasts similarly prostrated on the ground, not daring to leave their own domain. Lin Xian similarly let them go and continued walking. 2 days later, Lin Xian frowned. Through the Rinnegan, he sensed that there were people fighting ahead. Moreover, the number of people was not small. When he sensed the power of one side, his expression instantly turned gloomy. A trace of biting cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. There was a canyon in front of them. There were many people standing in the canyon and they were divided into 2 sides. One side had 9 people while the other side only had 1 person. However, this 1 person suppressed 9 people. Out of the 9 people, 3 of them were injured. At this moment, their faces were extremely ugly. Looking at the armored man in front of them, their eyes were filled with fear. The armored man in front was the 10th emissary of Mount Eternal. He sneered, "You guys are really trash. Now, all of you should obediently get out of this world. Otherwise, I'll make you guys die without a burial ground." "Damn it, why?" The people on the other side roared crazily. The 10th emissary sneered, "Because I'm stronger than you guys. None of you are my match." Although these 9 people were not from the same sect, they were all from the Hidden Emperor planet and knew each other. One of them was Huolongnu. Huolongnu frowned and said, "The 10 emissaries of Mount Eternal are very terrifying. We can't beat them. Let's quickly leave. If necessary, we can give up on the great Dao crystal." Hearing this, the surrounding people frowned. Someone said, "Aren't you overestimating the morale of others and destroying your own prestige?" Another woman also said, "We're not his match in a one-on-one battle. However, with so many of us working together, can't we beat him? If you're afraid, then run away." That woman said to the surrounding people, "Everyone, let's work together." She was a woman from the Wind clan. She couldn't be considered a young genius but a middle-aged one. At this moment, Tian stood up and worked together with the others. Huolongnu sighed when she saw this scene. Others didn't know the strength of Mount Eternal but she knew. She was from the Divine Union. Lin Xian had specifically told her before coming. It was best not to fight with people from Mount Eternal because they were all double crown champions. However, no matter what Huolongnu said, the surrounding people didn't listen. Huolongnu had no choice but to retreat. If necessary, she would leave on her own. The sacred master of the Wind clan was anxious. As for the others, the 3 injured ones also stood up. The 8 of them prepared to attack the 10th emissary together. The 10th emissary sneered, "Do you think you're my match by working together? How naive. Since you aren't willing to submit, then die." In the next instant, a terrifying power erupted from his body like a boundless sea. The 9 heavens 10 earths were shattered. The Wind clan's people's pupils shrank. Not good, they quickly retreated. However, it was too late. The 10th envoy took out a battle hammer and threw it forward. In an instant, the 8 people were sent flying. The 3 injured people in front instantly turned into a bloody mist. The bodies of the others also split apart. The scene was extremely shocking. 8 divine ancestors were unable to defeat the 10th emissary. The people of Mount Eternal were truly terrifying. When Fire Dragon Lady saw this, her face turned pale. She shook her head and sighed. Previously, she didn't really believe that the people of Mount Eternal were powerful, but Lin Xian had warned her. She trusted Lin Xian unconditionally, so she was glad that she didn't make a move. On the other hand, his men had gone mad and became terrified. Damn it, why is he so powerful? Run! The woman from the Wind clan was the first to escape, but in the next moment, a black hand pressed down from the sky. She was sent flying. Her expression became terrified. No. Save me. However, the others were also desperately trying to escape. No one would save her. In the next moment, she was killed by the battle hammer. The others were also terrified. The Wind clan's divine ancestor was also extremely terrifying, but she still couldn't block the other party's attack. Not only that, the surrounding people realized that the world had been sealed by the inextinguishable battle intent. They couldn't escape at all. Even Fire Dragon Lady's expression changed. She realized that she couldn't escape either. At this moment, the 10th envoy looked at her. What a beautiful woman. As he spoke, he grabbed out with his palm. The black palm carried terrifying power. Fire Dragon Lady also roared angrily and struck out with monstrous flames. However, she was no match for the other party. She was knocked back and vomited blood. In the next moment, her face turned pale. The palm enveloped her. At this critical moment, a sword chi suddenly rushed out of Fire Dragon Lady's body. The sword chi was like a giant dragon, blasting away the big black hand. The 10th envoy withdrew his palm. His palm split open and there was a crack on it. In the next moment, his face turned completely cold. Are you courting death? At the same time, he was also surprised that the other party had such power in her body. This wasn't her power. The surrounding people were also stunned. They looked at Fire Dragon Lady as though they saw hope. Someone said, Fire Dragon Lady, please save our lives. We are willing to give you precious treasures. Someone shouted, she's indeed a genius of the Divine Union. She's really strong. Are you from the Divine Union? The 10th envoy's face turned cold. He had naturally heard of the Divine Union. This was the union created by Lin Wudi. Was she one of Lin Wudi's people? A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes when he thought of Lin Wudi. This was because Lin Wudi had injured them and even stolen their limelight. His eyes shone brightly. So you're one of Lin Wudi's people. Then I'll capture you. Lin Wudi dares to go against Mount Eternal. Everyone related to him must die. He took a step forward and the killing intent on his body became even more terrifying. Fire Dragon Lady's face turned extremely ugly. The sword aura just now was one that Lin Xian had left in their bodies before they came. It was used to save their lives at critical moments. However, there was only one. After it was used up, there was no more. Given her strength, she couldn't compete with the other party at all. As she was thinking about it, the 10th envoy attacked again. Fire Dragon Lady was engulfed in another wave of black flames. It was extremely terrifying with black flames on it. Fire Dragon Lady's face was pale. She used all her strength but still couldn't block it. She looked at the black palm that was getting closer and closer. Was she going to die? The others were also in despair. It seemed like no one was a match for the other party. At this moment, a sword light streaked across the sky and attacked the black palm. Not only that, but this sword was also aimed at the 10th envoy. The surrounding people were shocked. Who was so bold? Who dared to challenge the 10th envoy? A roar resounded between heaven and earth. This sword seemed to have turned into eternity. It actually split the black palm apart with a single sword. Not only that, but one of the 10th envoy's arms was also chopped off. The 10th envoy screamed and retreated. His expression turned sinister as he let out a crazy roar. Who is it? Get out here. His roar was earth-shattering. He was really mad that someone could actually injure him. You don't have the right to kill me in all directions. A figure landed between heaven and earth. Everyone looked up and was dumbfounded. Fire Dragon Girl was also surprised. She felt like she had survived a disaster. At that moment, she thought that she was definitely going to die. She didn't expect to be saved. When she saw the person who came, she cried out in surprise. Young master, it's you. The person who came was Lin Xian. Damn it, it's you. The 10th emissary's expression also became extremely ugly. His broken arm had recovered again. However, he didn't dare to be careless. Lin Wuti had defeated the 9th emissary before. He had even injured the 7th emissary. Such a person was very terrifying. He was a double Crown King powerhouse, so he naturally didn't dare to be careless. You dare to attack the people around me. Tell me, how do you want to die? Lin Xian asked coldly. The 10th emissary's pupils constricted. To be honest, his rationality told him that it was best to retreat now. But his pride didn't allow him to do so. Who was he? The emissary who walked out of Mount Eternal was incomparably powerful. Previously, the 8 of them weren't his match even when they joined forces. Now, if he was scared away by one person, if word got out, his reputation would probably be ruined. Therefore, he absolutely wouldn't allow himself to escape. Kill, with an angry roar, the 10th emissary charged out. In the past half a month, he had also obtained the Great Path Crystal and his nomological strength had increased. He didn't believe that he couldn't contend with the other party. The warhammer in his hand was like a mountain pressing down. The surrounding people were all sent flying. They couldn't contend with it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He used his finger like a sword and slashed out. The sword technique returned to its original form and turned into an arc. It collided with the warhammer and sent it flying. The 10th emissary kept retreating. His hand that was holding the warhammer was covered in cracks. It was obvious that he couldn't withstand this power. You're too weak. You're not my match at all. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. Submit. Damn it, Lin Wuti, how dare you underestimate me? The 10th emissary roared crazily. A hint of determination appeared in his eyes. I'll let you see. My most powerful means. The inextinguishable fighting spirit on his body continued to erupt, and his body suddenly grew larger. He transformed into an indomitable giant, and the warhammer in his hand danced non-stop. Strike of the war god, with a roar, the power of the attack was much stronger than before. The surrounding people also felt their scalps go numb. In the face of such a terrifying attack, could Lin Wuti withstand it? It wasn't that they didn't believe in Lin Xian, but the 10th emissary was too terrifying. It made them think that the war god had descended. What shocked them even more was that Lin Xian didn't seem to be making a move. In the face of such an attack, Lin Xian should have used his powerful swordsmanship to counter it. However, Lin Xian didn't. Instead, he stood there with his hands behind his back. Was the other party going to give up resisting? The 10th emissary laughed maniacally. It seemed that he had thought too highly of the other party. In the face of his strongest attack, his opponent seemed to have no strength to resist. Thinking of this, he laughed maniacally and attacked with the battle god. Young master, be careful. Behind him, Fire Dragon exclaimed. Lin Xian smiled. It didn't matter. He couldn't hurt him. Lin Xian indeed didn't use his swordsmanship, but it didn't mean that he had given up attacking. An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. Reincarnation, Heavenly Path. A Rinnegan appeared in the sky and looked down. At this moment, everyone's soul felt a huge suppression. The 10th emissary's pupils constricted. Not good. He was careless. He thought that Lin Xian didn't use his swordsmanship because he was afraid. He didn't expect that the other party would use a soul pupil technique. In a panic, he tried to block it. However, how could he block the Rinnegan and Heavenly Path of Reincarnation? It was too terrifying. In an instant, it pierced through his soul, and his huge body stopped. Then, he fell to the ground on his back. His aura rapidly weakened. The surrounding people were stunned. He was dead. It was a one-shot kill, they were trembling in fear. That was the 10th emissary. What a powerful and terrifying double champion, but now he was killed by Lin Xian in an instant. What kind of eyes were those? It was too terrifying. The 10th emissary felt that his soul was about to scatter. No, his eyes were filled with fear as he roared uneasily. At this moment, a talisman paper appeared between his eyebrows and enveloped him. In the next moment, the talisman paper disappeared. Was he dead? Everyone was shocked. However, Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. No, the other party had escaped. His reincarnation gaze pierced through heaven and earth, but he found that the other party seemed to have really escaped. He left this world. Outside the extreme path world, in the secluded heaven, those powerhouses were waiting. Suddenly, they found that the void cracked open, and a figure fell down. What was going on? Someone came out, it shouldn't be, who was it? They had never heard of anyone who could come out of the extreme path world. They all looked over. In the next moment, they exclaimed because it was the 10th emissary of Mount Eternal. After the 10th emissary came out, he roared to the sky. Damn it, damn Lin Wudi, I will never let you go. What? Was it Lin Wudi who did it? He eliminated the 10th emissary. Countless exclamations sounded, and the people of the Emperor clan also frowned. Even if he was eliminated, he was still dead. How could the other party come out? The great elder of Mount Eternal's expression changed. Damn it, what was going on? Did you use all the talismans? He knew that the 10 emissaries had the human sovereign between their eyebrows. It was something left for them to save their lives. Now that the other party was teleported out, it was very likely that he had used his final trump card. The 10th emissary gritted his teeth and was unwilling to accept this. He had no choice, he was almost killed. The great elder of Mount Eternal's pupils constricted. Was Lin Wudi already so terrifying? The 10th emissary said that he was careless and was ambushed by him. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have lost. Although he said that, he still felt fear. That glance just now made him feel as if he was facing a god. The others were also shocked. Lin Wudi was inside. Had his strength increased again, it seemed that he had easily defeated the 10th emissary. They didn't know how powerful he was now. The great elder of Mount Eternal also gritted his teeth. Don't worry, he won't continue to be arrogant. Although the 10th emissary was defeated, they still had 9 people. Especially the first 3 emissaries, they were extremely terrifying. Lin Wudi definitely couldn't contend against them. Inside the extreme path realm, the surrounding people were still in a dream state. They didn't expect that the danger would be resolved just like that. Young master, are you alright? Behind him, Fire Dragon Girl ran over with a face full of concern. Lin Xian smiled and said, he can't hurt me. As he spoke, Lin Xian sent out another sword energy into Fire Dragon Girl's body. You have to be careful in the future. Fire Dragon Girl nodded. She wanted to follow Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian said that everyone had their own opportunities. You have to find them yourself. Alright, I understand. Fire Dragon Girl was a little disappointed, but she also knew that Lin Xian was doing this for her own good. Along the way, she was like a flower growing in a greenhouse. In the end, she had to be independent. Lin Xian's figure flashed and floated away, leaving the others behind. Those people hurriedly bowed towards the void. They were incomparably grateful. On Lin Xian's side, he killed the 10th emissary in one glance and left, shocking countless people. In another mountain range, a great battle was also taking place. However, there were no spectators at this moment. However, this battle was also very terrifying. One of the 2 sides of the battle was the terrifying 8th emissary in armor. The other person was a figure surrounded by multicolored light. She was as mysterious as a god. She was the born Taoism aptitude. The 8th emissary held a pagoda in his hand. It kept growing bigger and bigger, sweeping in all directions. However, the born Taoism aptitude was even more terrifying. He directly pushed back the 8th emissary with one palm. It was as if no one could defeat him. Damn it. The 8th emissary roared crazily. He was also extremely shocked. He didn't expect the other party's strength to be so strong. It was completely beyond his imagination. I don't believe that I will lose. As a powerhouse from Mount Eternal, he couldn't bear it. He crazily attacked again. The two collided, and the sound of the sky falling and the earth cracking rang out. The surroundings were shattered. One could imagine how terrifying this power was. However, what was even more shocking was that the born Taoism aptitude was not injured at all. He resisted this black pagoda with his bare hands. Not only that, his palms formed a divine seal and sent the pagoda flying with one palm. The eighth emissary also spat out blood and flew backward. A crack appeared on his body. How was this possible? This Tao seal made him feel terrified. His body was pierced through. He used the power of immortality and recovered his body. However, he didn't continue to fight. Now, the other party was so terrifying just by relying on the strength of his body. If the other party used any weapons, he was no match for him at all. Taoism aptitude, just you wait. There are many experts in Mount Eternal. One day, I will kill you. He ran very fast. However, the born Taoism aptitude rose into the air. She formed a seal with her hands and attacked 3 times in a row. The eighth emissary's body was torn apart and turned into a bloody mist. He was enveloped by the pagoda and fled in panic. He was seriously injured. The born Taoism aptitude stood in the void. She watched the scene of him fleeing and didn't attack again. The other party was no match for her at all. She didn't care at all. After beating the other party away, the born Taoism aptitude once again searched for the Great Path. On the other side, Lin Xian set off once again. He was prepared to cross the Sea of Bitterness once again. Although his strength had increased compared to before, he was not satisfied. His goal was to win the Triple Crown. However, from the looks of it, he was still a long way away from the Triple Crown. In that case, he would have to increase his cultivation first. Lin Xian wanted to reach the saint level. In this way, his strength would also undergo a tremendous change. As he thought of this, Lin Xian hurriedly searched for great Tao crystals. The power of reincarnation in his eyes swept out and he finally found another sea of misery. The Sea of Bitterness was boundless. This time, the power of the Sea of Bitterness seemed to be even more terrifying than before. Lin Xian used reincarnation and said. The hand of reincarnation started to shake violently. He shouted coldly, and the eye of reincarnation shone brightly once again. The phantoms of the 6 worlds appeared, and he instantly left the Sea of Sufferings like a meteor. At this moment, 3 figures approached from behind. A woman, a middle-aged man, and an old man. The woman was dressed in green. She looked forward and rubbed her eyes. It can't be, right? I didn't see wrongly, right? Just now, a figure seemed to have crossed the Sea of Bitterness. The middle-aged man beside her shook his head. How was that possible? The Sea of Bitterness was boundless. When we crossed the first Sea of Bitterness, it was already so difficult. Who could cross it so easily? You must have seen wrongly. The woman shook her head. I did see it. She looked at the old man again. The old man narrowed his eyes and said. Could it be that the power of this Sea of Bitterness was not as strong as before? Let me test it out. He was also a terrifying divine ancestor. He happened to be 5,000 years old this year and could participate. His strength could be said to be very terrifying. With a stomp of his foot, he instantly arrived above the Sea of Bitterness like a phantom. But in the next moment, he screamed and retreated. His expression became terrified. Damn it, the power of this Sea of Bitterness was even more terrifying than the first one. No one could cross it easily. The woman in green's expression also changed. She knew how terrifying this old man's strength was. Even he suffered a loss, which meant that no one could cross it easily. But she clearly saw it just now. Could it be that she was really seeing wrongly? The woman in green could only shake her head helplessly. Other than Lin Xian, some experts also started to cross the second Sea of Bitterness. For example, the fire Qilin had crossed the second Sea of Bitterness. At this moment, he came to a mountain range. There was a demonic beast in front of him. It was an eagle, a black eagle. It spread its wings and floated in the air. It roared and tore the 9 heavens with its sharp claws. The fire Qilin roared and turned into a Qilin. It was as if a god was burning the 9 heavens as it contended with the eagle. The two of them exchanged 5 moves. The fire Qilin was forced back and his blood was boiling. How was that possible? How could this eagle be so terrifying? No, there was a mysterious rune between the eagle's brows. It was an extreme Dao rune. It was completely different from the demonic beasts he had encountered before. Those demonic beasts were formed in the extreme Dao world, but they did not have such extreme Dao runes. Although they were powerful, they were only at the saint level. He could easily kill them. However, the eagle in front of him was definitely at the saint level. Moreover, it was extremely terrifying among the saint lords. There was an extreme Dao aura on the eagle. Damn it. After a great battle, the fire Qilin turned around and left. However, the black eagle roared at the sky and condensed extreme Dao power. Its sharp claws slashed over. The fire Qilin was scratched and cracks appeared on his body. He was finally frightened. He used his power and quickly fled. In the end, he fled for 3 days before he escaped the pursuit. Hiding in the vast mountains, the fire Qilin's expression became incomparably ugly. Originally, he thought that he was the double champion and had found many Dao crystals here. With his strength increasing, he could ignore everything. But now, reality gave him a ruthless slap. This world was far more terrifying than he imagined. There were even some demonic beasts with extreme Dao power that he could not contend with at all. If he was outside, he could use extreme Dao weapons to contend with them. But here, he could not use extreme Dao power at all. Therefore, he could only admit defeat. It seemed that he absolutely could not easily provoke these demonic beasts with extreme Dao runes in the future. Behind another waterfall, the dark red divine dragon was also gnashing his teeth. He also had several wounds on his body. Damn it, why were the demonic beasts here so terrifying? Very clearly, he also encountered a demonic beast with extreme Dao runes. Originally, he thought that it was an opportunity to destroy the other party. Who would have thought that he would be chased by the other party for 10 days? He finally escaped with great difficulty and almost died in the hands of a demonic beast. Lin Xian continued to search for Dao crystals. This time, he found 2 at a time. This made him very happy. At this moment, an angry shout came from afar. Put them down. Several figures flew over from behind and in front of him. The auras of these 4 figures were very terrifying. They were the 4 older generation sacred ancestors. They shouted angrily, "Get lost, young man." One of them waved his sleeve, bringing about a monstrous storm. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword, tearing the storm apart. In the next moment, he picked up the 2 Dao crystals. Damn it, the 4 sacred ancestors shouted crazily, but Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. He threw the great Dao crystal into the 9 heavens. Good boy, you're quite honest. The 4 of them charged into the sky. Get lost. The 2 of them fought a monstrous storm, and the other 2 also shouted angrily. The 2 sides fought. They didn't know what was good for them. Lin Xian sneered. He stood with his hands behind his back and didn't leave. Because he felt that there was a terrifying demonic beast lurking in the surroundings. A cloud condensed in the sky, then turned into a large cloud hand, and fell from the sky. With a boom, the 2 sacred ancestors were instantly blasted into a bloody mist. The other 2 also vomited blood and flew backward. They were torn apart. Damn it, what kind of demonic beast was this? The 2 injured sacred ancestors were terrified. They recovered their bodies, and their faces were full of shock. Because they found that the other 2 sacred ancestors had been killed. It killed 2 great sage ancestors with a claw. This demonic beast was too terrifying. Even Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. So powerful, he found that this was also beyond his expectations. Roar, the cloud turned into a demonic beast, roared at the sky, and swallowed the 2 Dao crystals in an instant. Then, he narrowed his eyes. Lin Xian's face darkened. After spitting it out, he punched toward the sky, as if turning into a golden crow, sweeping through heaven and earth, and blasting toward the cloud beast. The cloud mist beast was hit, and its body was covered in mist. In the next moment, it was furious and roared toward the sky. Lin Xian, however, sent out even more golden crows to attack. Not good, does this guy want to die? Don't drag us along. As for the other two who were injured, they recovered and turned to flee. But it was too late. The cloud mist beast looked up at the sky and waved its sharp claws, tearing the two who were running away into pieces. Then, he clawed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared furiously as he fought back. With a boom, he was blasted back. What terrifying claws! The light of reincarnation appeared in Lin Xian's eyes as he observed carefully. The flowing cloud beast did not have a fixed shape, but it did have a pair of eyes. Above the eye, there was a mysterious rune that carried an extremely powerful aura. How terrifying! This was completely different from the demonic beasts he had encountered before. The other party contained an enormous amount of power. No wonder he was so terrifying that he could kill 4 sacred ancestors so easily. The flowing cloud beast was even more shocked. In its eyes, the sacred leaders were like ants. However, the young man in front of it was not dead, and he was not even injured. It was even more shocked. At the same time, it was also angered. It rode on a cloud and charged downward. Lin Xian soared into the sky and charged toward the 9 heavens. 9 stars appeared behind him and kept spinning. 9-star sword technique. 1 star after another soared into the sky and fought with the cloud mist beast. The cloud mist beast's body was pierced, but it was not injured at all. However, its attack could threaten Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was cold. He used the invincible power of the dragon. The sword chi became extremely sharp. This time, it pierced through the flowing cloud beast's body, and the flowing cloud beast felt pain. It roared crazily, and its eyes instantly turned red. The rune between its eyebrows kept spinning, and an extremely powerful aura spread out. It roared at the sky, and a terrifying killing intent pierced through heaven and earth. Its entire body charged over. At this moment, even the people and monsters in the distance were so scared that they all prostrated on the ground. They looked into the distance in horror. What was happening there? Lin Xian also roared and used the sword chi to the extreme. Now, only the invincible power could restrain the other party. Otherwise, the other party's aura would be too much of a threat to him. Cracks appeared on the 9 yang divine body. Lin Xian used the Tai Chi diagram to envelop his body, and at the same time, he used the sword chi to attack. After a great battle, heaven and earth shattered as if it was the end of the world. No one dared to come within millions of miles. Although the great dragon sword soul could not be used, Lin Xian could use its power. Every sword chi was extremely sharp, and it caused the cloud mist beast to be severely injured. It let out a terrified roar, and after hundreds of moves, it fled in despair. Trying to escape, Lin Xian roared angrily. He would not give the other party a chance. He felt an extremely powerful aura from the other party. If he swallowed this power, then it would greatly improve his laws and cultivation. In this way, he would be one step closer to the Saint Lord realm. Heavenly reincarnation Tao. In the sky, a pair of godlike eyes appeared, and a palm stretched out from his eyes and fell from the sky. The hand of the sky. Boom, the cloud mist beast's body was sent flying, and it let out a painful roar. The sword chi on Lin Xian's body kept rushing out, like thousands of swords returning to their origin. He turned into a yin-yang diagram and rotated in the sky. The yin-yang energy turned into yin-yang swords and kept falling. Reincarnation Tao, Lin Xian attacked again. The ground cracked, and the endless power of reincarnation turned into the gate of reincarnation. It was as if it was going to swallow the cloud mist beast. In the end, the cloud mist beast screamed and was killed. The extreme Tao rune between his brows slowly disappeared, and a terrifying extreme Tao aura swept out in all directions. Lin Xian was delighted. He waved his sleeve and kept all the extreme Tao aura. At the same time, he opened the sword world. He would not allow any of them to escape. In the distance, those people looked up at the sky and saw extreme Tao aura appearing one after another in the sky. Every one of them made people jealous. This was a power even more terrifying than the Tao crystal. Go quickly. In an instant, more than a dozen figures rose into the sky and flew towards the extreme Dao aura. But when they were halfway there, they realized that the 7 extreme Dao auras had all disappeared. Had they been taken away by someone? They were unwilling to accept this. They flew quickly. Lin Xian sensed that someone was coming. He took out the Hellfire Dragon sword and swung it with both hands. This attack had the power to sweep the world. Get lost, half of the people were sent flying by this sword, and the others were forced back by that shocking roar. What kind of expert was this? Their scalps went numb, and they did not dare to go forward. Lin Xian rose into the air and stood above the 9 heavens as he said coldly. You want to compete with me for the treasure? Those people looked up at the sky. When they saw that it was Lin Xian, their scalps went numb. They all shook their heads. Young Master Lin misunderstood. After saying that, they turned around and fled. Lin Xian left this place and came to a safe place. He went into seclusion and began to cultivate. After entering the sword world, Lin Xian began to absorb the 7 extreme Dao Qi with all his might. A year later, Lin Xian finished absorbing all the extreme Dao Qi. His eyes erupted with an intense light. His cultivation had increased a lot compared to before. However, Lin Xian clenched his fists. He felt that it was not enough. If he could kill another demon beast with an extreme Dao rune, then Lin Xian would be able to break through to the Saint Lord realm. Such a demon beast was extremely rare and difficult to find. More importantly, such a demon beast was extremely terrifying. Even Lin Xian had to use all of his means in order to be able to kill it. Following that, Lin Xian began to search for such a demon beast. After more than a year, Lin Xian finally found a second demon beast with an extreme Dao rune. This demon beast was a shark in the Sea of Bitterness. The Sea of Bitterness was already extremely terrifying. Once one entered the Sea of Bitterness, their power and laws would disappear, let alone fighting in the Sea of Bitterness. Lin Xian used the reincarnation path and used the power of reincarnation to resist the power of the Sea of Bitterness. In the next moment, he stretched out a large hand. The large golden hand carried boundless flames and directly pulled out the shark. He threw it into the 9 heavens. Lin Xian charged over. The shark roared crazily. There was an extreme Dao rune between his brows. The extreme Dao aura on his body was incomparably terrifying. In this place, he was the overlord. No one was his match. But now, someone actually dared to challenge him. He could not tolerate it. Ant, you dare to challenge me? Do you want to die? It opened its mouth and spat out seawater that filled the sky. It turned into a terrifying light that pierced through heaven and earth. Lin Xian roared and used all his firepower to fight. Yin-yang diagram, Rinnegan, all sorts of sword qi, as well as a powerful divine body, constantly attacked. The shark was forced to retreat. Kill. For a moment, it could not return to the Sea of Bitterness. It roared crazily. He was enraged to the extreme, and the extreme path rune between his eyebrows suddenly erupted. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed over, crashing into Lin Xian. Half of Lin Xian's body was shattered, but he seized the opportunity and pierced his opponent with his sword. At the same time, Rinnegan crazily attacked the opponent's soul. It was a difficult battle, but Lin Xian finally managed to kill his opponent. He had obtained another 7 strands of extreme Dao energy. Lin Xian was overjoyed and put them all away. His shattered body also began to heal. This time, Lin Xian directly entered the Sea of Bitterness to cultivate. This was the safest place. Lin Xian once again returned to the sword world to heal his injuries. After using the divine water of life to repair it, Lin Xian began to absorb the new extreme Dao energy. This time, Lin Xian used more than a year's time to finally absorb all of the extreme Dao Qi. The aura on his body was also constantly erupting. Lin Xian's eyes revealed a cold light. He was about to break through. He broke through in the sword world and received the impact of thunder. At the same time, a few more people came from outside. They wanted to cross the Sea of Bitterness. There were about a dozen people who came. Half of them were seniors, and the other half were young geniuses. After these few years, their expressions had become solemn. The aura on their bodies had also become more and more terrifying. Too many people had been eliminated in the past few years, and the remaining people could be said to be strong. They came to the surroundings of the Sea of Bitterness and looked around. They sucked in a breath of cold air. There had been a great battle here, and there were still remnants of a terrifying aura. Heavens, what kind of battle was this? I feel like this sword strike can split open a world. It's not just one world, it makes me feel like several worlds can be split open. If it wasn't for the suppression of the extreme path martial tool, it would have been shattered long ago. Everyone discussed animatedly. Other than the biting cold sword chi, they also felt a terrifying aura of the extreme path surrounding them. Heavens, could it be that there are demon beasts with extreme power roaming around nearby? They were terrified. Over the years, they had also sensed quite a few demon beasts. They could still contend against and even kill ordinary demon beasts. However, there were some demon beasts with a rune between their eyebrows. They had seen it before and were unable to contend against it. A single claw could tear a sacred master into pieces. Many people had fallen because of it. In the hands of such a demon beast, the others had been hunted down and killed. At this moment, when they felt this aura, they were also shocked. A sacred master walked over and said, "From the looks of it, it should be a battle from a few years ago. Perhaps that demon beast had left long ago." They didn't know who was so unlucky to be killed by this demon beast. Everyone discussed animatedly. At this moment, another crack appeared. Everyone looked up and exclaimed in the next moment. It was Gu Feng. Only this person could have such spatial divine abilities. After Gu Feng arrived, he narrowed his eyes when he sensed the aura around him. A demon beast with a rune? It was indeed terrifying. He had experienced it before. All of a sudden, her pupils shrank as she sensed another wave of energy. He waved his hand and grabbed the dried blood on the ground. He carefully sensed it. What powerful blood, terrifying power, and the aura of flames. This was the 9-yang divine blood. Gu Feng was shocked. Only the 9-yang divine body could produce blood. Only Lin Xian had the 9-yang divine body. In other words, Lin Xian had fought here and was injured. That's great. Gu Feng was overjoyed. According to his guess, Lin Xian was unlucky. He encountered a demon beast with an extreme path rune and fought with it before escaping with heavy injuries. Moreover, this should have happened within a year or two. After being injured by an extreme path rune, even the other party would find it difficult to fully recover. This meant that the other party should be injured now. If he could find the other party, then his chances of killing the other party would be greater. Thinking of this, Gu Feng roared excitedly. That's great. Lin Wudi, let's see how you die this time. The surrounding people were shocked. They had naturally heard of Lin Wudi's name. Could it be that the one who had fought here was Lin Wudi? Lin Wudi fought with a terrifying demon beast and escaped with heavy injuries. It was too unbelievable. Countless people exclaimed. Gu Feng, who was above, had already begun to search for clues. He wanted to chase after the other party. Soon, he frowned. Because he found that those clues disappeared when he reached the Sea of Bitterness. Did the other party cross the Sea of Bitterness? Thinking of this, he snorted coldly and prepared to cross the Sea of Bitterness. Although the Sea of Bitterness ahead was more terrifying than before, with his current strength, he was not afraid at all. The current him was already a double crown king. Moreover, in the past few years, he had found many great path crystals to improve his spatial law. Lin Wudi, this time I will definitely not let you escape. Gu Feng tore open the void and was about to cross the Sea of Bitterness. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were frightened. Could it be that the demonic beast was still there? Gu Feng's pupils contracted as well. If that was the case, he didn't dare to resist. His figure swayed as he retreated. This palm strike pierced through the void, but his face soon sank. Gu Feng realized that it wasn't a demonic beast, but a human's hand. The others also noticed it and started discussing. Who was it? Was it a demonic beast in human form? Everyone looked carefully. A figure walked out from the Sea of Misery. Gu Feng's pupils contracted. Lin Wudi. It's you. He was really shocked. The surrounding people were also stunned. Lin Wudi? This person was the legendary Lin Wudi. They looked carefully. How did he walk out from the Sea of Misery? Heavens, this Lin Wuti is too terrifying. The Sea of Misery was boundless. Countless people didn't dare to enter it. Once they entered the sea, they would lose their strength and laws. They wouldn't be able to resist. But now, Lin Wuti completely ignored this power. Everyone was frightened and their scalps went numb. He was indeed a legendary person. That's right, the person who walked out was indeed Lin Xian. After he killed the rune demonic beast, he came to the Sea of Misery to cultivate and absorb the extreme Tao aura. After more than a year, he finally succeeded in breaking through. Right now, he was already a saint. His strength and cultivation had undergone an earth-shattering change compared to before. Although he hadn't reached the Triple Crown champion, he was still an extremely terrifying existence among the Double Crown champions. When Lin Xian woke up from the Sea of Misery, he heard Gu Feng's voice above the Sea of Misery. Gu Feng actually wanted to kill him and wanted to take his life while he was injured. A trace of biting cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. This Gu Feng had gone against him many times. Previously, he had the protection of a great emperor clan. This time, in the extreme Tao world, he wouldn't let Gu Feng go. Therefore, he made a move. After Lin Xian walked out, he said coldly. I heard that you've been looking for me all over the world and even wanted to kill me. I'm standing here now. I'll give you a chance. Make your move. Gu Feng's face darkened, and his brows furrowed tightly. He did want to kill the other party before, but the fact that the other party came out of the Sea of Bitterness was too strange. He examined him carefully but did not find any injuries on his body. Could it be that he had already recovered? Even an injury of the extreme path could be healed so quickly. It was truly unbelievable. Lin Xian sneered. What? Am I standing here? You don't dare, it was really trash. Damn brat, you're underestimating me. Gu Feng was also furious. Regardless of whether the other party had recovered from his injuries, he decided to make a move. If the other party really recovered to his peak, he could just leave. He traveled the world, and no one could stop him. He was very confident in his void technique. Thinking of this, he sneered. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Gu Feng moved. With a wave of his sleeve, tens of millions of spatial rifts shot forward. At the same time, a terrifying great Tao bloomed in Gu Feng's hand, and the void finger shot out. Silently, he instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian gave a cold cry. Terrifying power instantly erupted from his body. With a single punch, he charged forward. At this moment, heaven and earth shattered. The Sea of Bitterness below surged. He was like the divine king, erupting with endless divine light. This punch shook the void. Tens of millions of large rifts in the surroundings shattered. Gu Feng vomited blood, flying out backward. Half of his body turned into a bloody mist. He disappeared without a trace. Those people around were also sent flying by this power, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were full of horror. What kind of power was this? It completely surpassed them. Gu Feng screamed in pain. His face was pale, cold sweat flowing down. His entire person went crazy. How was this possible? Previously, he could not beat Lin Wuti because he was just a young big shot. And the other party was a double crown king. Now, he had long become a double crown king. In addition, absorbing great Tao crystals these few years, his strength had long surpassed the past. He could completely compete with Lin Xian. But now, he was actually seriously injured by a punch. The other party's power was too strong. But Lin Xian sneered. What? Are you very surprised? Do you think that you're my match after becoming the double crown king? It's a pity that you'll never be my match. I'll let you experience my power. Lin Xian gave a cold snort. Stomping his foot, strong wind spread out, flames sweeping the 9 heavens. Your cultivation. Gu Feng's eyes almost popped out. Late-stage great sage cultivation. Holy Lord, did the other party break through to become a holy lord? This was impossible. Did the other party already reach this level? He turned around and fled. The previous Lin Wuti was already so terrifying without breaking through. Now that he broke through a realm, how powerful was his strength? He was not a match. Damn it, the other party had this kind of opportunity. His eyes were red. He was jealous to death, but he did not dare to fight at all now. He fled. Those people watching the battle in the distance were also dumbfounded. This was Gu Feng, the Double Crown King. How terrifying was the void power, but in front of Lin Xian, he didn't even have the courage to fight. Lin Xian sneered. Are you trying to escape? He pointed his finger like a sword. Wherever the sword pointed, heaven and earth would collapse. The endless void shattered. Within a crack, Gu Feng's body began to tremble. His face was pale. Then, he tore open the void again. Great spatial shift. He instantly fled. It's useless. You can't escape. Rinnegan. Lin Xian used Rinnegan. Terrifying eyes appeared and looked down. 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Xian locked onto the other party and slashed out again. 9 stars aligned. Between heaven and earth, 9 stars flickered, illuminating the sky. Then, the 9 stars connected, and a divine sword swept forward. What kind of sword was this? The people in the nearby area all looked up at the sky. Heavens, did a god descend to the world? Someone was fighting. They were shocked. Gu Feng's scalp went numb. Feeling this sword, his face turned green. Damn it. He formed a void pagoda and stood in the void. When this pagoda appeared, the surrounding void instantly changed. It either rotated, folded, or directly formed a black hole. All offensive divine abilities couldn't pass through under the effect of such spatial power. This also gave Gu Feng hope to escape. However, Lin Xian's sword was invincible and had the power of the dragon soul. Therefore, this sword directly sent the void pagoda flying. Whether it was the folded space, the rotated space, or the black hole space, they all shattered. One of Gu Feng's arms was cut off. However, he cultivated the great emperor's ancient scripture after all. The power of the void was terrifying. At the critical moment, he still used great spatial shift to quickly escape. Although he dodged the fatal blow, he didn't dare to be careless at all. Because Lin Xian had a Rinnegan, that pair of eyes was enough to lock onto him, so he escaped like the wind. It's useless. You can't escape. Lin Xian stood in the void, using Rinnegan to the extreme. He firmly locked onto the other party. The power of reincarnation was indeed terrifying. The great spatial shift was also incomparably terrifying. If it were any other double champion, the other party would have escaped long ago. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan and charged into the distance. The power of reincarnation and the aura of the soul continued to descend. This technique was too terrifying. Even a sacred master might not be able to resist it. Gu Feng's expression changed when he felt this power. Damn it, his opponent's Rinnegan seemed to have become stronger than before. He struck out with a backhand palm. Space folded, forming a terrifying space law that shot up into the sky, forming a space of tens of millions of miles to resist his opponent's soul. Boom, the impact of the Rinnegan made a deafening sound in this space. In an instant, the space was torn apart, and then it quickly charged forward. Gu Feng's face turned pale, and his blood boiled. Damn it. Lin Wudi, just you wait. Don't give me a chance, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Xian sneered from thousands of miles away. Give you a chance? Dream on. This is the time of your death. He did not intend to let him go. As he spoke, he shot out another soul flame that seemed to be able to burn everything. At this moment, the sacred ancestors were so scared that their bodies trembled. The power of this soul was enough to destroy their souls. Void exile, Gu Feng shouted angrily. The power of space tore apart, forming cracks that enveloped his body. He was exiled to the eternal universe. Kill him, Lin Xian shouted angrily, an endless sword energy appeared on his body. He took out the Hellfire Dragon sword and slashed the sky, and a terrifying sword energy shot up into the sky. The void in the sky shattered. Gu Feng was in the space tunnel, and he was also affected. Damn it. It was the power of the great dragon sword soul. This power was invincible, and it could destroy the void. Even if he was exiled, he could still be slashed. Damn it, he seemed to have met his nemesis. His opponent's eyes could find his location, and his sword technique could threaten him. Although his space god art was powerful, if these two were combined, it would be useless. He could not do anything. Moreover, Lin Xian's cultivation had broken through, and he was much stronger. Space seal. Gu Feng gritted his teeth and threw out a scroll. The scroll opened. There was an extremely terrifying space above. The moment the formation was formed, it sealed the world. The sword chi that filled the sky seemed to have been sealed as well. When they collided with the sword chi, there was a deafening sound. That's great. Gu Feng grabbed this chance and quickly escaped. Can you leave? The heavenly Tao of Samsara. The hand of heaven descended from the sky, causing the winds and clouds in the void to tremble. At the same time, Lin Xian used the 9-star alignment. Sword chi filled the sky and formed a divine sword. The seal of the void was broken with a single slash. The scroll was also split into 2 halves. Gu Feng vomited blood again and was sent flying. Damn it, he roared crazily. Lin Xian's terrifying demon god wings appeared behind his back. With a flap of his wings, he drew a streak of light in the air. This time, he gave chase. Demon god seal. A huge seal descended from the sky, shattering the surrounding void. Gu Feng used greater void shift, narrowly dodging this attack. However, his expression became even more terrifying. Void blade. At this moment, he waved his hands. Several terrifying void blades appeared around Lin Xian and slashed towards him. He couldn't block them at all. He used the power of his divine body to block them. When these void blades hit his body, they produced a deafening sound, causing his chi and blood to churn. However, at this moment, his physique was much stronger than before. After all, he was now a true sacred venerate. Therefore, he used his physique to completely block the void blades. It's useless. If you hadn't broken through, your void laws would indeed be a threat to me. You could even tear my body apart. Unfortunately, I've already broken through. I've become a true sacred venerate. My 9-yang divine body has improved. With your current void divine ability, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to tear my body apart. Damn it. Almost. Gu Feng gritted his teeth. Why didn't he find him earlier? If he found him before he broke through, he was absolutely confident that he could compete with him. However, he couldn't do it now. Damn you, Lin Wudi, get out of here. As Gu Feng fled, he turned around and threw out a void cauldron. That cauldron contained powerful spatial laws. It condensed and moved, instantly enveloping Lin Xian. In an instant, he teleported Lin Xian into the Sea of Misery. Thinking about it, the Sea of Misery's power should be able to restrain Lin Xian. After doing all this, Gu Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Below, Lin Xian instantly returned to the starting point. He even entered the Sea of Misery. As expected of a spatial divine ability, it was indeed powerful. The surrounding Sea of Misery's power attacked. Lin Xian used the reincarnation path. A mysterious hand enveloped him. The reincarnation path's power blocked the Sea of Misery's power. Lin Xian charged out again. You can't escape. Lin Xian charged out. Demon God Wings. Once again, he used his maximum speed to chase after Gu Feng. Gu Feng's expression was ugly. Even this couldn't restrain his opponent, he could only frantically escape. Now, he desperately hoped to meet the Fire Qilin or someone from the Purple Mansion realm. This way, he could join forces with them. Lin Xian naturally knew that there was more than one double crown champion in this world. He wouldn't let these people join forces. He frantically chased after Gu Feng. The two of them, one fleeing and one chasing, flew continuously in the extreme path world. During this period, they met many people. They all looked up at the sky. Heavens, what a terrifying spatial power. It's Gu Feng. What is he doing? He's escaping. No way, he's a double crown champion. He even cultivated the great emperor's ancient scripture. Who could threaten him? The people below went crazy. Next, they saw a black light streak across the void. Only the powerful divine ancestors could see it. Heavens, this speed is too fast. Demonic chi. What a terrifying demonic chi. Is the demon god descending? Why do I feel that this aura is like Lin Wudi's? A divine ancestor from the Golden Crow race felt his scalp go numb. The others also sucked in a breath of cold air. Indeed, they all knew that Lin Wudi had the demon emperor's inheritance. Lin Wudi was chasing after Gu Feng. Heavens, this is too unbelievable. Countless people looked up at the void. At this moment, no one dared to make a move. Boom. Lin Xian chased from behind while brandishing the Nine Suns' divine fist. His fist turned into a sun and flew forward. At the same time, he once again unleashed sword chi, which turned into a terrifying dragon and charged forward. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Gu Feng, who was in front, constantly used the law of space to dodge. His chi and blood were tumbling. This was the best situation. If he didn't have the great emperor's spatial divine ability, he would have died 100 times. Even so, his situation wasn't good. If Lin Xian really caught up to him, he would be in danger. At this moment, Lin Xian was at the back. He held the divine sword with both hands and slashed out. This sword carried supreme power, splitting the entire world into two halves. Gu Feng was also beaten until he spat out blood and retreated. He gritted his teeth. Despicable brat, you're going too far. He took out a mirror that emitted an extremely terrifying aura. It was a replica of the void mirror. In this world where extreme weapons couldn't be used, this weapon could be said to be the strongest. As soon as the replica of the void mirror appeared, tens of thousands of rays of light shone down. The terrifying power of the void rushed over. Lin Xian sneered and used a sword technique. Clang, the sound of collision rang out, and the surrounding sky and earth cracked. Lin Xian used the Rinnegan and the 6 paths of reincarnation. Above the terrifying heavenly Tao, endless heavenly lightning descended with destructive power. The 6 paths of reincarnation formed by the Rinnegan enveloped Gu Feng. It was as if it wanted to reincarnate him. Gu Feng's expression was ugly. He felt a terrifying aura. Damn it. The spatial laws on his body condensed, causing him to float in a separate void to prevent himself from being swept by the spatial power. Void flag, he then took out 36 large banners. These banners were imbued with the power of the void, and they were fixed in place in all directions. They formed a unique space. Lin Xian was also enveloped. Suppress him, Gu Feng gritted his teeth. He used the replica of the void mirror and the void array with all his strength. This space was formed by him, and he was the ruler here. Lin Xian also felt the suppression of the spatial power, causing his body to shake. One had to admit that the successor of the great emperor was indeed strong. Gu Feng's bloodline was inferior to the emperor's, but his cultivation of the ancient earth scripture had already surpassed the emperor's. Competing with the ancient earth scripture? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He also cultivated the ancient earth scripture. Demonic energy surged out from his body. At the same time, he took out the Great Destruction Spear. This weapon seemed to be born for demons. Lin Xian transformed into a demon god and waved the Great Destruction Spear. He used his strength to the extreme and charged forward. This attack contained many of his laws, the power of his divine body, the power of the great dragon sword soul, and the power of the ancient scripture of earth. Together with the power of the Great Destruction Spear, the power of the Great Destruction Spear merged perfectly. It collided with the spatial formation formed by the other party. The sound of the mirror shattering rang out, and a crack appeared on the entire array formation. Then, it spread in all directions. Damn it! Gu Feng's expression became extremely ugly. The next moment, he gritted his teeth. Break for me, a destructive aura erupted from the cracked spatial array, and he was sent flying while coughing up blood. It was obvious that he had chosen to fight with a lose-lose strategy. However, in his opinion, although he was injured, his opponent's injuries should be more serious. Boom, an earth-shattering sound spread out in all directions. At this moment, the entire sky was completely illuminated. The people in the distance also raised their heads. What was going on over there? Is it the aurora? Countless exclamations were heard as they felt a destructive power. No one dared to go. Lin Xian walked out from the power of the aurora with boundless sword aura all over his body. Layers of sword chi formed hundreds of sword chi shields, enveloping him. The dozens of sword chi shields outside had already become dim and lightless. They had been struck by that power. However, those that were close to him were still indestructible. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He said coldly, "Show me what other trump cards you have. Otherwise, I'll send you on your way." Damn it. Gu Feng gritted his teeth. He had risked his own injuries to injure the other party, but he still didn't succeed. He knew that the gap between them was too big. Even if he had a trump card, it would be difficult for him to fight against the other party. Moreover, the other party cultivated the ancient scripture of earth. The only thing he could do now was to run. Gu Feng used the ancient scripture of void to the extreme, and a million spatial clones appeared beside him. The spatial aura on each of them was extremely terrifying. It was impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. At the same time, a million spatial channels appeared around the 1 million spatial clones. Then, these clones entered the spatial channels and were teleported to different places. "Kid, let's see how you can escape this time." He didn't believe that the other party could find him. Even if the other party found him, he would have already teleported away. The people watching from afar were shocked. This was the divine art of earth. It was indeed powerful. Whether it was killing the enemy or escaping, it was exquisite and unparalleled. Those old divine ancestors were also helpless in the face of such a situation. Would Lin Xian be able to fight against it? Some people shook their heads. Lin Wudi was strong, but in the face of such a peerless divine art, he wouldn't be able to find the real one, right? It seemed that it was impossible for him to kill Gu Feng this time. Lin Xian also frowned. Could it be a divine art created by the Void Emperor? It was indeed powerful. His Rinnegan could indeed find the real one, but he was afraid that the other party would escape. Thinking of this, he used another ultimate divine ability. He also cultivated the ancient scripture of earth, the demonic summoning scripture. At this moment, the demonic chi on his body was constantly circulating, and a demonic shadow appeared behind him. The moment the demonic shadow appeared, the sky fell and the earth cracked. No one could withstand it. Moreover, the demonic shadow had an endless amount of demonic chi in its hand, forming a flute. Demonic tune, absolute annihilation. A cold voice sounded. Then, with the demonic shadow as the center, the terrifying sound swept out in all directions. The surrounding mountains were instantly shattered, and the forest was torn apart. This sound seemed to have turned into a peerless heavenly blade, attacking in all directions. In the sky, the clones and the space tunnels were shrouded by this sound and were torn apart in an instant. At this moment, millions of clones were constantly being torn apart. Those people in the distance looked up at the sky with horror. What kind of divine art was this? Lin Wudi actually still had a trump card. Run quickly. Some people frantically ran away. Lin Wudi also cultivated the divine art of the great emperor. How could his methods be weak? The sky was completely shattered, turning into an endless black hole. The demonic tune was still sweeping out. Millions of space tunnels were affected. Damn it. Gu Feng's real body's face became incomparably ugly. The other party could actually make such a terrifying sound. Especially that demonic shadow, it made him feel terrified. Illusory shift. It was too late for him to escape. He could only make his body transparent. This way, he could hide in the void to avoid this power. In the sky, millions of space tunnels were shattered, and endless black holes were floating. However, under the extreme power, they slowly recovered. At this moment, a figure appeared. Gu Feng's face was pale. There were countless small cracks on his body, which were torn apart by the sound. Even if he used illusory shift, the moment he changed in the void, he was still hit by this power. Gu Feng's expression was extremely ugly. He took out a healing elixir from his storage ring and swallowed it. These elixirs were used at critical moments to save his life. They were extremely precious and he didn't have many of them. He swallowed 2 of them to temporarily suppress his injuries. It seemed like he could only use that move. Gu Feng's expression was extremely serious. With his current strength, it was too much for him to use this move. However, he couldn't care less about it. If he didn't use his ultimate move, he would definitely die. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. A terrifying aura of death gathered around him and spread in all directions. Then, it formed a terrifying scene. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Another void seal. Gu Feng had used this move to seal him before. It was useless. You can't seal me. Gu Feng gritted his teeth. Kid, this isn't a void seal. This is the void world. I used the void law to create a real world. In this world, I am the king, Gu Feng shouted coldly. The void world descended and enveloped him and Lin Xian. Void world, Lin Xian frowned after hearing this. He sensed carefully and realized that this wasn't a space. It had surpassed the saint realm of the saints. It was very similar to a world. He was shocked. This was the method of the great emperor's inheritance. A real great emperor should be able to create a world. However, Gu Feng in front of him probably couldn't. He said coldly. Although your divine ability is strong, your strength is too weak. Your world can't affect me at all. Stupid. You underestimate our void family. Let me show you what it means to be the king of space. With a shout, the void world started to spin crazily. A terrifying spatial aura swept through everything. Lin Xian felt that his divine body was attacked again. There was the sound of bones cracking as if it wanted to tear him into pieces. Not only that, but Lin Xian also felt as if his body had entered a different dimension. This burst of spatial energy caused his 9 sons' divine body to violently shake. There were cracks on it. It had to be said. The void world was indeed strong. Seeing the 9 yang divine blood falling from the void world, Gu Feng smiled. Did you see that? This is the power of my void world. Your divine body can't withstand it. If he couldn't resist it, then he would shatter it. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. The Hellfire Dragon sword glowed brightly as if it had transformed into a Hell Dragon. With a slash of his sword, a dazzling sword light swept out in all directions. Endless cracks appeared in the void world. It shook violently, as if it was about to be split into 2. Gu Feng's body also swayed, suppressing him. He roared madly as he used the power of the void to send these sword chis into different dimensions. He wanted to use the power of this space to kill his opponent. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly as the nomological laws on his sword aura swept out. A terrifying dragon roar reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. More and more cracks appeared in the void world and spread out in all directions. It could shatter at any moment. Seeing this scene, Gu Feng's face turned pale again. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and his body began to tremble. Damn it, his opponent's swordsmanship was so terrifying. A hint of madness appeared in his eyes. He was going to go all out. This time, he had to get rid of the other party. Void burial. As his voice fell, the entire void world completely shattered. A terrifying power of the void engulfed the heavens and earth, completely erupting at this moment. Gu Feng's body was also sent flying by this power. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He was severely injured. Haha, go to hell. This move was to shatter the void world and use the power of the entire world to kill the enemy. However, the impact on his body was also very great. His foundation was also injured. It would be very difficult for him to recover. However, compared to killing Lin Wudi, so what if his foundation was injured? As long as he was alive, he would be victorious. The void world, which had already been shattered into pieces by Lin Xian, was now completely torn apart. A terrifying power enveloped Lin Xian. On Lin Xian's body, cracks appeared on his 9 yang divine body. He knew that his opponent was going all out. This was the power of the world. It was too terrifying. His body couldn't withstand it. You think you can kill me by going all out? What a joke. So what if you have many trump cards, you want to compete with me in the world? You're ridiculous, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He decisively activated the sword world. Entering the sword world, he controlled this world and rushed over. The 2 worlds were colliding. At this moment, the extreme path world also let out a rumbling sound. One after another, large cracks swept out in all directions. In fact, the entire world was shaking. Everyone went crazy and looked up at the sky. Damn it, what happened? Was the extreme path world about to shatter? This was impossible. This was a world formed by several extreme path weapons. Who could break it? Even a quasi-emperor couldn't break it here. Unless a true great emperor appeared. But how could a great emperor appear now? What was going on? Why was this world shaking? Could it be those extreme path weapons? What was the change, or was someone using an extreme path weapon here? No, the extreme path weapon was suppressed. No one could use it. Everyone went crazy. They thought of countless possibilities, but they rejected them one by one. They really couldn't think of who could cause such a terrifying scene. In the depths of the extreme path world, there were extreme path weapons. For example, the black tortoise from before and a few others. There was an extreme path weapon in the shape of a treasure bottle, and the other was a war spear. Its entire body was emitting a destructive aura. In addition, there seemed to be a figure in the depths, but it couldn't be seen clearly. At this moment, the black tortoise suddenly raised its head and looked at the distant sky. He was incomparably shocked. What was going on? This aura? Could it be? He was really too shocked. He soared into the sky, and the destruction war spear beside him also suddenly cut through the void. He was incomparably shocked and let out a sonorous sound. Why do I feel such a shocking power? What exactly was this thing? Did a transcendent power descend? Quickly go and investigate. The dark green treasure bottle also flew out, emitting a dignified sound. To be able to cause several extreme path weapons to be so shocked, one could imagine how terrifying the power ahead was. In front of him, amidst the terrifying power of the world, the smile on Gufeng's face froze, and he became terrified. This was because he realized that his void burial seemed to have been blocked by someone. Not only that, he was gradually being suppressed. In fact, an extremely terrifying power was charging towards him. How was this possible? This was the void power that he used with all his might. No one could block it. Not even the Sacred Lord could, unless the other party used an extreme path weapon. But in this world, it was impossible. Then how did the other party block it? Did Lin Wuti still have a trump card? He couldn't imagine. On the other side, Lin Xian was also shocked. Was this the sword world? It was too terrifying. Bombarding the other party's void world was not a problem at all. If the other party didn't want to use the world to compete with him, the other party wouldn't have died so quickly. Lin Xian used Sword World to shatter the other party's void world. At this time, the Hellfire Dragon exclaimed. Kid, quickly close your Sword World. I can feel a few extreme auras coming. Don't let them find out about this world. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by extreme weapons. Lin Xian was shocked. No way, he knew that Sword World was magical, but he didn't expect it to be so magical. He even wanted to obtain an extreme grade weapon. Thinking about this, he attacked again and closed the music Sword World. Gu Feng, who was in front of him, was already heavily injured. Now that he was attacking with all his strength, how could he possibly block it? His body was torn to pieces. He turned into a bloody mist. His soul was also torn apart. Gu Feng was in despair. He couldn't resist at all. Was he going to die? He couldn't accept it. He finally became the Double Crown King. He wanted to shine. But was he going to die just like that? How hateful. He regretted it. He shouldn't have provoked Lin Wuti. However, it was already too late. His intent was gradually fading away. Wang, at this time, Lin Xian rushed over. In the soul that was about to dissipate, he used Rinnegan. Reincarnation, Human Tao. The world of reincarnation appeared and covered the soul. Then, Lin Xian quickly left. Just as he left, a few figures flew out from the sky. It was a terrifying extreme weapon. They looked down. There was a huge battle here. There was the aura of the Great Earth Scripture. These people should be the inheritors of the great emperors. Why do I feel an even more mysterious aura? But it disappeared in an instant. So weird. Who was the one fighting just now? They checked carefully. Black Tortoise frowned. One person had fallen. Space Energy, Gu family's inheritor. The green bottle was shocked. Double Crown King's aura. The inheritor of the great emperor's family had fallen. This situation was unexpected. Where was the other person? Destructive Spear asked. He didn't fall. He escaped. It was that kid. Black Tortoise in the sky waved his law. The 8 trigrams behind him rotated and a figure appeared. They saw Lin Xian's appearance and narrowed their eyes. This young man was not ordinary. He had many trump cards in his hands. He was also the successor of a great emperor, and he could sense several familiar auras from him. Could it be that he was the one who had unleashed that mysterious aura? Keep an eye on him. Several apex weapons were discussing in a low voice in the air. At the same time, outside the extreme path world, the people of the Gu family were furious. They were all roaring crazily. The eyes of the Gu clan's patriarch turned red. Behind him, the void mirror instantly exploded. A terrifying aura of the extreme Tao swept out in all directions. At this moment, everyone's hair stood on end. They were alarmed. The other emperor clans also frowned. What was Gu family doing? In an instant, the Yi clan, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, and the Fire Qilin cave all asked about it. At the same time, they also secretly mobilized their extreme-grade weapons, afraid that the Gu family would attack them. The Gu clan's clan head held a soul jade tablet in his hand. At this moment, the soul jade tablet was covered with cracks. This was Gu Feng's soul jade tablet. Judging from its current state, it was most likely heavily injured. It was very likely that he had died. Damn it, who is it? The members of the Gu family roared crazily. The surrounding people were also shocked. It couldn't be, Gu Feng had died, they were all stunned. Gu Feng was the successor of a great emperor. Who was the hope of the Gu family? Could it be that the people of Mount Eternal had joined forces? For a moment, they all looked at Mount Eternal. The people of Mount Eternal sneered. Regardless of whether it was their people who had done it or not, they were very happy. The Gu clan's patriarch took a step forward. Carrying the apex weapon, the void mirror, he walked towards the extreme path world. He wanted to open the extreme path world and investigate the situation inside. In front of him, the extreme path door shook violently. At the same time, the black tortoise flew out from the extreme path world. He shouted coldly, "What are you trying to do, descendants of the void great emperor? Are you going to start a war? The successor of my Gu family has died inside. I want to investigate." The Gu clan's patriarch roared crazily. Now, he was extremely regretful. There were conditions for entering the extreme path world. Only powerhouses under 5,000 years old could enter. The second condition was that there was no apex power inside. In other words, apex weapons and great emperor formations could not be brought in. Naturally, the void mirror was not brought in. Not only the void mirror, but the 10,000 dragons portrait and the apex weapons of the other monarch clans were all left outside. Otherwise, Gu Feng, Hu Qilin, and the others would not be able to enter the extreme path world. Originally, they thought that no one would be able to use apex weapons and great emperor formations. This way, it would be fair for everyone. Even if they were defeated, it would not be a problem for them to escape. They could accept failure, but now that Gu Feng had died, they could not accept it at all. The other great emperor clans also had solemn expressions. Gu Feng's death made them extremely nervous. Was the successor of their clan in danger? Who was it that did this? Did the 10 envoys of Mount Eternal join forces? If that was the case, who would be able to resist them? Without apex weapons, the other princes and successors of the great emperors would probably die. They were extremely nervous. However, the black tortoise shouted coldly, "You can't go in. I've already said that life and death in the extreme path world is up to fate. Could it be that your Gu family can't afford to lose? Since you can't afford to lose, why did you come, damn it?" The patriarch of the Gu family roared towards the sky. The void mirror behind him emitted a mysterious aura. The might of the apex weapon spread in all directions. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They retreated in horror. The black tortoise shouted coldly, "You want to compete with me in apex weapons?" With a clang, the mysterious runes behind him condensed into an 8 trigrams diagram that kept spinning in the sky. In an instant, it blocked the power of the void mirror. Not only that, the power of the 8 trigrams diagram was even more terrifying. After all, the black tortoise was an apex weapon. Moreover, it was a fully awakened apex weapon that could be fully awakened at any time. This power was really too strong. The patriarch of the Gu family was forced to retreat continuously. The elders of the Gu family, however, rushed out. They took out powerful resources and were ready to fully awaken the void mirror at any time. At this moment, the divine ancestor of the Thousand Dragon dynasty walked out and said, "Previously, we thought that the successor of the great emperors would not die. But now, the situation is beyond our expectations. We must know what happened. The other successors of the great emperors seem to be in danger." That's right. The people of the Fire Qilin cave walked out. The people of the Kuanping clan and the Purple Mansion clan walked out one after another. They were also incomparably nervous. Apex weapons also appeared behind them. In an instant, the terrifying might of the apex weapons swept out in all directions. Even the black tortoise's brows were furrowed. The black tortoise also frowned tightly. Although he had completely awakened, on the other side. For apex weapons appeared in an instant, making him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. At this moment, another figure flew out from the gate of extreme path. It was a battle spear that emitted a destructive aura. The moment it appeared, everyone knelt down in fright. It was too terrifying. After the destruction spear appeared, it was incomparably powerful. The extreme Dao realm had its own rules, and no one was allowed to break them. If you want to fight, we'll accompany you to the end. We don't mind fighting with you. But think about the consequences. Your great emperor clan will vanish into thin air and cease to exist from now on. Speaking of this, the aura on his body instantly erupted. In the next instant, it fully recovered. The expressions of the surrounding people turned ugly. The Gu family, Yi family, Thousand Dragon Empire, Fire Qilin Cave, and the others were all on guard. It was impossible for them to fully recover in an instant. This was because they knew that the weapon spirit was in a deep sleep most of the time. After all, the extreme Dao weapon had to protect their great emperor clan for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years. Their great emperor clan didn't have the power to fully recover the extreme Dao weapon. The extreme Dao weapon in front of them could only be said to be too strange. Perhaps their great emperor had done something when he left the extreme Dao weapon behind. The atmosphere between the two sides was incomparably tense. At this moment, the sacred master of the Fire Qilin Cave walked out and said, "We don't want to break your rules, but every successor is too important to us. If they die, we can't bear it." And this time, with the appearance of Mount Eternal, the 10 of them could sweep everything away. This is too unfair to us. The sacred ancestor of the Kuanping clan also walked out. In the sky, the black tortoise 8 trigrams diagram said in a deep voice. The Gu family's successor wasn't killed by a joint attack. He died in a one-on-one battle. What, a one-on-one battle? Everyone was even more shocked. It was too unbelievable that someone could kill Gu Feng. One had to know that Gu Feng cultivated the inheritance of the Void Emperor. He had spatial abilities that could appear and disappear unpredictably. If he wanted to escape, who could stop him? Perhaps even 2 or 3 double crown champions might not be able to stop him. But now, he was killed by someone. If it was the 10 great emissaries of Mount Eternal, they could believe it. But now, someone had killed him in a one-on-one battle. This was too shocking. It was absolutely impossible to kill someone who had the inheritance of the Void Emperor. Could it be that the other party had used an extreme weapon? The black tortoise 8 trigrams diagram said that the other party did not use any extreme weapons. Everything was carried out according to the rules inside. Gu Feng's death could only be attributed to his inferior skills. Damn it, the head of the Gu clan simply could not accept this. Their successors were not as skilled as others? This was a huge blow to them. Those from Mount Eternal were also frowning. Was it done by one of their people? Perhaps only the first emissary had such power. After all, the other party cultivated a void god art. The sacred ancestor of the 10,000 dragons diagram walked out and said in a deep voice. Gu Feng's death surprised us greatly. It was also very shocking. We are all very worried about our heirs, so we want a guarantee. What kind of guarantee do you want? The halberd of destruction in the sky shouted coldly. The saint leader of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty said solemnly. Their heirs could be defeated but they couldn't die. That's right, the Fire Qilin Cave's experts also walked out. Previously, an emissary from Mount Eternal had been eliminated. What kind of method did he use? We also want this kind of method. As soon as these words were spoken, countless people turned their heads and looked at Mount Eternal. The 10th emissary of Mount Eternal had obviously been defeated. Then, he fled for his life. How did the other party do it? Gufeng had Earth and Space God arts, but he couldn't escape from the extreme Dao world. However, the people of Mount Eternal had done it, which really shocked them. Looking at the surrounding gazes, the elders of Mount Eternal sneered. This is the supreme power of our Mount Eternal. How could you have it? So what if these great emperor clans had extreme Dao weapons? Their Mount Eternal had a human sovereign. A living human sovereign was not something that extreme Dao weapons could compare to. That method was also not something that the other party could imagine. When the human sovereign came, he had planted an indestructible rune between the eyebrows of the 10 great emissaries. This was the ultimate life-saving method, but it could only be used once. The saint leader of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty transmitted his voice to the great emperor clans. Even the other clans of the remote antiquity had joined forces in secret. They didn't want their top geniuses to die. Therefore, in the end, everyone joined forces and spoke in a deep voice. We need a guarantee. We can eliminate them, but we must protect the lives of our geniuses. Black Tortoise frowned and said to the destructive spear, "What do you think?" If it was anyone else, they wouldn't have cared at all. However, an extreme Dao weapon had already appeared. This was an existence that wasn't weaker than them. Although it was different from them and was sleeping, they didn't dare to underestimate it. Moreover, a power that surprised them had also appeared in the extreme Dao world. And the people of Mount Eternal had also come. If the 10 kings of Mount Eternal were to join forces, they would indeed be a terrifying force. And what was even more strange was that kid. What kind of power did that kid use before? What could make us feel so shocked? If he used that kind of power again, no one would be able to stop him. Black Tortoise's eyes flickered. The people of Mount Eternal had also come out. It seemed that the other forbidden lands of death weren't far away. In the future, we still have to rely on the power of these great emperor clans, so let's give them face. Okay. Black Tortoise also nodded. He said, "Sure, you can rest assured and wait outside. We will change the power rules inside so that your descendants won't die, but will only be eliminated." As for the descendants of the Gu family, they could only say that they were a little unlucky. After speaking, the 2 extreme Dao weapons turned around and entered the extreme Dao door again. The others heaved a sigh of relief, but the people of the Gu family roared. However, they realized that no one was helping them anymore. The other descendants had their lives guaranteed, but it was a pity that Gu Feng. Damn it, he was killed by a single person. Who was it? Was it Mount Eternal, those terrifying envoys? Or someone else? They thought of several possibilities. First, it was the people of Mount Eternal. Second, the Dao body of the Daoi sect was incomparably terrifying. They probably had the strength. There was also that Han Tian. The last one was Lin Wudi. These people were very suspicious, but they didn't know who they were at all. There were also elders who said that although the Soul Jade tablet was broken, it wasn't completely cracked. This meant that Gu Feng still had a trace of his remnant soul. Perhaps the remnant soul could still come out when the time came. Even if it can't be completely recovered, we can still take revenge. Just as they finished speaking, the Soul Jade tablet suddenly shattered and completely cracked. No. The elders of the Gu family fainted from anger. Who was it? Now, Gu Feng had completely fallen. There wasn't even a trace of his remnant soul left. Inside the extreme path world, Lin Xian left the battlefield and flew into the distance. He came to a mountain range, made a cave residence, and flew in. He sat down cross-legged and entered the sword world. He took a deep breath and used Rinnegan. Previously, when he met Gu Feng, the other party wanted to kill him, and he also wanted to kill the other party. In the end, the 2 sides fought and he killed the other party. This was the best opportunity to kill the other party, because in this extreme path world, the Great Emperor weapon could not be used. If Gufeng had an extreme path weapon outside, he would need to gather at least 3 extreme path weapons if he wanted to kill the other party. Only then would he be able to kill the other party completely. Just like when he killed the Dragon Prince, the current Gufeng was much stronger than the Dragon Prince back then. However, in this sword world, there was no need to care about all of this. The moment the other party turned into ashes, Lin Xian used Rinnegan. Reincarnation, human Dao, sealed the other party's remnant soul. He didn't want to save the other party, because the other party had the ancient scripture of earth in his hands. Space was king, that was not a lie. It was a conclusion that people had reached after tens of thousands of years. Spatial magic was really too terrifying. If his cultivation hadn't increased this time, it wouldn't have been easy to kill the other party. Lin Xian didn't know much about spatial abilities, but he had a void beast by his side. He had a beast with him, but it could only use spatial teleportation. No matter how powerful the spatial magic was, there was no way. This time, Lin Xian and Gufeng fought, and he saw the other party's various spatial magic. Especially the void world at the end, which shocked him greatly. Therefore, he wanted to suppress the other party's remnant soul and see if he could find some spatial magic. He hoped that his luck wasn't too bad. After all, this was just a remnant soul. Lin Xian didn't have much confidence in revealing the remnant soul. Lin Xian began to collect the other party's soul, and the remnant soul let out a crazy roar. However, under these eyes, he couldn't resist at all. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He found him, and a shocking light burst out from his eyes. Rinnegan was used to the extreme, and in the next moment, the soul turned into ashes. This was also why the soul jade tablet in the hands of the Gu family patriarch was completely shattered. At this moment, Gufeng's soul completely disappeared. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Void God Finger. To think that the remnant soul in the prison had the method to cultivate the faux God Finger. The faux God Finger appeared and disappeared mysteriously. It was very effective in killing enemies with one finger strike. Lin Xian had experienced it before, but he was able to withstand it with his strong body. If he could learn it, he could use his fingers as a sword. With the sharpness of his sword art and the unpredictable appearance of his spatial god art, his power would probably be even more terrifying than Gufeng's. Lin Xian took a deep breath and began to comprehend Master Su Shen. A few days later, an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from outside. The black tortoise appeared in the extreme Dao world, and the 8 trigrams diagram behind him kept blooming. It enveloped the entire extreme Dao world. Everyone felt a summoning power. What's going on? At this moment, the surrounding people were all shocked. What was going on, they don't know. They discovered that there was a huge formation above their heads that enveloped them. They wanted to resist, but it was useless. Whether it was the Alcade, the Fire Qilin, or the people from Mount Eternal, none of them could resist. They were all enveloped and then disappeared. Lin Xian also sensed the scene outside and immediately walked out. In the next moment, when he saw the 8 trigrams diagram, he took a deep breath. An extreme Dao weapon. What's going on? His figure also disappeared. Above the boundless sea of bitterness, the 8 trigrams diagram rotated. From there, one figure after another flew out. After they arrived, they looked around cautiously and found that most of the people who came in were here. What happened? Those terrifying double crown champions all looked up at the black tortoise in the sky. The black tortoise said in a deep voice. Outside, those people from the Emperor clan and the clan of the ancients are afraid that you will die, so they asked for a guarantee. I guarantee that you will be eliminated, but you can't die. I promised them, so now I'm asking you to gather together. I'll change the laws so that when your lives are in danger, you can be directly teleported out. It also means that you will be eliminated. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, but then they were overjoyed. Some of the double crown champions frowned. What's going on? These extreme Dao weapons were so unruly that they would easily change the laws. Moreover, those landlords and the clan of the ancients were actually able to join forces to fight against them. It was too unbelievable. After Lin Xian rushed over, he was also shocked. In the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something. Immediately, he narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the Fire Qilin walked out and said, "Senior, what happened, little guy, you're very smart." The Black Tortoise looked down and said in a deep voice. "The successor of the Gu family is dead, so your elders and patriarchs are worried that you will also die." The successor of the Gu family, Gu Feng, is dead. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Even the Double Crown champion's pupils shrank. Kuanpingzi, the Fire Qilin, and the others were also shocked because they had met Gu Feng before. They knew that Gu Feng had also broken through to become a Double Crown champion. Such a person was actually dead? This was impossible. They shook their heads. Even if Gu Feng was defeated, he had mastered spatial magic. If he wanted to escape, even 2 Double Crown champions couldn't catch him. Then what's going on? Was it someone from Mount Eternal? How many envoys from Mount Eternal had joined forces? Their brows were tightly knitted together. At the same time, they were also shocked. No wonder the rules were changed. Those people from the Emperor family outside would probably go crazy when they heard the news. The Black Tortoise didn't say anything else. Instead, he glanced at the void. Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. He felt that the Black Tortoise was looking at him. What's going on? Was he discovered? Gu Feng was naturally killed by him, but there were no spectators at that time. So these people didn't know. However, when he used the Sword World, the Hellfire Dragon inside reminded him that the Extreme Dao weapon was flying over quickly. He had no choice but to close the Sword World and leave quickly. Perhaps it was at that time that he was targeted by the Extreme Dao weapon. This made him feel a sense of danger. No matter how strong he was no match for the Extreme Dao weapon. The Hellfire Dragon said, "Kid, don't worry. They are suspicious now, so they won't make a move easily. Moreover, with your identity, the Divine Union and the Heavenly Court behind you, as well as the Quasi-Emperors, they won't make a move easily." Hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, this made him more careful in the future. It seemed that the Sword World couldn't be easily displayed. End of chapter 5364. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.